addicted to the sound and the feeling that I get when my whole world begins to shake. The sound of my bursting like a star into the dark. The thrill as it starts. The shatter as it breaks and breaks apart. The sound of my heart bursting like a star into the dark. Thrill as it starts. The shatter as it breaks and breaks apart.
Yes, welcome everyone back to PGL Astana, where the PGL Global Tour continues. It's so good to be back here in 2026. We were worried we might not come back to the greatest stop on the tour. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me today on the desk to open the show, two of the finest analysts you could ask for. They are from North America. Don't hold that against them. It is, of course, the great Maui Snake, the great Dus Murray. So glad you're here joining me.
Yeah, indeed. It's great to be back here in Astana. We're on Friday morning. We haven't even started games yet, and this place is already almost packed. Thank you so much for coming out this event, everyone.
Love having you here, guys.
It's really fantastic to be back. I feel like we've all been eating good. There's been great Counter-Strike. I love this city. I think it's just so futuristic, so unique, and I'm so glad that PGL came back for their second prestige event of the year.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that, man. We're building up Astana. I mean, I remember being here last year. We wanted to set the history. We talked about how amazing it was to have the likes of K27 set that history way back when. And obviously, this is last year. This is what happened. This is how we're setting the tempo. Look at it, right? Like, the teams are different, okay? We've got the likes of MongolZ 3-0. Got a huge pop here from the crowd. Spirit, essentially the favorites. The crowd loved them. Everybody loves Dong.
Yep.
We'll talk about that in a moment. We had Furia. We had NIP. We had Astralis. We had Navi. We had MIBR. What's hilarious and interesting about this playoffs is it's so different this time around. I think two teams has the overlap, different rosters, and it really shows you how things can change in 12 months. And crucially, the recognition of Astana as a prestige event, it's really flipped the switch in the minds of the big teams. They want to come here. Sure, no Vitality this time. We pretty much got every other big name, though.
Indeed we do. We have a lot of great teams, but the one thing that's constant, and that is last year served as such a magical story for Furia and for MongolZ, debuting in front of his home crowd here in this stadium, and he had a magical run with Furia. They didn't quite get the job done for the trophy, but they will look to do that again here in these playoffs. A tough opponent first, but as you can see, as you've already noted, so many top teams are in this bracket.
I feel like we might get a little bit of continuity. I know that you like to point out the fact that we have 4 different teams in the playoffs this time around, but why not get a Spirit back-to-back, because they've been looking good in the last Swiss stage, obviously winning it all in Astana last time, and then they've been already looking good at this event. So I feel like the fans might be in for a treat there, and I feel like the thing is that a lot of them probably want to see things change, because like you brought up, MongolZ, you know, he's getting his feet wet in Tier 1 CS at that point. Now he's got a year under his belt in the organization.
And a potential for another magical story that could happen today. And speaking of magic, it's because of Moon. Moon, obviously, an opper also from Kazakhstan, may want to try to follow in MongolZ's footsteps, coming from obscurity and having a chance to play in front of this audience here in Kazakhstan. It can mean the world, especially against a 9Z team who can be beat. So that could be a very interesting game as well.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at some of the
Sure.
stats from the group stage as well. Obviously, PGL always raising the game in terms of how we tell stories. So these are the most maps that are played. This is very interesting as we go into a change in the map pool. We know cash is coming, okay? So maybe if people don't want to play this type of map, maybe that's the map that goes. It is very interesting. I feel sorry for Aurora.
Yes.
You saw Anubis down there. Maybe they're going to take it away from you again. Then we have the player performance. Let's talk about some of the guys. Wow. Donk and Luchov head-to-head. Everyone saw that coming, right?
Not exactly what you expect, but it's just a testament to why 9Z got their position into these playoffs with a high-flying fragger such as Luchov trying to make his mark in his first few months on the team.
And look at the aces that have been scored in this tournament. In case you are new to Counter-Strike, no patronization intended. An ace is when you kill everyone else in the round. And of course, look at this. Look at the people that have achieved the most aces in this tournament. We've had 12 overall.
Crazy thing is that Luchov got 2 of them in the same half, whereas everybody else, you know, they all had 1. Hunter had 2, but yeah, no, impressive stuff nonetheless. Always fun to watch one of those.
And then, of course, just looking at the group stage overall, we did have a long game. You can see right at the top there. And, I mean, look, most volatile player, that's the one that interests me, because a little bit later on, we'll be talking about Yekindar, and certainly Furia are going to need him to activate if they're to beat Falcons, another team that has a lot of support here in Astana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a squad that won 4 titles last season, 3 in a row. Looked like one of the favorites to win the Budapest Major, but they've looked a lot more mortal this year, for 100% honest. But this is a big opportunity to try to catch back up to where he used to be, to try to give Maladoy something a little bit extra in his home country. It was probably nice for him to make it to the playoffs and get to play in front of his home audience. What it would mean to him to hoist a trophy on that stage in front of them instead. So definitely need to keep an eye out for that.
I mean, and that is the key thing to remember for all the fans coming in. Maladoy will be here later. That's going to be the last game of the day. We hope the crowd is obviously going to fill out, and you can see here, this is what the brackets look like. Very soon, we're going to turn our attention to Mouz versus Aurora. Aurora, one of the 2 returning teams for that top 8. Then we're going to go into Spirit versus G2. Cannot wait to talk about this one. Here's what's interesting. You at home go, I'm going to have a cup of tea, get a sandwich, because 9Z Magic isn't very exciting. Wrong. You're a fool. They are going to be absolutely amazing. 9Z look the best team of the playoffs, in my opinion. And Magic, the plucky underdogs, they are essentially in the shop window for all the Russian teams, including PARIVISION, that might want to pick up some talent. And then we go into the last playoff of the day. Furia versus Team Falcons. Maladoy versus Monte. If you're not excited about that, I'm going to check your pulse.
I'm impressed that the audience is already packed out in the way that it has, given that the obvious main course of the day is at the very end. But thankfully, we're not in Brazil.
Hey, why don't we have a look at some of your predictions then? You're throwing out burns, and now we got an opportunity to burn you back. These are the predictions of who's going to be winning what. Talk us through what you picked.
Well, I went with the quarterfinal wins for Mouz over Aurora, Spirit there, 9Z, Falcons. Semifinalists are going to be, for me, Spirit and Falcons. Those are the teams that I had pinned as my 1A, 1B coming into this event. And I would say that I'm going to take Spirit to repeat as champions here in Astana.
Yeah, I have essentially the same thought as far as how this thing is going to conclude. But for me, I do think the Aurora Mouz game that we're going to discuss in a second is a bit of a coin flip. And I am just a little bit concerned about, you know, this new Mouz Sports stepping up to the stage for the first time with this new lineup and how they're going to react to that, particularly as Zelix, you know, a guy who's coming from an academy team. He's never been in an environment like this before. So I have my hesitations on them. So I gave Aurora the slight nod. But again, I think it's very much a 50-50 game.
Well, why don't we start talking about the game? Because soon the teams are going to be walking out, gentlemen. So why don't we do it? Mouz versus Aurora. Why is this interesting? Well, okay. Let's start with Mouz. They're entering a new era in terms of they have swapped their IGL. Brolan's gone. Xerxion's took up the reins. Jimmy, everyone said he was the star player of the team, even though he was an anchor. Gone. Bye. We're replacing you. We're replacing you with JL, checks notes. Kind of crazy. And yet here they are in the playoffs of a prestige event like they haven't skipped a beat.
No, they've done really well. I mean, I think considering the circumstances that you've just provided, to see the results they got, it's actually pretty solid. I mean, yeah, they had a shaky first game against Gentlemates. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But then they were able to beat G2. They were able to beat Aurora. And so they were able to make their way through here. So really, really nice to see this new squad already fighting the playoffs.
And just to set you up, Maui, the thing that's impressed me the most, IGLs aren't supposed to frag. Just ask Kooksy. Right? And yet Xertion's on a 1.34. What is going on, bro?
That's extremely impressive. I like that Mouz, though, kind of went back into their playbook of how they want to amend their teams, recognizing that they have one of the best, if not the best, academy project in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike, or all of really, I would say the history of Counter-Strike for Mouz in how they have included, well, they still have the long-lasting members here of Exertion, of Torzi, but going back into the well to get Zelix, and for Exertion to take the reins, to take it as a captain here, he was always extremely vocal, and I feel like this is a very natural progression for him in his career, for him to use all of that mid-rounding experience that he had before, but just go through the playbook. We know that Cyclone is one of the big guys that controls the team in terms of creating the system, outlining how they want to stage these rounds, how they want to script their halves. So if he just kind of works through that and then already is the vocal guy in the mid-round, I don't think that he should have lost a step, and I'm glad that somehow he's even improved.
Yeah, I think one of the other interesting things about him coming in this in-game leader slot is that Xertion was usually one of the most aggressive entry riflers in the game, in the sense that he went for some of the most opening attempts of any entry fragger in Counter-Strike. He's reduced that a lot now. He used to be like a guy going for like over 30% of his team's opening duels. Now it's like 20. And he really has, you know, kind of adopted the role of let me set up Zelix as a star player of this team.
Yep.
And you see him a lot more often now on their executes, throwing supportive utility, trying to give Zelix the best chance to put a good foot forward on their T sides. Yeah, Zelix has been relegated to a couple of anchor roles on the defensive side, but they really do try to feature him on the offense. And so I'm curious to see how that plays out on the stage.
Yeah, well, someone call Ozzy Osbourne, because all of these teams are going through changes, and it's no different for Aurora. Obviously, we've seen Soulfly come in, and I don't know, also not just a change of roster, but a change of attitude, a change of philosophy. Madja, we all thought he was going to get cut after a disappointing season, a disappointing 2025. He's back now, and he's saying to the likes of Wox against Antares, actually, it's more structure we need, not more personnel.
That's what's been so impressive about watching Aurora this season. I mean, I talked to him, and he knows that I've been critical about the way that he calls in the server, or called in 2025 and prior to that. But I would say that when you don't have a Turkish scene that actually is producing good in-game leaders, what you need to do as a leader is reinvent yourselves, not rest on your laurels, and Madger's done that. This team uses lurkers much more than they did in the past. Couple maps still, yeah, you'll still see the death balls, you'll still see the 5 guys gather up, go for one explosive play, but he's much more willing now to let Wycadia, to let Xantares feel out the extremities of the map, make their own plays, and being able to do that means that they're more flexible, that they're harder to read, they're harder to predict. And so this team, they're not getting flanked as much as I saw in the past. Their T side looks a little bit more it's difficult for teams to get a grasp of what's going on in the round. And whereas last year, they had so many bad playoff performances, that's because people would anti-strat them. Now they're much more difficult to counterplan.
Yeah, I would say this season has looked sharper than last, if I'm honest. I mean, you look at the result they had at Krakow, you look at the result they had at Rotterdam, they're actually making some deeper runs. They've had a couple of banana peels out there, though. I think the Draculan performance obviously is a bit of a sting. Rio didn't go as well as they wanted it to, but they have been able to, on average, still get, you know, pretty solid results and stay pretty high up on the ranking order board. And you mentioned Wycadia, and I like this a lot because for the longest time, we just said Xantares is the best player in Turkey, and he's also just one of the best entry fraggers in the world, period. But Wycadia's development as a player has been so nice over the last, few seasons. I feel like every season this guy levels up a little bit more, gets a little bit more reps, a little bit more experience, and he's now right up there with Xantares.
Yeah. That's how I view it. I don't know about you, but I just feel like people forget this. Xantares, he might look incredibly smooth and young there. 30 years old, that's old in Counter-Strike terms. He's going to need at some point to transition into the IGL role. Who's going to take over as Turkey's top fragger? YKD's looking pretty goddamn good.
He is, and also I'll say about this for Xantares really quickly. He's winning over 60% of his opening duels this tournament. I mean, this guy is still a very hard entry despite his age and what you're referring to. But yeah, I agree with Katie is really picking up the mantle nicely.
And where YKD is able to thrive is in such a complementary position to Xantares. He's not really going gung-ho, going for entries all the time. He picks his spots, and he does so with great discretion. There was actually a stat that B-Trams put together of how many times pro players are getting kills on people that aren't looking at them or behind them, and YKD was topping the charts there. He's very sneaky. He's is able to work through the Aurora system and find ways to pull off flanks. So he's not even taking 50-50 fights. Like I'm not going to go here and say YKD's biggest strength or attribute is his aim. It's actually his intelligence. And that's something that this team desperately needs, especially given the fact that sometimes they can be a little bit more readable. So he can be that little X factor in a round.
Well, guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say put a pin in it because it is time to get the show started. We're going over the banks on the stage for the walkouts.
Salem Astana! Now last year, PGL brought elite Counter-Strike to Kazakhstan for the first time ever. Kazakhstan is a country that lives and breathes this game. From hundreds, maybe thousands of computer clubs and cyber arenas with many young players hoping to become the next star of the country. Now there's one star that was born here last year in 2025. It was Molodoi. The chosen one for Kazakhstan took to this stage at his first ever S-tier event, and he looked damn good while doing it, talking to all of you and inspiring a generation of players to come out of Kazakhstan. Now, we are back for 2026. Bigger, better, stronger, and I'm sure you guys are going to be much louder this time around. So let me ask you, Astana, are you ready? Let's bring our teams onto the stage, and let's start with Mouz. This is a team that is going for a rebuild. This is a team who wants to put new players forward, promoting from the academy team, bringing a major MVP to perform on the big stage. But we expect them to be on these stages. The question is, what can they do when they get here? Make some noise! It's Mouz! And their opponent, struggling in the group stages, and they have continued to struggle throughout the year, not hitting the heights they would have wanted to achieve. Soulfly has been a positive player this event for Aurora, but it is going to take the extra 10% or more from each and every player to make sure they can take down this Mouz, who they already faced in the group stage. Let's hear it for Aurora! Our teams have taken to the stage. We're ready for our opening game. Zershan, Maja, come on up here. I also want to introduce Crystal May with us here, who will be translating for everyone in the arena. Give it up for Crystal May!
PGL Astana! Всем привет, ребята!
Maja, it was a bit of a struggle in the group stage, but it does seem like we are getting a better Soulfly than ever before. Why is that? What has changed for this player?
Salem Astana, thank you very much, first of all. Yes, hopefully we can have a very good Soulfly today. We will see, yeah.
We will see.
На вопрос Джеймса о том, что случилось с Soulfly, насколько он хорошо выступает сейчас, Мейджор отвечает, что он сейчас прекрасен, очень рад тому, что он может выйти сюда на сцену в Астане и выступить.
Now, even with Soulfly being able to put up those numbers, it still wasn't an easy group stage for you. What are your thoughts on just the level and the team? Are they putting in the extra work you wanted from them when you spoke to me on the first day of the tournament?
Yeah, it's like I told you, I think the first match was a little struggle against Eric, but after that, we just bounced back and play better Counter-Strike day by day. And I think against MongolZ it was way better than all the match we played. So hopefully here we can show good Counter-Strike. I believe to my teammates. We work for that and hopefully we can win today. Thank you, guys.
Джеймс спрашивает, насколько хороша форма команды, особенно учитывая не самые лучшие результаты в начале турнира. Мейджор говорит о том, что да, первые дни было очень тяжело, но впоследствии уже против катки с MongolZ все пошло намного лучше, и сейчас мы в лучшей форме, что есть.
And for Zershan, right now, first event as IGL. No negative ratings, even in the loss to 9Z for your individual performances. How have you been able to do this? Because you told me it was going to be possible. And are you sure you can keep up that same performance now on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, I was always a confident player, but I think having 4 amazing players by my side and, in my opinion, the best coach in the world makes it easy for me to perform well in my IGL role. And yeah, we're going to see how it will go here in the playoffs.
На вопрос Джеймса о том, каким образом Xertion сохраняет свою игровую форму, при том, что он теперь уже капитан, да, новый капитан команды, он говорит о том, что в целом это довольно несложно, и он сохраняет свой КД все еще наверху.
And I also want to ask what your expectations are on the stage. You have major MVP JL, who knows this. He performs in the big games, but then you've got a rookie in Zelix as well. What do you think will change for you? How do you plan to deal with that?
Well, I plan many things, but as we know on stage, it's always hard to exactly know what will come. I think Aurora is a great team. Yeah, we rely a lot on our players to perform today, and I think that, yeah, we're going to do our best as possible, and hopefully we'll come out on top as well.
Насколько тяжело будет выступать с новичками, так как много новых игроков в команде. Xertion отвечает, что да, Аврора шикарная команда, но мы будем очень сильно полагаться именно на нашу свежую силу в рамках этой арены.
All right, guys, shake hands. Get yourselves to your positions. Thank you very much. And with that, Astana, we're about to begin the playoffs of PGL Astana 2026. Make some noise!
Make some noise indeed. It's going to be an amazing opening here, and it's only going to get better. But I have to say, Mouz, the thing they're not talking about is the fact that they have resurrected the career of a former major MVP. That is not to be sneezed at, but JL remains a question mark. I'll say this, I'm grateful to Mouz, because while he's playing for them, he's not on the desk with me.
Well, thank goodness that he is an excellent player. I would even say that JL is probably 1,000 times better as a player than an analyst. Problem is you can't multiply by 0. Okay, that being said,
all the birds out of the way. The roast of JL is over. I mean, I was there in Copenhagen. I've said it many times. In that moment in time, the most clutch player that has ever existed in Counter-Strike. No joke.
I mean, think about how we've characterized Mouz for the last year and a half. Playoff chokers, that is difficult in the big moments, and that's why bringing in somebody like JL is the perfect remedy for that. You have a guy that in 2024 got better in playoffs when he was playing for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
He is the definition of a big game player. When the lights are brightest, that is absolutely when he shines the most.
That's exactly what Mouz needs, is a shot in the arm in the biggest moments. We all talk about them being group stage sports, how they can consistently rank in the top 5, how they can consistently make playoffs, maybe even make semifinals very often, but they haven't been able to get big wins. This is the type of guy that you need to be an X factor to help push you over the edge.
I mean, as you can see, I mean, the ratings speak for themselves. I think one of the most impressive things about JL back in 2024 is that the numbers would get better, but he doesn't even die anymore. He doesn't even make more mistakes. Purely his ADR and his kills per round both improved in those kinds of moments, and he had some of the best clutches in that year, like you were saying, Rich. Yeah. And look at that. Like, I'm getting my heart just fluttered a little bit.
Mouz has Aura now? Mouz has Aura now.
Yeah, exactly. That was what they needed to do. But in all seriousness, it shows that, like, he wasn't even the finished article when he was the MVP on Na'Vi. He can still learn. And you heard Zershan say it there. He thinks they've got the best coach in the world. So he's behind JL, he's developing JL, and hopefully this version of Mouz might go on to be the thing they've never been, which is a trophy-lifting team with regularity.
And I'll say this, they've already looked pretty impressive in just how diverse their playbook has been in such a short amount of time of Zershan calling, and it really does go to their coach to help them do that. As we get into the pick ban, no surprise here, these are the perma-bans for both squads.
Yeah.
And no surprise here either. This is pretty much the perma pick of Aurora.
I really wanted Aurora to pick Overpass here. I thought they looked great on it versus the Mongols. Also the fact that JL hasn't played an Overpass playoff game since 2023. But okay, all right, they'll just go with what we saw last time.
Yeah, then we got the nuke pick again. It's the same map that Mouz picked in the last series, so not too shocking, but it's hard to pin on a team that's brand new on what type of map pool moves they want to make. I'm surprised they're banning Overpass. It used to be one of Mouz's big strengths, maybe they just don't have the reps in with JL yet.
Well, they're going to get them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see as well, we're going to get the final maps coming in.
Inferno is just a great map for Mouz in terms of just exertion and how he's played on that one in general. I mean,
Been a map pick for them historically as well.
Exactly. So looking at the veto, though, I'm going to say that Mouz, to me, are the favorites in this kind of game. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances. The fact that this is Zelix's first arena performance, but the guy's played at LAN before. It's not his first rodeo in terms of playing against this level of opposition, especially given the fact that they just beat them in the group stage.
Let's throw some attention over to Aurora, though. Matt just said we are doing things differently now. He survived the coup attempt that was nearly coming his way, stayed in place as the leader, and now they're doing this more structured approach. Woxic talked about it, Zantares talked about it, and I gotta say, in 2026, they look better than the end of 2025.
Yeah, I think their attacks look a bit crisper, even though they do lean into that death ball style of CS still, where they just kind of gather and go one direction, whether that's, you know, on Dust 2, for example, we're about to play first, where they really love their, like, just heavy cat hits or heavy long A controls. One of the things that they did against mousesports in the group stage is that they were throwing a lot of mid-B and B pops. They definitely game planned against this idea of a new mid-B defense with Zelix and Spinks. Zelix having to turn into an anchor now on the B site when he used to be more of a rotator on, you know, the Mouz NXT project. And they were able to get a lot of success out of those mid-B splits and B pops. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to play out in the rematch, to see if mousesports can find out some way to adjust to make sure they have an easier time on the CT side, because they had to get a lot of work done on the attack in the second half to bring the game back.
I think they won at least 4 B hits on their T side against Mouz in the losing effort. The only thing that I think is still a crazy mismatch, though, is JL was eating Soulfly for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that one. And they even tried moving Soulfly out of that lurker position. They tried saying, okay, we need a guy that can actually pincer the A bomb site when we go for our cat hits. But JL, Torzi, they were both stopping whether it was Wycadia, whether it was Soulfly coming late. And so I don't want to see Aurora recognize that they only can do the B hits, because I think it's going to be their first gun round play. But if that's all you can muster, then I think Mouz is going to make the adaptations.
And you will see as Antares peak.
You indeed will.
In this series.
Absolutely, you will. I mean, look, that's the thing about Aurora. Sometimes they can get a little bit one note, but that one note works when you got Zantares leading the charge, because his entry stats are off the charts always, and this tournament is no exception. So if they even are going for something simplistic, he can just be the can opener no matter what, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, side, you got to wonder about Zelix, because I credit Torzy for letting him be the star, for taking the back seat, throwing the supportive utility for Zelix to try to give him the best chance to have impact. But how does Zelix handle this environment, having to play such a difficult role to make sure his Mouse Sports team can get on the right foot? I think the other big thing you have to watch out for in this series is the opping, right? Because Torzy had his career worst LAN performances in Rio and Rotterdam since he's been on Mouse Sports. We've seen a recovery
Been a
here so
different
far.
ballpark for him. He used to be the guy in the
exactly.
arenas that would pop off to us.
I mean, the first season of last year, when Vitality was starting their era and the Mouse were second fiddle to them, Torzy was a high-impact player. He's showing some good shape so far this event. Meanwhile, for Voxic, it's kind of like he's an X factor, right? You know what you're going to get from Xantares and Wacadia. Can Voxic come online too to give them that extra punch?
I will say this. Torzy in an arena usually delivers, Maui.
In interviews, he does, Rich. I can't say that with certainty about all the time. I mean, I remember a couple really sad moments for him, especially even back at Austin. We came to love Torzy for the tears there, but the reason the tears were there was because it was a failure on the stage. So the thing about Woxic, though, is that this guy is also the definition of a Lanimo. He is so adept at playing Dust 2, finding opening picks. I mean, I would put him second to Zywoo practically in finding people that are crossing the mid-double doors, either picking them right through the crack or just getting a wall bang as they're jumping across. So that's definitely something that Zelix is going to have to worry about, Spinks is going to have to worry about when they're crossing.
Yeah, again, that mid-B defense was what was exploited. Even though Mouse Sports won the game, it was a close one because of how Aurora were able to manipulate that area. And then it forced more rotations towards B to kind of support that, weak defense, which opened up the A attacks later at the half. So I'm curious to see if a similar game plan will play out here. The other interesting factor that we haven't talked about really quick that I want to mention is one of the new things for Aurora now is they've brought in extra support staff. There's a new sports psychologist that's been working with Aurora now for the last week or so. I don't know that she's had that much time to really get into the nitty-gritty of the team, but I know that Spink said in an interview, I believe it was actually with either Banks or HLTV, where he was talking about how she's come in and she's starting to do one-on-ones with some of the players on the teams, because we all know that this squad can sometimes get a little bit frustrated, a little bit fiery on the stage when things aren't going correctly. And I think if you can sort that out, you have enough talent to make this team.
They made at least 6 playoffs in a row in the first season of last year, and they didn't win a single playoff game. So they are a team, even though people characterize Mouz, because we see it on the bigger stages, that they don't live up to the billing that they created for themselves in the group stage. Aurora was actually were the kings of crumbling when it got to those moments.
Absolutely. But this is what I mean about it being a new era. Madja, as I said, he was on the chopping block. He knows that. He said to the players, have faith in me. I'm going to get us back. But you're going to have to meet me halfway. It can't be the way we've done things. Xantares, Woxic, you're my explosive pieces, but you're going to have to do some prep, and you're going to have to do these other things that may be a little bit alien to you than just feeling it out. And I think Aurora in 26 are a different prospect.
I agree with you. I think that they look a little bit more polished in the mid-rounds. Again, sometimes they are a little bit reliant on the death ball situation, but they have added a couple of new plays. I think the other thing that I'm worried about, though, is Soulfly, because I feel like when this guy is on, he's on. This guy can have loads of impact.
He can hear you as well, yeah.
Yeah, this guy can have
we're talking about you, buddy.
Indeed. And look, his tournament so far is going pretty good, and this is kind of reminiscent of some of the first matches we saw them play. So if he can keep it up, I mean, that gives them just a whole nother weapon, as Maui was kind of talking about earlier, being more of an extremity guy that can create some lurks and create some different times.
I'm going to say this. I think Soulfly has been revelatory since he got picked up, because a lot of people felt the natural choice was X-Floud maybe coming in. That was rumored over and over again. When Soulfly came in, I think a lot of people raised their eyebrow, like, who is this guy? This guy is really turned Aurora around.
And he's also done it without getting his favorite spots. On the Fireflux team that he was on before this one, he had a couple more of the star positions, wasn't just relegated to every single anchor spot across every single map. And Madger said himself earlier this year, I think it was at Blast Rotterdam, he said that Soulfly, he's just simply smarter than Jota. That's a big tool, too, to not just kind of give up those sort of extremity lurks. That being said, obviously the last time they played against each other, he was a liability on the T side, but he had a great CT side recovery. So he's kind of a guy where the story is just sort of one half to the next. I'm not going to say that he's always going to play himself into shape either. He's not the most consistent factor for this Aurora team, but the fact that he's not always a huge liability across an entire map, whereas in the beginning, he was learning all of these new positions. He has definitely caught up to speed.
Yeah, and I think we should actually kind of flip the script here a little bit. We've been talking a lot about how we think Dust 2 is going to open on that first half with how things were playing out. So let's kind of come back to what things are going to happen when the halves switch sides and Mouz goes on the attack. Maui, I don't know how you'll feel, but to me, you know, I had low expectations for what Mouz's playbook would look like, considering the limited time of Xerxen being the IGL, bringing in Zelix, bringing in JL. That's a lot of moving parts, and no one's really getting the roles they used to play. Like, JL used to be a B player on Navi. He's playing long A now. You know, there's a lot of little things that are different, but I will say they showed a good gambit of how to play Dust 2. They were really good at the spawn-based pressure plays. They were very good at the back and forth of pressuring mid-B, but leaving Cat open as an option and trying to keep you guessing. They were doing the drops down in the spawn. They were doing basically the full playbook that a Dust 2 team would run, and they look, you know, pretty efficient.
I'll just say this. From watching Mouz throughout this group stage, I don't think they've lost a beat on their T sides. I don't think they've lost a single beat. The starters are practically all the same as they used to be. The mid-rounding is still solid. The trouble is that Xerxen wasn't ever pressured to make great mid-rounds, at least from what I saw. I saw a lot of plays that were basically just being carried out start to finish, and maybe on one map, I think that they played last time versus, or one round that they played versus Aurora, the entire series, did he actually have to come up with a mid-round? Usually things would sputter out a little bit if they find themselves in the 4v5, but if they have map control, they still know how they want to end a round. So I'm not concerned about this IGL swap. I mean, truthfully, I didn't think Brolin was doing a great job. I thought Brolin was one of the worst in-game leaders actually in Tier 1. So I'm so glad that Mouz made this move because they look just as exciting, but it looks like they've actually been able to upgrade the firepower without losing any of the tactics.
You saw Spider-Man in the crowd there. Everyone gets one.
I need more pictures of him, Rich. I need more pictures of him right now.
The question is, which one of these underachievers is going to get their playoff win? Because obviously, historically, we know these guys, they've both struggled with that. I don't know, I got a strong feeling for Mouz. I like the direction they're heading in. Xerxen is confident. JL is slowly getting back to what he used to be. Zelix is exciting.
Just Zelix. It's just Zelix for me. That's the question mark coming into the arena here, because even though when he was set up on really directed plays where he knows how he's running in on an execute, his pathing looked good, his aim looked sharp, but there's moments in transition in the mid round and the late round where this guy's crosshair. I watched this whole POV back versus G2, and it was his darting between locations. Like, he does not always know where the next fight is coming from, but if he gets a sniff, gets a scent, gets just the trail of where his next opponent is, he has ferocious first bullet accuracy.
Yeah, he really does, and I think that's why B anchor is kind of nice, because they can just kind of let him focus on tunnels and say, hey, look, just catch them when they're coming out, right? It kind of comes down to Spinks, though, and that was really why the mid-B defense kind of faulted them, I think, in the first matchup, is that it just seemed like Spinks and Zelix weren't always on the same page. So that has to be corrected in this game, in my opinion. And you're right, when you talk about when they're going to go on the attack, yeah, it's like, Zelix, this is your first time in a big arena environment with a huge crowd yelling, where you're going to be the guy. Like, Xerxen's passing you the ball. Like, that is one of the things that Xerxen has done in the IGL slot, is, you know, be a little bit more selfless, because he realizes that he's more important leading rather than being like the star entry fragger of the squad or something like that. So it's about how Zelix responds to those interactions, especially going up against, you know, a guy like Lanteres, who is very dangerous on this map, and he's going to be battling him a lot in some of these really key battlegrounds that you're going to have on Dust 2. But the other big thing for me that I kind of want to wonder about is Spinks a little bit, because Spinks has always been the pillar of Mouz Sports, in my opinion. He's been their most consistent performer. He's often their highest ranked player when you look around, and he's had kind of a shaky group stage. He's moved into a lot of Jimmy's old roles in a lot of cases, and the transition hasn't maybe gone as smoothly as people hope. This is just not the numbers you expect from Spinks, right? You know, he kind of keeps his same roles, though, on Dust 2, so that's kind of nice. That's one of the maps he hasn't had to change things up, but they need him to be more of the Spinks we know of, to have a chance against the firepower on Aurora.
I'm going to throw you a different idea, and you can tell me if I'm just talking out of my behind or not, which I often do because I'm a host, so I don't have to know these things. I think it's really good of Spinks, actually, that he's the one who stepped up and said, you know what, I'm going to take those spots. I'm a veteran. It's on me. We're not going to give Zelix the ass rolls. I'll take him, you know, and I'll get there. I'll do what I need to do.
Well, to be fair, he kind of wanted some of them, if I'm going to be honest. Like, on some of the maps, like Inferno, he really wanted the apartments role. So it's kind of been give and take, but I like your thought.
Thanks very much. Well, we'll talk about it later. But for now, guys, it's a PGL event. They would never sell you short. So the two commentators bringing you this one, they've walked to the top of their craft. From the pages of Reddit, the pages of Yahoo. We are now bringing you Scrawny and Launders in their Barys Arena debut.
Thank you, Richard. Always so smooth, Mo. We've got Mouz and we've got Aurora, and as the desk has now just beat, it is going to be one of these teams to take a win on a stage, and that's going to feel good for either squad.
Yeah, today is like a really stacked quarterfinals day, and what's really interesting is the amount of debuts and the IGL debuts. Later we'll have Kerrigan doing that for Falcons. And this one here is going to be special for Xerxin because of the pressure on stage. But as they brought up on that great desk just now, bringing in JL solves so many issues on paper, but now we're going to find out if he solves them live.
Yes, let's hope he can tap into that kind of wealth of experience he has. We've seen the numbers of Spinks dwindle, we've seen the struggles of Torji live, and now it is time to see which of them can step it up when it matters most and the spotlights fall upon them. So Aurora Gaming to the T side, and your first quarterfinal Astana is officially underway.
And something interesting already, they've taken a long control without any resistance whatsoever, but it isn't a 5-long play. T's have smoked this. There's so much pressure on this side of the map, but look what's happened in a fantastic call from Aurora as they easily walk into an open B site.
Damn, eh? Already one of these. We go back to that qualification game for the playoffs, just sprinkling in these perfect calls. And I'm thinking particularly with Overpass was Major, and so props to the in-game leadership he's brought to this event.
Oh my goodness,
Xantera's,
you didn't see that.
You know, he hunts by movement, I hear.
Now there is a chance for the retake.
He shouldn't be, but Walksick, you're right, all of a sudden under pressure. He's got 3 players coming out from tunnels behind him. Soulfly's down to 14 health. Major's gonna be a late arrival out from middle. Soulfly drops him forward. We were wondering what he could offer. 3 kills in the pistol that should have been Aurora's from the get-go. What a tilting loss that would have been had Mouz been able to retake. It's still costly.
Oh, he got the knife! He got a flying knife!
Cash for your efforts. And already 1 round into this game, we got fireworks and sparks from Soulfly.
Oh, not only do they sneak into an open B site, they get a bomb plant for the money, they get a knife kill at the end, and the flowers go to Soulfly as he gets the kill from Big Box. If he doesn't get that frag, gets an instant defuse. This kill right here is maybe the most impressive one. I don't know. It's debatable. They were all pretty amazing.
That instant headshot as well on the plat swing is clean.
Well, that's a great start because we bigged him up. Des bigged him up. We saw what he did to qualify into playoffs. He was a massive reason for Aurora. They spent a lot of time trying to justify the replacement of Jota to give him a chance. And they've done that.
There's an M4 here. There's an M4 and a scout behind it. That could be lethal. Xerxin kind of floating out here as his scout takes damage in the process. Now, at least Aurora know about it, but we're going to see how they try to adapt to it. Xerxin goes back wide. Op shot over top of him. He's got a nade if he wants to open this, but instead tries to play the edges of the smoke, and that's where Soulfly will best him. We get this activation of the Cadia Mac 10, and so they're just going to chew back through it.
Man, this is already a really good-looking Aurora. Just how much conviction there is in the calls, the 6-1 start here for Soulfly as he grabs another 2 in this following round. And there was a bit of pressure and an investment. Nothing gets stolen back. Too many deaths here for Mouz. Only 1 on Aurora. They'll make a lot of money. And their T side on Dust 2 starts off correctly. Again, this quarterfinals and all the quarterfinals today have so many, maybe the most underrated game could be the 9Z versus Magic game, really, because, again, 9Z looked like a team that might be the strongest coming into playoff, form-wise, and Magic earned their way definitely into a playoff spot on merit. But I'm not sleeping on anybody. I don't feel like there are true favorites right now, especially with the debuts in place. The quality of gameplay is one thing, but now that we have a full house in the stadium, and the fact, again, that a team like Vitality isn't here to just say we get a free grand finals at the very minimum, I think that adds extra pressure to everybody else.
Surely the door feels ajar, and I think that this is a great game for two teams that could have a surprisingly higher ceiling than you would have expected coming in. walkouts going to be fast for that pick. Maui Snake gave him his flowers on the desk, discussing how apt he is when it comes to damaging players on the cross or just picking players through those doors. A constant threat for Mouz throughout this CT side is going to be walkouts, and we see him just weaponized towards long for the opening 5v4. And we'll see what happens once there's actual guns in his face to try to handle that kind of aggression. Seems like just a couple measly weapons can still find kills, as it's going to be that Zelix and Torzi combo, which finds an upgrade, right? MP9 goes over to the AK. That's a third potential weapon for the retake, and if JL could open the door with a Desert Eagle, all of a sudden things get very sketchy, but a couple of grenades will find him. That's the first Cat player down. The fire fizzles out on bomb site, and all of a sudden you have to wonder, how do you get back into this if you're Mouz?
They missed a smoke grenade this round, an HE, but they still got it together, and it's an overall clean entrance. And even though there was some early damage here from Mouz, it's only resulted in the 1 kill. Again, we're keeping an eye on the kill count because it's going to result in Aurora just having such a buffed economy minutes into the game.
That's why I think we see them trying to press for damage on the exit. Aurora remain very worried about exactly that. This AK from outside B site might swing.
Scout is here, but no shot in.
Just moved off door. So Zelix hangs on to the AK-47. If Xantares doesn't come run him down.
This is already such a high level of quality that we're seeing in a very small sample size of rounds here for Aurora. But it's enough to show us that like they're very comfortable and they're showing us exactly how good they were in their qualification match. That's translating very well now to the stage.
We talk about Madger kind of trying to refine Aurora for 2026. Obviously much easier than Mouz, who have to come in with 2 new pieces and a new role for the likes of Xerxin.
And it's easier in one sense, but there was a lot of doubts about him as a caller, and I think that individual journey, you might have to face, I might not be good enough to be a good caller, even if I'm putting in the effort. Well, he seems to be proving that wrong, because he has absolutely called some fantastic rounds so far. They're unique to Aurora, they're really effective, and they've been giving credit to the round based on the calling alone in so many more situations.
See how he calls his way out of this one. We get this cross between Xerxin and JL.
He's looking for his first kill.
Flash binds JL. He will go down with nothing, and Xerxin can't manage that second one. So effective trade from Wacadia. Third defender's here. Eats the
flashes.
Never gets a chance to fire back, and now you've got not only multi-kills from Soulfly, but a triple out of Wacadia versus Mouz's first gun round.
Yeah.
And so the desk said it. Not only does Madger have to find and refine his calling and bring that up a notch for 2026, but also the reliability of some of the individuals from Aurora also has to continue to deliver, and this is exactly what you look for a winning formula on Aurora. It goes beyond Xantares this year. It goes beyond Wacadia and Soulfly and walkouts' op presence. It's that collective consistency that Aurora are hoping to tap into, and this is the sort of first gun round that might make you believe today's the day to do that.
Always wondered about the talent pool over in Turkey, and Aurora have managed to find a lot of them. I mean, from their academy system as well, there have been impressive prospects. They developed them well, very underrated in that regard. And obviously a lot of credit for being a national team and only having that smaller pool to pick from. But it's working out. And again, for IGLs, that's probably the hardest part. But that goes for anybody. You just don't find tier 1 IGLs or IGL prospects all over the place. And I think Madger put it on himself to be that guy. I mean, what we have to see here is that everybody's blind. It is perfect on the long hit. And even though it looks like it's scrappy and fast, that they have protocols to make sure that everything's safe as well. We have the timeout, and Xerxin in the interview with James before the game started called Cyclone, what he believes is the best coach in the game. And everybody has always viewed him as maybe the most underrated pick, but obviously because Mouz can't lift those trophies, it's hard for coaches to be given the same level of credit as another who does. It's kind of a black box that we can't really see into that often. But what we do know when it comes to developing talent, making roster moves, there always seems to be the right amount of thought behind it. And again, with this lineup, as Maui said, it looks like they haven't missed a beat.
Up through tunnels, flashed off the line. Soulfly will be happy for the duel, and there's nothing at that B site to stop it. Not to mention, you're going to get this whiff shot from Torzi, who should be lucky that he's still alive, even on 10 health. Call it quits. This round is done for, and Aurora just stomp their way to yet another round win.
Incredible how they're picking the place of least resistance every time they go for an exec, starting from the pistol, walking into the B site where it's empty off of fake. And now they haven't really faked. They've just put a little bit of pressure in a default and instantly moved into a choke point. This time, as we can see, there's only one guy in the B site. There is no connectivity in mid. And maybe if Torzi had gotten that shot, honestly, if Torzi got that shot, maybe they go for a retake, they don't win and lose even more players. It could be a blessing in disguise.
To return to your conversation about the coach and how Cyclone kind of gets his credit, but then also wasn't able to maybe elevate into trophy lifters, I think that's one of those conversations where we start to look to the supportive elements that other teams have. We know that Na'Vi always give their psychologists credit. You know that Vitality speak of mentality outside of the server, and you have these extra pieces. It's always felt like, even since the NXT days, Cyclone's supposed to do it all. I mean, the guy's even a masseuse for this team to try to bring them out of those dark spots. And so now knowing Mouz have this extra supportive element in 2026, sure, there's the difficulty of the onboarding, but what does that change for them moving forward? In this gun round, moved forward easily by just that one death in the previous. What I'd like to see is Torzi hit that shot, but he misses his chance. Difficult one over the suicide box, but it could have been that 5v4 that Mouz need to stop this momentum.
And we are at the point where maybe you do need to hit the difficult shots to find some leverage.
Anything.
So they put what is basically the minimum amount of pressure back against Aurora, who want to take long, and they get it instantly. JL alone now. Xerxin does not have a flash for him inside of the pit.
Op tiptoes onto the line, already held. Oof, that's Madger dead towards Catwalk. Pit player activates. JL finds a dink, but he doesn't find a kill. It is Spinks towards that Madger climb up that keeps Mouz in this somewhat. Problem for Mouz is there's a second layer in the form of Wakadia. He'll take his duel up Cat. That Spinks down to the half health. Xerxin, it's head tucked here towards Car. But as they emerge out through that smoke, he's gonna pop up. Which target does he shoot at first? He doesn't know which of these players are low, but it's two backs turn, and so Ramp's withheld. And that Opera's now under pressure because the push comes out, and you've got Mouz on the brink of the scoreboard, but Wakadia is gonna try to gun you down.
The double spray down from Mouz on the ramp.
Close, but no cigar.
The story was supposed to be a Xerxin from the groups. Good every single match. Finally saves a round here for Mouz, and instead it gets ripped away.
You finally feel like your game is alive. You finally feel like you've pulled off the right move, and you get stomped on in a 1v2 by Wakadia.
I mean, I want to call it a turning point, but it's just Aurora continuing with what's happened. Nothing's changed now. That clutch could have been massive for Mouz. They make one mistake of not clearing Car, and they still get away with it. A trade you absolutely need.
You know, it's gut-wrenching in that situation. There was a lot of question around only Zelex today from the desk, right? He's the least experienced. And so he is the player that's meant to trade that on ramp. His teammate loses his head instantly. He gets that split second to find the frag. He doesn't. How shook is he now?
They're coming in. Two players on a headshot angle, knowing where he is. He should have died.
Every single time. And yet here we are with the flawless start to the T side. Another fight for Xerxin, and he'll collect the multi-kill. Trying to put that rifle where it works. 5v3 advantage for Mouz. And that bomb's still a bit of a distance from Woxic. And so being met by a smoke here is going to cause Aurora to slow down. They've got ample time to still try to figure this round out.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that this is the first round that Mouz will finally get in this game. And it is, you know, that 1v2 clutch. But what's interesting
We're not talking enough, guys. We're not doing enough. We're not talking enough. We're not pre-planning enough.
Yeah, okay. Before the round starts, that's where Xerxin has some words for his team. And I swear that is some of the most important reminders that you can give. It's the advice that seems the most obvious, but it's always relevant when you're on stage in Tier 1.
Sometimes you hear something kind of generic like that and you just think like, well, anybody could have said it. But the point is somebody has to say it. And if you don't have that kind of man inside of you, if you're not a captain, well, you can also be a part of the problem, shell up, etc. So it's cool to see Xerxin trying to find that new responsibility.
It looks like JL might find his first frag of the game here. Yeah, he's on the board.
So 4 up for Mouz. Would have loved to have added that last round to the board first, but hey, at this point, you just need to stop the bleeding, and they'll do that in round 7.
Sometimes when you go quiet in these moments, it's easy to do it and not even realize that you've stopped talking. And I think that, yeah, verbalizing it like Xerxin did can be really important. Even if, again, it might seem so obvious. Why would you have to? Because I think that also means that you know at your best, the only thing missing is the comms. We've already shown what kind of dust 2 they have, what kind of rounds they can play. But I think they look over to the other side of this stage and they see Aurora doing all the things and clearly communicating well, and they go, yeah, we can obviously do that too.
Just have to find a way to tap into it. And then beyond that, let's say communication does get online, we're going to need some more firepower for Mouz as well. This Torzy JL 1-kill situation can't continue through this half. Not when we've gotten multi-kill potential from multiple pieces of Aurora. So they've each found their first, sometimes the hardest.
And I think sometimes we see JL, he's gotten hard countered, but my real concern is Torzy, because even in their last series, I think he barely skated by with his performance. And now he's missing more shots. They won't win this game without him, and we were worried about walkouts, but he already quelled our doubts in their last match. He got it together. He got 4 clutches in their series. He looks confident again.
He's having his worst event of the year coming into that 2-2 game. Found himself, upended those negative expectations. Has tapped into 6 kills in 7 rounds of play. We get to 45 seconds with all 10 players up. We get this crawl out through middle. As Xerxin still postured on the CT box. This could get weird here. He's lost the timing. Major actually pushes through this. Oh, Xerxin able to pick up the frag. The man advantage his. Mouz 5v4. Sit in anticipation. Walks it. Would love to find somebody over the edge of this smoke, but it's not going to happen. And now exposed, tagged down to 13 health Wicadia.
And it's crazy because they have long control. They just haven't actually exited those doors. All the CTs are here grouped up on the A site, casually watching towards long, but hoping that it's not going to be that take. And time will expire. Aurora will end up saving with 4 players alive. This will be sweat off the brow of Mouz, who are just happy to get around to build up their bank accounts. Whatever's going on with Torzy right now, he just needs to get over it, because he should be full of motivation. You can't always pick the days that you are in perfect form, but whatever cobwebs are around in his mind, I mean, it's not like he's the one joining a new team. He knows how to play in this system. Him and Xerxin have played together for so many years now. And I'm sure that there's trust across the table from the both of them. Some of the calls that Major has been making, just slicing through these sites like butter. It's so easy for him, for some reason, even before the information really comes in, to identify the weakness. But how many times can he do that?
Oh, Xerxin in transition. Ooh, awkward. Yeah, and
Wow, that's so aggressive.
even worse by the fact that he just suddenly pulls that nade out. So the pop of Aurora catching him off guard. Woxic through the doors. You come to expect it almost. Soulfly's got a challenge on ramp. You'll lose that one, but no multi-frag off of JL. It's a one and done. And so the suddenness of that pop-up catwalk, talk me through the timing.
I love not even having really a setup phase to that attack, just going right into it. And how often do you see someone dipping into CT spawn before you're clear of the long player, jumping up on the railing to take the fight? And Torzy, man, he's got to get some of these kills. That one might have been to save his op, and it was definitely possible.
Mouz are showing up looking like a shell of themselves.
And this is a moment, I think, you've got an op on long, you have Xerxin up in CT. He's trying to delay, because if those flashes expire, then Torzy can take a re-peek, and they want to make sure they can go forward with their cat play the whole time. But I think the special moment for Aurora there is trusting their exec so much that you have the confidence to jump up on the railing and kill the CT guy first. You usually save him for later.
Xerxin wins the duel, and the Opera can't pluck JL off that edge of the smoke. There's lots of bodies here, so the rifle swings, and Soulfly done with just one. Here's Torzy, rattling off his shot, letting Woxic know there's two players back here. He's got two players occupied, and Xerxin's had enough. A peek out of nowhere for Madger.
You saw that.
Would love to try to test this smoke, so he gives himself that underhanded flash, gets Spinks off the line, Molotov to the back of sight. Madger's just cranking the pressure here. And as he goes back into cover, the bomb carrier's soon to arrive. Wicadia will take it down. It's got a smoke to cross, and they found their opening.
It's the aggression. They just can't handle it right now. The fact that he was willing to get that kill and just take it into a sight hit, had a Molotov for the plan. His teammate was ready to run in after him. Wicadia, on full HP, is making the golden move. You've got a low player holding the site.
It's Wicadia full health. It's a low player on the flank. Madger trying to take his sweet time with this. Wicadia just needs to survive. And as they sit outside of the window, there's the flank for Madger, perfectly timed. Low HP Xerxin. He sits, he waits, he knows he has to get through this door. He also has to ace. And with this amount of time, it's not gonna happen. Aurora, the evolution of that round on a moment's notice, and the fact that Madger was tucked into that long corner, or tunnel corner, to catch the push off guard, blindsided by the right side of things. I mean, just ready to evolve if this goes south.
Yeah, and it started off not great here. I mean, great for Xerxin with another multi-kill hold. 3 frags in the round, and they end up losing.
There's so many fine timings in this round, between the tunnel peak, between the move to the B site, between that mid flank and the post plant, and Aurora come out on top of all of those timings.
It's another moment where it's, again, you can clearly see the communication is great. Because the best time to take those risks, when you're down numbers, is right away. When the structure hasn't been set to take advantage. Oh, and a good kill here. Torzy smoked behind him to try to bait that fight out. And now gun sticking out. Soulfly, perfect position in front of that smoke. Man, 1 kill back. Don't give 2. Oh, man. These are huge errors now.
That's an 11th frag for Soulfly. Torzy will land a shot up the catwalk. He's got a multi-frag this round.
I mean, they kind of know that he's alone. They've taken out 2 players on A. He might feel he needs to do it all himself, and it looks like he might be able to.
His first multi-kill round. And he's got everything thus far for Mouz. Pushes forward, which will have him dodging Soulfly, but there's about to be this mid-climb up, and Woxic, who's carrying the bomb, is meant to be caught in between, but oh god, he's
just
pushing
forward, yeah, because he knows that he's going to get flanked on the A site. He can't stay there forever.
Nobody winds up climbing the Xbox to clear that close catwalk, so the Opera gets blindsided, and we'll see if Torzy's 3K's all in vain. What a plant here for Woxic, but he doesn't expect that flank out of Zelix. We'll get one more for Mouz at least.
That's
a third round via retake.
Such a clutch kill for Xerxin. I think, even in the re-peak, you could have played that 2v2 differently, but he was honestly at such a disadvantage after getting spotted. Had to be a headshot for Xerxin. He's delivering mechanically. The main reason Mouz are getting rounds. And Torzy staying up here to get the kills is excellent. I mean, it's probably great for the confidence. Dodging the flashes is also good. And when Aurora were coming up Cat, they thought eventually he has to leave because they've lost long control. They've lost their 2 A players. And so it's not safe for him. And eventually, they do put enough pressure to get him killed. But by that point, he had already done his job. Oh, wow, that was scary. Walks gets away with it. He is such a threat on Dust 2. No kill off this peak.
Torzy wants another round with impact before he has to kick off the T side. He's kind of missed that timing on stopping Aurora from taking over this portion of the map. Flash around the corner, so Mouz, they won't be strangers to this info. They hear the rumblings of a cat take, but the question is how many bodies actually there? Well, Torzy, remember, saw nothing.
They get some B presence off the lurk smoke. Torzy doesn't see anything in mid, so they immediately think it's A. This has pulled Torzy away.
That's bomb. Madger has walked the bomb through the mid doors on his own, and so they have to follow him.
Yeah,
They've got to. He's just going to jump.
The flash is coming, but it
flies
won't
around.
hit.
Spinks is just good for the one. Zelek's out of the window. Time to be the hero. A ton of pressure on him. He knows that player's still in tunnels, but it's all about when that timing comes through. For the time being, he's got a separated duel. The mid-hold goes well thanks to that smoke fading CT, and so the timings just get a little weird, but Wakadia does open up this B site. It's all about getting the bomb back, and they're all so ready to swing off contact. So Mouz stuffing Madger and the two players that push out through that doors does give Mouz a chance to double their rounds with the last two of the half.
Actually, another excellent call with the little bit of a fake towards B. They took advantage of Torzy, thinking that he had information through the mid double doors. And it really felt like it was going to be a fake with a tunnels lurker to hold off mid and a cat play coming in again, which again, they have to be worried about because it worked so well that previous round. But still, a formidable defense versus the mid B that came out. Overall, so much credit to Madger for the calls. To be honest, it was a fantastic half from that perspective. Mouz had to struggle and fight to get anything going. And it was mostly back of just Xerxen multi-kills, who is right now their best player, their IGL. It's Mr. Multi-frag.
All right, Astana, I hear you. Not bad for a 10 a.m. kickoff today. So much Counter-Strike. Yet y'all are here for the very first rounds. And I think it delivers if you're an Aurora fan. That's the kind of just aggressive, confident start that looks to separate yourself from Mouz as you have less fine-tuning coming into 2026 than this fresh roster. But as that game goes on, you start to see these multi-kills trickle in. You see Torzy's at least op impact in one. Oh, but immediately bomb dropped to a pistol shot from Soulfly. And it's just sat there now, right? Dangling on the end of a hook like bait for Aurora to really try to come and overstack it, but they still just hang on. These two players need no assistance. It is lambs to the slaughter on long doors. Sure, Spinks will bring one back, but he is attempting a 1v5 in this pistol, and while nobody has actually moved towards long, it's because they just go for the flank. Could you have asked for a better long hole?
No, you definitely couldn't have. They wove in between those two flashbangs. They hit every first peak, and it's the P2Ks to get 4 kills in that round. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. And it's crazy how we started this game off with a 3K, clutch with a knife kill at a Soulfly. He's 14-9. We didn't even really continue to say his name that much, but he's really quietly had a fantastic map after that round. We call a spade. This is where it could just get extremely ugly now for Mouz.
Speaking of players we haven't had to say, I don't think I mentioned Xantares. What a world we live in where Xantares can go 3-7 and his team can be leading what's about to be 10-4.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying because sometimes you see Wakadia take the wheel in some matches, but overall, we still have to remember.
Oh, he's on for the ace. He's laughing his way through this, Wakadia. Denied by JL, of course, but that's the one and only for Mouz in this round. It is all too easy for Aurora's pistol conversion.
We like to talk about who's up next and who's underrated, and I think that feels like Wakadia, who is improving event after event, but still Xantares is the best player on the team. He is the guy who has the highest output in some of these biggest moments, and even if that story is changing slowly, we saw we saw, but the thing is, they don't need Xantares right now. If the round score becomes a problem, then we start to look at his score line as an issue as well. The fact they have that extra gear just waiting. And maybe if this becomes a comeback, there will be a spotlight on him. The fact is, now that we're on CT's side, it will be easy to get that scoreline back up.
Oh, spam down. Good hold by JL.
That's nice.
Stands on the roof of the taxi.
Had to do 2 headshots through that door to lock the kill down.
walkouts tries to pick up the space. Will find damage in response. Ooh, dangerous, but there's 3 now. If he thought, yeah, you could see his disbelief on the player camera. He was very confident that there was not going to be an entire pack of Mouz players ready for that move. Xantares will be dropped empty-handed, and so Mauser's sliding perfectly into this bomb site. Their first gun round, taking damage on 4 of the 5 players, but not losing a duel amongst any of them.
Those HEs are hurting a lot, but doesn't matter how much health they have remaining. 5v2 is huge unless they finish them off. It's great to get a nice quick response into this half out of Mouz. It's not the hardest round so far. They just win in their default, but that's the first step.
Yeah. 2 players kind of taking that duel to JL certainly helps. You get the first one in a raw 1-to-1. JL picks it up. Props to him, his 5th kill of the map. And then you get, well, the second push that catches walkouts entirely off guard. Not sure what he visualized. If it was just a JL 50 HP situation, but couldn't have been more off with 3 players ready for him.
Reminded me of when Tarek, speaking of another Turkish player, peeked mid into those 5 ops.
Terrorists win.
That's really not a concerning moment here for Aurora just yet. They're still quite happy. 5-round gap, everything like that, but they won't be investing that much behind this 1 M4 from Soulfly. If they had an op or something like that, they might be a serious round threat, but instead, you would expect Mouz to not drop a situation like this.
Like the push from Wicadia, in fact, he has nothing other than this knife, so he's just gonna go for it. Legit
Oh, they
knife
hit him with
attempt.
it. Yeah, unfortunately, the flashbang actually hit his body, so there was no disguising that moment. He just went into Roomba mode. It's actually pretty nice if there's a lineup for that, just to actually physically clear someone.
Caution.
Now Soulfly is one of the guys over here in this position. Just have to make sure that the bomb doesn't get overcommitted, worst case scenario.
I mean, 4 players with rifles versus Soulfly. No utility.
He's actively peeking, so...
This is the one way they could lose, is if he does it all, but he's got to do everything. He's got a pistol to try to play with. They give him these duels. He's still working with 50 health.
And they have a...
JL's low, multiple bodies spotted. He is drawing them into perfection.
They're going to forget about this, man, and the CTs
Right?
are starting to rotate over.
Because the M4 takes the first fight. So because it takes the fight, now they're starting to consider it. Oh, the lineup there. It's Xershin's full health dead, still low HP. JL, no way! Think of the value they've gotten out of this. It's all dead on long.
They've actually stopped it. Soulfly with the M4. They use it on 2 players. Spinks, he has no time to win this round.
No way! They set it up to perfection. They like the M4 fight first so that the pistol player who you'd think would try to serve up a distraction can come in with the close.
Yeah, and you know Xershin heard from the excitement in the atmosphere that there was somebody there in pit, tried to turn around, but his peek got denied. And they win with no investment. A single gun saved from last round. The perfect use of it, to be honest. walkouts lives for the crowds. That's Aurora grabbing an 11th. Now this is a moment where you would get quiet if you're Mouz, start looking around and wondering what's happening right now, but from our POV, this is so much credit going to Aurora for the fantastic game plan. I mean, even maximizing the use of pistoling players in a round like this is something that deserves credit. They just got straight up outgunned by one guy.
His engagement choices, right? The target selection. Shut out Woxic for getting that kill on a fully health Xertion with something like the 6 bullets that were left in that gun. Woxic will lap that up. And just when it felt like maybe things could shift towards Mouz to even just get a chance to feel like they've had any footing in this game, you know, test Aurora somewhat. At this rate, if they don't win this round, Aurora are going to be lapping them out of the server, and Mouz are walking off that stage, stepping outside and feeling so small.
Like right now, Aurora have a core of players all having incredible rounds. Xantares hasn't even been included in that conversation yet. And meanwhile, Mouz have one guy who's cracked 10 kills. And as great as Xertion has been as both a caller and a fragger so far, that's just not going to be enough. That's that's a lot of damage in one place.
That's some foreshadowing for you.
Setup smoke comes to see how good his timings are.
There's one. Slight chip damage, that's all. He'll go for the smoke next, then another frag grenade. They jump within it. That nade gets Spinks down low. Another frag that finds nothing, and so it's not a ton of value, as you'd expect out of 3 frags. 6 shot, Xertion's got it. And Wicadia comes out from CT spawn to at least pull him off of the play. Double peek, 3 even, over that ledge. And so they press themselves into the rotation of Aurora to just try to keep them at bay. Guarantees the plant. Mouz find a way to push through what felt like an artillery barrage queued up.
It's not a done situation. It's actually a little bit scary. It's 2v3, so they'll take any reason to save, but if one mistake, one extra peek comes out, they will punish it.
Utility comes out, it's going to announce their approach. There's a head for Soulfly to have popped. Zelix just going to kind of tap this one in. With that kill, you see Major deterred from the follow-up, and so Mouz go numbers strong up the catwalk. We'll see what the price tag is in the end.
Ooh, nice shot. So 3 up here for Mouz, and this is a moment where you give credit to the setup. 3 HEs versus the... Oh, okay.
The bomb blew up, and Torzi lost the op, just for the record.
Get up. 3 nades waiting for this cap play, but honestly, they did nothing. Nades went too high, too far, wrong place, barely got any chip damage, and it was very smart the way that Mouz were standing to avoid some of the natural places those nades could land, but that's something that could have made a difference. And as you said, while that kill was cool, we look at this round, and Mouz don't have that gun again.
Well, luckily for Mouz, it's the same time Aurora don't have any. No solo M4 in pit to rob you of your momentum. It's critical for Mouz to have won that one. We're looking at 4 rounds back and forth, no consecutive wins. This should be the difference maker.
You just look at the setup out the gate, and it's Aurora matching their energy. This one would be beyond reproach if something went wrong, but again, like, how does Major do it? When we were on the T side, all the calls that were coming in were perfect to go through the empty site, and it's been the exact opposite here for Mouz. Most amount of resistance.
Considering how little Aurora have to play with, we still get down to the 45 seconds. There we go. That's why the Galil's got 35 bullets. Xertion uses 31 of them to get through that mid-pack, and on a moment's notice, Mouz commit to keep 4 players up, close this game to a 7-11 situation. Aurora on the brink of victory, take one on the chin last round, and already Woxic its hands back on an op.
That's a 1 foot in front of the other situation. For Mouz, it's not too steep of a comeback, of course. Just that the amount of pop-off that Aurora can tap into is, I feel like, what Mouz have to be the most scared of. They're going to risk it.
Soulfly's ready. Oh, it's not who you want to run into. Wicadia doesn't even get a shot off, and Spinks will give you a double entry.
Wow, okay, that's an easy B-side take. I mean, you're not going for this one. That's round 1 really quickly. No 2K from either player. I'm surprised Wicadia didn't shoot. Sometimes You know, our flashbangs are a little bit muted when we're watching him play, but it looked like he got vision before he got blind again. It's nice to win a round like that, because if you lost it, you hit 12, it's a B rush, you kind of feel stupid. But instead, it's a nice feather in the cap for you. Calling wise, you get it a quick one out of the way. You don't have to think too hard in a default. More Aurora going, on another round. Give us another chance at that hold. We would have held it.
Kill a piece for the
like
exits.
Free-firing taps.
Trying to bend those bullets.
So I think at least Mouz get into dignified territory, which is really important for them in this game, because it felt like a 13-5 was coming.
Yes.
And now Aurora at least have some pressure on them. Mouz have burned through all their pauses, but Aurora will take one. They obviously would love to not have to do this, but they've been really creative and honestly industrious with the low gun buys, and I want to say every setup. It's hard to have variety on Dust 2, and yet they've shown us that. KL, the big game player for Na'Vi. I mean, he is the reason they won the Copenhagen Major.
Literal MVP.
Yeah.
Just a matter of him tapping back into that ability. And right now, sitting at the bottom of the board alongside Torji, who's got his chance at punishing a push, but nothing comes out of it. And so Aurora, off of that pause, opt to go double 5-7. MP9, few extra utilities for the job, but already you can see the state of their grenades is barren. So we'll see if Mouz make a mistake, because those fast moments is when something like this goes unchecked, uncleared, and Aurora could get away with it. We'll see this quick shift back towards that A side. It's a dangerous move for Xanterez, who, again, we haven't really kind of talked about negatively, but as the game gets closer, you wait for his impact, because it's been damn near non-existent. He's got 5 frags, pops up here to try to make contact on the cap play, draws util out of Mouz, who at least have map control, but opt not to pull that trigger just yet.
This is the moment to watch Xanterez, somebody that we've said, isn't really necessary. Well, now it gets close. It's also on the right side of the map. walkouts has gone head-to-head with Torji so many times.
Taking the line as the smoke pops. Low HP of Torji spotted.
See one fall back. That's information. No second flash here.
Zershin presses the
Whoa,
smoke.
that's risky, but he doesn't get a
doesn't
bullet.
fire, and as Xanterez gets swarmed from this dropout of Zershin, it's that cap play that then just keeps pressure on smoke. But with low HP and Soulfly in the pocket, found by Spinks. Late lurk works out wonderfully, and I have to be, I'm just left scratching my head as to how Acadia doesn't shoot a 5-7 bullet into the back of the player who wide swings doors.
I mean, he didn't even need it to be a headshot. That guy had red health. He could have hit it anywhere. Zershin and Torzi really low. I thought it was kind of a crazy call, honestly, to burst out mid in that spot, considering they had just seen him jump across the door and the op was right behind it. So really banking hard that they had faked properly on Cat, which they didn't. walkouts was there, had all the information guaranteed. So that was kind of a call. I think they skate by, they get away with it for Mouz, but it's much scarier than it looks. Now I wonder if the pressure of actually closing this game is starting to affect Aurora, because it feels like in those specific situations, they're far more clutch in previous rounds. And there's the upgrade Madger was looking for. And he won M4, is a real threat. You can already see a little bit of growing pains here for Zershin. I mean, it's been a path of most resistance, I feel like, in a lot of these rounds to winning, but they are putting that straight together. They're also doing it on T side. And now it will be Xanterez to come under question. He can't help out his team.
Acadia ahead of that. Here's the ops.
Man, they just want to keep it so simple.
Doesn't look like anybody for Aurora is going to overstep this. They'll smoke it off. They'll keep Mouz at bay. We haven't really seen Aurora test the long push either since that one round JL opened up. Early days, that one.
They're blocking both sides of the map, and so this will be more of a question. What does Urshan think that they want him to do? And honestly, I have the same question.
Molly up the catwalk to feign a bit of presence. It's not drawing all of Aurora over, but I do fear for this long-range B rotation, so the defenders are gonna have to deliver. Wakadia from a corner again, slips beyond.
That's so
now
good.
we've got a player on both sides, and JL kills Wakadia in that smoke. They just delete the B defense. Sure, a missed op shot on Zelix, a chance that could have been as he'll survive with 7 health, and it's another moment for Mouz to just squeak by.
I don't know what would have happened if JL didn't hit that bullet in the smoke. I feel like Mouz still would have been able to solidify their spot. Their guy in the back of the site didn't get anything.
Now there's just a bit too much repetition in these little moments. These what could have beens, what should have beens for Aurora. You let 3 of these rounds slip through with what feels like very little fight. Mouz are a round away from tying this.
My big concern is there was no actual risk in the CT defense. There was no lean anywhere. There was no early map control. They were smoking B tunnels. They smoked long. And it felt like they were just hoping that someone was going to put together an unbelievable hold. But instead, they ended up in vanilla positions. And so I think they were risking it just from the start. And even though Mouz's call isn't like some kind of genius level play, they're going for a late B pop and waiting for the right opportunity. If they're going to get into the site, it's going to be a 2v5. Aurora were never at any point of the round seeking to get back information to find out that they were in a lower tunnel or tunnel stack. And so you can see the pressure affecting both of these teams now. But because Aurora did so well at the beginning of this game, even though Mouz have made this comeback, their money's still good. They still have an op in play. They still have a 1-round lead. They have another chance to right their wrong. Psychologically, it feels like you want to start taking less risks towards the end of a game.
We're putting in amazing T-set right now, guys. Good job. Keep it up. Nice round, you stick. Nice round, Lothar.
Positivity for his team coming into round 22 and sounding really calm as well, which is something you'd love to hear. So far, it's been good enough, and Aurora don't wake up now. Start tapping into trying to win and not just slightly get it over the line.
Again, insertion playing off timing. Xanteris is just stomping around, jumping away. I mean, this guy has had no impact.
Yeah, and there was just no vision on mid or anything like that. Op shot gets missed. Now they start eating flashes.
Woxic trying to get his line back, but so many flashes in that sequence. JL's going to use the space to move through. It's a 5v3, a back turned over, and Mouz are going to now delete Aurora. This is such a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, now Aurora are actually just entirely crumbling. This is just tragic for them. The money has finally been chewed through. I mean, in this spot, nobody had even been watching mid. There was a cat timing available. Yeah, Xerxan was fast up into this position. But they had no credence for the thought that this was not a choke point that they had info on, that they had it covered. It was double smoked in mid. So he had to be aware of that.
And at the same time, he's running up from CT, gives his exact position away.
He had to be aware of that, and he wasn't.
And then as soon as he does get shot at, he just jumps and tries to spin in the air. Like Xanteris, I think, would like just plant your feet and at least try to shoot back. But he's just so caught off by it. So entirely caught off, so entirely swept under the rug.
Unfortunately for Xanteris, it's been the whole game hasn't been good. For the rest of the team, though, the concerning part is they were fantastic. Man, both your hands, bro. Well, it also looks like Aurora starting to play with only 4 fingers.
6 rounds in a row out of Mouz is a hell of a way to just dig in and give up no further ground. This was a 6-0 start Aurora. Aurora who has picked up both pistols of this map so far. Who were able to win that ridiculous round from Soulfly in the pit.
And this is the moment where you go, okay, we need to go back to, you know, the team that's playing to win. But at this point now, you've given over confidence to Mouz. You've given over economy to Mouz. They're allowing Xerxin to start to believe in himself more in this debut playoffs as an IGL.
So while Xanterra still floats around towards that CT cross, it's gonna wind up being the scout to try to take the wider of the angles.
Not a single opening pick attempt here for the CT side.
Giving that space back over to Mouz and just waiting in anticipation, but a missed chance with the scout. Xanterra's could be tested yet again.
They have the minimal amount of stuff to defend against.
Utility comes over, we saw how good those flashes were. Again, nothing.
Totally outdueled.
Just has done nothing in terms of stopping this. It's gonna be Wicadia instead to try to step up. Him and Soulfly tethered. Caught on that op peek out of Torzi. Xerxin 20 health. Scout could clear this out, but the B-bomb site's already crumbled. And Mouz have gone on a 7-round streak to take a 12th round first. Can you believe that the last round Aurora wins is that Hail Mary moment from Soulfly inside Long Pit, and nothing since.
Yeah, they went from embarrassing Mouz to embarrassing themselves here, as Mouz will reach 12 first. And look at Xerxin, 23 frags on this round, another multi-kill for him, a T-side comeback called. He's been able to tap into full focus, and it's not taken the most extraordinary game plan. I think it's taken calmness and simplicity and trust, and they somehow managed to do this with a Torzi, really having a B or C game at the moment.
And yet Xerxin doing more of what he's done all event long. He enters playoffs as not only a new in-game leader, and for the first time today on a stage, but the 5th highest rated player at this event. Like, at what world does this individual level just take off the way it has? And so under pressure and under scrutiny and under a massive lead from Aurora, Xerxin decides, if no one else is gonna step up into that gap, I will do this myself. All while Aurora fall apart here on Dust 2.
Oh, someone will be losing sleep tonight, that's for sure.
Another long fight for JL, he will lose that. Xanterra with his first kill in many rounds finally puts something up for Mouz to have to handle. Xerxin's gonna take a ton of damage. Just because Mouz have run these 7 rounds in a row doesn't mean Aurora won't force this to overtime.
Yeah, of course not. Now they maybe feel free now that they're finally not in the lead.
As psychological as that may sound, you find Mouz signing up for a long fight and a world where you come through with man advantage, but you look at that radar and you can see there's a heavy lean going down. And we have seen Mouz outposition themselves in the face of Aurora as this game has gotten closer. And so Torzi looks to take point, and Woxic can't immediately get that kill. So Zelek's actually clipping Madger in the background.
They just got info on 2 more players.
We get this pullback from Torzi, slightly. Wicadia leans in. Oh, what is this?
He's falling and he gets that headshot.
Just like that, the man advantage evaporates. And seemingly their target falls on this A site. Xanterra, you've gotten 1, but on 40 health, pressed up against this wall along the boxes, nothing further. Spinks is gonna serve as the jackknife to reopen this round, and Woxic is only working with 22 health, but he can make this happen still. Spinks hangs onto the flank as Soulfly starts stomping in. It's a triple out of Spinks and a masterclass of a comeback called by Xerxin. Unless, with 2 kills to his name, Woxic can extend play and give Aurora a chance to regain respect because they let this game go. He's gone unnoticed. But as that bomb continues to tick, he's just sitting here and waiting. He's got another smoke, but he's also got Torzi right behind him, who is here to end this. What a comeback out of Mouz!
This is unbelievable for a T-side debut as an IGL in playoffs. They bring out JL, but it's really all about Xerxin.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, we wondered what would happen when the resistible force would meet the movable object. And it happened. Aurora looking good until that Mouz comeback. Some say Exertion masterclass, but maybe some on the desk think different. I don't know, guys. What do you make of that one?
An awesome way to start the playoffs in Astana, right?
Yeah.
You know, it was looking like it was going to be a very one-sided affair, which is not really how you want to kick things off here, but it quickly spiraled into a crazy comeback story for Mouz Sports. You know, I was fully prepared to come to this desk and just talk about how uninspired Mouz looked on their CT side. I mean, they were getting torn to shreds. It was even crazier about it was Xantares was largely absent in all of that. It was Wacadia, it was Soulfly dominating long A, dominating all the defensive positions that Mouz were trying to hold, and jumping up to a massive lead where Mouz only just kind of started recovering at the end of the first half.
I mean, you could see it in a glass half empty sort of way. I thought the T side of Aurora was fantastic.
Yes,
I thought they had a lot of different ideas, myriad openers, a lot of ways where they actually fake Mouz out of their shoes. Even going back to the very pistol round between these two teams, the way that Aurora fakes long A out, is able to maneuver to the B site, walk into an empty bomb site. There were a few instances of that where Aurora completely had Mouz off kilter. There were moments also where they had that kind of Joker player in the pit right there, which we just saw. I thought this game was done. I thought it was completely over. And then we saw Exertion just putting on a masterclass of calling and individual performance.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Mally. I mean, we kind of talked about how at times Aurora has looked a little bit one note, a little bit just kind of focusing on a death ball one direction. You're right. They made these really huge rerouting movements on their T side to catch some gaps and put some points on the board. And then even in the second half, it still looked bad for Mouz because you have a situation where they just peek one by one on the pistol round, feeding Soulflies, P2K. You have a round where it's like a Hero M4 and Pit that they don't fully clear, and they lose that round, and that's very embarrassing. But what I will say is this, man, is that when Mouz finally got their economy settled and they finally got their feet underneath them, Exertion was charging for, man. We talked pregame about how he was kind of giving Zelix the ball and throwing support. No, he took the ball, bro. He was going out there. He was tearing shit up. He had some very good timings, like catching Xantares in weird rotations, and just doing a very fantastic job calling his own number and leading by example.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. You can see them on your screen. You know, sometimes when you are the IGL, you know, you might not have the capability to pick up the ball and run with it like you're talking about. Exertion does. New to the role. We've been asking ourselves as analysts of the game, as students of the game, when is he going to fall off? When is the inevitable going to happen? And certainly in Astana for the whole tournament, it hasn't yet.
Well, I think what's exciting about Exertion slotting into this role, performing so well, is that I actually think that this has legs. Because oftentimes when we talk about new IGLs that are slotting in as teams are going for a firepower upgrade, I'm thinking, for example, Brolin when he came in at Cluj, how he still actually was a fragger. I'm even talking about when Electronic came in for the spring finals, won the tournament with Na'Vi, but then they start to taper off. That's what happened with Mouz as well. Their T-sides get a little bit worse. I don't really see this Mouz team was as being dependent on what Brolin was doing. And so I actually think that this is more sustainable than even going to the next tournament. It would not surprise me if they keep up this level of form for the next 5 events, 6 events.
Yeah, I think for us, like, we were kind of, easing ourselves into being excited about Mouz, right? I think one of the first things we identify is they haven't lost anything yet, right? Sometimes there is that lack of hangover effect where you lose your IGL and you kind of feel like you're just a little bit lost. But I think with their coach being so involved in the system, I think you're right. I think Xerxen hasn't skipped a beat. In fact, I think their mid-round reactions are better, if I'm 100% honest. I think the swings that they're doing are great. And, kind of flipping the script, though, and all the things that Mouz did great, I have to say this. It's like, Aurora really sat back and did not try to be proactive and disrupt Mouz Sports at all. They really made it kind of easy on Mouz to take map control and set up their plays. I think that was a problem. And look, Xantares is not beating the playoff allegations right now. This guy has had a sub-1 rating in so many playoffs this event, throughout this year. And that's troubling because he's supposed to be your star guy. And if you can't rely on him in a moment like that, that's a problem.
Well, to that point, Dus, we can actually listen in to what was happening in that round when Mouz got it over the line.
I will take it, sorry. I will take it.
Take long. Adam, flash me short.
One is close mid. Flash short?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah,
nice. One more city. Should be on the city.
Okay, I'm going long. Somewhere. You come short, guys.
I'm coming. Come, Adam.
One city. Can we go together,
You have molly for city, Adam. You have molly for city, Adam.
I'm flashing above. I'm molly city. Don't see him. Care side hiding. Wait, Joker, maybe.
Nice.
Wait, Joker. I have Joker, maybe.
Nobody city side. Both sides.
City.
Tetris. I'm planting right. Sound.
Nice.
Last city.
I smoke side.
Very close. I have the jump.
He could have sneak ramp, Lotan.
Okay.
He has your jump, Adam. Focus on your ramp.
Yeah, walking up ramp. No, he's ramp. No, ramp.
Lotan to side.
He's ramp left side. Or
yeah,
I have it.
I'm holding.
Can you pick on me?
No, I'm holding fully.
He's in the open.
You're above fighting, it's fine. He's ramp hiding, he's behind the smoke. You will wait the smoke.
And they know exactly what they just did in that moment. I mean, I have to say, previous iterations of Mouz, are they that cool, calm, and collected? Are the levels of communication there? Historically, you would assume no, because I can't remember the last time I saw Mouz win a game like that.
Can I point out one thing real quick? I mean, I think what we heard there was fantastic. It maybe sounds a little bit chaotic to some people, but you got to be fast in Counter-Strike and get the information out as quickly as possible because this is a game of milliseconds. And so they were very key on picking up on each other despite the speed of talking. One of the things I noticed there, though, that really impressed me is Zelix is dead. He's letting people know, hey, this guy's got this covered. Like, he's coming in with a third-party perspective as the youngest player on the squad, as a rookie in a stadium environment, and he's able to kind of come in there, make his voice known, and help kind of direct traffic a little bit. I actually quite enjoyed, the spread of responsibility that you saw in that round.
Yeah, we definitely saw a great example there also of just how everybody's able to contribute. That some people, I think, were probably worried about what do they lose without Brolin. Well, that's the thing. Spinks, Xerxen, JL, Zelix there, they all step up. Everybody's able to contribute so much. I also like how much they are able to talk about utility that should be used in those kinds of moments. In that game, Mouz, even the players that weren't fragging well, like Torzi and JL didn't actually pop off the page statistically. Both of them ended with under a 1.0 rating, but they had 4 flash assists each. Yes. So that's just crazy that they're still finding ways to contribute, and it speaks volumes about how complete some of these players are. Even when they're not having a great game in terms of output, they can still find ways to contribute.
Inarguably a team effort, and we can really punctuate that. Take a look at this for the comeback here. This is what it looks like in just raw terms. I mean, I don't even know if you're going to see a better comeback for the rest of the playoffs.
It was really, really well done by Mouz Sports. As much as we're critique Aurora and their lack of proactive play and their lack of stars performing, I think Mouz did a fantastic job just showing you a lot of variety. They were doing very good at threatening that mid-B split, but keeping the cat attack open as well and bouncing back and forth. I mean, you have rounds where, people are going out and making individual plays at times, but also just in those tight 3-on-3, 2-on-2 moments where I felt like Mouz would usually falter in the past, where the mid-round reads weren't quite as sharp. Maybe, closing and communicating things weren't quite there. Like, they always had the openers, but it was about finishing the job that really lacked. In this game, it did not. Like, they were really clutch in those moments to pull out the comeback victory.
And it kind of makes me laugh because I remember hearing, last year when Brolan was the IGL and they were all rallying around and said, he's our guy. Xerxen said, He's our guy.
Yeah.
During an interview, he said he's taking to IGL like a duck to water. We're all listening to him. We're all invested. And, like, I'm going to just say it. You're doing a better job, bro.
I feel like that's what happens, though, when you have an excellent coach behind you.
Sure.
That you're going to be able to work through the playbook. I mean, we know that a lot of these players, Tier 1 teams, they have those papers in front of them that show them essentially how they want to script an entire T-side. And I say this, the thing that I'd say the jury is still out on is that in a lot of those rounds, the plan is just working. Whatever kind of fake they're trying to set up, whatever kind of split they're trying to set up, all of that's going so well to plan. The flashes are catching Aurora off in that fashion. That's still all a testament to Cyclone to me. I mean, I like that Exertion is able to don the mantle or bear the title of in-game leader, but I don't necessarily think that he's having to actually work extremely hard in those mid rounds, especially given the fact that he's got so many experienced guys around him that also contribute with ideas.
Just real quick, Dust, you know, we had this conversation towards the end of last year when we're all giving the awards out, and everyone was like, well, you know, Xtaz kind of has to get Coach of the Year because they just fucking won everything. Like, oh, right? Like, what are you going to do?
Tough
You
to
know?
give it to him in that
Yeah,
situation.
it's pretty hard to ignore him, right? But then it was like, well, who else is getting the best parts from their pieces?
Not my vote.
Is it Mara? You know, there was people talking about that. And what did we say on social media?
I voted for Cyclone. My ballot for Coach of the Year was Cyclone. What he's able to do with Brolin, because the difference between Cyclone and Brolin, that combo versus Apex and Estaz, is that I know Apex is a great in-game leader. Despite that, we saw him win with Zonic. We saw the calls when Zonic was his in-game his coach as well. I feel like with Brolin, or really any in-game leader that's going to sit there in the middle for Mouz, they're going to have this wealth of ideas coming from the support and from the people around them.
Yeah, and I think another thing to point out there is, like, even though Zux didn't really leap off the page statistically, he had some moments. And I think that's really important to note as well with his first game being on stage there. But this game, he's got to have more responsibility. He is their guy. He is their main guard player on the T side. He's going to go Xantares, who's a very, very experienced player who plays this position both ways. I think Xantares certainly was off on Dust 2. That might give Zux some opportunities if that continues, but we'll have to see because, look, I think Mouz have actually looked pretty decent on Nuke throughout this tournament, despite having a checkered past. Meanwhile, Aurora has really lacked, in my opinion, on Nuke, and really the last time they played, Mouz kind of dominated them on their T side. They did so with really well-structured hits. They were very good at just coordinating, hey, let's take ramp here, let's do these upper executes, but they also had some good split pressure plays as well. I was actually impressed with A, how dynamic it was, but B, when they were going for the fast-paced attacks to kind of take the mid-rounding out of the equation, their utility and spacing was so good. Like, they looked like a well-oiled machine on their attacks.
They did, but unfortunately, none of that was really due to Zelix. Zelix got caught out on Yard a lot of times. I think that it's cool that they're giving him a couple positions that he'd like to play on Mouz NXT, but this is unfortunately where you see a little bit of the skill diff, whereas on almost every single map in the pool at this event, he's been better on the T side than the CT. This is one of only two where his CT side is much better than his T.
And look, someone coming back. That's last year's pin, I remember.
Ooh,
I got
nice.
one of those. Very nice. And talking about comebacks, there he is on your screen. Yep, absolutely. Give it up for JL. I'm sure he's too engaged to hear what we're doing on the desk. But no, I agree with your point, Maui. It's like the thing that's really stood out to me is the way Mouz have tried to embed this young player, make him comfortable, make sure there's an off-ramp. Mouz have been the best team in the world, the best org in the world, how they've handled academy players. Let's just call that out.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The fact that they've had this pipeline, and I think that's great, but you can see that Zelix can get shaky in those some of those moments, but I'm going to say that that's kind of what undid Aurora last time, that individuals on the team sometimes just want a little bit more info. Pivotal rounds in their matchup last time came down to one guy overextending, Madger looking for a little bit more information, that whereas teams like Mouz are ready to just sit on their heels, trust the setup that they're in, and that makes such a big difference instead of giving up a man advantage or creating a losing condition, which too many Aurora players did too frequently in the last matchup.
Yeah, and that's why the things have to change. If Aurora wants to keep this series going and take this map and force it third, they're going to need a lot more out of Xantares, man, because again, he's playing Yard for you on the T side and the CT side. It's such an important space, and while you made a great point that Zelix has maybe not lived up to that position as well as he needs to quite yet, you know, he's got a lot of support. You know, JL's used to kind of being that Yard roamer that can add to the mix back from his Navi days, and he's get to do that again as that follow-up fragger. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on. And really, I think the other thing is just like, can Wacadia keep up this form? This guy has been incredible so far this event. He's looked like their best player. He's been one of the best players in the event, and he has some important responsibilities on this as well. He's kind of like the secondary Yard defender you know, from that mini garage position with Xantares, and also a really good trader. So seeing him bounce, you know, into this one is also going to be important.
All right then, guys, we're about to get nuclear, so it's appropriate I throw you over to two commentators that always bring the energy. It is Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, sir. Ready to react here on Nuke as we see a Mouz feeling probably like they are untouchable. The plot armor is thick after that Dust 2 comeback, but then I wouldn't want them to forget how it got there. You lose both the pistols. You're down 6-0. Torzi's missing all the shots out at the gate. There was a recovery there for Mouz that absolutely deserves credit, and you can look at it how you want. Does this mean now that Mouz are going to have the confidence to close out on this second map, or does it mean that for a team that is fresh on the stage with a new in-game leader and a, you know, potential star player that hasn't been in the server for quite some time, can Mouz truly hang on to the reins and take advantage of what's got to be a mentally broken Aurora?
We want to really be honest about that last game. Aurora were the better team from the tactics and the strategy and the individuals. But Mouz had the best one player, which was Xershin, and they didn't choke. So that's essentially what it's going to come down to in this one as well. And pistols, well, that can make it a whole lot easier for Mouz.
Now, they didn't have one of these back on map 1. JL doing a great job of serving up distractions. We've already got Mouz downstairs and Zelex wrecking as Woxic just gets slammed out of this one. JL's just still tucked in, and Madger doesn't know how the hell does he get out of here. You want to deal with JL, so eventually he'll just go for the commitment to it. But this is going to take a 2v5, and poor Wicadia gets blindsided. He hears rumblings on the 8th floor, then all of a sudden there's a lobby lurk, and Madger is just too far gone this round to do anything about it. So Mouz will continue their winning ways. A hell of a streak now, as Dust 2 seems to just continue into this T-side nuke pistol.
My expectations for this map are that Xershin has really brought in, I think, bought his team extra time to get their form together. I don't expect Torzi to have 2 rough maps in a row. I think JL as well is going to be way more comfortable here. And I also expect Xershin to be constant when it comes to his impact. There's really no reason to see that fall off now. He's already proved it inside of playoffs consistently back-to-back days in groups. It's sort of incredible to watch. And you just wonder now where the ceiling is. Whereas,
nice tag there for Woxic. Bit of scout damage could go a long way as they expose the crossovers. Scout hits the same target twice, and that'll be Torzi out of this round.
and Xershin's like, all right, I gotta go because I'm carrying the bomb in this position.
What's going to meet them lower is a Madger MP9. 3 players in front of him. He'll try to mow him down, but it's Zelex to survive the SMG duel with a MAC-10 of his own.
A game-changing kill here because they've got lower control. They have, that was a one guy that was holding it. This does immediately allow them to plant the bomb. Interesting spot. They have Decon.
Xershin tries to press the Galil into that retake, but he takes damage. That pistol cues up a potential retake push now. Wicadia strikes down Zelex. Remember, Xershin made lower, but now he's trying to deal with the players up in the rafters. 2v2 turned into a man advantage here for Mouz. The guns are meant to prevail, but the MP9 is just going to stick this defuse, but there's no kid on the play. Bomb's down to 5 seconds. Spink starts to run out, and that'll force him off of it. There would have been just enough time to jump back on. But unfortunately there for Aurora, they're going to lose this near forced by victory.
I think it was done. It was 10 seconds stick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's 12 seconds still on that bomb.
Oh, okay. Well, MP9, I guess maybe it doesn't need a nerf.
It's really difficult.
No, that can't be.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we don't know. So fear and doubt can start to creep in here for Aurora. Might feel like their best chance is behind them. It's not the right mentality to have, but they obviously don't have the right mentality today. And those problems are just not problems that get fixed quickly. We've seen that happen. And unfortunately for them, they're the team to get a sports psychologist to address those issues. So this is sort of a bad debut from what they've learned or have tried to implement. But obviously, it's just so tough because your only chances to actually prove that it's all working is right here in this setting. In a quarterfinals, in front of a crowd.
Zeus for the hot hold. Yep, that'll work. Back 10 for your efforts, and gets one. Oh, no way.
Second. No, they don't have anything coming into this.
There was an M4 on Wicadia that's supposed to do the heavy lifting. It does nothing because a Zeus into Mac 10 headshot out of Madger. Okay. Sure.
I mean, this is the one CT round that they won back on Dust 2 as well. Like, one gun investment. It'll still feel nice to pick that up. And again, on quality of play and the creativity in these setups when they have the low buys. In terms of the preparation from the tactical and strategic side of this game, we were nothing but impressed by what Aurora brought.
Finally, a sigh of relief. They haven't had anything to be proud of since that very early Dust 2 M4 pit play, the one you just alluded to. That was the last, that's actually the last round they won.
Yeah.
Until now. And funnily enough, it happens again off of one of these awkward Hail Mary weirdo buys. But you take what you can get if you're Aurora right now. The fact that they're smiling and laughing through that victory, I think hang on to that energy.
It's nice that
into the Mac 10.
I mean, also, can I just say that was a great flick.
Sure.
That was a real,
Zeus flick.
that was almost like when JW off-screen flicked that guy on Cash. I mean, that would have been impossible for an Opper, to be honest. So, man, Aurora, like, they can, and they have kept a good mood when they're winning. So, at least there's that.
Numbers strong towards Woxic on the ramp. He doesn't have any assistance here, so he's on the fallback. It's here towards control panel, but then they do still peel 2 players off this. Aurora rock solid. They lose the spacing, but they only lose Xantares once the last man up for Mouz is entirely enveloped by that double ramp flank. And so Aurora very quick to respond, and props to Woxic, missing the shot but not wasting any time on the retreat.
His movement is so good that he can take his shot, turn around, fall back so quickly. They don't even get those couple of extra bullets they need to catch him falling back or turning a corner. And also, Xantares has a better round, and he was by far the most disappointing part of Dust 2. It was willing to give him so much grace about the entire map, even as long as they were able to close it as a team. But we really saw in those final few rounds, he could have been the entire difference maker. The spotlight was on him. He hit every flash. He just did not deliver on his duels. He made a lot of noise, got himself killed. He has to make up for all of that. Now, this is a team that's built largely upon him, and the super team is built around him. You know, he brings everyone together as the biggest name in Turkey, and so he has to deliver. He has to be criticized if he can't.
It's like that weird duality with Xantares sometimes. It's either 30 kills or 5. And it's not often 5 kills back to back, but this would be a horrible moment for exactly that to happen to him.
Unfortunately, it's that, the tournament that he won to kill the Xantares meme was a sort of perpetual group stage with no crowd inside of Bucharest, right? This is going to be a much bigger win.
Assuming they can get there, but they will make it easy with the 5 players up. Xantares, of course, 3 of those, versus the pistols that just get churned through. So wait a moment for Mouz to come back with guns. This is a Zeus into Mac 10 kill from Madger that sets up an Aurora 3-round streak. It's wonderful recovery considering you lost the pistol to now actually have a defense to work with.
It's always really interesting what can happen on a break, and sometimes you'll watch like a team vlog and you'll see in between games like what kind of conversations take place and small revelations that get made. And I think just like the break and people just individually taking time to think, like, that can actually have an astounding impact on your performance 15 minutes later. Ooh. Oh my goodness, what a peek, right?
Hell yeah, Zelix.
Oh, he's got more.
Looking for a chance to shine on stage, look to enjoy the moment, and a 2K kickoff like that will do it exactly the way he wants.
That was the pop-off map, I think, for Zelix, for sure. Some big rounds on Nuke. We've seen them. Not someone we've talked about that much, but also not somebody who they're all really banking on, like, please save us, right? This is a team that has Spinks, who was their best player last year. He's not even doing that much so far, just being pretty good.
There's no denying.
They're surrounded by top 20 players, essentially.
Yeah.
So
Mouz are supposed to be in this transitional phase. A new in-game leader, 2 new pieces. What is just a stand-in and a trial
3.
time here for JL, and a fresh face in Zelex with no stage experience. So you could find excuses all you want if you're Mouz, whether they want to take those, whether their fans do or their critics, but to find more success than you'd expect this early on.
I'll give both these teams credit. They've actually done a great job scouting and like their signings, and I think that the JL move is kind of a magical one for Mouz overall, because like the personality that he brings, being an extra aggressive player, I think is kind of nice for Xerxin, who again probably wants somebody else who's like on the same page. And it reminds me of like when Cadian was with Stound, and Stound's like, he plays just like me, so I really like, you know, calling under that system. I can totally see that working for JL.
And it's also allowed for Xerxin himself to get away from that super hard entry. I believe Dust brought up the stats. His entry attempts are down like 10% since JL's been on this team.
And at a
yet
certain
his
point,
performance is still just skyrocketing.
Well, that's the thing. You definitely die less if you entry less as well. And even when he was playing some of his best CS, I think Xerxin's improved in many ways year over year. But I'd say a couple years back, he was more outstanding because he was really innovating in a role, and a lot of people were looking at his play like, oh, okay, you could be a hard entry, and you know, Donk didn't exist yet, so he was the one who had a lot of attention as a young rookie. But he died tons. Like he would end games like 24 and 28 and have tons of impact, but it was just too many entering, and he's not the same quality of star player as some of those other guys. But now if he can put somebody in front of him, you see he's an excellent trade fragger, so many multi.
Fast push, hot play. Spinks holds with the double, and look at the ramp play at the same time. That's gonna get caught by the Opper. Okay, Aurora, you wait, you buy your time, and then you think you can just go swinging for the fences, and it costs you severely.
Yeah.
A-site taken over, bomb and bound. There is damage here on Spinks and Zelex.
And you're not going for this. They need to save these guns. That's an absolute tragedy, because sometimes when you overcrowd the lobby, it is actually good for the CTs to go for a crunch. It's awkward sometimes depending on how that first kill goes, but they just hold so strong. Sometimes you know a team's gonna lobby crunch. Do you put everyone in lobby? No, you'll sit one guy on that hut roof, or sorry, inside of lobby, waiting for some kind of push. He can get 1 or 2 kills, then you can squeeze for outside or something like that. So not necessarily a terrible stylistic call here for Aurora, but a risk that just runs their pockets dry. Mouz are starting to get deep into those bank accounts, but still lots of money here. I'm gonna say I'm not against what they tried right there with what they have left over, the full buy coming out here. You know, sometimes you see a round like that when you have almost nothing. It's like, oh, I don't know, but they could afford that risk. It just didn't work.
And Terrace finds an opening fight outer to try to deal with Zelex, and the nades will end that. So good job zoning what was previously a very effective entry frag in Zelex. Xerxin's just gonna surpass him here as the test's outside, and he'll find Madger's head, jumping around the corner to avoid Wicadia. Beautiful comeback from JL.
And those are those two.
Explosiveness, right, between those two players, and that's not even the first at bat. Zelex dies, and then the two capable entry players themselves just surpass him and bring this back for a man advantage. But it is very thin, right? 10 health and 5 for JL.
Will this work for JL if he comes out to clear this?
He's making a move, and that's gonna get punished. JL all of a sudden in with a second, and a 4v2 looking comfortable as Mouz just kind of pumped the brakes for a second.
Crazy risk here for walkouts, my goodness, but he feels like he has to make some kind of move. Now he's made noise on the ladder. This is too much information back for JL. He'll go ahead and take heaven, and already this round is coming to a close. Now the only thing they have to do is securely get this bomb into the open site.
It's a fine margin this round with how much HP is left on both Xerxin and JL, but they win those duels convincingly.
Damn, they just fanned outside so quickly. That's a massive threat. I think Madger's standing there behind Unbreakable like, wait, why aren't you guys using their wall smokes and trying to lurk around? No, they've got two guys running out in the open, not worried about an op up in heaven for some reason, and happy to take those engagements. They knew exactly what they could get away with.
A little more cost effective, but it doesn't mean they get to save. Okay, that's the kill that'll secure it. Find Xertion on the hunt. The last two Mouz members on the hard save, so that's a 5-3 T-side lead. That's gonna be 3 rounds strung together now, and JL's having fun.
Yeah, this is already getting out of hand here for Aurora. I mean, I'm still thinking about Dust too. I can only imagine that's popping back into their minds sometimes, but now it's not even that super hot start that they had back then. There's no pistol to kick off, and now it's the hard side first for Mouz, and they're already passing with flying colors with 3 rounds back to back. So the investment comes in again, and because of the saves, you have walkouts, who still has 9K left over. This one will come down to ideas, and I really wonder how they're going to deal with Mouz's confidence, whether it's, well, the ramp rush, that didn't work, but outside, that's going to be the meat of the game plan in most of these T rounds. Are they going to want to start secret, big garage, or are they going to try Madger floating around, credit card, Unbreakable?
For this ramp aggression again, Woxic at the tip of the spear, finds Spinks. Good pick off. And you'll see him quickly try to move this. We saw what confident Mouz looked like outer when they rode off the threat of an op. Well, now they know it's on the field. Do they expect it to have rotated over? They should. They'll try to deny him a line, but it's a smoke for main instead. It's a hell of an ask for Zelix to stick around here.
These were the opening duel attempts and tactics to go for pick plays that Aurora were not doing towards the end of Dust 2. So it's a lovely change. Feels very welcome. Oh, what a find, man. Xanteris in the back of Big Garage. Now they know he's not secret.
Last time Xanteris just peeked, checked main, then checked main wall. This time tries to go further to the silo boxes, and there's an op sitting and waiting.
The issue, obviously, of playing back Big Garage is getting locked into position and realizing you can't do anything except stop a mini lurk. But they weren't worried about that threat. Now Mouz aren't worried about them trying to hold it.
Got the nades to flush out Wicadia, but they decide to just walk out unannounced. And so with the flash coming from backside and the heaven peek from Woxic, this fence going unnoticed, it activates, and it's good for the double kill. Now Torsi's got you locked in, but Wicadia, what a sequence of headshots.
That's a great round from Wicadia. It's a little bit light from Mouz considering how much utility they have. I think Cyclone watching this round is like, okay, well, are we pressing all of our advantages in this position? We just got the kill back outside. There's actually enough time left on the round. We're not needing to go for a late squeaky play, low numbers or anything like that. It's an even round, so why aren't we volleying opposite that? That one could be free, but instead they set up Wicadia to look like a star here and give Aurora back around.
Off its hinges as a double up and ramp occurs again out of the start of Aurora, but it doesn't feature the op like it did last round. Xanteris moved from outer to free Woxic up for longer lines outside, but they will put up that smoke, although they walk around before it's ready. So Zelix caught unprepared, and Woxic's trying to give himself a bit of ambiguity to work with here. His own smoke in front of him as he tries to cheat around it. Yeah, nicely done. Again. Woxic just over the side of that.
And these smokes are coming up now.
Wicadia takes quick vision towards the squeaky door, but spots nothing. It is pretty quickly then occupied as we get this walkout from Mouz. They're gonna try to put a pinch into the A site. Unprepared for Xertion inside of the hut. Now he's gonna start to drop utility. They've yet to activate elsewhere, but there is still this player top hut to be found out. Woxic deep angle from the garage, and Xertion clears that hut. He's gonna go for that backside plant. No push out through heaven. Op slowly but surely looking to squeeze from main as it's going to be Aurora to double up in heaven.
The smoke is huge, and the bomb plant means they could actually
Going
get into
through.
the flash.
Off that flash, it's full blind. They heard him swap guns. And then they're going to come back from it, right? They're not able to capitalize with a kill. Spinks knows better, but now it's a late Molotov towards heaven because he went for that fight in main and he misses it. This opens the door.
They also can't drop that easily.
Wide for Aurora. Kill open for Xerxin. And now Spinks, pressed from main, will collect his. But remember, bomb is on the other side, I think. And so Soulfly's given a chance to just fully stick this. Xerxin worried about main. Spinks unable to give that Molotov. Could have burned off more time, but it's Aurora to come through, tying the game at 5 with 2 survivors.
A lot of that came down to Xerxin planted on the front of the site. Well, obviously, they'd have a better post plant, but that smoke had to come up. They wanted to get the bomb down quickly. And if he had, they're in a 2v3 situation, so you're not necessarily going to have everything perfect. They wanted to try to win some of their duels. Molly gets missed up in heaven to slow things down. It did make things awkward where they couldn't just easily drop into the site, which can be kind of unnerving, but they still land on their feet. So you could say a quota has been met here for Mouz on the T side at the very least, but still chance for Aurora to have a very dignified half if they continue forward just like this. Excellent round out of Woxic. I mean, it goes unnoticed a little bit, but he's been dodging flashes so insanely well. He makes a lot of these opportunities look easy with his repositions, but there are some risks involved, and he knows when to take them.
Money keeps flowing for Mouz at least, a silver lining in terms of equipment. That off repositioning for Aurora, putting Woxic outside, worked out to their favor. So they try to tap right back into it. It's a deep line of smokes for Mouz. Third one to really create some uncertainty. There goes Woxic's frag grenade to try to pop it open, but sees nobody within it.
And there's no one inside of Mini right now.
Zelix tries to take timing as JL just suddenly pops out on ramp. He wasn't ready for that second player. And now Xerxin, through main, has also opened the door for Zelix to try to climb up. And as he heads this way, Xantares is stomping around again, giving this info over. They do not anticipate this position. Xantares is a sitting duck, and Zelix could try to open up this A site. Wikadia's gotten value from this position before. You'd think they'd keep their guard up. Torzi thinking about it, lets his guard down instead. Can't react fast enough. Zelix gets the trade. Woxic comes back from Squeaky in between the two T's, and he tries to milk that. And is killed.
The spray isn't good. That's 2 weird ones, one from each side, and that was a chance to make it a 1v1. Well, and maybe we won't see that dignified finish in this first half for Aurora.
I love that coupling between Xerxin and Zelix. You can see Xantares not expecting a player up close outside because Xerxin got that kill in through main just moments earlier.
Feel bad about that one. Even tried to line up a perfect headshot. Didn't shoot too quick or anything like that, but the spray was just off.
It's going to cause a few limitations here for Aurora's last CT round attempt. MP9 on Soulfly, scout for Woxic, low utility. Hell, not even a kit in case that bomb goes down. Spinks finds first blood, Xerxin clips Xantares and Wikadia, and that lobby crunch ends up losing bodies on both sides. Opens the door for everybody else for Mouz, who are already outdoors to cross lower, go down to the B site. They'll find no resistance barring Woxic. But how much does he want to risk before his teammate has any trade potential? He'll hold off the single door, finds 2. That's all 3 bodies confirmed, so Madger knows he's got open space, but by the time he gets over to Secret, you'd think this round is nothing but a foregone conclusion.
Didn't even need a smoke or a molly towards the ramp. That did such a great job of bouncing off each other with those duels. And now it's Madger in a 1-on-3 to try to save the day.
Gonna get popped by JL as he rounds this corner. You'd think gets a damage back in on it, but it will be Mouz with 2 for the road. So first 2 rounds of the half, a pack of 3 in the middle, and the closing couple as well. a very comfortable T-side for a Mouz that looks to lock down this quarterfinal here on Nuke.
A nice playing ability test for Zelix, who is impressing so far, I think, on stage. Not like overperforming from his groups, not underperforming either. He's kind of just been right down the middle, and that's kind of all that Mouz need at the moment. And again, they're doing a great job of just, Torzy's been just not having a great series, or honestly, I don't know, a great few maps. Didn't check his overall stats from the whole tournament, but team's so strong on so many other players, clearly might not matter.
Nice to see Zelix find his moments here throughout this T-side as well, right? This is somebody who, if Mouz are truly going to make a deep run here in Astana, or even just try to evolve while they're here, you'd want the young gun with the non-existent experience to get a chance to shine, to find that comfort zone. And I think this half is a bit more of that.
For Xertion, being able to IGL on stage here and kind of prove everybody wrong in terms of his confidence and what he believed Mouz could always do. To start off with a comeback versus Aurora, of course, that's at the expense of Aurora's confidence. He's going to have some new swagger in his step. The whole team is. Side game plan for Aurora on Dust 2 was beyond impressive, and not even just Dust 2. All the maps in the pool we've seen from Aurora, they came to this tournament incredibly well prepared. We should expect that they will do the same here on Nuke, but they'll be able to close.
First blood, Torzy finds his. Zelix as well is just a sea of kills out of Mouz. Everybody putting in their work. And an upper hit that just gets completely trounced.
I mean, Mouz won the last map without a single pistol. Now they have two and a lead to kick off. No comeback necessary. CT side to look forward to here on Nuke. This has almost become a layup.
JL, the only Mouz player to not have a kill here in this pistol, so it just goes to show the tethering between the Mouz pieces in reaction to Aurora trying to take that upper site. Xertion will go one better, get himself a double, and truly set up Mouz for a convincing close.
Yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, they're having a lot of fun now, I think, and for good reason. It's sort of a well-earned moment. Mouz are going to need all the support. There's still a long road ahead, even beyond this series. And let's say they win a quarter and lose in semis. Again, it won't matter how amazing this was, so.
I'm just glad that Des brought up again, Cluj-Napoca previously. First event after Mouz cut Shuhei, they show up, you're kind of scratching your head. Roland's first in-game leadership, full roster, and what do you know? The mutiny that pays off. Didn't win anything after that, but hey.
They still want more with Shuhei, but yeah, they're being always competitive and even having a serviceable level of gameplay with Roland as the IGL definitely showed that they're more than any one piece. Which is one of the most fun ways that you can describe a team, better than any one piece. I think that speaks to the jersey in a way that I feel like not every team has. Now it's time for answers, Aurora. Can't say I'm not concerned. Nobody standing out a ton besides Woxix. One or two op rounds of impact. Soulfly is not here yet.
Your brother's still on Dust 2. One kill so far on Nuke. He was the X factor for Aurora when success was coming together. Now suddenly looking real thin, and Xanteres tries to give chase over towards Secret. Wants to find an opening kill, but instead it'll be Madger just thinking he could take over the vents to find it preoccupied.
They thought that the Secret push was the vent drop, and they had that covered entirely. That's a huge bait out of Mouz.
MP9 towards ramp versus 3, but because the first guy gets through clean, no way, JL!
And does he know? He's thinking about that somebody else had snuck out.
He gets it.
Eventually he dies.
He's figured this out. Wicadia will crawl forward. There is a supportive element here for JL, but that's going to be a quick fallback instead.
They're like, how many players are downstairs? They're ready for every single thing we wanted to try this round.
Xertion's garage position could definitely catch Xanteres off. Wicadia starts to draw attention back downstairs. And with Xertion revealing himself, we've got a fair fight but he peeks within that flashbang being thrown out. And so Wicadia with a Hail Mary 1v3. Torzy's already breathing down his neck from above, but his gun's back up. On for the ace. And so as he finds positioning on the other side of double doors, it's going to be a tap on that bomb. And still so much time, 30 seconds. Tries to peel them in one by one, but he gets whittled down to half health. They'll shut the door in his face, and now 2 sets of eyes to try to keep this diffuser off. He gets it, but off the reload, as you'd expect, Zelex just goes all in, says enough's enough, to hell with your valiant effort. And so they shut that down, and Mouz just right back to winning ways, take their double digits.
Had a smoke there on Xertion, but they didn't want to use it because it could have been a couple of spam kills to where that bomb plant was and everything goes wrong. Another fantastic kill from Xertion to really show off how good his rifling is, and JL's ramp hold obviously helped out a lot. But it's really the first tactic to actually goad Madger into dropping down the vents while they had a player there, even though they had one inside of Secret to start.
Multiple bodies outer. Aurora trying to find a bit of pace, and Xertion's going to get the better of Xanteres again. Long-range duel from JL to him. And so Madger's Galil looks for the trade, but it's a reposition out of JL, a dangerous move as Spinks collects 1, and we go 4v2 Mouz on the brink of victory in this quarterfinal. Double hop shot from Torzy, and a rock-solid CT side that is still yet to give up a round over to Aurora.
Yeah, they're getting completely smoked now. It's just a walkover. Aurora aren't showing us the same level of finesse that they showed us a map ago. I think the hope is just at an all-time low. If they had one Dust 2, we definitely see a different version of Nuke. We see a way more prepared Nuke where they just have a lot more belief in themselves, and that just doesn't seem to be apparent. 2 MAC-10s here to hold off against Series Point to support these 3 AKs. They're the only ones with real utility. You wonder if they want to hand that over so that they can be the entries, or how this is going to go. I guess Woxic can get a whole kit for himself as well, but it doesn't really match up to the op on the other side, the op that you know that Woxic wants. 6 rounds back-to-back here for Mouz.
I almost call it the op that Aurora needs. Something to pick off what is now becoming these more and more confident rifle duels out of Mouz. We see them pressing into their enemy outside, and we just see them winning each and every one of these duels. So Aurora now limited with the double MAC-10. You're kind of staring at this, trying to picture a way to get back in, and so maybe that is to just try to charge down this ramp room. We'll see what Torzy's op can hold back if they decide to just bust through. They've got the SMGs for the mobility. Blind, he'll find one. It's JL instead who's wounded, but he'll shave Soulfly off the play. That's both of the SMGs down. And Xanteres still working solo outside. Him and 2 other AKs out here on the field face a 3v5 for Mouz's 12th round.
They haven't really made any inroads. You can't plant that ramp. You've taken 2 deaths to just get control of it. I think the CTs are all that worried. This one might end up being like a late squeaky play to an upstairs hit. And now Xanteres is wondering, is Xertion looking for me or am I looking for him?
Two bodies on this upper site. Frees you up to really commit to watching to main if Xanteres comes this way eventually. For now, he remains preoccupied with the secret stairs.
3 different choke points right now, so it's all or nothing.
We've got one singular flashbang here for Wicadia. We've got a molly that could block off a heaven rotate, but again with 2 hard anchors and Spinks down there towards the vents. At some point, he's going to jump up. You'd think Xerxon should be free to watch main, but he turns. Oh, and it's as he turns back that he does still find Xantera's. Hunt player breaks through each of the members of Aurora to try to keep this round alive, to try to keep this quarterfinal in their hands. Spinks on the fence, emerges, and gets sent right back down the way he came. A second layer, and that's meant to catch you off. Torzi down to 46, low health JL with a second kill in the round. And as he knows that Torzi just keeps going up and down the ladder, it is Woxic to try to lock this in. Low HP duel in a 1 versus 1, a single shot either way, and this time, it's Aurora's.
Yeah, it's another clutch here for Woxic so far at this event. He's put up a lot for Aurora. This one is imperative if it ends up being some kind of ridiculous comeback. It'd be more impressive than Dust2's in my books, but it becomes a 5-round game now. They get the entries off, and they go for 3 different choke points to try to attack the upper site. They were kind of unlucky, I feel like, with Xerxon's timing to look behind him into mini, and you can credit Xerxon for the game sense. I mean, there's definitely that way to look at it, but for a long time there, Xantera's could have turned the corner, been the easy kill to get Xerxon, and they would have just taken over upper, no problem.
It's almost a curse more than anything. You win a 2 versus 5 with 1 player left, barely standing, and you are right back to the same limited double SMG buy versus all of Mouz's money.
Yeah, the only difference, at least for Woxic, is he gets his op, but it's on the T side, so it just is already neutered.
Take the rounds you can get. You try not to think about how you're still just hands tied, halfway behind your back. Limited util, but still enough to put pressure on this A floor. Spinks in the corner, at least not stuck in the vents this time around. And the SMG collects, but Wakadia already had a gun to the back of the brain.
Nice trade.
Woxic with the op of all things reopens this. And so Torzi and JL, shoulder to shoulder, standing up in the heavens, have Madger down beneath them. And he's gonna spot this. Yeah, easy pickup. Aurora starting to find a little life on this T side with the back-to-back round wins.
Yeah, that's solid. I don't know what happened there outside of Squeaky, but that lurk works out perfectly for Aurora. Paul's great execution's even better. Now it's back to the drawing board, actually, for Mouz. Like, if they don't save this one gun from JL, I don't know if they're going to buy another. Oh, and he'll miss that opportunity. Aurora get a good one.
Slowly chipping away at the cash here for Mouz. They've got something to think about. We see pistols trickle through, a couple grenades to play with.
We talked up Soulfly a lot. Still not really into this game.
1 kill.
Yeah, but he's like, at least my teammates are giving me more chances to get involved. You would have to try to lose a round like this. Oh, you just don't get too lurky. Xanteris and Wakadia are somehow both already low.
Eagles on the field, pistols in the rafters.
Clearly they're just gonna turn this into ramp. Yeah.
With the utility to block off vent, it should be easy to take over that lower bomb site, but they don't stop Zelix from at least getting some footwork downstairs. Again, it's just so little to work with. We sit here and expect Aurora to win this every day of the week, but now Soulfly's dead. Executed and a MAC-10 offered over. Like you mentioned, Wakadia and Xanteras, awkwardly low HP.
They don't have that control side they wanted, but they still get the plant off.
They've also still got Wakadia upstairs with that op. It's gonna be a slow burn, and you'd think the round is still a guarantee, but there's a cost-effective close here for Mouz to maybe still find. Right? There's
more
this
than
duel,
kills, they just want to get guns if they
and
can.
any damage that could happen downstairs. So that's a free op at least. Great prize for Xerxon off the Deagle. And we'll see with Zelex here threatening this lower bomb site. If anybody from Aurora dies to the explosion, they've opened up space to exit now with that one frag back. And so Aurora make this a 3-round gap, 11 Mouz, 8 to Aurora.
For what it's worth. Again, working hard to make this happen. Normally you see one team make a huge comeback, but the other doesn't get a chance to respond. Aurora had to put themselves in that headspace that this is entirely possible. The CT side's not coming easy. But Xerxin, another 180-yard performance. It's uncanny. Funny how this is now Aurora who haven't won a pistol in a map. Half the stage to come back and now put a few together.
Kadia's lucky to be alive.
An amazing couple of grenades down to 3 health. Xantares making a lot of noise running outside. Clearly not worried about this position just yet. Oh, what an interesting risk here for Xerxin. He's gonna see this. Will he find Xantares again?
There's the confirmation. Spots a shoulder.
Finds him again. The kill matrix is ridiculous between these two.
It's a way to get the kill back, but Madger doesn't actually go around that corner, and now you've got Xerxin safely tucked back into cover.
He changed his mind on the push. Couldn't get hunted down. Madger nearly saw him, but didn't.
Low HP player over towards ramp. Doesn't want to just be the next casualty. Torzi up in the rafters, blinded, and they're going to catch him trying to dive back into the cover. There's a double up in the back of sight. And on top of that, you've got Xerxin collecting Soulfly in the middle of it all, so they will transition downstairs instead. And Woxic sprints that bomb lower. Madger trying to catch, rotates, will die empty-handed. And we are looking at Mouz's 12th round secured, unless from 50 health, Woxic pulls off this clutch. Shaves JL off the ramp side, now the double up from the CTs, that's clean!
Oh.
So clean, but not enough. And Zelex with the clutch and the 3K.
Yeah, it has to be one more clutch for Woxic, but he can't get that one. Too much of a guaranteed position with the way they space, the flash having full efficacy to push Woxic back, and now the game is 4 rounds. Mouz have series point. And as soon as they get back onto their feet with money, they look great again. And it's, I think the big one is the fact that Xerxin can hunt down Xantares in the first half and the second. Outside, he's been winning in yard. That's got to be the most important kill in the default. And he's made it look insanely easy.
We're going to be looking at back-to-back maps here where Xerxin is the top performing player for Mouz. In Dust 2, he had to dig them out of a trench to somehow survive that test. And so heading into that semis, assuming they can close this, we'll be celebrating him not only as finding his groove as an in-game leader on the stage for the first time, but also in an individual form that makes him a top 5 player here in Astana. Mouz will have guns in front of them, and a slight change up, as it will be Torzi to go hunting here as Woxic, his counterpart, is also outside. Leaves his nade and double back to the ramp room, which was left unattended momentarily. There are layers to this outside play. Originally, the op was here, he's already departed. We've got this eventuality of a secret positioning from JL. We'll see what kind of fight he decides to take. Dropping a smoke towards Unbreakable. Xerxin's trying to be the distraction, and JL emerges.
No, he missed that shot. You got to take that one.
Could have had that 4v4 back. They'll slide off of the rooftops. Mouz trying to solidify themselves in semifinals with man advantage here in round 21. JL goes back for second servings, and Madger stuffs him on the approach.
Bomb gets spotted just under a minute. Won't mean too much. Threatening the heaven wrap now. Xerxin was thinking about this earlier. And this push could be everything. Oh, Zelex clears it!
Busted up. Falling apart piece by piece. Untradeable situation. And a Mouz that will just lean back on their new in-game leader to just keep things cool. Piece by piece, it begins to fall into position. And we have had to say Zelix's name in some critical moments, and so with a kill to his name, 16 frags on the board, putting himself amongst some of Mouz's best.
He's not going to kill him one more time. Surely not from this position.
He creeps out through that hut, and Woxic's op soon to be pressed up close. A difficult shot for Woxic, but he lands it. And with that, we go back even keel.
Xerxin carefully trying to hunt this one down.
Aurora have found a way back in.
No way, he's leaving himself open here.
He survives it. Missed shots from Xerxin. He'll look to join up with Torzi, who should have attention turned upstairs. Santares gives him what he wants, but we've got missed shots from both of the players now out of Mouz. Retakes on. Bomb, 12 seconds. Santares from up above's got all the cover, but he could be sticking. Santares checks, and he'll get back on that with time to spare. Who else than Xerxin? It is a great cloud here in Astana. No Aurora in sight. Mouz to the semifinals with Xerxin at the helm.
Xerxin does it. He gets the last word in the end. The clutch, the final head-to-head versus Santares. And he has crowned the champion of this match, standing up against it all versus Aurora. That's about as... And they'll shake hands here to celebrate this moment. I can't wait to hear the words from Xerxin at the end of this game. Obviously, he's the guy you want to know from. Like, as the IGL, the captain, to win this matchup, it's so impressive. But they've got Zelix up on stage, the new guy, ingratiated by the audience after his massive win today. And now we have to hear from him down on the stage with James.
Mouz find themselves under some new players and new leadership, but they still secure their semi-finals. Give it up for Mouz! Zelix, a super tough first game, but it's also, you're 17 years old, stepping onto your first big arena. What was the feelings like? What was the emotions like? Did you notice some difference? Did it take some time to get adjusted?
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty weird, to get used to a lot of people around me and everything, but I feel like we did a pretty good job. On Dust 2, it was a little bit sloppy on the first half, so we had to lock in, I would say, but yeah, I'm very happy that we managed to close it out, and I stepped up on Nuke, so I'm overall happy.
На самом деле довольно странно выступать среди всей этой аудитории, когда ты привык играть просто у себя дома, да, или на буткемпе. Но, несмотря на слабое начало от нас на Дасте, я очень рад тому, что мы перевернули всю ситуацию в рамках уже всей серии, и это было восхитительно.
Now I have to ask, you already touched on the fact that it was very hard on Dust 2. You're 11-5 down, you've lost both pistols, you're trying to come back into the game. Whose voice was it, whose calls, who enabled such a impressive comeback for the team?
Yeah, I mean, Dory has absolutely insane calls, to be honest. In every mid-round he had very good calls, and we just managed to do it right. We had good spacing, everything was good, but Dory had a crazy good calls, so that helped a lot. I just run, they trade me, we win the round. That's fine for me. So yeah, that was it.
Джеймс спросил, кто был тем самым человеком, который камбэкнул Dust 2 для своей команды, да, потому что ребята проиграли обе пистолетки, и был очень тяжелый счет. И он говорит о том, что Xerxin дал идеальные колы в каждом моменте, и мы смогли именно за счет его колов перевернуть игру.
And also, you come back into this nuke, you have a great performance as well. How easy was it for you to reset between the maps and feel more confidence on the stage? What did the team say to you?
I mean, it helped a lot to us that we came back from 11-5, to be honest. That was a crazy boost. But we wanted to just keep up the performance that we managed to do on the second half of Dust 2. And I think we did it good. And the team was super happy. So, I mean, yeah, I just did my job. Everybody did his job. So we managed to win.
Насколько было легко вообще перейти на вторую карту, спрашивает Джеймс, да, после такой сложной первой. И нам ответили, что на самом деле такой буст сумасшедшей энергии, когда ты выигрываешь через камбэк на первой карте, становится намного-намного проще на второй. Ну и все сделали свое дело, все внесли свой импакт, и было намного-намного проще.
And lastly, first time on this stage, on this arena, anything you want to say to all the people in the crowd, the Mouz fans back home?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the support, everyone. It really means a lot to me, to be honest. So I'm really happy that everybody is supporting Mouz. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow we will have a nice game again.
Definitely so. Thank you very much.
Я думаю, тут все плюс-минус понятно, но да, он говорит о том, что спасибо вам большое, Арена, что помогли. И, конечно же, очень-очень радостно, что он здесь смог выступить.
One last time, Astana. Zelix's first time on a stage, 17 years old. Make some noise!
His first time, not going to be the last with performances like that. And let me tell you, everyone at home, just looks like a veteran as well, handling the media side of things. Can be intimidating coming into a stadium doing an interview after you've just won a game, especially with the towering presence of the great James Banks in local attire. But he just absolutely nailed it. And I got to say, this is the best version of Mouz I've seen in a while.
Zelix looks like he has so much poise coming into this team. Obviously, we just saw it on the stage, but in the server as well. I was so impressed in some of the situations when I feel like a rookie is more liable to go for an overpeak, an overextension. He holds his nerve, waits for his teammates. His instincts are just great in terms of not trying to find losing conditions in the round for the team, even at times looking for ways back in, like trying to slink in that late round retake situation. All this credit goes to Zelix, but even more for me for exertion. Like, I don't know what possessed this guy or what freed him from just being a normal player into becoming an IGL. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you see players that only seem like they can play as IGLs, not usually the first time, though, that they become one.
Yes, it reminds me a lot of when they first got their other 5 back and they won that event in Cluj, and they just looked so hot out of the gate, and you're kind of seeing that similarities as far as tempo. And you're absolutely right. I think Xerxen showed through a lot of those rounds his ability to mid-round read and make little pivots and adjustments on both sides of the map. And getting back to the Zelix thing, I mean, this is a guy who went from playing on an academy team not so long ago to now all of a sudden being in front of a giant arena with a roaring crowd against a team that is a playoff contending squad. And he has to play new positions. You know, on Nuke, for example, this guy used to be the guy in Yard. He had to play a little bit more upper bomb side on the CT side this game, and he did a fantastic job. The one round that got me was when he pushed lobby and kills the guy up the ladder.
Yeah.
Like, just being able to kind of have those things in mind. He had a couple of really clutch moments, a couple of big opening moments. I think that was a great debut for him.
Well, I mean, we have a winner's interview. We have to have a loser's interview, and we're going to hear from Maja on the stage right now.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you, Maja, for joining us in this one. I want to just look at this for Dust 2 straight away. There's a lot of questions that need to be asked here because you were up, you win both pistols, you have them completely on the ropes. Why was it possible for them to come back into it? Where was the adjustment from you guys to fight back and take the map that was in your hands?
Yeah, like you say, I think we're starting very well on Dust 2. T side also, 8-4, I think. And then we win the pistol on City side. And we also win a very difficult round on City side, like Echo. And then we try to adapt about what we saw, like sometimes 4A, sometimes 3B with City boost. But I don't know what happened. Like, I'm anchoring long, so didn't have a lot of information. But I think it's a deception to lose Dust 2, to be honest, as a team. And not so much to say about Nuke. We have since a long time city side problem. Like, yeah, very sad about our performance today because I feel, I will speak for myself, that we had a really high chance to win, but no, not today again.
На вопрос Джеймса о том, каким образом ребята из Авроры смогли отдать Dust 2, да, после таких отличных раундов, после взятых пистолеток, менеджер говорит о том, что, во-первых, у них давным-давно имеются проблемы на КТ-сайде, во-вторых, о том, что он до конца не знает, почему все это происходило на КТ-сайде, хотя они пытались адаптироваться, применяли разные стратегии, усиливали Б-плент, усиливали шорт, но надо будет собрать всю информацию уже после игры и проанализировать. Со своей стороны менеджер говорит о том, что шансы были высоки, Аврора была в форме, и жалко, что так получилось.
Can you try and maybe shed some light on what is happening with the players or what is happening when even the timeouts are called and you can't find the answers? Like, do you notice the dip down or the exact change that enables this to happen?
No, we are like the solution. Like, we call 4A in a round when they walk short. But we say we're going to go 4A and give 3 smokes to Soulfly on B. But doing that, like, it takes maybe 20 seconds to give the 3 smokes. And everyone, like, we say 4A, but we was only too long and no one was watching short. But the initial call was 4A, you know? So it took so much time to execute the plan that we had in the beginning of the run. And I think this is the main issue. I think this is we are too slow to execute or taking reaction on Nuke, because Nuke is a reaction map and our reaction individual is very, very not good. So it's about the reaction, inside the game.
Мейджор говорит о том, что карта Нюк — это карта реакция. Мы всегда были позади по темпу от своего соперника. И в раунде, где был прорыв аплента, они даже старались сделать максимум по поводу смоков, но их позиционка на лонге была не очень верна для того, чтобы идеально исполнить этот раунд. И все получилось слишком медленно, поэтому не получилось ничего сделать.
And lastly, you might have not heard it yourself, but there were Aurora chants in the crowd. There was a lot of support and love for you. You got the Turkish fans and your family back home. Final words before leaving?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Salem Astana. Thank you for the support. We really feel it. I'm very sorry for all the fans because we really wanted this here, but it's a beautiful city. And always, like my kids, Jeren, Defne, Aslan, size seviyorum. I love you, babies.
Спасибо большое, Астане, это прекрасный город, и спасибо большое фанатам, которые поддерживали. Прошу прощения перед всеми, кого подвел, и, конечно же, привет моей семье.
Richard, let's get back to you.
Thanks a lot. Always sad to hear from Madja in a losing situation. I had the pleasure of traveling out here to Astana with him. I didn't want to disturb him too much because Lord knows he's a bit of a celebrity when he flies Turkish Airlines. But I'll say this. In the playoffs, a different beast to how they looked in the groups, unfortunately. A little bit flat today. There is no getting around that. He himself says that. I hope they're able to course correct because we got big tournaments around the corner, and I still think this roster can do something.
Yeah, it is a tough one because, they're a team that's always been very good at playing a very aggressive death ball style of CS, and Xantares still continues to be one of the best entry fraggers in the world throughout the course of this year and for many years at that point. Wakadia has developed very nicely as a player over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's one of their best players now. Woxic can be that X factor with the op, maybe not as consistent as you want, but has the ability to have impact. And, really the squad has the firepower necessary, and they, there's nothing wrong with playing that aggressive play style, but sometimes it is a little bit one note. And I do think that there's still some things to iron out in the mid-rounding, which is what, he said in the interview. He said that we're not reacting quick enough. We're not making the moves fast enough that we need to be able to adjust to what the opposition's throwing at us. And so those are very alarming things that have to be addressed, because you're right, this team should be able to do something.
I don't think the mid-rounding is that good. I mean, that's my take. I mean, what do they do when they lose an opening pick? They stand in lobby for 45 seconds. That's not good mid-rounding. That's no plan. You have to have an idea. You have to have a contingency plan. And that's kind of been Aurora's kind of weakness for quite some time. If the death ball doesn't work out, if they lose picks, I mean, that's kind of been the story of them on Nuke for the entire time that Madger's been their IGL. It's been like 2 years
to
of
his
this.
credit, he did say they have a nuke problem.
Yeah. They've had a nuke problem almost. I think the last time I liked their nuke was probably 2024. That's the last time I think I ever remember them having some good moments when they were actually wearing the Eternal Fire jersey. Since then, they just get picked apart in defaults way too often on this map. So they could go for some more set pieces, simplify the playbook even.
I think if I was an Aurora fan, I think the thing that would upset me in this series most of all is you've seen both ends of the spectrum. You've seen them be ahead and then lose to a great comeback from Mouz, all credit due there, but you've also seen them kind of not be in a game and not leave themselves enough runway to even get into it.
I mean, I hate to do it, but it has to be said. There is an issue right now with Soulfly being hot or cold, and there is an issue with Xantares in playoffs. It's just the facts. Meanwhile, you look at the other side.
You want a Xantares stat, Dust?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Since he started wearing the Aurora jersey, they've been in 14 playoffs. Do you want to guess how many he's had above a 1.0 rating? 14 playoffs.
I'm going to guess probably less than half.
6. Only 6 of 14.
Not bad. Good guess.
Only 6 of the 14 tournaments that they've made it to the playoffs with Aurora under the Aurora flag has he actually even really been positive.
Meanwhile, the other aggressive rifler who's in-game leading is outperforming you. The entire game. I mean, Xershen's impact was felt not only on the mic, but also on the server with the gun. I mean, the guy was incredible. He's incredible at the group stage as well. He's like trying to have an MVP race here on top of getting his team into a big, playoff run.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. I mean, there's no getting around. If you want to talk about Mouz's success today, it's predicated on Xershen, right? I mean, you are calling a great game. You have called a comeback game. You have called some fantastic T-sides, but you are the tip of the spear as well, and we don't really see this a lot. I mean, you know, I guess we have kind of a low threshold about what's been acceptable as we transition from CSGO to CS2 in terms of fragging IGLs. You know, people put Apex at the top of that. If Xerxes keeps this up, and I have no doubt that he will keep it up. I'm actually feeling like he said in an interview, I am ushering in a new era of fragging IGLs. I'm a believer.
I mean, from the first couple games, I thought, okay, little bit of fool's gold here, but if you can out-duel the opposing entry fragger, a guy that's supposed to be a bona fide star.
This is lunch.
It's crazy. No, it's legit. I mean, 8-1 is ridiculous.
It is actually absurd. You know, I mean, again, what was really neat about this Xerxes transition to in-game leading is the fact that he has that willingness to actually back off the pedal and be a little bit more supportive and set Zelix up in a couple of situations. But as you saw in that game, he can also flip that entry fragger switch back on whenever he feels like it's necessary. And I think it's nice because that allows him to be more reactionary. It allows him to call around himself and call his own numbers sometimes when he feels like he's got an open. He's just going to go ahead and take it. He gets to use that natural intuition that entry fragger would use, and that's why a lot of times the aggressive riflers can transition to calling very effectively because they're getting put in situations where they have to make millisecond reactions, and he's able to do that very effectively, and he's fragging at a high level because one of the big things we used to critique Xerxes for is the fact that he was a little hot or cold. You know, when he was on top of his game, he could have massive impact, but at times he would really struggle, to perform consistently. But so far this tournament, you'd have to really nitpick to get something on him.
I mean, the thing that was always a problem for Xerxes, when I went into some of those demos of watching his playoff fails, it just looked like he would swing until he would just run into a fight. But I think now that he's calling his own number, he's a lot more directed, he's a lot more focused, he's envisioning what's going to be happening next a little bit more, and that sort of foresight that he's forced to have as an in-game leader somehow is translating to him as a player. You don't see that very often.
I'll ask you a question, Amawi, based on what you're saying, right? How many IGLs have we seen down the years who think they can just throw their life away because I'm the IGL, I'll play entry, I'll go first, then I'll micro the 4 guys while they're alive. I won't name names, but we know who they are. And yet Xerxes, it seems to have actually tightened his game.
I feel before, to me, when I was watching Xerxes in those fails, it just felt like he thought, I'm a soldier, as long as I do my job, as long as I follow that entry route, going with the flashes and utility, then everybody's going to clean up behind me. But now I feel like he just has a greater connection to the plan that's at hand because he's the one that's calling it. And that to me is just, I think that sometimes when you have entry fraggers that are just kind of just following what their leader says without really thinking about it, they're not really cognizant of all the ways that it can work against them or anything, and they're just reacting. It's almost like, but I almost feel like in a weird way he got smarter. He's actually, it looks like a smarter entry fragger that takes his time, works around utility, and understands what the plan at hand is.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about him as the primary star. Again, I want to kick back to the fact that he's selfless as well as far as setting up Zelix. So one of the cool things that really I think helped Apex with vitality is the fact that he had the entry fragger DNA, and so he knew exactly what flames he needed to be able to be successful as far as supportive utility, putting him in the right spots at the right times, and being able to pounce on things. You're kind of seeing that from Xerxes in some of these games too, where he is an entry fragger by nature, but now he's the leader of the squad. But he also realizes that Zelix is the up-and-coming kid that he used to be. Remember, this Mouz team, they all used to be academy players for the most part, right? And so they've gone through this same level of progression from the tier 2 academy system to being in tier 1 stadiums. And so I think that he was really well suited to then bring up someone like Zelix. It's like, hey, same, the guy that I've been in the past myself, right? And it's been really nice to see him find that balance of calling his own number and going for those plays that we referred to, but also realizing, hey, let me suit this guy up and see if I can get him to be a star for us.
I mean, it's been working so far. I mean, another part of being an in-game leader is being able to pass on that experience, that wisdom to help micromanage people outside of the server as well as in. And I mean, Xerxes is passing all of the tests right now.
He is. I think another huge, feather in the cap for the organization too is just the fact that the NXT project, again, continues to net results for them. The fact that, again, Xerxes is from that academy roster too.
Yes.
Worked with Cyclone back then. Been on the roster for 4 years now, I think.
At this point, you've got to say, it's not even just value for money. which it is. But it's like
it's bolstering your own team, and you're also selling off players like Crizzen to orgs as well. I mean, like you're double dipping on the benefits that you're reaping, and I would say that if anything, this playoff win today is further testament to the idea that if you're a tier 1 org that's serious about the CS ecosystem and then you have a couple good minds around you, you should be investing into an academy team.
Just one final thought from you just about Aurora. Obviously not going to be in the tournament anymore. Where do you think they go from here?
I don't know. It's tough because, I mean, they've had a couple of good runs this year, right? You think about the Rotterdam finish, the EPL finish. Like, they've had some big moments, a lot better than what we saw last season, if I'm honest. But there's still some of those lingering errors and problems that we've been talking about for a long time now. And I'm not sure what the solution is. They just picked up a new esports psychologist, hasn't been there long. Maybe more time with that can help them get through some of these mental struggles. But for right now, I feel like they're just idling in the same spot, where sometimes they might flash, but sometimes they're just going to sit back and hang out in the top 8.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. For now, we take a slightly extended break, about 15 minutes, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about our reigning champions, Team Spirit. We'll see you in a moment.
Don't off main.
Close side and heaven. ABP is on side.
Coming down. Come in, Adam.
Default planting. And open.
I walked out.
Should be heaven, guys.
Close side.
Yes.
I will push him now. I'm pushing him now.
Go heaven.
Side.
I'm holding heaven. Default heaven. I don't see heaven.
Yeah.
Maybe even 2 default, we are not sure.
I'm coming main, One heaven, wait, I kill him, and I go main.
Do it.
He's heaven. I'm running main, Adam. We have kit.
Wait, he's done something. Heaven, he spotted me. Heaven. I'm flashing heaven.
Default. Do it. Hold heaven.
I have it.
I top it.
Kit on me. Heaven. Nice, Tori!
Let's go, boys. GG.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up. In-air headshot. Still punished, but Ignaci's had enough. Absolute destruction. 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Oh, was so blind.
Very masterful.
Shout out.
Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Zelex with the swing. And he's on for the ace. Zelex just gets mopped up straight away as he rounds the corner. This is an Aurora round. Defuse attempted.
Oh, wait.
JL with
He
the
blocked
cover.
it. But they line it right up.
JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this ore. Oh, that's a lovely flick.
Yeah.
Torshi, why stop there? Some Pius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
And it might get worse.
Oh.
Yes, it will. Now Monte looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name.
Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. This 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
Ugly spray for Tesses. One more where that came from, but is it too late? Apparently not.
Kiyasuke's kept the dream alive, and now a chance of that plant. Kiyasuke just staying gun on. Delayed plant for Monte.
Easily done. The double or post plant. 2v5. 4K from Kiyasuke.
Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh! Come on!
Oh!
There's still time, Fallen!
Oh, you can just cancel it.
Molodoy deep.
Oh, he hit.
Boy! It'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. Xfloud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. Oh!
Oh, he's messing it up!
Yuri!
No!
The time is a big problem. 10 seconds left. 1 kill in the right place.
That's it!
And you could win this!
Doc is just out in the open looking for duels as he does, and that is why. The bomb has been picked back up, but we can see the damage that's been done on all the Furia players.
Dude.
Clean up on the bomb site.
The way he's just out here swinging. K27 could still deal with this if not for Dog.
Ah, nice distraction. Offers up the Molodoy blindside.
Nice shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up. Oh, no.
Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now. He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov. And Notta is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round as he looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position. Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's playing up by the church position. Very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Molotov will force Fayday out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW's doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 as AWP.
So it'll be sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that?
He can be the insurance policy. Tenzi's fade kills a piece. It's now all on Tenzi. Time is ticking here though. 5 seconds, they've got to get this kill, and Tenzi's going to get 2! Oh my god, heroic. How have you let that slip?
Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back at the spawn. Matt is playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the oh! Mattis knocks him down!
Oh, hidden away in. Oh,
key angle here!
Not going to get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close! He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back! No way! Wakadia! Oh, they've just got it! No! Wakadia! Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the AWP here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long, gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse, Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
Some of the other maps.
Hello.
Oh, that's a knife for Wakadia.
Not bad.
We are playing Spot the Difference with the MongolZ Cobra Zero. I got G2's Maddie's with me here. I've got Aurora's newest member with me, Soulfly. We're going to be looking at Anubis. So 3 things are not correct on this image. What could it be?
Is it from the fountain, like missing the right side fully, or what? Is it the, or not really?
No, we just can't see it.
Okay, okay. Because
So
I felt like the pull is more left than
yeah.
right.
It's just the
Okay,
still.
alright,
I like what you were saying there. It was close, but it's not there.
It's a small thing, you think? Or
it's a big position on the map in terms of how much it is used. But it's very, like, it looks so good on this edit that I can understand why you can't see it. It's not just moved though, it's like it's changed in how you would get somewhere.
Oh, the stairs?
The right side, there is no way. No, it's okay. Even the drop is a bit weird, or this one on the right.
You mean the way to
drop
heaven?
on the, yeah, it's not full stairs, so for sure 100%, or?
oh, okay, I see now. It's heaven. You're supposed to jump normally, yeah, and then there is a stairs, mini stairs there, right?
Let's have a look.
Yes.
See, so it's a ramp, not the stairs.
Yeah.
I think there's supposed to be something under the box. No?
There is something under the box, but what is? You're in the right location. What looks different?
I don't know if the sign on the left is there, to be honest. I can't imagine. And I played on the left side, you know, but...
Yeah.
There's like, kind of, what do you call it? There must be something under that.
Not something under that, something needs to be removed.
Removed, yeah.
So we added something. What should not be there?
The A?
It looks so normal right now, I don't know. They added a new box and under there is an A.
Yeah, the sign, right?
The sign has to be...
Let's have a look. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, one more to find, my man.
One more to find, okay.
I don't see anything.
No? What site are we on?
I see the B, okay. A, I didn't see the letter so far, okay. A instead of B, of course.
This is the B is wrong, because it's A side.
Chicken. Okay. Oh, the B. Yeah.
The B.
Yeah.
Because we're not in B, bro. We're in A.
The science is A and B. Okay.
We were trying to really confuse you.
Yeah.
You did good.
Yeah, okay.
I think you did good, man.
It's very noticeable.
Yeah, see? You get it. You get it. Well, thank you very much for playing, Cobra Zero.
Thank you.
We are playing Spot the Difference. I got G2's Maddie's with me here. I got Donk with me here from Team Spirit, the Mongols Cobra Zero. You like nuke?
What is it's not nuke. It's not nuke.
It's a completely different map.
Oh, I'm cooked here, to be honest.
Why?
Rarely played nuke, but yeah.
Okay, heaven.
And above heaven is missing.
The heaven.
Yep. Yep, it's not open.
Brown thing.
We closed it.
Yeah.
And
this is really
one silo is missing, of course.
this barrow, and there is missed one. There is missed one, yeah.
Oh, the silo, yeah?
Yeah.
What is the difference?
Where do you play on nuke?
On A.
Bro!
Yeah, I play on A.
Something that I'm missing.
One more.
Maybe some heads on the wall, maybe.
Which part? Which part of the wall?
On the right side, goes to hut.
Ah, no.
The third thing on the left where you can drop. Pick up the biggest pieces actually on the map. That it was a bit easier.
Okay, maybe like on the left wall, like close to A side, on the way.
Yes, on the left wall.
Yeah.
Your little ramp to jump down and slide into the side.
I'm not a player.
That's a good excuse. That's a good excuse. But you've rotated in from heaven sometimes.
Maybe 2 in like 100 games.
Okay.
The heaven, like
the ramp.
The yellow thing. Okay.
See?
Yeah. Okay.
You were like, what's going on?
I'm like looking at the very detailed things. Like, I don't know.
You want like all these small little details?
Yeah, like I'm looking at the heaven, the spawn.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We're already off to a great start, and now the reigning champions are coming in. Team Spirit going up against G2, always one for the ages. And we're going to have an extended panel here. We've got lots of stories to tell about these two teams. But let's start with the one everyone wants us to talk about. Obviously, Team Spirit. They went through so much. Changed IGL. I was going to make a graphic, actually, and then I thought, I'm not going to bother, because it's so crazy and complicated. It's like, we took Chopper out, we replaced him with Magix, but Magix was already over here, and then we brought Zontix back, and we got rid of this guy, and Tanir came in. I went, I'm not going to get anyone at PGL to draw that nonsense. I mean, ultimately, that is just how crazy Team Spirit are. They went from being a structured team to the Vibes team.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. They are your reigning defending Astana champions from last year, but that wasn't it. They also won both bounties last year, and they won a prestige trophy at IM Cologne. They finished with a top 4 finish at Budapest Major, and that wasn't good enough. And so they did take this drastic measure where they brought Magix back off the bench to become the new in-game leader, and they brought Zontix back off of a break. They've also been trying to still implement Tanir as one of the newer guys to the team, and so far, it's been a bit of a bumpy road. They've had a couple of nice finishes. I think the Rio final run was one definitely to be proud of, which is their most recent event before this one. But there's also been, if we're honest, a couple of hiccups.
There have been. I mean, yeah, the ESL
They
Pro
should
League
be
finish.
sponsored by Pepto-Bismol, mate. What are you talking about?
That's the pressure that Spirit are on, obviously. I mean, the indigestion when you have the best player in the world, and then you're having a quarterfinal finish, losing to an Astral's team that doesn't even win EPL. Yeah, that's going to leave you with a pretty upset tummy. Okay,
Yeah. That's when you need the proton pump inhibitor. No one's gonna know what that is, but
one guy obviously that needs more than Pepto-Bismol to keep it back on track here is obviously Holly. He's not here. He was taking away on a medical leave. Sotfik actually is now in his stead, but that's when Spirit actually looks like they're getting a new lease on life. You're seeing Tanir have an uptick in performance. You're seeing their strap book just look a little bit more relaxed. And it's a Spirit that I'm actually enjoying more from the eye test because I just feel like everybody's more willing to call their own number without Daddy Holly looking over their shoulder, scrutinizing every move they make.
And they said as such because when they went 3-0 in the groups, Zontix did an interview, always stoic and keeping it down. I hope that's a cheer for Zontix. He is here. You'll see him in a moment. And he said, well, now that Holly's not here looking over our shoulder, we're just feeling it. We're just trying to play off each other, do our own little thing. And we were kind of sat there. We were a little bit perplexed on the desk because we were like, you have to remember what your coach tells you when he's not here.
Yeah.
But they said they have a totally different style when he isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they somehow memory hole everything about Hallie when he's not around. It is an odd one, but I do think that there is something to be said about, you know, finding a balance between allowing your individuals to express themselves and have more freedom and try to have impact as star players, but also make sure that everyone's on the same page with the bigger picture, you know, staying under the same umbrella, so to speak. And hopefully they're going to find a middle ground there because when you have a guy like Doc, you need to let him call his own number. I mean, the guy's one of the greatest we've ever seen. And then a guy like Tanir, obviously when he came over from Heroic, where he probably did have a little bit more, you know, star roles and able to feel a bit more comfortable, he had to transition to a tougher system over here at Spirit. But the one thing that remains constant is this. Doc is the best entry rifler period to do it, period. I mean, look at these numbers. He is one of the few guys that you'll ever see routinely over a 3-year span of time win way more than half of his opening duels on the T side while taking a huge amount of them. No one else in CS has done that.
Face of an angel, skills of the devil.
That's what his mom says. Yeah, for sure. I think that when it comes to Donk, I mean, it's the greatest rifler of all time. I mean, for me, I don't even if his career stopped today, greatest of all time. Achievements, individual peak, and now he's getting back to that. That's what's scary for everybody else here in Astana, that he is performing as he did, just the lights out numbers. It rivals his Katowice when he hit the scene running in 2024. So the fact that he's getting back to that means that you're not only gonna have to deal with him, but all the fact that everybody else on Spirit is just totally on board, that you're getting nice little pockets of performances from Shiro and from Tanir as well.
So we know Donk is back, so the question is, who is his wingman on this team? And I'm of the opinion it remains Shiro.
Yes, I mean, there's no question about that. I will say Shiro's been a little bit shaky, you know, this season, if I'm honest. But what we have noticed this event is that he is in recovery mode, and that's including playing some of the tougher teams you could play in groups in MongolZ and Furia. So I think that's a pretty good accounting of kind of where he's at. And he really balances Donk well because Donk is the aggressive playmaker. This is your back line guy. This is the guy who's going to hold, you know, important angles. He can come into the clutch. He also has a pretty solid rifle, if I might add, in those mid to late round situations, so you're never going to feel burdened if he doesn't have the AWP in his hands. And you know, that has been his wingman the entire time and remains so.
I also think, Maui, I think, you know, some of the criticism about him being a bit too passive and not coming forward, I think it was actually valid for a time.
Sure.
I don't think that's true anymore. I think while he might not be as aggressive as, say, someone like a Woxic or whatever, he still will take those shots in those crucial moments where it's like, if I make a play here, it's going to totally change the round.
Right, we're not necessarily seeing Shiro start a round and say, I want to run up mid with an AWP and just see if I can get something. It's just that he's finding his moments a little bit more. Whereas before, I would say, even back to 2024, even during the Shanghai Major that they won, sometimes he was more of just a pillar, that he would just hold the line, hit a tripwire shot in case anybody tries to aggress onto the rest of his teammates. Sometimes he'll actually change the setup. He'll move move forward a little bit, get a little bit closer, go for a little bit more of a battle op. And I love that his clutching has come back too. That's another big thing for me with Shiro, that I feel like in 2025, there was a couple lapses in his late round ability, but at this tournament and at the last couple, I feel like I'm seeing a bit more just flair from him. And a part of that's because he's a little bit more forward. He's not just saving when a couple of his teammates die. He's already in the action, so then he can close better.
Yeah, I think the gap that is being bridged is being done by Tanir. We talk about the complementary impact that Donk and Shiro have on the opposite ends of the spectrum of aggression. I feel like Tanir's right there somewhere in the middle, where you're hoping that this guy is going to be the third star of this team. That's what you're going to need if you're ever going to chase down the GOAT that is Vitality. And I will say, slowly but surely, he's getting a little bit more comfortable. I'm starting to notice him be able to get into the pack a little bit more and trade frag off the back of Donk and company. I've seen him do some of these anchor positions on the CT side more effectively. You know, it's not quite where he was when he was on Heroic and looked like a superstar and looked like a guy who could be like a Rookie of the Year type guy.
Yeah. The good news is it doesn't need to be.
Exactly. As long as he can just kind of get, you know, more to that like 1.1 range, 1.5, you know, that'll get him to the point where he can be a consistent contributor, and you're seeing signs of it these last few tournaments.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results as well, Maui. Do make your point. I'm sure it'll tag on, but you know, Spirit didn't necessarily. 3-0, it sounds clean, it sounds amazing. It wasn't clean or amazing.
I mean, some of the maps definitely got close with the Mongols, of course. Both of those maps going the full distance. Against Furia, they had a very difficult time with Overpass, and then obviously down to the third map on Mirage, nail-biter of a series. I mean, the only team that they clearly dispatched of or cleanly did was the Huns. But the thing is that they got the job done for me, Rich. And also the fact that they're building off of a Rio where they got to the grand final only losing to Vitality at the very end. Like, this team means business, and to me, that's why they're the favorite of this tournament. It's not always pretty. They're not head and shoulders above everybody else like Vitality is to the rest of the Counter-Strike field, but in this kind of tournament with these kinds of teams around them, they should be looking to be the top dog and solidify their place.
You're absolutely right. This is a tournament about the best of the rest. Vitality's not here. The GOAT, you cannot conquer them in this moment, but what you can do is set yourself up to be the #1 contender, right? And some of these squads have already had their opportunities at Vitality and weren't able to hit the mark, but all of them were going through something till that point. Now this is about improving upon where you were at last time. Take this trophy home if you can and set yourself up for attacking them at the major. And I think for someone like Spirit, the reps are so important because of Magic's being a new in-game leader, because they're having to learn how to handle when their coach isn't there. Like, these are growing pains they must get through if they want to remain an elite team and if they actually want to be a title contender.
Meanwhile, over on G2, their opponents are trying to find out how best to use the pieces they've got. Obviously, Team Liquid decided, hey, we'll trade away arguably our best player. We don't mind, because it means we get to go and compete in a major. They did that. Malbs goes out. Now we've got these kind of anchor-like pieces. They don't necessarily have a tip of the spear, but they have an unbelievably strong shaft.
I mean, they've reunited Nerds with his former teammates in Sun Pius and Saul the coach, and it's actually been extremely beneficial to them. I just feel like this G2 team now gets a new lease on life. They get to have an entry fragger that understands the system a bit better as to before, where Malbs, I feel like a lot of their results kind of were hinging on whether he is able to get it together for the singular game. And so now you see them, when they got Nerds, they went through 3 local lands. 1, to make sure that he gets onto their major roster through the VRS restrictions, but 2, I think the reps actually were extremely beneficial. It's a bit of a shot in the leg because at Rio, they weren't able to actually have their IGL in tow, but I think they might even look better for it because now you have Hunter understanding a little bit more about the hierarchy in terms of communication flowing through the team.
Yeah, now they have another space taker in a different way. Not a true site entry, but a guy that can take space, and when you get him out into the open and he can kind of feel things out and call his timings, he's very good at it. But the other big thing I like about openings is the fact that Heavy God has really clicked on as like a secondary explosive entry on the extremities. You know, this guy's more known for being a side anchor, more known for being a lurker in those regards. But G2 has really started to game plan Heavy God being more in the pack and being a trader. Sometimes you will see him go out first, for example, on a mid-B split on Dust 2. And he's been able to be very effective at that. He is the rock of this team, and he's very good at just being reliable and letting them build off of his foundation.
I was going to ask you about that, Maui. So Heavy God, not quite a star, but kind of. their best player?
It's almost similar to what Rops was doing back on some of his early teams, where it's a role that isn't sexy. It's a role that's obviously relegated to the corners of the map, that you're not usually going to be a focal point for building an attack, but he's a closer. And also the fact that he's calling his own number more, it actually is reminiscent more of what Na'Vi was doing in 2024 with Bit, where he would be on the extremity, he would pick his time to strike from positions like Palace or just lurking towards A main or something like that on Ancient, and finding those times to strike, understanding the system a little bit better. Part of that is actually due to the fact that Nerds is getting a little bit more done in the space-taking positions, so there's a little bit more chaos that ensues, because when the initial attack is so flat, when MongolZ just instantly dies, taken out of the round, then it's almost just a desperation attempt. But now Heavy God, he can pick his timing so much more based off of rotations that he's hearing are necessary from oncoming CTs, like as opposed to when, if they just go 4v5 initially with MongolZ, there's no real reason that any anchor would ever leave.
Yeah, and these adjustments are pivotal because this is a team that really does have on paper a roster that you feel should have some potential. They realized some of it when they won Blast London last year. One of the only teams to beat Vitality in the best of 5 grand final. It was them and Fury, the only two that have ever done it, and it's so many that have been played. But if we're honest, the rest of that year was very lackluster, and this year their Krakow debut, solid, but past that, again, not really excelling to the same level of being an actual title contender. So, you know, these moves that they have made, bringing in Nerds, activating Heavy God a little bit more, all these moves are to try to get them into a position where they actually can beat these elite teams. Now, I'll be honest with you, I am really happy with Heavy God's performance, but I do think some of the things are still shaky. I don't think Nerds is still fully embedded yet. I think he has pop-off moments, but he hasn't been consistent. I think Sun Pius is a little bit hotter cold with the AWP, if I'm honest. I think in Fort Worth we saw him have some big moments, but we've also seen him have some stinkers. So I think they're really just having to find a way to kind of just iron out the wrinkles.
I'll jump on that point, We'll take a look at their results. This is their journey to being here in the Barys Arena, and you can see a lot more scenic. They got to take in the sights, the sounds. Not literally, of course. They had to play every day. But I'll say this, to your point, I think the bottleneck in this G2 team, it ain't anyone with a rifle in their hands, bro. It is about that guy. It is about Sun Pius. I don't know how many more chances he's going to get, but that, to me, I don't think you get away with that in CS2 anymore, my friends.
Well, that's the benefit you get when your coach is somebody that entrusts a lot to you to just make sure that the structure runs better. Reminder that at Rio, he did substitute in as the in-game leader because he understands the SAW system. And yeah, the numbers don't pop off the page whatsoever, but what SAW looks at is enemies blinded. I mean, the fact that the enemy's flash number is so high is why SAW really loves this guy. Doesn't really miss nades, and he just kind of hits the shots that are simple. Another aspect about Sun Pius is that, unfortunately, his rifle has been bad, actually. That's what really been hurting him in terms of overall rating, where you have people like Monte and Shiro who have excellent AKs in tow. Sun Pius is one of the worst. In fact, I think if you look at what his ratings are on T-side per the gun he has in his hand, his Tech 9 is better than his AK. That is not acceptable.
The funny way I always talked about exactly what you're referring to is like there's Sun Poppy with the op in his hands and there's Sun No Poppy, where he ain't got nothing going on, bro. Like, it is a really tough, disparity because, like you said, most of the elite operators in the world at least have some level of impact with the rifle. Some of them would even be world-class riflers that they never touched an op. And so for Sun Pius to lack that much in that regard is definitely a weak point on the team. And I think the other thing that we haven't mentioned yet is just the continued development of Hunter as an IGL. I think he's fragging at a pretty high level. I'll give him that. But I do think that there's still some things that have to be ironed out in some of these mid-round moments. I think he's a guy who already had a lot of responsibility, calling CT sides, calling pistols. That was even back when they had Snacks and Nico on the team. But now he's having to be the guy, and I'm just hoping that as they get more games, as Saul gets more time, you're hoping that he's going to be able to figure it out. But he actually does have a head start against the guy that he's facing today.
My big worry with Hunter is that I think he cares a little bit too much about that number at the top right there. I don't think he should worry about his rating. He does play a bit selfishly. He does actually sometimes shy away from the pack in the middle of the round. Whereas people like Magix, people like Kerrigan, they're going to stick with the pack, make sure everything runs as flawlessly as possible. I think Hunter still has those instincts of where he needs to strike next. Can he find a further gap when sometimes just staying with the group and trading things out is already going to net you the victory? But I think that that's just kind of his player instinct. So he's got to me, just completely drop the idea that you're going to be a star player or a difference maker. Don't worry about your individual score when you press tab at the end. Just worry about the score at the top of your screen.
Well, we got a few minutes, so let's do it. Let's do the grading of these relatively new IGLs. Obviously, Hunter has gone from kind of like star, secondary star, to fourth best player, transitions into that IGL role. Magic's obviously recently picking it up from Chopper. I won't lie, I don't think they've done an amazing job at either of them, but what do you guys, the experts, think?
That's a great question. I mean, I think that Hunter, we already talked about the fragging aspect, he does play some star CT roles to a high level, so I think that's good, you know, if you're going to be stuck in those roles. And I do think that the team does have some pretty nice, like, poppy execute plays with heavy utility usage and things of that nature, but I do think that once they get into slower rounds, the mid-rounding isn't quite where it needs to be, and so I think that kind of puts them at an average level. And if I'm looking at Magic's, I actually think their T-sides are better than I expected in a lot of ways. But again, they are pretty heavily reliant upon faster plays in their own right. And when you do have Donk, that's kind of a cheat code. So it makes it very hard to grade whatever. You just have that type of weapon that no one else has that you can just call, hey, Donk, go kill. And that's a legit thing that can actually work. So for me, I think it's kind of like a C level for me at this point in time.
It's hard to distinguish them in terms of calling. They both have, similar playbook, just poppy, take map control into the second phase. I feel like sometimes with Hunter, even kind of touching back upon how he plays as an individual, I think that's a little infectious. I think a lot of people on the team just like to spread out a little bit too frequently, whereas I think Magic's has a much more directed focus. I will say, to Magic's credit, he's also improved pretty tremendously for me, whereas in the first tournaments with him, I felt like there weren't really clear finishers. I think Holly, when working with him, has definitely whipped him into shape in recognizing you need to outline clearly, even with an opening pick, how are you going to end this one? So I think his mid-rounding has actually improved, and that's not always something I can say about Hunter, because I feel like the team that I saw 9 months ago is not much different tactically than a team today.
I mean, I've got to say, just before we get onto the stage, about a minute left. For me, I think this tournament is super important to Spirit. I think they might play it down. You know, they're on their vlogs, all acting casual, chill vibes, like I said. I think if you don't win a big tournament like this when Vitality aren't here, I don't know how many more looks you're going to get in the rest of the year, because I thought they were a bit flaky coming through the groups.
If you talk about the stakes, Spirit needs this. They need to prove that they are still one of the best teams in the world, that even though they've made these changes, they are still a team to look out for, hunting for a trophy every single tournament. For G2, this is a massive opportunity to get back on the right track of yourself getting into title contender status, to prove that you can beat one of the big dogs, to prove that these moves have bore fruit and that you're on the right path. So the stakes are very heavy in this game.
I would also say for G2, it's about trying to reestablish your brand presence in a way. I mean, they were such a dominant team through 2024. In fact, going into the Shanghai Major, which Spirit ended up winning, I think a lot of people had G2 as the favorites in that one, the way they were rolling with Nico and Monte. And so I still am of the opinion that the best roster move in the middle of 2024 during that player break was Saw for G2, but he needs to actually start putting some more trophies in the cabinet, because that one tournament win in London, that just still feels like it's so distant from now. It feels like it's almost like a lifetime ago, and it feels they just haven't been able to recapture any of that sort of energy, because as soon as teams got a finger on the pulse of how G2 want to call, then things got just so much easier to game plan against.
Well, those are the stakes, and now we go over to the stage.
Astana! Oh, it's good to see you guys filling out, and I hope to hear you roar throughout this game. For our first team stepping onto the stage, they're the reigning champions of PGL Astana, looking to claim this trophy one more time. A slightly different look to them, a change in coach as a stand-in, a different dynamic for the team, but a dominant Donk, a stable Shiro, but it's the rest of the players that we have question marks around. So please, Astana, give it up for Team Spirit! That is the roar and applause I expected for Spirit. But on the other side, we have G2. They've been shifting focus. They've been changing their identity. And though they did struggle in this group stage, they still took it to the limit and pushed themselves to get here. The question marks around this team is still how far they can go once they reach the quarterfinals. But they have the caliber, they have the experience to go further than before. But now they have to take on their ultimate test, a team that they have struggled with many times before. Please make some noise for G2! G2 and Spirit on the stage. Tanir, come join us up here. Here we go on the other side as well. Heavy God, personally, for you, throughout this tournament, you've been looking individually good. G2 still had its struggles, though. What did you take away from this? What did you see that you needed to fix in order to be better today on the stage?
I think it comes to a lot of communication and small details and like how we help each other in the rounds and how we can adapt as well and just support each other and be like supportive teammates and be a unit in the server.
Джеймс спросил, что для вас самое главное для того, чтобы успешно выступить на этом лане. Самое главное, по мнению Heavy God, это то, что они должны играть как команда, как единое целое и поддерживать друг друга постоянно, тогда будет успех.
Now, when it comes to the playoffs, there have been moments where you guys have only been able to get to quarters, struggled to push further across that. What do you see as the reason that happens? What is blocking you guys when it gets to those moments?
I don't know, maybe it's like small mistakes that we are doing in the server and yeah, like I don't know, like we are preparing well and like small mini details in the game and it's always about the mini details nowadays and against the top teams. And yeah, I just want to do them good as a team and as I said, as a unit, and we need to push forward and give our best.
На вопрос Джеймса о том, почему G2 не могут пройти сквозь стадию четвертьфиналов, что их останавливает, Heavy God говорит, что, конечно же, совсем-совсем маленькие вещи, потому что на высоком уровне игры 1 минута, 1 секунда решает все, поэтому только маленькие вещи не дают им пройти дальше.
And in order to get the win against Spirit today, what's going to be the difference maker for you and G2?
Crash them.
Уничтожим.
Tanir, back in Rio, you had a great individual level. It was like the best performance you've had in that Spirit jersey. This event, bit of slowing down once again. What's been happening? Why the change?
For real, I'm not sure. It's like event going down about if look stats, yeah, maybe. But if we're looking about time, if looking about situation, what we had on this tournament, I really want some important situation for my team win round and beat economic enemy teams. I don't care about stats for real. I want to be very important for my team, and that's it.
На вопрос Джеймса о том, почему на Рио у Тнира была отличная статистика, здесь уже ситуация не такая радужная. Тнир отвечает, что самое главное — это когда команда побеждает. Какая разница вообще, какая статистика, если я делаю так, что моя тима побеждает? Правильно?
Now, on the other side, he said he's going to crush you guys, but you guys have not lost to G2. What gives you the advantage in this game? What makes them a comfortable team for you to fight against?
I'm more friendly than Nikita right now. Maybe if Donk be here, he said he don't care and he fucks them. But right now I want to say just good luck for them, and I think it will be a very interesting game.
Если был бы здесь Донк, он сказал бы, что это была бы изи-катка, да, давайте я не буду напрямую переводить. Но Тнир говорит, что эти ребята хоть и комфортные, да, но...
Я просто желаю удачи и думаю, это будет интересная игра.
Спасибо за перевод.
All right, shake hands, guys. Go and take your seats. Good luck in the game. But we need to find out, and I'm pretty sure I already understand how this is going to go, but maybe there is some supporters for G2 in the house. So, any G2 fans? All right.
Окей, давайте выясним, сколько нас здесь пришло поболеть за Spirit. Развал просто.
All right. So that was a good pop for Spirit, but I need you to get up and give it for everyone right now for this next game we're going to see in the quarterfinals. Make some noise! That wasn't very good, guys. You were louder for Spirit. Astana, let me hear you!
Yeah, no doubt who the home crowd heroes are. But I got to say, I love coming to Astana because they cheer for every team. They cheer for great Counter-Strike. A lot of love and respect shown to G2, even from Tnir on the stage. But shelve all of that. Let's talk about this veto, Dust. Where's it going?
Yeah, I think the bans are going to be pretty straightforward. I think what will be interesting is where the picks are going to lie. I do anticipate Spirit want to just go to Dust 2 as they always do, but G2 on the other hand has some options. They're a team that likes to pick Mirage a lot, but there's an option to maybe go after, a vulnerability in Spirit's map pool lately, like an Ancient or something along those lines. So I'm curious to see what G2 will actually finalize on.
I would personally just prefer for G2 to go with the tried and tested Ancient. It's a map that Spirit have also looked vulnerable at in high-pressure games. I mean, back when they lost at EPL in the quarterfinals, part of that was due to the fact that the game plan that Astral's had against Donk was so effective that it's actually pretty easy to neutralize somebody who's going to swing out mid every single time. And so that's my biggest concern. But the thing is that's so impressive about Spirit at this tournament and why they're the clear favorites for me is that their flashes have gotten better. Their utility has gotten better. In 2025, Rich, they were the worst team of all of the top 20 at flash assists. At this tournament, they are #1. So something has changed for this team tactically. We'll see if it pans out as the veto rolls on in, though.
And remember as well, that's happening. No coach present. He's taking a break. I gotta say, for me, the problem you have with every Spirit game, it's just the donk factor. If you think they're beat, it doesn't matter. They have what Dust called the cheat code.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the guy just doesn't miss a beat when it comes to being the engine of the team, opening up things as an entry rifler, but also playing a lot of the star CT rotated positions at such a high level. And yeah, we are going to get that handshake, I think, for Mirage on the third map.
Yep.
And so, yeah, the battlefield has been selected, and it's what we expected, but it's going to provide a lot of fun.
I feel like this veto is actually great for G2, given that they probably wanted to pick either Mirage as the second or Ancient as their #1, so they got those two maps. And Dust 2, I mean, it has been the bread and butter of Spirit with Magix as the in-game leader. He's just such a powerful caller in terms of just making sure that they get the map control space towards middle. Their mid to Bs are ferocious. Their cat plays are also electric.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams feel comfortable on Dust 2, but Spirit has a better resume against the higher level of competition. They're 13-2 with this 5, and one of those losses is the Vitality. So, I mean, really, really strong on Dust 2. They're obviously very well known for kind of just their gather and go play style that's driven by Donk and his entry fragging. But they're hits that are well calculated. They have really good utility usage, as Maya was already talking about their flash assist improving, but also just how they cover sites with nades and Molotovs and put people in awkward space to help Donk get entries. But I think the other big thing about this map that I want to key in on about Spirit is this is one of the maps where they've been able to get Tanier more involved.
Yeah.
You know, they don't leave him lurking at long A very often. They're either taking long A with him or they're letting him trade frag behind the rest of his teammates.
Well, we're about to find out because we are going to the game. Now, some of my favorite words beginning with the letter H. You've got hilarity. You've got heroics. You've got hype. And it just so happens that the two casters that embody all of those are about to call this game. It's Harry and Hugo.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. And Astana, it's fantastic to be back, right? Coming here last year, weren't really sure what to expect. What we found was a nation that loved Counter-Strike, new and old. You had the MongolZ storyline. He's got on to become a national celebrity out here in Kazakhstan. And a couple more echoes of the past. The reigning champs of Team Spirit about to play in this quarterfinal. They're facing off against G2.
Yeah, no question on who those hometown heroes are, right? And on this side of the bracket, you have every expectation of Spirit to sweep into that grand final. When you consider as well the uptick in form, Maui mentioned the improvements Spirit have made, and all doing this without a coach as well. So not any advantages here for G2 in this must-win playoff match. A team that has struggled, that has maybe regressed coming into this year, are facing their biggest challenge yet. Astana, we're ready to go. Team Spirit, G2 and Dust2 a go-to for this Russian roster.
And we might not have to wait long to get some serious action. It's a long pop out of Spirit, trying to bring the pace to this pistol. Just had Tanier up on the stage. Not broken by the nerves. He comes through with the opener. Out on the long side, it's all Spirit with the openers.
Yeah, Tanier wish G2 good luck. They're gonna need it. 2v4 for Heavy God and Nerds.
Heavy God, tricky guy to deal with. Makes his way out onto the short side. He's got Nerds in tow out behind him. And that's a big blow to Team Spirit. Chaos all across the pistol as this one comes down to the 1v1. It's rip-roaring from the word go. And Shiro delivering some salvation of Spirit there in a round that was rapidly getting away from them.
P250 beast here. Team Spirit, that's such an important pistol, right? Of all the teams here in the playoff, G2 are the most successful in these pistol rounds coming into the playoff matches. Team Spirit are right down near the bottom. That is a huge recovery from G2, but not enough to close out the clutch. You want to talk second round, Spirit don't lose these every day of the week. Any day of the week. Converting every single one from the group stage as well, so Dust2 expecting more of the same. G2 force up as a sign of confidence though. Wanting their full buy round to have everything, including that AWP on Sumpires. For now, Spirit very focused on rifles, taking their time, Don controlling tunnels as he does best.
Gotta have this wrestle for control over the early game. With this force out of G2.
G2 really gambling on the mid to be right now. They're all set up here, waiting for the door push. The Spirit Guard catwalk, it's a dead round walking.
Pressure onto the captain. Takes one of the dome straight away. His teammates on their way over, but the needs will dislodge Hunter. More damage put down range from Mattis. There's a lot of low players here. Mattis, bit of a headhunter. Looks for his second. Learns about the long player in Tanier as well. They can't flush him out. Mattis is ripping heads off. This 5-7 doing a lot of work. Sumpires joins the fray. But you're still looking at Mattis to be the difference maker on for the ace in this 4-spy. 5-7's treated him well on that swing, lets him down, but in comes Sumpires to make sure it's not in vain.
All right, I said we don't see Spirit lose those rounds. Well, that is away from the mean, away from the expectation. G2 break through with a crazy 4-spy. 5-7 just tearing through Team Spirit, and they get a little bit strung out there, not expecting G2 to put up so much of a fight. Late up catwalk, late to long. Mattis punishes 4. That was on for his second ace of the tournament. Not quite, but it's enough.
And no chance to take a breather at the start of this one with the 4-spy wars. Set to continue. Spirit, couple of Tech 9s, good chunk of util there for Magics. What have they got up their sleeve? I know that Magics is a fan of these sneaks up through the short side.
Can't believe Sampires has pulled the AWP into this round, right? Waiting for it as soon, getting it as soon as he physically can, but you know Tech 9s are on the other side, so this is still dangerous here for G2. They try to initiate in tunnels, they spot Spirit with control, and they give it up quickly. I mean, you're hard-pressed to go anywhere but B in a round like this if you're Team Spirit, so G2 better have eyes in the back of their head.
The mid to be. Donk leads the charge.
Good smoke.
Blocking the doorway. Out through the window. It's the Donk Deagle striking for a double. B-site falls. Wouldn't you know it? We have a bit more left in them here. That double entry from Donk, more than enough. With that AWP in play, G2 can't attempt this on position alone. They want to keep these guns.
How are you feeling about that AWP now, Sampires? Locked out of this bomb site completely. G2 can't risk it. They walk away. That's Spirit with Tech 9s and Deagles picking up this force buy round. The cheat code of Team Spirit strikes double. And G2 probably knew it was coming, but can't do anything about it. Surprised to see them honestly lean with a AAA in that round. They fall right for it, and Spirit with limited guns to lose may as well hunt a little bit. No rifles taken out of this for Spirit. They're not quite out of the woods, so still G2's chance to bite back.
I mean, we've been getting a phenomenal tournament out of Donk.
Alluded to it, but the numbers are clear, right? This is his second highest rated event ever, below Katowice 2024 in his debut. But you got to keep in mind, that's a group stage, right? That's a 3-0, Spirit, some messy games. It's, you know, we've seen this before from Donk. It's the question of how far do they go in the playoffs? Can he keep that number up? And if Spirit get eliminated, it might not matter. That can disappear quickly. But the numbers are there. Donk is performing. There is no doubt about that. And with the uptick we've seen from Spirit recently, we have reason to believe that they could be on for a run here again in Astana. Ski cross over the AWP. Pius yet to reveal position. If he does, they might just jump the gun and head up catwalk. A bit of spam here for Shiro. Some Pius wants commitment. Careful, Shiro. And they can't speed up. If Spirit had bomb up cat, maybe they go quickly, but now they're blocked both sides of the map and bomb late to pick up. G2, 5v4, great position, and Hunter's still on the site. Flank. It's going to open up Zontic's to learn.
That out, yeah, and now he's going to go back long side. This has actually given a new avenue for Spirit on this split. First man down into CT. Hunter's not aware of this. Here's the footsteps. Hunter able to flick back down. It's the long player that's meant to catch them by surprise. Hunter keeps his wits about him. And the instinct of the captain, it doesn't let down at G2. Back and forth we go at the start of Dust.
A shocking result in that round. The fact that Zontic goes back is the perfect play. There's no one there. He knifes out the entire way to long. He gets Hunter looking at sight, and he completely misses his shots. Hunter gets to flick back, finds a triple kill, shuts down that entire round. That is disastrous from Zontic. 13 seconds, he had to get that kill. And without it, Team Spirit are just left to a measly AK, at least in the hands of Donk, but surrounded by pistols. I said they weren't out of the woods. That forest is deep. Spirit poise. Great hit on this B bomb site.
So did G2 though. They got burned by it once already in these low econ rounds. 3 players with a lean over towards B. You've got fast rotates available on Nerds and some Pius, so it won't be as easy, or so you'd like to think, for Spirit this time around. This is why you're looking at Donk, entrusted with the hero gun. them a way in. Has actually moved away.
Yeah, see that Heavy God's playing full bait, right? He's got no utility. He's just crouched down back of the platform, and Nerds is going to draw in attention from default. You would expect Sight and Car. You wouldn't expect Sight and Plat from these two rifles. So do Spirit deal with it.
They're gaining a lot of ground out through the tunnels. Heavy God with a late peek lines up the double, and Donk's a part of that. Near with an important trade, and now they've got to sniff out Nerds. They've located him. Spam's good. Magix will move past him on the Tech 9.
Oh!
Shiro gives away that kill, though, walking up through short. This is going to keep G2 more than interested in the retake.
Very smart hold for Sunpius to expect that so late in the round, but it's enough for G2 to consider this fast.
Wait a moment. All three players over towards those doors.
Oh no.
To make that first incision, it's Magix to open things up. Tanier's got his back. The play through the door denied. And Team Spirit now, crossfires established. There's no getting back into that for G2.
I mean, that's, great read from Sunpius, but to not expect that boost position back B bomb site, that's a position that Malbs and Nico even made kind of meta inside of this team previously. So to see them not expect it, bit awkward for G2. Free kill for Spirit, and in any advantage, you're still hard pressed to retake this B bomb site. Right now, Spirit, 2 of their 3 rounds coming off of a B hit. And that is enough to fully break G2.
G2 actually just concede. Back and forth nature of Dust. They play for a full eco here. Hoping to bring out guns in the next. Winning these CT force rounds, it is a tricky prospect.
Montix is going to get what he's waiting for. G2 full set in tunnels. Probably feeling like they still have to make a move. They have to go further. Clearing B is only so helpful. And B isn't clear, as it turns out. Zontix walks in late. He heard them run away. He's going to walk right through. Rest of Spirit going up long. There's no flash to get G2 through this smoke. That's a big fear. Donk is playing anti as they walk up, but I don't see a world that this can go wrong.
There shouldn't be much of a threat in this round for Spirit. Big goal is just avoid taking too much damage. You're already outpositioned G2. You've done enough to win this. And so at this point, it's just a matter of keeping 5 alive. Finally, a bit of a breather for Team Spirit. G2 could get an AWP out of this, they wouldn't say no to it. Spirit know that, they'll bring extra bodies over long side to help Shiro out.
Donk's been getting a little bit deleted here, right? Double USP headshot, the lineup on the B push, none of that seeming to matter so far for Team Spirit, up 4 rounds. G2, full buy, and even gonna have that AWP if they want it on Sunpius.
Yeah, early timeout for G2. They made the concession of taking the eco in the last, so this rifle round is very important. You've had this early game back and forth, right? Finally, Spirit able to break through that. And this decision to take the eco, play with the guns here, not without risks. You could still be on the back foot very early. One thing I think it's important to note is the hot start out of Tanier. He was kind of the very important piece in their breakthrough round over towards B. A promising start from a player who was struggling in the Spirit jersey.
Yeah, I mean, just came off of his breakthrough tournament in Rio as well. Showed up hard when Spirit needed him, even in the playoffs. Spirit just, again, looking to punish early in this round. Are they going to go full commit?
You want the best out of Heavy God and Nerds here.
Great flash.
Flashbangs teed them up. Nerds will get overwhelmed. Zontix with the breakthrough. That gets you out through the tunnels. And now Heavy God more important than ever. Shot for Shiro. How many more chances will he get? Second one is all he needs. Round still very much alive. It's a late lurk from Magix. Through short, backstab in, and bides his time with that pickup on Sunpius. If Mattis doesn't get the trade quickly, he'll be locked out of this.
Ooh, okay. pocket behind the molly, but great grenades coming in here for Magic's blocking him entirely. Mattis may not want to throw in the towel considering the bomb just went down, but he has to run quickly tunnels. He's going to try fake that out. Magic's not moving. So good luck getting through this one. Kid available, he needs the kill. What a cheeky move for Magic's, right? So dependent on his team finding success. Sure, you've got 4 players coming into B, but G2, some of their hottest riflers on that bomb site, Nerds and Heavy God.
Heavy God, not the type of guy you want to give all these chances to get rolling early, or so you might think, but right now, Spirit making his bomb site feel like a problem.
And you can definitely see the familiarity, right? Maybe the prep paying off for G2, knowing that, Magic's is going to be lurking up cat. They dealt with a player doing that earlier in this game to send them into a B retake. So G2 may know what they're up against. But once again, back down to pistols, and Tania looks to feast.
One man made it across pit side. They don't know about Heavy God. Joker in the pack. He'll make him pay. They overlook this position, and it's a decision they'll go on to regret. How much more can Heavy God do?
Flush him out.
Benjamin's shot. They get closer. 2 left in the Deagle, and Heavy God's put down. Nerds let his efforts be in vain. We're going to slow down here. They've got time to work with. The pressure is on G2.
Nerds not going to overdo it here. He knows that got to wait for Spirit to commit. It also means there's going to be a gun back at long. Spirit should absolutely play this one together, not split up in this 2 versus 1. Nerds can get armed. He suddenly gets dangerous, and Spirit are the ones with the time pressure. They can't sit here forever. Nerds hears that as well, Astana.
Walk over and long. So no way back into that for Nerds. See why G2 took that pause ahead of the rifle round, just how important it was, right? With the back and forth nature of the first 5 rounds, it was kind of staking the entire early game on that one rifle. It leaves G2 in a bit of a vulnerable position here. Promising start out of Spirit. This one's just been relentless from the word go.
Yeah, I mean, this is Spirit's go-to, right? 14-2 on this map this year alone. 1 loss to Vitality in there as well. 1 surprising loss to Astralis, but all this done with Donk 3-7 shows to the improvement Spirit have made as a roster in the last couple of months.
I think as well, you think about Astana last year and the kind of muted celebrations from guys like Donk. It took Magic's to put a smile on his face there, even though they just won the trophy. And I think it's because, as good as Donk played across that entire final, he knew that the team as a whole wasn't in great enough form to go on and find success at the major. Kind of a prediction he was correct in.
Yeah.
But here, Donk, bottom of the board for his team. Spirit is still running away with this.
Gotta be a great
changed a lot for this Spirit squad and just in Counter-Strike as a whole with the rise of Vitality. So it's Spirit right now where it's the strength of the team, not the strength of one individual that's making the difference.
It to be set up here, smokes go out. We got Nerds on the other side of them trying to hold on. Hunter has no assisting utility. Magic's is walking through though, and so this will be the A play here for Team Spirit.
Hunter's suspicious, but Magic's makes it past it, doesn't check the close corner. That's exactly what Hunter was waiting for. Now they go into the Sunpire's orb. Will you be prepared for a second man's on Tiggs? Needed the double. And with that not coming through, it's Shiro, it's Tania left in an unlikely 2-on-4. Got 15 seconds left to work with as the round stalls out.
Do we save or do we die here for Spirit? It's a hard decision to make with 10 seconds. They're going to choose to plant their feet, defend their positions. The Heavy God knows he can really punish the money right now with a well-timed peek after the clock. Crawling in, Team Spirit will survive, it seems. Or not. Awkward punish here, money lost. Team Spirit in the dirt. what they're up against, right? Not just because this is Spirit's most prolific map, the map they picked every series of the group stage, but this is a team that's, you know, beat up on G2 3 times this year. Haven't lost to them since London, the event where G2 broke out and won against the odds. Team Spirit with a comfortable matchup, but it's today the day that changes. That was Donk try into the AWP last round. Some Pius hit his shot when required.
I'll say this, you know, for G2, considering how kind of dire this felt with Spirit winning out those back and forth forces at the start, if you go on to recover this half 6-all, you are very, very happy with that. Then put in the super vulnerable position on this CT side, every round hitting like a 2-for-1. This needed a bit from him up on that boost as now the util rings out alongside some. Pius will reclaim that man advantage. Break on the smoke, spam connects.
A move.
Now forced out by the molly, they still can't catch him. Some Pius combat AWPing. Kill on Heavy God's backstab might open up a late B play for Team Spirit. Gives them the option to go back.
The clock, 25 seconds. If you want to run B, you got to count it.
They decide they've got to go forward. Don't have the time to go back with the bomb out long. Time to piece this one together. Saw the bomb on the minimap, knows that Magix is here. Still can't deal with the double peek. Left to the new man in the G2 jersey. It's a convincing catch. Bomb will make it across. Time to plant is low. And Zontix takes the fight straight up.
Terrifying 1v1. He had the bomb and a split second to make that decision to go for the fight or go for the plant. Fortunately for him, Nerds commits. And so that is a trade that will get Spirit back on the board, dealing with a chaotic, hectic, late round situation. Magix almost overcooks on the rotate. Someone calls it off. Couldn't have been a better call there for Spirit to recommit, even into the stack. G2 with a timeout. Spirit yet to need one. 7 rounds despite the back and forth that this game displayed early with G2 breaking their money.
Chance to reset G2 here and now, and that would just seal the deal on a fantastic T-side venture, one way you've just never let off the pressure.
Back 10 for Magix. Still on his top mid lurk. Team Spirit start 4B.
At the game, this was the obsession of Team Spirit.
There's only one man home. Heavy God Steeg already giving us a highlight, but conducive to the round win here. Spirit, the smoke scares them off, makes them reset. Little do they know the opportunity that was right there. One thing that's reassuring right now for G2 is Sunpius is performing on the stage. We know him to have had some incredible moments in arenas, more historically than recent, but it's his pickup as of late that's given you hope for G2, even despite falling out of group stages time after time. 3 of the last 4 events, G2 unable to make it into the playoffs. Sunpius was not the problem there, but here he goes down first.
Going into the stacked bomb site. Remember, they played Heavy God solo B from the get-go. Mattis, long swing, gets punished, gets a little impatient there, looking for the info, and Hunter's getting surrounded. No road left to run at this A bomb site as Spirit own all the avenues. Shiro even comes hunting. Heavy God won't get to save, and it has just been a maximum punishment on this T side from Team Spirit. All these swing rounds, all the ones that open up the chance for a streak going the way of Team Spirit.
Shiro just playing so much more aggressively in these games as well. You know, we came into this saying, hey, Donk's looking to still have a top-rated event of his career, relying on whether Spirit make a run in playoffs. I didn't think it would rely on whether Donk shows up in the playoffs. He has not really been a factor individually in this map, and that has not held Spirit back in the slightest. 8 rounds on their T side, Donk with 4 frags. Shiro, top of the server.
I mean, the old Spirit adage used to be, if Donk goes missing, they can't win.
Definitely not the case today. Sure, Donk is still at the forefront of these opening fights. He's running into dry orbs sometimes, but he's still positive on his opening duels. 3-2. But when you set the bar that high, there are always expectations. Maybe this is his round. Into the A site with some weaker weapons, Hunter up close.
I mean, all throughout this CT half, G2 have just been playing catch-up. The early onslaught over towards B causing a lot of problems for G2. Never really had a solid grasp on where Spirit are going. It's another one of these A plays, and Donk will break through. Double opener. That's going to try and throw in some chaos. Scaling up, he's done so quietly. Donk's got his eyes on, though. And you've been waiting for that big Donk round. Well, how's the triple entry sound?
That'll do me nicely. G2, no hope, no room, no kits, no chance. It's a nice dink, but Donk is still here. Zontic's from the cross. And Heavy God, TikTok. Shiro's got him. That's a Team Spirit masterclass on the T side of Dust 2.
Every round of consequence going their way. And they level a very punishing T side against G2.
Yeah, I love that they put the threat in this B site early, right? We have this back and forth for the first 5 rounds. Team Spirit constantly abusing them, going in with Tech 9s. Once the guns came out, that was just perfect cat splits every single time. The long players timed well. G2, even though they had some bias in the right place, often picking Donk, still a string of gun rounds at the end there for Team Spirit. I mentioned coming into this game, G2's success in pistol rounds in the group stages, right? It's not just pistols, it's conversions as well. Losing only 1 out of the 15 second rounds. But G2, they need that pistol now.
I think as well, the Spirit have done a really good job of nullifying Mattis in that entire first half, right? The long player for the G2 squad, often very good at finding his timings out through the long doors, hitting backstabs, usually very proactive. They had him mostly bogged down and unable to do anything.
Yeah, all good. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We did it against PARIVISION, we can come back here. If we win the pistol, we win this map. Trust me, boys.
G2 with belief in the comeback. Could all just be shut out with this one round.
Willing to renege on the space and just give that to G2. He's got a block smoke to slow them down. The rest of the plays coming up short. Right in the Donk School Berettas. 3K reminded him what he's capable of, and now it's a multi-kill for Donk, but more is required. Job's not done for Team Spirit as the A site falls. Nice P2 from afar, 2 to the dome, he's brought down low. That P250's got to be a bit more considered now. You've got Mattis tucked in, taking next contact. Spirit is still closing the gap on this. And it's Donk with all the kills in this pistol round. And there's the 4th. Is it really going to be a Donk case?
Oh!
No, Mattis will reply.
Out of nowhere, 4 frags for Donk. Mattis matches it, excels, and picks up a pistol clutch here for G2. Donk does everything, and it's still not enough. That's more of history repeating itself, but a damn good shot from Mattis to close this one out. G2, a necessary round victory to keep themselves on this stage in this first map. Mattis stays calm. Spirit coming with a force. G2, like I said, 14 out of 15 of these rounds they played in the group stage, they picked up. And Spirit, surprise.
Double down here in lower. You might overlook one of these 2. You're certainly not overlooking the Donk Deagle. That is backstab required, but this is where Zontix's position makes things interesting. Back turn, gives it all away. So the bait and switch in at lower is not rewarded. Important pickup for Mattis. With Nerds opening up the A plate, you'd like to think this is a safe round for G2. Bomb picked up there in mid, and Tania will hear this, but it's already made it past him on short.
Got Nerds up in Gandalf right now. They're not walking through that door. Great awareness from Mattis in this round to go back and still check for a second player. No reason to believe Zontix was in position. So Donk Stiegel is all that strikes here for Team Spirit in this 4-spy round. Going to try save, give it another go.
This is the closest thing you've had to a bit of a breather all game long if you're G2. A streak of rounds going their way, winning out against the Force. Some time to breathe, some time to plan ahead. Ultas coming back from a position like this, but as pointed out, they've done it once already in those group stages. Gives them a bit of faith, the feeling that they've done this before.
Calm before the storm for G2. One more round to collect themselves before Spirits come in with a 4-buy.
There's a surprising amount of money put into this round for Spirit. They're trying to remain competitive around these saved pistol armor, saved scout on Shiro. They essentially have another partial buy again. And obsessed with the lower tunnels to open up this game, but not in this round. It's a more standard 3-2 setup to open things up.
Dunk long with HEs. They got one more on B, but G2 could just punch the ticket in this hit. Nade stack goes both ways though. Nerds falls. Shiro wants to extend the advantage.
Crazy bit of aggression. Doesn't go down, and that feels important. Spirit get to maintain this advantage. Shiro even hangs on this angle. Now the scout shot connects. He's getting a lot of value out of this saved gun.
Why am I getting a little bit nervous here for G2? Stuck in the tunnels right now, no map control across the board. Some Pius, if he walks out and gives up a 1v1, this is going to go very wrong. It's only a USP on Magix right now though. Donk back in the bomb site. Some Pius makes steps, but then he walks away, and that's drawn Donk closer to the fake. While G2, even mid to B is dangerous. Donk Stiegel waits.
You can really afford to finish A here. Not only do you not have info, you just had 2 players crossing in a CT. So you're likely anticipating this is a heavy A-side lean. G2, it's the right read. Are they ready for the boost? Zontic's throwing up there, and Heavy God's got eyes on. It's the Shiro scout that did so much at the top of the round, but won't be able to stop this B play.
That hurts, doesn't it? 2 scout tags, right? You set up pistols perfectly, but just outpositioned in this round. G2 leaves some doubt for Spirit. That fake step on long, a bit of a lull in the action after bomb is spotted in B, and Spirit aren't certain. It's that uncertainty that puts G2 back on the board, converting after a pistol win. And this is where the game gets tough. First gun round is integral, right? Even though Spirit are getting the majority of their rounds on the T side of this map, and they have done so in this game already, this is still their go-to. This is still Spirit's home ground. This would be G2 leveling up to a degree we haven't seen in 2026. Spirit, their whole story has been improvements across the board. So let's see them put to work.
No kit in play for Team Spirit. That's kind of the one downside of them putting a bit of extra money in that last round. So if this comes down to a retake, you've got less time to work with, and it certainly could with Zontic's full blind and alone over at B.
It's a good chance to bail. They know they don't have door smoke, so Shiro on the line is a possibility, and G2 won't overplay this. I like the opening move, using Mattis to get a kill, Nerds with an important trade. And so G2 in a viable position, burning a lot of util and resources here for Team Spirit. Not gonna panic, still 2 players remain at A. Spirit with their best pieces on that B bomb site right now. G2, let's see if they can avoid them. Right into the belly of the beast.
Block on the tunnels is a bit of a problem. Gives Donker an angle to play with here. Up close, ready for someone to try and backstab, and then able to flick back and fight mid if Shiro needs the help. There he is, head on his swivel. And that's what you were worried about.
Yeah, you had your opportunity when Donk was quiet in this game, but that has disappeared now. More and more impact coming into this second half. A 4K pistol to remind us who he is, and G2 left it a save or not. Spirit deny everything. Donk is back in the building, and G2 getting shown the door on Dust 2. And when you take away the early rounds of this map and you look at pure rifle rounds for G2, they've only won 1 in this entire game. Suddenly, that close scoreline tells a different story. Spirits start to edge ahead.
I think even just shutting down one of those B splits as well always feels good.
Not ideal.
Like that.
Was it all by design?
Yeah, you do like that.
And the lower players saw it, right? Either way, so some Pius is primed on the angle. Spirit offer up nothing. That orb, an enigma right now. Back on default A. Magic's with the block. And he's read them immediately. Look at this reposition for Magix. Blocks the smoke, goes right back to spawn. Shiro doubles up on long, and oh dear. Spirit know what's coming. As in-game leaders do, 8 stack on short to make life uncomfortable. Fake on long not even working.
Magic's taking first contact, not about that orb, instead it's the rifle. The orb just here to play backup. Starting to know who's in that winning position. Rifle round stat for G2 becomes more damning by the second. Failure to launch in this one leaves them with nothing. Saved guns are all they're gonna have to work with up against a surge from Team Spirit since the rifles have made an appearance. A flawless round now only extends the pressure. You're not breaking these Spirit bank accounts easily. You've struggled in the gun rounds. You got some Pius and Heavy God here to fall back on, but that's all you've got to work with up against this horrible 11-6 scoreline.
Yeah, sure, it's more weapons in play here for G2, but letting them survive also just makes things uncomfortable. They've got to call a timeout, they've got to figure out the money, whether they want to go all in to actually allow an orb to keep them in the game. They probably will. At this kind of scoreline, 11-6, G2 have not hit anything since the Guns of Spirit have come out. So Spirit just let them sit in it. Sophic hasn't even had to stand up just yet. It's all going to plan. And everybody's thinking about Falcons versus Furia later, but the discount Spirit, defending champions, there is all the expectation to see this team in the final. Hard to doubt right now. Donk recovery, Shiro from the word go. And across the board, a team effort here from Spirit.
think at all levels of this game, Spirit have been throwing problems the way of Hunter from that T side early, the abuse over towards B to kind of call into question where they should be placing these early stacks. Well, now on the CT side, they shut down the B split convincingly, right? No issue for Spirit. That kind of removes your confidence to throw one in a round like this. And the follow-up, anticipating it wouldn't be the B play, they were more than ready for the cat exec. Magic has done a fantastic job of just kind of directing traffic on both sides of the map. He's been the guy in charge.
G2 just going to try and punch a ticket in this B bomb site. Donk is going to be quick rotation. Door smoke is integral if Donk is going to remain on the ramp, as Magix has moved back to A. There is a brief window of opportunity here for G2, and they have to grab it.
Corridor smokes in, out towards middle. And Spirit, they concede that B bomb site, down to play retake here. They're going to focus fire on the mid take. Donk opens up and someone else threw that flashbang, so they know there's more out through middle. Now silence, Donk makes his way over. Can't follow up on a Sun Pius. The ult gives G2 something as they get out into B. Next up to bat, it's Mattis out towards the window. Sees the barrel, knows they're right here.
Nice. Oh, no.
Early,
Oh, no.
finish his meal. He's done a lot of damage. Won't be enough. Sun Pius, no scope lands, but still, what to do? Nail biter of a round, but it won't be enough. Spirit don't need the luck of no scopes. They come in with raw numbers.
That is 2 dinks down middle, no conversion off the A1S. What a disaster for G2. What an opportunity to get back in this game, and Spirit snuff it out like that. Shiro clutch just to boot. He's had one hell of a game here on Dust 2. And G2 just failure to launch. Pass those pistol rounds, pass those force buys. We have seen nothing from this squad. They have been gapped.
We're seeing so much comfortability from Spirit, and it goes without saying, right? It's Dust 2, it's the home map, it's the one they've always looked to play here in Astana at every opportunity. And you are seeing that comfort in the server, breaking apart that mid to be just in 2 entirely separate fights.
Just so much for clear identity. Look at G2, right? In group stages, they pick 4 different maps. Sure, somewhat punish, maybe based off their opponent. We know where G2 are comfortable. It is maps like Ancient, previously Mirage. Ancient, which will be the second map of this series. But Spirit just say, look, you can prep for us. You can know what's coming. We don't care. We will still beat you. Right now, holding true to that, 12-6, ready to just shut this game up. And no reason to doubt Team Spirit. Dust 2 feeling like a walk in the park.
And undoubtedly, you know, when you kind of zoom out and look at the whole landscape of CS, what with Vitality domination at the top, there's this idea that the map pools are kind of being created in their image, right? You're having to get good at these maps that Vitality have insane streaks on. And you think about streaks and Vitality, you look at Dust 2 and what they've been able to accomplish here. Spirit having it as their go-to makes that a very interesting idea.
G2 have them out of position for once.
Yeah, finally going to get past the stack. One man over towards B. Is it a man or is it the main character? Donk strapped in, a tricky task ahead of him. His teammates causing problems in the backline, but Donk will get overran. Do they make it in cleanly? No, that's the bomb dropped out of the window. Very little time left. That's on a mad dash, able to grab it. Man down in this post plant.
So let's see Spirit earn it.
G2 able to get them out of position. Still hasn't been enough to seize that advantage. Flash in over the top for this retake, and it's coming in quickly. Already out through the window. Sight starts to shrink up. Nerd's feeling the pressure, and he can't hit a thing. Spirit decimate on the retake, and Dust 2, you're going to struggle to make it any cleaner than that. A statement made from Spirit to open this quarterfinal.
G2 going to have to reset hard on Ancient. While this was a bit of a ballet dance for Team Spirit, that second map is bound to be a brawl.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, there you have it. You just saw Spirit absolutely maul G2 on Dust 2. We have to try and make something of it on the desk. But guys, it would have been a lot more to talk about if G2 had bothered to fight back.
They got their ass kicked. I mean, I don't really know what else you're supposed to say in a situation like that one. And it was funny because Donk had a slow start and was never really even required in that first half. I mean, the rest of the squad was absolutely ripping it apart. And, you know, some of the, you know, secondary stars of the team that we always kind of say need to come online to make Spirit competitive against elite level opposition, they did show up in this game. I think we saw a great performance out of pretty much everyone with the Spirit jersey on today.
I mean, the fact that Donk could just have a good game, not an exceptional world-beating game, and yet the other supporting cast is able to deliver. We saw great moments from Shiro. In general, I even think that the game plans in most of these rounds for Spirit were completely reasonable. I mean, that's why they picked us too. It's why they've had so much comfort with it that, in essence, the map is just so abridged in terms of from start to finish, you're getting your map control relatively cleanly, and then you could just get right down to business. And when it came down to business and site fights, Spirit were by far and away the better team.
It's one of those situations where it felt like whenever you were going up against Spirit on the map, you were never facing one guy. You know, there was always someone following up. There was always someone supporting them. There was always, you know, a contingency plan if the first guy fell. Meanwhile, G2, you see them streaming through smokes one by one, you know, in the second half, you know, not being on the same page all the time and really struggling to find performances. I mean, again, Nertz is the guy that they brought in to be a star for this team. They need him to be able to engage middle, to battle Donk, to battle some of these guys, to give them some openings and give them something to work with. That was largely absent in this one. And yeah, again, this is the round I'm talking about. You know, there's just such a lack of cohesion in an execute like that when you're so far behind and they just don't seem to have the answers.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, G2 had opportunities. You know, first half, you bounce back from the pistol. Second half, you win the pistol. You heard Hunter on the listening. He's talking, super confident. I know we're going to win the pistol. It's like, what do you do next, guys? And I just, at no point on this map did I believe G2 were in it.
No, not even for a split second, really. I feel like Spirit were kind of just carried. I mean, this whole game was just start to finish pretty much a slaughter. I didn't really even find too many silver linings here. I even think that the CT defenses from G2 were relatively lacking. I feel like we weren't really getting any kind of as many mix-up as I would have wanted. They were sure going through the motions of contesting for space, but so often I felt like they fell into a more default spread, and you can't really do that against Spirit when you have a guy that's just going to find a ridiculous amount of entries. Obviously, we're highlighting Shiro. Late round, this guy was fantastic. On the flash assist, he was also excellent. Once again, like topping the charts. I think he had 3 flash assists, at least in this one. A lot of those on the executes, but even if they don't get the kills, he cleaned up here.
I think Spirit have been on the phone to Secret Lab because they've got a hybrid AWPer.
They really do. I mean, that's one of the things that we kind of talk about all the time with AWPers is can they also rifle, and Shiro definitely showed you a lot of that.
27 enemies blind.
Yeah, I mean...
On cue, thank you, production.
Yeah, you really did just live up to the hype of the flash assist that you were kind of setting up before the game, and that's really been the evolution of Spirit this year. Again, you know, while they came out the gate swinging at Krakow, we're like, all right, they still pack a punch. They did kind of cool off after that, if we're honest, but at Rio and so far throughout this tournament, you have seen, you know, despite Hallie not being here, them look a little bit sharper in how they're taking things. Again, there's a lot more cohesion, there's a lot better scaling, and then the utility usage is just a lot better. They were the superior team in every aspect this game.
Just a off-ramp from that thought.
Sure.
I mean, if they win the whole tournament without him...
I know, right?
That's worrying, right?
It's a question that actually needs to be pondered upon. I know that people might think that, oh no, like Holly should come back, the system's been good and everything like that. I haven't seen proof that the system has actually been great since really 2024, okay? And the fact that Zontix in an interview himself says that they're trying new things out, that Holly usually is the architect, but now they're going with some different ideas, and they've looked this successful, and the flash assists have been so good. Like, once again, I'm going to reiterate the fact, 2025, worst flash assist team in the top 20 at this event. They're blowing people out of the water. After this one, I'm pretty sure the number even got higher, because I think they had 5 flash assists or 6 in this one, and that's really on track to be just the best year. This is like the best season of flash assists we've ever seen from Spirit.
I was going to bring it up, reminiscent of what Astralis did when they got the edge on everyone back at the start of the Astralis era. The thing we were all talking about back then is like, yeah, their aim's pretty good. Yeah, they got some good players, but you know what? They kill you with the utility, and when you sized them up against all of their opponents, you were blinder longer, more damage from HE nades. You know, they really had this incredible understanding of the game, and it's so important. And if Spirit, if that's the edge they need to maybe topple Vitality, great.
I mean, here's the thing. You always had that right-hand haymaker with Donk. Now you got a jab to follow it up with, you know, to get him out there. Giving him more support is what is required. And so, yeah, whatever it is that's allowing them to do this is key, because now it's not like you're just serving him up on a platter. You're giving him good support, and you're giving him good trade potential. I think those are so pivotal. And it's also, you know, opening up their ability to be more proactive on the CT side. Let's get Shiro's op into forward angles. This gets people being able to make bigger plays and play off of each other. And this is what they need, right? Because they were always a team that predicated themselves on Deathball CS, and that's fine as long as you have the right support, as long as you're on the same page, and that's what we got to see today, and really just throughout this entire tournament in Rio as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, over on G2, I mean, yeah, there's so much to pick apart. Like, it just was so flat and kind of like, I know, like, Hunter, yeah, you got to be able to call a Dust 2 game.
I mean, I feel like initial site defenses were the main problem for me throughout this one. I mean, sometimes they would even get entry kills as Spirit was trying to execute into bomb sites, but then the follow-up was so strong. That's obviously why we highlighted Shiro there as the player of the match, is that he had some great late-round moments, especially towards the B bomb site, just kind of having to hunker down in man-deficit situations. I mean, in already so many of those rounds, Spirit were getting the entry. Donk was 7-2 for entry kills in that game. On top of that, a handful of his teammates found entries as well. But even when G2 got the entry kills, Spirit was able to fight back in so many of those. So I kind of put it down more to the players. Also, just the lack of great reactions and mix-ups on their defense.
Yeah, and just spare a thought for Heavy God, man. Like, I don't know. We highlighted him in the pre-show before we went into the game. We were talking about how, like, he's the star player that isn't. He does so much, like, you know, no pun intended, heavy lifting for this team. And ultimately, I don't know, man, like, help him out. That's all I can say about that map, really.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he's playing those anchor positions for you, and he's doing his job kind of getting his kill here and there.
Yeah.
The issue is Nerds is supposed to be a support system. He's supposed to be helping with the mid-B defense or being kind of an assistant in the site itself, and you really saw that really lack. And I mean, yeah, he's getting a couple of kills there at the back of the B-bomb site, but he's not really able to get anybody else involved in the mix, which really just kind of exposed the whole half of the map. And, you know, on T side, they never really got rolling. So it is certainly, you know, concerning that you got a guy like that who's playing his role very effectively, but, you know, no one else is really pitching in the same way. I mean, there's really only like 2 exciting moments I can even remember that weren't heavy. Yeah. It was Mattis had 1 multi-frag round, and then the double no-scopes that Sunpius did. And those didn't really lead to any success anyway. So
even the Heavy God triple deagle kill didn't even win them a round.
Yeah, didn't win that round.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much the tail of the tape. So look, much like G2 need to do, let's put Dust 2 to bed. Just write that one off. Spirit, too good on that map. G2 had nothing going. Ancient, in theory, should be a different prospect, but
it will be. It will be. I do think that the opening utility sets from G2 are much more polished on this map. I find Nerds has a lot more comfort when he's taking space on this one. It's a map where Donk has been humbled, he's been game planned against. The way I think that Astralis gave the blueprint back at EPL that if you use a variety of different utility sets and timings, you can catch off this guy. And it's a reason I'd say that Spirit went away from Ancient, even though in 2024 when they hit the ground running with Donk, it was really in their back pocket, but later on you saw it less and less because this mid fight can just be really claustrophobic for this guy. Donk has had some better success on it lately, yes, but still there's always the chance that teams are just able to throw all of their utility, the entire kitchen sink at him, and then he's just blind, and there's nothing you can do even if you're the best aimer in the world, best movement in the world. Not much you can do with a white screen.
Yeah, I think that the big thing about G2 on this attacking side is not just Nerds at middle, it's also Heavy God being that second guy there. You know, this is a discussion point that we've had is that Heavy God's been allowed to be a little bit more activated and be a little bit more aggressive. He's going to be right there next to Nerds trading, maybe even entering in front of Nerds at times. And I think he's also really key being their B anchor on a site that Spirit like to hit a whole hell of a lot. So I think he'll play an important role here, no doubt about it. It's also G2 just have like these really unorthodox fast plays out of spawn. And so if they temper a team to expect the heavy mid control, then all of a sudden they throw 5 people running into the B bomb site with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. You're not ready for that. So I think they can be a little bit unorthodox. And for Spirit, for me, I think this is a big test for them because Ancient used to be their next best map after Dust 2 for a very long time. Absolutely. It was very much their bread and butter. Now they've become very vulnerable. Their record this year, not great. The teams that they've lost to, you just don't anticipate. And really, I think what it comes down to is that they just need to be a little bit more efficient with how they're utilizing Donk in middle. You know, we've hyped up their utility usage. We need to see some better support here for him to go up against a G2 team that's very, very proficient in dealing with that area of the map.
Yeah, and look, one thing I will also add, you know, a lot of talk about Sunpius. I think he's very good on Ancient. I will give that to him. I think he can get in your face and do that combat style of AWPing that you need to do on this map if you want to hold bomb sites down.
One of the reasons that Sunpius just hit the ground running back at Movistar, his big arena debut in 2022, was his ability to call his own number on this map. He has so many different ideas for openers. The problem, Rich, is that the CT side. I think the T side for Sunpius has really been eluding him. I don't feel like his rifle's nearly as strong as it once was. And so what I need is for G2 and the rest of the guys to buy Sunpius enough buffer room so that he can get the op up and running once they swap to the defense, because that's when he can have real impact.
Yeah, then on the opposing side, again, this is another map where I want to see Tanir come alive for Spirit. You know, this is a guy who is going to help aggress middle from the shelf side to kind of give some assistance to Donk. He's also going to be holding B against a lot of G2's fast executes. You know, it's kind of a newer role for him, having to make room for Zontix. He used to be kind of playing mid with Donk. Now he has to be more of an anchor. And again, I want to see Spirit get this map back online. This is a great opportunity to do so because, look, if you ever want to be a challenger to the GOAT, you're going to have enough of a map pool to be able to handle a best of 5 situation. And so being able to find other maps that are going to help you get to vitality and big playoff runs and help you get trophies is pivotal. And while they have Dust 2 already kind of in their locker, they need to figure out a way to get Ancient back in the rotation.
To me, it's also just getting it so that you know the next time you play Na'Vi. That's what you're trying to do here, because Vitality's not going to play them on Ancient, but if they can start proving that they can beat every team in this kind of caliber of competition, then you can start taking it toe-to-toe, because Na'Vi's going to pick this every time against you.
Yeah. Well, I also think it's a test for Hunter. I mean, you know, we've talked about this for a long time now. You know, he's been IGL, and it's been the best part of a year. We are constantly watching and waiting when G2's going to evolve, when he's going to take that next step. And so far, it hasn't really happened. And I think he's still good enough to go back to being a rifler, you know? Like, they could just maybe pick up another IGL, new ideas. There's plenty going to be on the market after the majors. So, I don't know. But for me, I've never really been sold on this.
I think we're starting to see the limitations and the ceiling of this G2 team because even with the nerds change, we haven't really seen it come together quite yet. Getting a win here, though, with your second Tier 1 event, with your whole new 5-man lineup, that would be a big feather in their cap. It's still a huge uphill battle. It's one where you would want, if you're Saw, to just start bringing in all of your guys. You got nerds, you got Senpais. If this Hunter thing doesn't work out, Kicksan's on the market. So that's something you got to start thinking about if you see a ceiling being hit from your current captain.
Yeah, my biggest fear is this, though, is that, Nerds has played his best Counter-Strike under Saul. Remember, this was a guy who won the 2023 Rookie of the Year when he was playing on it, and Saul and his coach and Senpais was his opera next to him, right? Then you see him in 2024 be an absolute pivotal piece to the heroic team that had that crazy run at the Shanghai Major where they knocked Na'Vi, the defending major champions, out of the tournament to get a quarterfinal spot for themselves. And they had a lot of build up to that point, too, where they looked really good, and Nerds was a key factor in that. A lot of times I feel like I gave, Nerds a little bit of a pass on his time on Liquid because it felt like it was just a horrible environment. But now you're in a favorable one. You got your old head coach back. You have some familiar faces playing around you. And I just have not seen him really step into a consistent star role just yet. Yes, I know that they had to deal with the stand-in at Rio and all these other little complicating factors. But at some point, if you're going to be the guy, you got to be the guy. And this is a perfect map, as we've already kind of been building up, where he's going to feel at home playing a spot he's played pretty much his entire career. Both ways defensively.
I couldn't agree more with you. I absolutely think this is where you start to build on that reputation. You've got the players, theoretically. This is the roster you're going to be happy with at G2. So you have to call rings around Team Spirit on a map that is your pick in an arena. If you can't do that, you're never going to win a trophy.
That's a fear, obviously, for this G2 team that even though they made that swap, they didn't even really hit the ground completely running. To go to a couple of Tier 2 lands, especially, not even make waves at those. They took 1 trophy out of 3 attempts, and those are supposed to be a cakewalk for them. So to even show that they're a contender, they need some kind of win like this to just embolden them, because all I'm seeing right now from this G2 team is a team that I expect them to make a little bit of a run in the group stage, but to usually sputter out against the true elite competition, which Spirit has proven.
Yeah, London's looking more and more like a fluke every month that passes, and you don't give yourself another shot at a title. I'm just being honest. I mean, again, that was such a huge achievement to beat Vitality in the BO5 Grand Final. That team has played, I think somewhere around like 12 to 13 BO5 Grand Finals. Only lost 2 of them, and G2 is one of them. So you clearly have shown that you have the talent to do great things, but now it's about implementing Nerds back into the squad, Hunter developing more as an IGL, and figuring out a way to be a little bit more consistent, because right now the only consistent thing I can rely upon is Heavy God. They need more if they want to try to keep this series going.
I also would like to see more from Mattis, too. I feel like he's been taking the short end of the stick here in terms of just getting relegated to all these kind of extremity anchor positions. He's the guy that wants to brawl, too, and I wish that he could unleash himself a little bit more in a series like this because, yeah, I mean, the Dust 2 rating looks great, but that's mostly carried off of a really great T side. Rating 3.0 can be weird, I'm not going to lie. That's kind of insane. But
I think one thing that helps him on Ancient, though, is like unlike Dust 2, where he's kind of just like a B tunnels lurker, and he's not really necessarily involved in the pack, this is a map where he can get more involved in those B executes and attacking BKs, so maybe he can be activated.
Well, we're going to see. For now, we're going to activate our commentators. Back over to Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, this has been a one-sided quarterfinal thus far. It was Spirit running rings around G2 on Dust 2. But now we go to a home map for the G2 squad, and we want to see the same thing out of Hunter, being able to call rings around Magics.
Yeah, if you can't do it now, you're going to do it never. That's a situation for G2, staring death in the face here in this quarterfinal. Team Spirit, an ex-home map, G2, a current home map.
Yeah, and you don't want to find yourself relegated to be one of these gatekeeper squads. If G2 actually want to stand the chance of vying for trophies, challenging the elite, this would be the time to show it.
It's now or never. Team Spirit on a path to defend their title here in Astana. Their side of the bracket looking hot to trot. Team Spirit take to Dust 2. They dominate. Now we go to Ancient. It's G2 fast out middle in this pistol.
And already set up to exploit the empty bomb site. This one's going to come down to a retake. You've got a nade on Donk. You've got flashes as well.
This was an eventuality Spirit were prepared for.
G2 punchy pace, but it's going to get met as they all flood together through Temple.
And he got up close. It's a clean way to get this one rolling. Pius lends a helping hand. It's a G2 uppercut in this pistol round with these openers going their way. This should shut the retake down before it ever gets scary.
And a nice triple for Pius and G2 on the board, but I'm never going to get ahead of myself on these pistol rounds with all those numbers we saw from group stage. We may have the best pistol player in the world in Donk, but Spirit struggled massively in those first rounds in groups, and G2 quite the antithesis. They were the go-to team. They were the best team here in the playoffs in those opening rounds. It's all about full buys here, where Spirit shredded G2 on dust. So I like the pace from G2, bringing a bit of energy to this second map. They're going to need it. Match in middle. This is going to be a lot of fun. Don't be nerds, but the pistols come up for Team Spirit. Poor trading for G2.
Ready in kind of dire straits here. 3-on-5. You get Hunter out through middle, sure. That's info that Spirit now have. Out towards the red room, he saw a player cross back. Area of the map he can try and hang around in either, right? If this is a 5-on-5, getting that red room control, you can suddenly cut rotates, very powerful position. 3v5 like this, it's more important to have Hunter in with the pack. So space that's instantly conceded. Go back over towards this B site. Spirit have gotten aggressive all the way through main, and so no reason to make concessions for A. It's only mid that's open, and that's about to get cleared by Tanir on this backstab. At that point, you're padding out the B site. Magic's even going to try and get aggressive. MP9 won't find a thing. Some Pius with the entry, but there's a lot more to follow for G2. 3 players in the site, swing wide. Hunter able to control it. It's his teammates cut down. Some Pius left in this all alone. Spirit can be. There's one player fully unaccounted for. Where the hell is Tanir? Closing in on a backstab, and as Pius takes his time clearing angles, in comes Shiro from the backline. This one starts off the way of Dust too. Back and forth we go to begin Ancient.
Yeah, really disappointing so far, G2, right? Losing to both these force buys after winning opening pistols. Team Spirit, great hold in middle, but I can't say that G2 looked good in that engagement. Getting very messy on that second spray from Heavy God. Not what you'd expect, but just what Spirit need to kickstart this series. A second map, 2 AKs taken, G2 back to pistols.
Touched upon this, oh hang on a second, because this might be an up-tempo round out of G2. They got a lot of util in play on their force, and they're looking at this B site with keen eyes.
Saw some games from Spirit on CT side Ancient where they were just very keen to play retake B. Didn't really want to go down with the bomb site. These double long, these short setups here from Spirit, committing magics to the cave, going to leave them in very comfortable post-plant positions. Even if G2 get that bomb down, Spirit don't necessarily need to be worried. This nade stack might punish though.
Could be real nice.
Boom.
Oh, that's Magic's. Just artilleried out of the round by those nades. It takes Tanir to claw back the advantage. Oh, and the spam connects. That's a huge buffer for Team Spirit. Now a man up in this retake.
The smoke is big for Hunter. By a few seconds, got to pick your poison, pick your position very wisely in this post-spawn. The smoke will flood them out through short. Can Hunter disappear into the mist? It might be his best move here. Tanir realizes it. G2 scratching their backs, wondering where are Spirit coming from, and then they all move in together. Nice timing. Shiro through smoke. Heavy Gold left with just a deagle. And if they just push them together, this one's done for. Full stick on the bomb. Heavy God holds on, but Donk's got that defuse and Spirit shut it down.
Seeing more of this retake tendency out of the Spirit squad, right? You highlighted it right before that B play. We saw them do it a hell of a lot in the groups whenever this cropped up. A lot of faith in their ability to stick the landing in those retakes.
Yeah, just no hurry, no panic there, which is nice to see from Spirit.
Want to see how the presence of this Donk v Nerds head-to-head affects the G2 game plan, because I think there's a lot of similarities between how these two players look to go about this mid control. It's very brawly, it's very in your face. Another one of these B plays to contend with. Once again, might come down to a retake as the site's already been conceded. Magic's this time able to get one. They're up through the short side, and in comes Zontix to shut it down.
Excellent spray, but AK picked up and put to use here. Some Pius, no Kevlar, gotta be careful. That nade is a problem. Watch out on your rotate. Zontix cut down. Some Pius, no clutch today, as Team Spirit are hot to trot. Quick back on that post plant and take a third round on this CT side. Yeah, you mentioned this head-to-head in middle. It's going to be a lot of fun. We see a lot of teams, you know, when you're up against some of the best elbow players in the world, I think Donk, I think MongolZ, a lot of teams try and initially game plan to shut them down. They have different combos of flashes, different timings. They swing out donut or they go out red. And so many games where you've seen this attempt to punish, then after a few rounds of failing, you just fall back to conceding middle.
Yeah.
That's the problem here for G2. They need to stop Donk in middle. So far, a lot of B hits coming through to start this game.
That says the mid spawn, so we're going to get that fight. Flashes in from Hunter and some Pius to try and allow this to happen. The nades are a good early punish. And there's Nerds dead on the crossing.
How do you stop him? That's what
I can. There's layers to this mid defense. It's not a Donk one-man show. Shiro keeps things in Spirit's favor.
I don't think you expect the orb coming through the smoke, especially with that bait from Zontix spamming red at the same time. G2 run into the triple setup. They don't jump the gun on B though. Atis is lurking in, looking for an entry kill. Hunter has rotations cordoned off. G2 don't really have a safe way in right now, and if any of their one player die on their own, this round falls apart. Spirit stay active.
Getting a bit of deja vu here, right? You have Hunter in this 3v4 out towards the red room. Last time he fell back, felt like he had to go and join the rest of the team. This time he's sticking it out and hanging around.
Got to play first on this B site though. Tania holds on an off angle, letting them in. This time,
success really rides or dies on whether or not his team are able to get into B. Right now they're up the ramp side. It's Tania back cave that causes them problems. There are Mattis as well. Hunter tries to activate and will have one. Shiro dead in rotation. Won't come to matter if the next death is Mattis out towards cave, looking for this trade. Tania will not let him get it. And with the bomb tumbling away, Hunter heard on his rotation. And Spirit, two players ready to receive. Tania is all that's required.
Three perfectly played 1v1s for Tania. Love how he isolates that fight, letting G2 in, which they can, you know, come to expect on this T side, but still in a surprising position to catch that first player off guard, and G2 don't have the numbers to trade out.
I think the decision for Spirit to play retake and look so comfortable in doing so over at B poses an interesting kind of question to G2. Sure, you're getting the space more often than not, and that can always prove tempting enough, right? All you need is to kind of get into that post plant, win out one of the fights at the start of the retake, and you're in a really good position. But is it just the poison chalice? Are Spirit giving you all this room, this false sense of security, because their retakes have looked stellar?
It goes both ways. You think, hey, I don't want to fight Donk and Shiro in middle. Can we go B? And they're going to try through the cave. Tech9's overwhelm the captain. M4 picked up, and G2 with another advantage, another attempt.
This time Tania's going to try and stick it out, push through the cave smoke, will get punished. 3v5, but you know you're only up against pistols. Wonder if that keeps Spirit interested.
Nade is good. In the open, Heavy God disappears back down ramp. G2 not conceding kills right now, puts the pressure back on Spirit.
What a weird decision to make. I know they're not up against much, but it's a numbers game at the end of the day. They need something soon, or else this one just gets written off. Monte's trying to find a way back in. Good damage onto Heavy God. He'll respond with one of his own. So the save called, but it's not getting away. Only Shiro surviving on this AWP. A breakthrough round for G2 right when they needed it. Things were starting to look very, very desperate. But finally, with a 5v4, finally an opener going untraded. So success found over towards B.
It gets very scary though. I think if Tania goes through front end of the smoke or right side of the smoke, he probably gets kills there. They were flashed, they had nades in hand, getting their plan together. So 5v3 with no kills offered up in that post spawn makes all the difference from G2. The B charge is enough. Is it replicable, though? See G2 try and, again, get Nerds out middle. Donk's able to storm. 3 players here for Team Spirit. We've got Shiro assisting. Late flashbang gets Donk into position. G2 are waiting to strike after the fact. Donk turns back, takes one, but only one, and it's up to Zontic to spray him down. Good damage, but a 3v3, G2 won't say no. Spirit is so active. They never sit back. Reclear of mid comes from heaven, so that is big info. Going to put Shiro's AWP back on A. Magix has a decision to make.
The clear comes in very, very quickly, and he has cleared everything.
Have to be Tanir for the meantime, though. If Magix doesn't move fast, Tanir has got another big round ahead of him. Rotates.
This is all thanks to just Magix being so quick on these clears. Gets the info, doesn't hear a thing on the reroute through Donut, doesn't hear main players. He's already up in heaven ready to disrupt this. Captain gonna clash and deal with Hunter nice and easily. No problems there to steal the advantage away. Spirit more than ready for this B exec.
He doesn't need to overcommit to this either. Heavy God's getting pressured in the site. Bomb denied in the open. Some Pious left in the clutch, and he's not getting close. Magix bang around, recommits out mid, clears the map, and frees up Shiro to rotate with Tanir. It's a perfect mid-round move for the captain of Spirit. 5-2 lead. G2 may have, in a sense, won that mid-fight, but fully blind. And Spirit flying high. G2 desperate, 2 AKs here. Still an eco essentially. It's Heavy got out middle, but he doesn't even see a player. Double HE with a Molotov. G2 lose their point man.
Magix even sneaking through cave side, goes undetected. So a big problem, made even worse. Nerds does what he can as Steel kills back out here towards mid, but once again clashes with his counterpart, comes up short. Mattis has hit this timing, however. Tanir's got no idea. No clue. The player's already made it fully through the B site.
Still hesitant though. Tanir's gotten back into the cave, so I don't know if there's a kill available here for Magix. You've still got to get this bomb up ramp. Donk allowing it for now. Tanir, not the same, and Magix just comes out cave to drop that bomb. So, man, his position, what can it even do?
There's a number of big problems for G2. You have been shut down in mid. They have that one round where they break out with a 3-on-3. That's the best they've been able to manage on the back of this mid control. And you start losing these mid fights, a position that Nerds was famed for, right? Goes about it in the same way of Donk and as Makazi, these very prolific mid players who are all about the gunfights. Well, Donk's not shying away from his. Spirit had put a lot of stock in that mid control in the early game.
A rushes on T side are the equivalent to, you know, B hits on Dust 2, right? It's the side that if you get the entry and you get the bomb down, you're in a fantastic position. You hope the teams don't start heavy there. It's unlikely to see a gamble off the start of the round on the A side. So I feel like G2, it's a matter of time. They've got to suss it out. They've got to try it. We keep seeing this triple mid.
I think, you know, the one player that's kind of been unaccounted for in all of these rounds is Shiro on the AWP. And so you're telling yourself, well, he's there. They're playing retake over towards that A side of the map. If Shiro's even able to get one, that puts a real issue in the post plant for G2. Keep going to where they're getting the space, which is over here at B.
Every round a different look in mid. Here from Spirit, Donk gets involved. Shiro is on A, but it's up heaven coming the rifles of G2. Looking to meet in the middle, and Spirit say, fine, have it. Magic's got to be careful here. Going down opens up a way into the round, but other than Donk spotting this cross, G2 don't know what's up. Suddenly they strike. Double kill from Donk. Zontix holds his position, and that is the bomb in the red room.
Good use of the util to force a fight, an awkward engagement out of Zontix.
Ain't getting this bomb back any easier, though.
Like you said, Shiro, unaccounted for, slips back into position.
There's just so many question marks in this round. You don't know where Spirit have gotten to. There's been a lot of downtime. Spotted Tania, so you're going to go and fight the enemy you know about here. Pushed up down the ramp side. Heavy God will claw another back. Just how much mileage does Heavy God have? Finally, that Shiro Warp plays its hand.
Shiro's been unstoppable in this series. Might just be another one. Point and click here in middle. Donk, Shiro, and Magic's wait.
It's all for G2 there, right? It feels too good to be true, so it probably is. They get all that space in mid, only to get it ripped away. And I think this is what's very, very quickly starting to feel scary. You're going to doubt yourselves here. Anytime you get space, anytime you have room, you're asking, have Spirit just allowed us to have this? Because it's happening all over the map. Now in mid as well. B getting left open with these punchy retakes out of Team Spirit. Mid left open there, only for the late round clampdown from Team Spirit. G2 have no solid ground in this T side.
Yeah, might need some later mid hits here for G2. Just the early util disrupting them so much. These double nades, these mollies, we've seen Heavy God and Nerds get put low or even killed before they spot players. G2 continuing to call timeouts. Spirit haven't used one in this series yet. And why would they? Don't give Saw any extra time.
I think even that's been interesting, like watching the differences between Suffolk and Halley for the Spirit squad. Halley was always very proactive, right? It would always be kind of one round lost, the timeout comes in straight away, going over the game plan. Suffolk putting a bit more faith in maybe the attitude of the team, right? Feeling like even if they forego a round, if the communication with there, if everything's flowing, just put in the faith in Magic's to...
He's also blossomed massively as an in-game leader, right? He's certainly gotten better. We've talked about the flash assists, being improved. I think Zontix is a huge part of that as well. He went from, bottom 6 flash player at Krakow to the most effective flashes this entire event. Team Spirit changing how they use utility, and it's certainly made all the difference.
Right, finally a change for Hunter. This has been a game focused around mid and B. We haven't seen G2 look into this A-bomb site since the pistol round.
Shiro's been waiting all game to play. How about now?
They know he'll be here. The one guy they've never found on any of these site hits. Shiro Zorp is not missing a beat, and this round's no exception. When you get denied entry at the door, you don't get the fun night out. You don't get the party in at A. And so this attempt at throwing in something different in the low econ round, hoping you could catch this AWP here alone, that's not happened. 2 players, Spirit one step ahead of this, and that just speaks to what's been happening throughout this entire series, which is Spirit being one step ahead.
No, it's cowering. Nothing to show for this A hit. Team Spirit, no reason to doubt themselves across the map. Everybody has held their position. I think a lot of credit also just has to go to Tania on the CT side because he's missed timings, there's been gaps, he's been playing some risky positions, but G2 have yet to be able to reasonably punish him on that other side of the map. That just frees up so much firepower on this A site, and Shiro is there lying in wait. 3 kills out of the AWP here for Spirit, and they are just storming forward in this quarterfinal. 8-2 CT side. G2's go-to map pick, a map they have a win streak on, but Team Spirit yet to feel threatened.
And you've got to sit up and take note on the kind of uptick in form for Spirit on this very map. Sure, it's one they've had their struggles on, absolutely no denying it, but since Rio, come up a couple of times. Sure, not versus top-tier opposition, but still getting the wins.
And to be honest, I think that's even somewhat exaggerated, the idea that Spirit have fallen off on this map, right? The 3 losses this year, the only 2 of the losses being to PARIVISION. We know a team that have had a huge rise in form, have countered their opponents very, very well, played a unique style. So, for the most part, this has still been a pretty successful map across the year for Team Spirit.
How frustrating is this? G2, couple of gimmicks here to try and go about these usual control steps. It's a boost over towards B. There's some Pious Orb getting put in a position for an entry, and Nerds boosted in middle. But Donk didn't go far enough. He seems aware of this potential. Some Pious spotted on the boost B side, and Spirit again wisen up to the start out of G2.
This is at least a late mid take here for G2. They can come through on Heaven. There's no actual threat in this position, but Cave is where G2 have at least found success, and Spirit have a double setup. This is brutal to get past. That molly maybe baits them in, but Spirit's block with a smoke. No entrance at 50 seconds. G2 have to look elsewhere. Zontics with a block ready. Playing it safe, puts that Molotov down and doesn't allow them entrance into this site. G2 running out of time.
Moment G2 get an opening, they've got to take it. They've got to take the room. Right now
here.
it's only Zontics in front of them. One man overcame, and they'll get in through the donut side. Shiro Warp posted CT side. They know to expect it here. An important trade for Heavy God. Rotates start to arrive.
Absolutely.
Finally, Pius a chance to stretch his legs on this AWP. They get him in a post plant. Starts to feel real threatening. Lengthy flank on the cards for Team Spirit. And so for now, Donk can lend a bit of time to Tanir.
Nice shot. Donk still trying to stay involved as Pius connects it. This flank shouldn't be reasonable. Time half gone. Element of surprise on Pius, but past that point with the donut post plant, G2 have picked up this round. So there's Tanir saving, trying to remove this AWP at the end. Not a bad gambit. Pius is a dead man walking. I don't think he even lives to bomb here. Oh, close, but Tanir's flushed it out, and no AWP pickup here for G2 is annoying going into their last round.
Even just the number of casualties, an extra player going down to the bomb, that's going to cause you problems. This buy is really lacking for G2, and it's not what you want as you desperately grasp for 4 rounds on your T-half, on what is meant to be a home map, what is meant to be the one where you have the edge. Trying to scrape by with 4 rounds, you got to do it with less here.
You saw, though, G2 very quickly in this half did exactly what I said. They abandoned the idea of getting out mid-control fast, right? G2 going back for lots of B hits, trying to mid-round. Spirit have put that fear in them. This B side will get tested again. Tanir's been good for it every time.
Only a one and done. It's a space taken, down to the retake now for Spirit, but they play a lot of rounds like this. Shiro Orb hoping to make an incision, won't find a thing. Fast backstab available for Magics.
Quite the reset here. Smoke is a problem. G2 have nothing left in this post plant.
That's waiting back here at the double doors. Will he go overlooked? He could shut down the flank, which is meant to be the kind of killing move for Spirit in this round.
This is taking too long. They know Nerds is here. That's why they're taking so long. But Spirit, the bomb's half gone. You've got to get in.
With post plants taken out on the long side. Tricky retake ahead of Spirit, catching one. Pius dead as he tries to get into a post plant. Donk with a follow through. Heavy God now forced to swing. Not in a position now. Has to take it wide, and Donk's got the cover. Spirit had no business pulling that one off. And they somehow make it look easy.
G2 are getting embarrassed in this quarterfinal right now. Dust 2 is one thing, but messing up a post plant like that, a surprise to see. Hunter just walks back turned into the crossfire. G2 needed their numbers to play that bomb. The pressure of presence is enough, and G2 just crumble under any pressure from Team Spirit. Ugly first half. A pistol unconverted and 2 singular rounds off of a B rush. G2, 3-round half. Make no mistake, Team Spirit are eyeing up that trophy. This is a team that, while we've seen an uptick this year, has struggled to lift trophies since the start of last season. Spirit with just 2 titles left to defend. Isn't it lucky that we're seeing them improve right ahead of Astana and Cologne?
Yeah, the 2 titles they still possess. Man, it feels kind of rough here. Mattis, both first halves only having 1 round with any impact, any kills found. Same on Dust too, right? Performance kind of cobbled together with a bit of impact when he switched over to the T side. Well, he just got to play the T side of Ancient, gets out with 1 kill in the entire half. He's an integral firepower piece of this G2 squad, and he has been entirely absent in this quarterfinal.
Now he asked for more performance out of Mattis. We're getting absolutely nothing in this quarter. It's on T side where he has, picked up some of the slack in these opening kill attempts here for G2. But we saw none of them come through. Nerds will find the first in this CT pistol. Into Julies they go. Spirit bring the pace.
It's been the one rounds that have held any promise for the G2 squad, and that's got to hold true now more than ever. If they want to stay alive on Ancient, it's hinging on this. Mira Magic's 2 versus 3. Thought about the bomb plant. Tanir plays for the fights instead, but Magic's iced out in the open. It's far from comfortable. It's still a G2 pistol.
G2 pistol is to be expected in this series. It's the follow-up I'm worried about. The relief of not getting the bomb plant should give G2 a bit more room here on this CT side. And maybe Spirit just roll their eyes and accept it. Nothing wrong with that at this point in the game. Spirit have such a wealth of rounds. No point letting G2 get back in and comfortable so they can seed 1 with Glocks. And let's compare how Donk is used on this T side once we get into the gun rounds, right? Is he going to be going out elbow at a pace? Are G2 going to risk the fight in middle to stop him?
I almost think like while you have the breathing room, just to kind of get in the heads of G2 more than you have across this entire series, if you are able to go and do what G2 never could, which is confidently go about winning that mid-fight, you're putting your best player there to try and do so, Donk in his comfort zone. I think so quickly G2 would just crumble, right? They never owned it throughout the entirety of that T-half. The few times they were able to get players out mid, it was a tremendous cost, and it never put them in a winning position.
I'm not going to call a Glock round win, but with Sumpires just here, if Donk comes in first and gets this entry with the Deagle, suddenly there's a bomb plant, there's a rifle, there's an opportunity here for Spirit to make this weird. Glocks go in first though, food for the fodder.
Yeah, Hunter arrives. Should be able to keep this one fairly clean. Donk Deeg put down, nothing done, and so G2, no problems there. This is the round that we've been anticipating. I do really hope we see Donk try and throw up the ultimate middle finger and get out mid.
The best spawn, but it's enough here for Team Spirit. Dedicated.
He's taking the pathing. Magic's Shiro with the util.
G2 abandon ship immediately. They go for the B stack.
Give it up.
They don't want the smoke. Can you blame them?
Let's come around on this CT side. They decide it's not worth their troubles.
Still active though. G2 making a move, pushing down the ramp. Going to clear out all of this. Tanir is just holding on very passively, and so G2 have the option to cycle smokes on the door, but they just used that last one. So no more blocking really available in this round. They post Heavy God up in the corner.
With the Heaven scale up, Heavy God's not in a comfortable position. That cave smoke falls and he wants to get back to a safer angle. Able to retreat after one. That's very well handled from Heavy God in what was quickly becoming an uncomfortable position. One that Spirit could have looked to exploit.
Ooh,
dead back on the cave side, and G2, things are going swimmingly right now.
Mattis' second kill. I don't think Donk expected just a full wide swing there after getting spotted jiggling. So G2, with a bit of a surprise, find a 5v3 in this round. They have the back door closed as well. Spawn controlled by an off angle, 3 towards default. This is a hell of a setup here. We're going to need clean entries for Spirit.
Trades here, something you can't afford. You need multi-kills, and thankfully Shiro will provide that. Close to finding Heavy God out here in the corner. Will it get overlooked? No, Magic still comes in with the clear. For a brief moment, this was a 2-on-5. And Spirit have successfully wrestled it back into a doable spot. It now hinges on their captain and clutch up.
No time, 10 seconds, and they pull back. He's not going to get given the kills. Bomb plant is the right idea, but it's Nerds with the sidearm. Taps him out, keeps G2 in this game, and delivers them a must-win rifle round. I like the idea, though, from G2, just putting their eggs in one basket. They don't get shattered. Boiled on this B site. mid take here for G2. Up against pistols. It's getting up on Heaven. No hero rifle here for Team Spirit, so potentially just popping through this door smoke. It's got to be very careful.
High pressure position. He's going to have all the Team Spirit bearing down upon him, and it's not been the best of games from Mattis.
Smoke buys time. Heavy God joins him. Nert is up on Heaven. This is presumably a bloodbath for G2 here. Just have the numbers to fully fight. Let Spirit go for a Heaven smoke. They just keep getting blocked.
At this point, you've blocked it 3 times over. You've heard and seen nothing elsewhere on the map, so maybe starts to become very, very clear to G2 what the idea is. He's trying to play anti-flash, Heavy God nearby to support, and that Heaven swing for Nerds still on the card. So one hell of a crossfire here to try and shut down these pistols. Volley of util cuts off the Heaven player. Kill comes in for Donk on the Deagle, and they get past this 2-man hold. Nerds with an important equalizer as the rotates arrive over at B. Pressure in, Nerds will hold his own, and a smoke walk for Hunter denies that plant. That's well handled from G2.
Staring into the eye of the storm, everybody there. Felt like the timing of players swinging on flashes wasn't perfect there for Spirit. Probably could have gotten out of there cleaner, but G2 can hear every pin pull from behind the door. They're dodging it. So just a little pocket strat here for Team Spirit. Nothing too worrying for G2. This game closes up all of a sudden.
Saw in their first rifle round, they were keen to give mid up and focus on the extremities. Is that a call they feel comfortable doing multiple times on this CT side? They know they're going to get the fights here. They know that Donk is going to come looking for his real estate. Flash is meant to throw him off, but it doesn't. Donk deals damage out through mid. Heavy God replies. And so this clash of titans out in middle ends even. 2v2 puts tremendous pressure on the G2 squad. Bomb dropped here is the only bit of solace they have.
Sampaius is trying to support him, play close towards a red room, but Heavy God is holding onto this bomb with his life. Magic's on his own, walking through the timing. No way he just does that. Teammate nowhere near. Heavy God turns for a second, and Magix finds that timing. We know it's an AWPer. We don't know where he is. Team Spirit just charge into this site. Magic's roll of the dice comes up clutch. With that bomb put down and an AWP in Sampaius' hands, how is he supposed to win this? Spirit shift away. No kill offered up, no clutch coming in.
Too much time's ticked off this clock. Sampaius was hoping for an overextension, isn't given one. That's a Team Spirit. They finally get this clash in mid. Not even able to trade it favorably. It's a timing walk from Magix.
You wonder if, Tanir is running back through spawn there. Heavy God hears him in the water. You wonder if that factors into the decision why Magix comes through that elbow smoke, realizing, hey, Heavy God can hit one of these players. You wouldn't expect the other guy to just walk through the elbow smoke on that timing. It's pretty ballsy for Magix. But maybe there was more thought behind it.
It's a round as well, but there's just so many gaps at that point in the round for G2. Sampaius was in the red room. He could have been holding Heaven, right? Just to watch and allow Heavy God to focus on elbow. But because they're so paranoid, they don't know where the B's been taken, he's actually watching for a player on a late backstab.
Well, one hell of a round for Spirit to pick up. Remember, it was punctuated by a double entry from Donk, so Spirit still with some reliance on their rifler. Donk's going to look for it again, edging the smoke behind the Molotov, trying to get involved, and it's the late flash that gets him in. G2 want nothing to do with it yet again, staying behind red room. Trying to keep the air of presence alive, but Team Spirit have taken this space.
Just compare the mid takes, right? Here, you get out middle for free. Now you can be the guy who's trying to set a player up in red room, be in that position to manipulate the rotates. This was a position that whenever G2 got to it, they had to sacrifice so much for this space.
Yeah, Zontix can just give so much info up here in red. Team Spirit go back to surround the B bomb site, and Zontix slots into place. Hands off the mouse, he is ready and waiting.
No need to play it too early. He'll hand off to the rest of his team.
Cave set up. B smoke from Heavy God, he picks one up on long side, so G2 are expecting this B execute.
Just a more common stack, and I almost wonder if having Zontix out towards red is why we're seeing a bit of a pause. One player over towards A.
Hunter fake steps, but he's coming in, the fourth man here. Spirit are going to have to trade well.
I still feel like they could go back here, right?
No way.
Back door open, they're going to go into the Sun Pious Orb. This is going to be his round. Finally in a position to put this AWP to work, and that one kill, I think, puts the fear in Team Spirit. Shiro with the turnaround. But you're telling yourselves with 10 seconds, there's no way this gets out of hand.
Bit of hesitation there and trying to trade some Pious, trying to get that bomb through Donut. And G2 happy to brawl there, dropping the bomb in middle. Not committing all 5 players. There's no way they can lose that round. Nice reaction from G2 to get aggressive when Spirit decide to pull back. I think, yeah, Zontix just gets that info. He hears Hunter rotating. That's exactly the trap Spirit fall into. 20 seconds, no time for anything to go wrong, and it does. I can't say a B hit would have gone much better, right? 4 players in position.
Well, it speaks to how much closer this game has gotten, how tested Spirit feel on this T side. The first pause of the entire quarterfinal called in now. They're going to outline his game plan for how they break through this CT side.
Every single map in Astana so far has been CT-sided. G2 can hold on to that fact. Slow but steady comeback, finding their first repeated gun rounds of the series. And one more to break Spirit fully. They force up around these saves. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. Spirit go out mid. Or do they? Waiting for Heaven Control to near pushing through the cave smoke.
Bit of a bait for Hunter trying to set up Nerds. They're closing in on the captain, and Nerds gets spotted. Oh no, that bait and switch doesn't work. So Pious Orb now has to deliver. The A side's been called into question. Are you up for the task of a retake? Do you feel like you're in a position that you can risk it all on this round? Money broken for G2 at the end of this one.
It's some of those little rounds that Spirit have called in that's made them so exciting recently, right? These little set calls out of spawn. They don't show Donk out elbow. He doesn't commit through the smoke despite no threat. And then G2 fall back into their setup. Spirit get to contact all the way and rush through a smoke. This is a team that has the best trading of the event right now, and it's rounds like that show why. Sure, they don't need trades, but it's the pack play for Spirits. Side by side, running through smokes, overwhelming G2 in this force buy round.
We're remarking about it heading into it, right? The very first pause. And what an answer it was.
Yeah, I think it was Magic's call. I didn't really see Sophic speaking too much in that timeout. It's a perfect time to pull it in. G2 had a nice setup, but the flash has absolutely decked them.
Such an important moment, leaves G2 in the position where they have no choice but to save. The longevity of this quarterfinal at stake.
Yeah, this save allows for the full buy though, and G2, right, have finally started to piece gun rounds together, so at least they have almost everything they need to survive in this series. But make no mistake, if Spirit win this follow-up round, they are as good as semi-finalists.
Final timeout burned for G2. They're on their own from here on out.
It's a lonely place to be on this stage. Up against the crowd favorite. matters. Just looking a little off.
That's so awkward. Donk's closed in, and he will be the opening. Eyes now set on this B play. Donk trying to follow through, playing with momentum. After that first kill, nades do great damage. Donk and Tania honed in on these long fights. G2 forced out of position. You saw a lot of retake rounds for Team Spirit. Well, now the question's asked, how is G2's B-side retake?
Are they bailing?
They even come down to that because the bomb's having second thoughts.
There's no nades, which makes this cross very, very dangerous, but Zontix is pushing into A main right now. They may not even bail. It might just be the threat of doing so that pulls G2 out from this bomb site. Tania disappears. Donk hides in the corner. Zontix makes the next move.
Gonna get a lot of tells just on how loud Zontix is here. For now, sneaking in, but if he starts throwing util, it's to try and pull players away from B. Spot for some Pious. That lowers the impact of this lurk somewhat. Heavy God will hang around.
Time to go is now.
Does Hunter. G2. Split the defense, split the difference. Look back in towards this B site. How well does Spirit think this lurk worked?
2 players, but they could line up.
He has gained some serious ground. Heavy God facing first, shadow advantage in that fight, and Tania able to open. Flash there to help him. Can't deal death on a Hunter. It's Donk up next. Shiro, long side, spray comes up short, and so it's Donk in the clutch. This round breaks G2. This round puts Spirit right there on the finish line, and Donk gets denied. G2 are still in this.
Spirit clawing back for that round. It's Hunter puts the team on his back. Captain shutting down with another 3K round, and him and Pious have been the 2 performing in this map. Pious, the only head held high on this CT side for G2 right now. It's a nice try for Spirit to bait them back, but Zontix walks right into the orb. Spirit make the best of a bad situation, but a bad situation it is still. One more full buy. Suddenly you're looking at a potential even game. G2 are hanging on.
Remember, they burned all their pauses too, so there's no breathers here unless it's on Spirit say-so. Some Pious confident display on that AWP. Often relegated out towards the A site, watching for lurkers. Well, here he's the first to play.
Shotgun orb that the Desk talked about, right? Getting involved right through that team Molotov. Forcing a 5v4. While we've seen these cave setups, Spirit have yet to. Look at how passive they are. Adding Spirit into the bomb site. Might see another one of these retake attempts here from G2 as this Molotov will lock them into position. Heavy God can't really take fights to stop them crossing long, not with this gun. So if Spirit realize they can take this space.
Zontix getting room quietly. You're going to hold off on that util.
Yeah.
Steps now made at least gives the info back to G2, but these rotates are going to take a long time to fall into place, and Donk's dealt with Mattis early on the cave side. One more man still back in cave. Flash holds back Heavy God for a moment, denies him that chance to play. Now it's a waiting game. He needs his teammates to join him. Donk covers, low on health from that skirmish.
Clinical.
For G2, they're hoping the boost up on some Pious can give them a way back in. Donk's adjusted well, knowing that just being alive here is enough of a problem. Look at how much time it's wasted. G2 are not in a position to retake. They're not in a position to do this. Spirit locked them out of B. And get on to match and series point. A round away from those semi-finals. It's not necessarily the brawn in that round, it's the brains. Donk on that reposition, just denying the trade. It's such a problem.
But you mentioned it as well. Excellent call for Zontix to cancel the plan. Not calling for that cave Molotov that lets him into B. He realizes how much room he's been given, and then the molly comes in CT instead. G2 just get locked out of their own bomb site. The one gap in the round exploited by Team Spirit. And that is match point with ease, walked over the line. G2's hopes on Ancient, their win streak in jeopardy, and Spirit want to end it with a rush.
It's been a mid-focus game, been a B-focus game, full rifles into the Pious orb, been the most dependable piece. That 3K shuts it all down. Called in a question, they rush his bomb site.
at the finish line, and Sampaius will not let them in. He's been the one piece you can't doubt for G2.
Had a monstrous map here, didn't really get a chance on Dust 2, was besting Donk in that first half, but now here on Ancient, showing up when required. Laser locks down A main. And Spirit are gonna have to dig a bit deeper than that. Shiro very vocal in this timeout. G2 get the chance to breathe. As Team Spirit, this will be their best buy of the two. We saw Spirit in a similar position in group stages. They were getting frustrated at trying to close the game against the Mongols. They even got a clean half of overtime and couldn't end it, took double. Seeing some frustrations there. Spirit have recent experience in the struggles to close out on this T side.
All in on the mid-fight for G2. 3 players start here. A empty.
One of the most brawly rounds we've seen from G2 in this entire half. And even that flash gives away position, telling Spirit that G2 are fighting indeed. Just going to be continual blocks. Spirit can't get in. They've got to wait this one entirely out.
Just burn all their blocking util though in this mid-gambit. There's a lot of time left on the clock. For a bit of a cash-strapped round that Spirit are currently dealing with, the idea that G2 don't have any real ability to block here is a big deal. That's their final smoke lobbed out now at the minute mark.
Sampaius' read is very important where he puts out AWP right now, because we could still see this A punish late for Team Spirit. It's Sampaius who is forcing this fight. Shiro, does he pre-aim? No, he shifts in. And so Sampaius Orb strikes one right back.
They owe a debt of gratitude to Sampaius for this performance, man. 24 kills deep.
Oh no, oh no!
Won't get away, just barely. Punish won't come in for Donk, and so Sampaius is still a threat. He's going back for even more. This is mad. One step too far for Sampaius.
Big kill, and it opens up that opportunity on the A side. Spirit with no AWP in position. Smokes will do the hard work for them.
Heroic move attempted for Heavy God on that flash swing. Set up by Hunter, who's now set up by another back at the spawn. They're both trapped in here on default. No! With the bomb pulls poorly timed. Still his teammates make up for it. Time's low.
He can drop
the bomb. They don't get the plant in time. Round's gonna ride. This is so close, but it's G2 on the clock, keeping the game going.
Donk saw the smoke. He thought he got given the room. Pulls that bomb instead of the trigger. Runs right into them. G2 clutch it out with the clock. Disastrous round to lose. Tilter of a round to lose. And insta timeout here for Team Spirit. Use them or lose them. That was an opportunity gifted back by Magix. And Donk's entries into A fall on deaf ears as he's the one to make mistake. G2, lucky to be here.
You're seeing for G2, there's no celebrations. It's laser focus all the way into overtime.
Oh, how close, man, to getting that bomb back, but look how far away it is. This is a brittle buy. Donk on a Galil, Shiro with his AWP. G2 with opportunity presented. Top heavy scoreboard.
Mid-fights have been the big what if. Well, not in this round as Nerds swings it wide, deals with Donk. A huge blow to Team Spirit.
It's a ballsy move to make at 12-11 up against the world's best, but absolutely worth it.
Overtime looms. Takes
Barys with a smoke walk all the way through red. No one's watching this yet. Nerds just turns around to get eyes on. Oh, but he's nervous still about players out through Donut, and that gives Zontic's room. They're trading places right now on this ramp push. This was a low econ round, one where G2 opened 5v4. Zontic starts to call everything into question, and this timing on the cave split couldn't have come at a better moment for Team Spirit. That's where eyes off for Shiro. He gets them on in time, and the advantage dissipates. G2 pull it all the way back, and this is what they're left with. The push for Pius puts him in position to try be the difference maker again.
Block smoke on B, 20 seconds.
They've got to go through that. You don't really have a choice. Heavy got aggressive on the ramp side, missed shot now, and this site starts to feel very claustrophobic. Both defenders side by side. Heavy got dead. True test for Hunter as it all comes down to him. He's dead with nothing. Spirit find the plant at the 11th hour, right as it was getting out of hand. And Pius, who has played a fantastic game all series long, left as an outsider looking in on this retake. Try as he might, there should be no winning this for Pius. All game long, you've been asking, where does the limit lie? Just how good can this guy be? And Pius is coming up short. Team Spirit, tenacity shown, timing's hit, they do it together, not as the strength of just one man. This is a team effort from start to finish, and now in to those semi-finals.
Just like Dust 2, they do it without Donk at the beginning. 4 versus 5 in that final round, and Zontix makes the perfect moves. Team Spirit, improvements are clear. Donk is still here, and they are going to those semi-finals. An admirable attempt here for G2, but too slow to start, too weak to finish. Team Spirit, what a game.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking one for Pius, man. He absolutely showed up across the entire series, no doubt about it. That was the G2 AWPer firing on all cylinders. You were getting a great game from Shiro on the other side. He matched that every step of the way. But it's Spirit, when all is said and done, finding the gaps, exploiting G2 on what is meant to be the G2 home map. And Magic's throughout the entire thing felt like he had his finger to the pulse to shut down Hunter and that G2 squad.
Spirit find themselves making it through to the semi-finals with a great win over G2. I want to start by talking to Shiro about how close this got on Ancient towards the end. There was a moment when the timeout was called and we could see Shiro talking so much, even on the T side having input. What is he saying in those moments and how much input is he having?
Во множестве последних раундов мы видели, что ты много говоришь. О чем вообще был месседж своей команде, о чем ты говорил?
В целом я просто старался донести идеи, какие мы можем сделать, но там больше говорил Боря плюс Мирослав, я говорил какие-то по микре уже больше. Вот, и все в целом. Больше я особо сказать ничего не могу.
So Matches did the whole job, but he did hold the ideas that he want to bring to the table, to the rounds. That's all.
Very nice. And for you now, when it comes to these last couple of tournaments, we've seen a different looking Spirit. What has clicked? What has changed for the team right now?
Совершенно другая команда, да, совершенно другой плейстайл на этом турнире. Что поменялось, что самое главное поменялось в вас?
Я думаю, что мы стали просто командой. Каждый турнир мы идем и улучшаем нашу игру. И, если честно, то, как мы играли на Ancient и на Dusty, показывает наш high skill. Те ситуации, которые для соперника кажутся сложными, для нас кажутся легкими. И мы даже чуть-чуть придумываем себя, но в целом это просто очень противно против нас играть. Я это понимаю, и, конечно, у нас, мы просто ебашим.
Подтверждаю. So he said that it's really disgusting to play against us right now. We're improving from the tournament to the tournament, being better and better team, and we understand that we just overthinking ourselves. We're not losing to another team. It was so easy on Ancient and Dust 2, which is performing so high level skill that, well, it was easy.
We can see it as well, so that's certainly a good sign for Spirit. And lastly, on those improvements, in 2025, it was one of the worst teams in the top 20 for utility, for flashes, but we see that has changed. So is this a focus now on that team play element for Spirit and them to find success?
На протяжении 2025 года, по вашей статистике, среди всех 20 команд в топе у вас были самые худшие показатели по гранатам, по флешкам, по всему остальному, и среди всех ютилити. Сейчас это все изменилось совершенно по статье. Что является главным двигателем прогресса в этом вопросе? Кто или что?
Я думаю, мы большую работу сделали после той статистики, которую мы увидели. Мы сделали большую работу над флешками, над хаешками, над гранатами в целом, и все люди в нашей команде стараются понимать, куда лучше кидать там гранаты базовые, да, и поэтому наш показатель улучшился, конечно, в этом году.
А если что-то, кто-то, может быть, кто вас к этому привел больше всего?
Я думаю, мы сами как команда это понимали, и Сотфик на позиции тренера старался нам донести мысли о том, как нужно и лучше использовать гранаты. В целом мы прислушиваемся и стараемся улучшаться с каждым днем опять же.
So we've been improving for the whole team, trying to get better and better in the utilities, and Sotfik for sure, one of the guys who bring it all.
I love the fact that he's mentioning that it's Softic as well, helping out with that new coach coming in a little bit, standing in and making it work. Lastly, they were the champions in Astana last time. This crowd loves them, but with no vitality here, how important is it for Spirit to lift that trophy and make a statement here?
В предыдущий раз вы были чемпионами. Насколько важно сейчас в отсутствии Vitality победа на этом турнире для вас лично?
Я думаю, что мы к этому турниру относимся как больше подготовка к мажору и... хорошо. Как подготовка к мажору, поэтому мы ничего не ожидаем. Хотелось бы, конечно, выйти в финал и показать красивую игру, но будет как будет.
We wanted to get to the grand finals for sure, but for us it's mostly practice before the major. Yes, it's important, but still.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Shiro. Astana, make some noise for your next team through to the semi-finals. It's Shiro and Spirit!
Yeah, great response there from the crowd. G2, we knew it was going to be more competitive on Ancient, but at the end of the day, only going to be one winner. The margins so fine, and Spirit just have the edge right now, like we talked about.
Yeah, very impressive first half defensively. Really looked like that was going to be another dominant game, just as D2 was. Looked very, very crisp and clean across the map. T-side, certainly some struggles that, still plague them a bit. This is a map that used to be a powerhouse for them, and now it's become a little more dicey. But at the end of the day, they dug deep and found a way to get the job done. I think it was kind of fitting that in the final round, Donk wasn't even present to help close the game. It was his teammates showing that, hey, we're able to find some ways to have impact as well. Zontics made a huge play, and they were able to close because of that. So really cool to see the support system around Donk actually show up.
Support system, crowd, a lot of it going the way of Spirit in this one. No, I think that also the amount of looks that G2 had in this were great. I feel like the second half comeback was spurred off the fact that they had so many great utility sets, which we highlighted in the pregame, and it definitely continued here. I'd say that for Spirit, on the other hand, great late round composure. I mean, some of the rounds that even G2 are advantaged, as we see this round 12 right here kind of playing back, those kind of moments just all went the way of Spirit. So much late round composure from a couple of their players. I guess we did have the one kind of fumble on the A bomb site. That was a little curious when Donk pulled the bomb out. I thought, okay, this has overtime written all over it when those kind of cracks begin to show, but then the resolve at the very end, the late round play from Spirit ended up giving them the edge.
I mean, for sure, definitely, you're about to see it. When Donk makes I don't want to say it was a mistake. He probably thought it was clear and he was pushed for time. But you were right. I thought this is it. We are going to go to overtime. Donk dies immediately as well at the start of the next round. Okay, this is your opportunity, G2. That really is the tale of this G2 team. I mean, it's just not taking those opportunities when presented.
Yeah, I mean, obviously backs up against the wall after the first half and after a tough first map. Definitely, we're trying to make that comeback not cosmetic, one that actually had impact and maybe force an overtime or force the map 3 in regulation. And you definitely saw them. I think they did a great job giving different defensive fronts. Like Sun Pius was very unorthodox with the AWP this
We
game.
told you to watch out for him on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you did a great job with his pushing down B ramp or even pushing into elbow mid. You hardly ever see an opera in that position. So he was definitely trying to throw some curveballs. I thought they did a very good job there. pairing when they wanted to play aggressively middle and actually commit a lot of resources to it to deny Spirit space, but then also at times realize, hey, it's not worth it, let's just play back and, you know, try to aggress in extremity. So I thought they were doing a lot of good things on the CT side to give Spirit a hard time to close, but unfortunately just was not quite enough as they finished this thing off 13-11 in Spirit's favor.
Yeah, and what I liked about the interview from Shiro there as well was he highlighted what we've noticed statistically, that they are working on these things. They are working on utility, that when they lose games, it's generally because they beat themselves, they're making mistakes. I mean, that's really been the tale of Astana, and yet they're in the semis.
I have to pick on what he was saying there. The fact that James Banks directly asked about the utility usage, how it has improved for Spirit, and for Shiro to attribute that to everybody on the team being cognizant of using utility, but to Sotfik. I'm going to say, like, if you're Holly right now watching on and Spirit is playing differently, they're finding success like this, making the grand finals of Rio, a semifinals as well, then you got to watch out.
We'll pick up on that point. We talk about one coach. We're going over to another coach on the stage with Banks.
Thank you very much, Richard. I do have Saw with me here, and it's kind of the same story we're seeing with G2 right now, of getting through to these quarters and then struggling, or maybe not even making it through strugglesome group stages. What do you see? What are you noticing that the difference is for G2 right now in having the ability to go farther? Because obviously, if we look back to London, which seems miles ago, right? That was where our expectations changed, but a lot has changed since then.
Yeah, I mean, we made the mid-season roster change, and it changed some things, and it made it like hard to practice with Nurse since there's so many events. Major cutoff was there, but coming into this event, obviously, we knew it's not gonna be perfect yet. We knew we are gonna take the event as a learning, but at the same time, of course, we wanna show a good result. The positive thing, of course, is that we made it to playoffs. We made it to the arena. We learned also from all the group stage games, basically. First placing Mouz, MongolZ, all these teams, and then, well, Monte in the last one also. But we learned from those games, of course, a lot. Wasn't enough against Spirit today, but I think Ancient, there could have been, well, situations that made it our map, made it to OT, but wasn't enough on Dust 2. I think, on the other hand, they were just a better team, like, clearly.
На мой взгляд, говорит тренер команды G2, Spirit сегодня были просто сильнее на обеих картах, особенно на Dust 2. А что касается вообще прогресса команды, да, того, почему у них не получается пройти дальше 1/4 в плей-оффе, то это то, что очень много турниров накладывается друг на друга, очень сложно застакаться одной единой командой, особенно учитывая то, что вы постоянно заменяете некоторых игроков в составе. Так что да, мы получили большой опыт с этого турнира, была отличная групповая стадия, не очень хорошо получилось в плей-оффе.
Looking at where we're at with G2 right now in terms of the vision of the team, the way you see them playing, because you're saying not much time to practice and put things into action, is there right now a clash of styles or the way you want to play? Is it clear throughout?
I wouldn't say there's clashes. It's not clear still, of course, as well. Like, it will need some time, some ironing out. I would say the balance is right now about calling and finding the space between, like, freedom for the players. So it's gonna be that, but I mean, I'm happy that we have a boot camp before the major, and we can also take the learnings from this Spirit match then, and from this tournament overall. So hopefully then we can show a better version at the major.
Джеймс спросил, как сочетается вообще плейстайл игроков внутри команды, насколько сложно его сочетать друг с другом. И, конечно же, тренер отвечает, что у нас более такой свободный стиль в данный момент, потому что сложно все идеально сочетать, когда у вас так мало времени на практику.
And lastly, Saw, anything you want to say? I saw some G2 jerseys in the crowd. There are fans still cheering for you, despite it being more towards the Spirit side, and obviously the G2 army at home. What do you want to say?
Thanks for all the G2 fans, everyone who supported us here. Overall, happy to be first time in Kazakhstan, and it's been great. I mean, thanks for everyone.
Thank you very much, Saw. Richard, we'll go back to you.
Thanks very much for that, James. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll give you a little tip. Everyone at home knows this is true anyway. When the coach comes out for a loser's interview, it means the players are tilted off the face of the earth and don't want to do it. And so I guess they're feeling a little bit sore, no pun intended, about the way that game went down. Definitely had their opportunities there.
Yeah, it's a tough one because in Dust 2, they never really had a shot, it felt like, in that game. They were so behind so immediately. And Ancient started out that way, but then all of a sudden a spark did kind of start to fester in that second half, and they were starting to add some fuel to that to try to really build up something, but unfortunately, they still got smoked out in the end by Donk and company finding a way to dig deep and close out the game in some tight situations. So commiserations to G2, obviously. They're kind of just idling in the same spot. I do think something like a boot camp is going to serve them very well, as you mentioned in the interview, because they really do need to try to get everyone up to speed and on the same page.
One weird error that I keep seeing rear its ugly head for them is anti-ecos. Second round of this game, it came back to bite them coming into the tournament. I noticed their stats on anti-ecos was weirdly bad. And for a team that has people like Nerds and Mattis and Heavy God, you'd think that those guys would clean those up, but for whatever reason, they just have a very hard time dealing with pistols. I feel like people are a little individualistic, like they just want to willingly take a fight, and sometimes it plays right into like a Deagle's or a Tech9's hands.
I mean, look, we talked this. There's a fundamental imbalance in the G2 roster right now that they are going to have to address. I think any more performances like that, Matt is going to be Matt was. That kind of feels like the obvious one. And then, you know, if Sun Pius, every time you count him out, he gets that big Ancient game pop off, you see what he can do. But there's still, like you said, it's an imbalance. They need a little bit more cooking.
I mean, I would just kind of, if I want to say in the server what that looks like, it's just weirdly, I feel like certain types of communication are not always carried out, like the way that they crumbled in the post plant where Hunter on the bomb site's not even looking the correct way. I just don't think that people on this team all have the instinct of just grouping up and playing off of each other really nicely. Like, even think of Nerds as an entry, a little bit more of like, wants to feel things out, a little bit more lurky. Heavy God himself, he's kind of an extremity lurker. Hunter, he always kind of was this like second answer in a round. He's never really just like working with the pack. Mattis is probably the only guy, but now he actually is sort of the extremity guy, which never really made sense to me either. So I think they could really change the roles here. I think Hunter needs to be a bit more of a selfless IGL, just play in the group a little bit more, because everybody just kind of, at a moment's notice or anytime there's any adversity, they all kind of peel off from each other.
Yeah, agreed. And look, you can see here, this is how the game went down. I'll just put some focus on the victors here before we go to break. Many of our analysts feel Spirit are going to lift the trophy here in Astana, retain their crown. How are you feeling about what you've seen, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a lot of positive things on Dust 2 in general. Obviously, a great CT side here on Ancient. Obviously, they 3-0'd the group stage. Yeah, they kind of got a freebie against Huns in the opening match, but obviously beat some of the other teams that you would consider top 10 when they beat MongolZ and they beat Furia. So when you kind of average it all together and you combine that with the Rio Finals performance that they just had before this event, like they really are trying to see, hey, are we actually the second best team? Is it Na'Vi? Is it us? Like, I think that's really kind of the battle that's going on right now, because you want to be that #1 contender to try to take Vitality down, and getting a trophy like this one against the field that's here, it puts you a long way towards doing that. So I'm seeing a lot of positives, but that T side was a little bit shaky, and I think Ancient in general just has not served them as well as it used to in the past, and that's going to be a key map, as you kind of talked about. If you go up against a Na'Vi for that battle for #1 contender, you're going to have to be able to have that look a lot crisper. So they got the job done, but there's definitely still some things that need to be ironed out.
I feel like this just kind of furthers my thoughts and the way that I see Spirit going into this as the favorites, because yes, the Ancient was always going to be the hardest map in this one. I thought even G2 could have won that, kind of theory crafting the veto before the match even started. So for them to win it already, because I thought they were going to win map 3 no matter what. So that kind of was a testament to the fact that they're expanding things. The flashes are just still seared into my brain that I saw Spirit last year in 25 and 24 have some of the worst flashes. Barely any setup for Donk, despite what his haters may say online. He really didn't get, other than getting guns dropped to him, the utility was never really actually their forte. It was more just him brute forcing in these situations. But now I'm seeing great setup, him getting a lot of entries with that setup, and then other things is that it's a little bit more well distributed. Like, he didn't have to have 120 ADR to win this today. He had a more modest, I think around 90 ADR, 89 or something like that. And everybody else found ways to chime in, because it's not just funneling everything through him. They're finding opportunities. Like Tanir is getting, he's just calling his own number way more, which is really refreshing.
And Hallie at home sweating maybe a little bit, do you you think?
I hope there's just an ability to marriage it all, right? I mean, I think obviously Hallie's been a part of this team for a very long time, and he's helped them lift several trophies. I mean, they won a prestige event last year in Cologne. They've won a major. They've done a lot with Hallie, and obviously some of these guys are coming up from their academy system and have been developed into tier 1 players. So maybe there's just a balance to be struck. You know, maybe there is an idea that there needs to be some type of foundational structure that you can build off of, but that you need to be exploring some of these things that they have been doing these last few events with Sotfik, and just players maybe having a little bit individual freedom. Because the reality is, look, Donk can be just the one punch KO guy.
Yeah.
He can be kind of your ticket to always be a contender, to always have a puncher's chance, but you need to be able to facilitate the other players, because you're going up against teams like Vitality, like Falcons, like some of these other squads that have widely distributed talent. And so I think, as you said, getting Tanir more activated, you know, maybe even getting Zontix, getting the rust off a little bit more, those are key to help them be a contender.
If they win this event and then Spirit says we're going to use Sotfik as our coach for the major, I would not hold that against them at all. I feel like we have seen a turnaround tactically speaking. The fact that Zontix directly addressed it in the winners interview when they made it to the playoffs, that things are changing because of him.
And Shiro
as well, saying these things too. I don't see why not. I get that you have all this history with Holly, but I'm looking towards the future, and to me, this is the spirit of the future.
Well, the future is looking very good for Spirit right now into the semifinals here at Astana. We're going to be taking a break halfway through the quarterfinals. It's an extended break, about 20 minutes, so you can get hydrated, have a rest, but then come back, because after the break, we have the tale of underdogs. It is crazy to think that one of 9Z or Magic will be going to the semis. We'll find out who in 20 minutes.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Cash is on its way back to Counter-Strike, and I'm talking about it with some of our players here at PGL Astana. I've got Nico with me from Falcons, and I was looking back at the history. You got a good ratings back in those days. It was the last ones you were playing. You were phased Nico back then. It was 2019, but just give me your initial thoughts when you saw that it might be coming back.
Yeah, I mean that was a while ago, you know, and I used to be, one of the best on the server, but
still are.
trying. I'm trying. No, but I haven't touched the cache, so I have no idea, you know, how it's gonna work. I think they should have done some changes. I think that the map should have maybe worked a little bit differently. But I'm still, as you mentioned, I used to be pretty good, and I'm looking forward to see if I can kind of maybe not replicate it fully, but you know, just find a good confidence from the get-go if it comes official, of course. But it's exciting. It's exciting to have such an old map in the map pool, and just in general with Valve now, you know, changing the map pools quite often. It's pretty exciting. So yeah, I just hope they're gonna find a good timing to you know implement it. So yeah.
I was playing a lot Cache on Faceit. I'm enjoying a lot. I think it's a good map with good memory. You know, for example, simple highlight, a lot of these things, and also we have Dastan and Jam. They was good on Cache. Like I know. I was small, so they was playing in Avangard. So yeah, I think it's a great map, and I'm waiting this so hard.
I think it's good. We definitely need some maps changing on the pool, and I think Cache was very competitive in the past. I like the fact that they made the older version better instead of going completely new, because I was playing a lot Cache on Faceit. I'm enjoying a lot. I think it's a good map with good memory. You know, for example, simple highlight, a lot of these things, and also we have Dastan and Jam. They was good on Cache. Like I know. I was small, so they was playing in Avangard. So yeah, I think it's a great map, and I'm waiting this so hard. I think it's good. We definitely need some maps changing on the pool, and I think Cache was very competitive in the past. I like the fact that they made the older version better instead of going completely new, because I didn't really like the new one, the greenish one.
Yeah, that was really terrible.
I had a chance to play one time already, and it was fun. It was fun.
Did you experiment when you played on it? Did you test anything out?
No, honestly, I was just playing around. I was playing a pug with MongolZ, I think. And but you remember me a little bit of couple of strategy we used in the past, and pretty much same gameplay, honestly.
I was really liking to play the map as well, and also like a Faceit and stuff, like not just officials, and also the officials you could able to do like many different things because the map was overall too big, and I think it was like a great place. Like you had more opportunity to move like a T side that you can do boost. You can just use A door. You can just go to B. That you can break the windows. You can throw nades. The B side fake and door is opening, going out. Like this kind of many opportunities gives you like more kind of creative ideas for T side, and I think that's why I like. More, and also you can hold with the up to some angle for the rotations, because you can make them move. You can make them to CT the move. I think that map is like must to stay all the time. Like I wish to come back, but now the only one thing that I don't know how it's gonna work, because they removed the sky. So, but when we were playing that map, that was like you couldn't throw the nades from above too much. So now maybe people even can do like many. Tricky things, you know, like we'll see. So
to be honest, I didn't play too much on the new Cache. I only played one Faceit game. I think it's okay. I think the map changed a lot since 2019. So I'm curious if they introduce it to the map pool, how it will look, but I think there is still a time for that. I think they still need to change a little bit, because I feel like the map is really city-sided. I think you can just double open on the sides, and I don't know, you can lock down instantly, and it will be a tough map if it comes in for the T's, I feel like.
Honestly, I would like to see the map because I don't know, there is too many times that I didn't play it. I was like looking at some nades just to do the standard and other things, just to remember a few things, and I think that the map is exactly the same that it was back then in the days. So I didn't like it that much, even if we were playing good, but of course that's going to be like, I mean,
2019, Movistar days.
Yeah, that's like more than 8 years ago, so it's going to be hard, but I think the map is good. Let's see how it goes with the time, and if they just make any change or whatever, but I think that the map is, I mean, it was funny to play back in the day. So
awesome. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, man. Let's see what happens. Maybe we will get Cache coming to the map pool, but a lot of positivity around the map coming back to the game.
Molly Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up. Mid-air headshot. Sneak punish, but Ignaci's had enough. Absolute destruction. 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Oh, so blind.
Very masterful.
Shout out.
Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Zelex with the swing. And he's on for the ace. Zelex just gets mopped up straight away as he rounds the corner. This is an Aurora round. Defuse attempted.
Oh, wait.
JL with the cover.
But they line right up.
JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this all. Oh, that's a lovely flick. Yeah. Torshi, why stop there? Some Pius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
And it might get worse. Oh. Yes, it will. Now Monte looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name.
Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. There's 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
Ugly spray for Tesses. One more where that came from, but is it too late? Apparently not.
Kiyasuke's kept the dream alive, and now a chance of that plant. Kiyasuke just staying gun on. Delayed plant for Monte.
Easily done. The double or post plant. 2v5. 4K from Kiyasuke.
Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh! Come on!
Oh!
There's still time, Fallen!
Oh, you can just cancel it.
Molodoy deep.
Oh, he hit.
Boy! It'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. X-Cloud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. Oh,
he shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down, pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up. Oh, no.
Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov.
And Notta is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round. He looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position.
Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's playing up by the church position. Very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Molotov will force Fade out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW's doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 AWP.
So it'll be sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that?
He can be the insurance policy. Tenzi's Fade kills a piece. It's now all on Tenzi. Time is ticking here, though. 5 seconds, they've got to get this kill, and Tenzi's going to get 2! Oh my god, heroic. How have you let that slip?
Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back in the spawn. Matt is playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the Mattis knocks him down!
Oh, hidden away in key angle here!
Not going to get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close! He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back! No way! Wakadia! Oh, they've just got it! No! Wakadia! Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the orb here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long. Gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse, Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
Some of the other maps.
Hello.
Oh, that's a knife for Wakadia.
Like that.
I have Luchov with me from 9Z. I've got Gentlemates Martinez with me here. JL from Mouz. We're going to be looking at Inferno. So 3 things are not correct on this image. What could it be?
Okay, I saw one already.
Okay.
This is easier, I think. Okay, on pool.
Tell me.
Pool, that sandbox.
Yep.
Is not good.
In pool, there is something that usually don't.
What is it?
That thing, I don't know.
On the
yes,
yeah. So we call them like sandbags.
When you enter B and the right side.
Yeah, where should it be? Where it should be somewhere else.
Default.
The easiest of them all. 100% locked in guess towards the pool. There's a sandbag that doesn't belong there. Move it back, please. Thank you. Thank you, big boss. Oh my God. It's so easy. I got to figure it out.
And triple, like it's not the pillar. It's like a wall on triple.
The bench of triple. I don't know how you say, but firebox. I think I don't know.
Yep.
The bench is not supposed to be there. I know, because I've been on that bench.
Yep.
It's not there. It's supposed to be in. I don't know where it's supposed to be, but that cannot be there.
So what
Move
should be
that
there?
bench now. Thank you. Oh, so that was the change. I thought it's gonna be bench there and the triple box missing. So that's 3. Okay, then I need 2. I need 1 more, right?
1 more.
The stairs.
They joined the wall on B side.
Yeah, there's no entrance.
It's like you have, I don't know how to say, but yeah, on close to pool, you have to cross to side.
When you go into side.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like
there
the
you
wall.
go.
Yeah, the wall missing. Yeah.
Boom.
This one is easier. Yeah.
That one's easier?
Yeah.
I've got Falcons, Monte with me here today. Nilo from Heroics. JL from Mouz. We're going to be looking at Ancient. So 3 things are not correct on this image.
3 changes.
First of all, the default box is removed.
Can you see that are different on this? Yeah,
Okay,
bro.
there is no boxes on the side.
Okay, hold up. Massive map. First of all, default is gone. By the
This
way,
is not a
the
massive
boxes,
map. It's not the whole map.
Yeah, but it's a crazy picture, bro. Yes, default boxes. Put them back on.
Yep.
Thank you.
The Xbox is green.
Like the carpet on the big box.
Oh.
I don't think it's green, no?
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay, what else is missing? The tarp on the box is supposed to be blue, not green.
Man even said tarp, like the correct wording.
I said yellow though.
Yeah, you got the colors wrong, but it doesn't matter. You still knew something was wrong, but you said tarp, which I'm impressed with. That's good.
Thank you. That's from AZ.
Ah, yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense. One more.
And then there is...
Temple is weird, yes? Temple is kind of...
No, Temple's the same.
The lamp in temple maybe. I'm not sure.
You mean on this?
Yeah, to the left in the temple there. I'm not sure.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
The candles are there. They're supposed to be there. You know what I mean?
Candles are there.
Yeah. I mean.
You gonna concede?
No. I have no idea.
Can you give me the answer?
No. I mean, maybe there's a box at the back of like the right side of the main, but
nope.
Maybe there's one more box on top of the box.
Is it easy, or I'm just?
I think it's hard, personally.
You think?
I think it's hard. Because it looks so good, the edit right now, that you would believe this is real.
Wait, am I being a little bit delusional here? But I feel like the temple side is a little bit like narrower.
No, probably just the angle. I'll say
probably
that's
the
not
angle.
one of
okay,
it.
I see.
Something in main maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The main is weird, but what?
Yeah. But what?
Maybe this small thing in main, no?
It's very big. I'm gonna tell you, it's very big.
But main is very wide, no? The whole main is just very open.
It looks different, right?
Yes.
That should give you an idea. It's not what you're saying, but that should give you an idea. You are seeing something right now that you wouldn't normally see if you looked at this angle.
Oh, the light. There is no light at the back tunnel of me.
No, there is.
What?
The confidence he said this with.
Something I would not see.
I said you said you saw the box, yeah, and you thought that was a new box.
Yeah.
It's not a new box, it's always there, but you would never normally see it from this angle. I'm really trying to help you.
Oh my God! I see. It covers, there's like a main cover on top of it.
Let's see it. See? Bro, it's crazy, huh?
But you do see it though.
But
you see?
Yeah, but you don't see the whole box.
You see the whole box.
You see a small bit.
Yeah, but you see the whole box.
Still covering something.
It does cover, okay.
It worked. I gave you help and you got the answer.
But this looks weird now.
Yeah, now it doesn't look normal.
Yeah, it doesn't look normal.
Maybe this is a future change. You never know. Where do you think there is something?
At the entrance.
At the entrance?
Yes.
Boom, there you go. That's all three.
Tak.
That's it.
Boss.
I'm watching it from my side.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand now. I should know this.
That's hard to see. So you got the default box.
Yeah.
You got the color. That was crazy.
Yeah.
To know the color straight off the beginning. And then the final one Alex showed again.
Yeah.
The PGL Astana playoffs are well underway. We're halfway through the first day, and I'm about to introduce two teams who, at the start of this event, if you had thought they were going to be in the quarterfinals, one of them guaranteed a spot in the semifinals, you would have told me I was drunk on broadcast. But here we are, and I'm stone cold sober. 9Z going up against Magic now. Joining us to break this one down, we have Prof and Blair. Prof, Your first time in an arena. Bet you didn't think it would be these two teams either.
No, not this matchup to be my first. Didn't expect it, but it's nice. It's a good warm-up, and I think it's going to be a very exciting game. I'm not going to pick my favorites yet, but both of these teams are super fiery, super exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 9Z was the initial surprise of the tournament, right? But for Magic, maybe there is some magic in the air here.
We'll have to see if that is the case. They have a lot of fans. And I also actually think, just a quick one on the Magic, third LAN ever as a lineup together. So that's a little bit mental that you're walking up onto the stage. Big one for them, though. They also have a Kazakhstan player, which we had this last year in Astana with MongolZ. And now here we are again, another young AWPer. The PGL Astana playoffs are well underway. We're halfway through the first day, and I'm about to introduce two teams who, at the start of this event, if you had thought they were going to be in the quarterfinals, one of them guaranteed a spot in the semifinals, you would have told me I was drunk on broadcast. But here we are, and I'm stone cold sober. 9Z going up against Magic now, joining us to break the...
Become the new hometown hero.
Also, you can't forget the fact both are AWPers.
That's my thing. I was like, there's something kind of special. That we've had this situation in Counter-Strike at the top level where we keep talking about how difficult it is to find good AWPers. Come to Kazakhstan. Apparently, there's two of them that can get onto the grand stages for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the CIS region, right? As the meme goes, I feel like every season we're going to find a couple of young upcoming AWPers. But honest to God, like you said, Prof, I'm not going to be deciding any favorites right now. But for me, I'm just super happy, super excited for the fact that these young 5 kids, I don't think they believe they had a chance to make it here. So the fact they're here right now, I just want them to have a good time. You know, have a good time, soak it in.
Yeah, I mean, they've been having a great time so far. I feel like the way they've been playing on the server, the reactions after that, like the moves that they're making, it just feels like they're here for fun more so than trying hard, oh, we need to do this exact execute. No, go into chaos and just come on top. 0-2 to 3-2 for Magic to make it to the playoffs.
And sure, you can even like say like, oh, all right, fine, they didn't have to beat such good teams at the very end. But listen, Sam, quite a few big names have fallen by the wayside. They haven't. They got the job done.
Do you think that they had an easier run than most, though?
Well, definitely more than the MongolZ, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, it is probably the easiest run for many teams in the playoffs, but doesn't take away too much. I do think at the end of the day, they're here and they have a chance to prove themselves on the stage. It's going to be a completely different ball game, both for them and for 9Z. Not super experienced in this kind of environment. By not super, I mean practically not at all.
And also, you got to also notice the fact that the teams they beat, right? I'm talking about the Gentlemaids and the Heroics. These teams have way more experience than these 5 young lads playing. So sure, you might be like they didn't really beat really tough opponents, but for me, I'm looking at Magic as one of the weakest teams on paper coming into the event. So for me, already they have surpassed a lot of expectations.
It's the same team, though, that I think Banks spoke to Moon when they qualified, and he said, like, we didn't actually think playoffs weren't even in the plan. We didn't think we were going to make playoffs. We just wanted to win 1 or 2 games. So they have exceeded expectations. No pressure from them.
Yeah.
Right now, they're like, hey, we're just having a good time.
I mean, even in this matchup, definitely, I mean, they're the underdogs, right? 9Z are the team that has more experienced players that have been winning tournaments, at least locally in South America and Brazil. And now they come here. They previously have made some playoffs. They've been on the big stages. So all of the pressure is definitely on the 9Z side. Magic can just be like, okay, whatever happens, happens. Let's just play our own game.
And you can't forget the fact that for 9Z, you have to go back a couple of years, Sam, but they have been in the arena before. IEM Dallas comes to mind when they had that top 4 finish, and that's when all of us were like, all right, this 9Z lineup, they could actually do something. They have disappointed over the years, but what I'm really enjoying from this particular lineup, ever since they picked up Luchov, you had Mayern come in as well, it's how this season has them been kind of dominating South America. They've been looking so very good there, but every time they have an opportunity to come on outside, they are delivering, and it's mainly because of these 2 guys, Luchov and DGT. Luchov, for me, Prof, like he's been having an insane tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, and aside from the fact that he looks like an AI look-smacking version of Maui Snake, I think just on the server he also looks amazing. The entries, just he has been so pivotal in the way they have been winning, not just helping them, you know, clutch out rounds, but he has been on the forefront, just leading them to these like super dominant halves against the best opposition that is here. They beat PARIVISION, they beat Falcons, they beat Mouz, some of the best teams that on paper going into the tournament.
That's what I kind of wanted to focus in on though with this 9Z conversation, because I mean, Richard before me mentioned this is the story of the underdogs. I said it here, you wouldn't expect these two teams. But there has been this steady rise from 9Z. And obviously when we talk about South American talent, the focus is always on Furia, it's on the big names. We focus in on Pain even if they're not doing that well. 9Z kind of just flies under the radar, right? But yet, if you take a look at their results coming into this blade, they've steadily been improving.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of play to the level of the opposition, which is a crazy thing considering how still young this particular team is. I know you look at the results they've had so far against Mouz, taking them down. Sure, Mouz gonna have this entire new 2 players coming in and all of that, but still an impressive showing. Take down Falcons, then they take down PARIVISION, one of the favorites to make it to the playoffs as well. But I want to actually talk about for 9Z this entire season so far, right? They've only played a bunch of South American events where they've won a multitude of them. But if you look at any single time they've played outside international big events. We saw it in Blast Rotterdam where they lost to Vitality. That's okay. Everyone's losing to Vitality. They knock
You're
out...
allowed to lose to Vitality. That's the new Counter-Strike rule.
And then you knock out Mouz, by the way, which I feel was one of the final nails in the coffin of that particular Mouz lineup. And then you lose a Spirit with a competitive map. And you're looking, this team can look pretty good. Coming into this, they've somehow leveled up as well. So right now, I'm looking at this 9Z team as kind of the potential breakout team from the region, discarding Furia, of course.
Yeah, I mean, just as you were mentioning the results, Bet Boom Rush, winners, Bet Boom Circuit X, winners, Bet Boom Rush, another one, winners, second place at Fergie in-house. So like back-to-back, they were just like either winning or finishing second. Literally the only team they lose to is Legacy recently in locally, right? And then they obviously won the qualifier for this and some other qualifiers to go to Rotterdam, right? They've just been on top of this. And, you know, when you just watch European Counter-Strike, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you're like, okay, let's see how these guys perform when they come over here. Because like I've seen in the past, a team like MIBR dominate locally, and then they come to a Bucharest and they are like, okay, the style of Counter-Strike they're playing is like so off where the top teams are. And I think for 9Z, that's not the case. I know we saw some tweets, they don't like that they're not playing proper Counter-Strike. I think they understand the basics, their trading is good, their utility is good. Are they making some risks sometimes, playing a bit ahead of a pace, a bit explosive? I would say yes, but I think their basics are really good throughout the board, and then the individuals shine as well.
I think the only caveat here would be for Luchov and DGT, especially for Luchov. He's having a lights-out tournament right now. People are like, is this sustainable? And we keep asking it, but he keeps delivering time and time again. Most impressive thing for me is, Sam, for Luchov and DGT, if you look at the overall rating across the season before coming into Astana, it was like a 1.15, 1.2, still pretty good. But you come in here against the Mouzes, the Falcons, and PARIVISION, and they elevate themselves. So I think the fact that these two players are popping off, it's also really helping them kind of win these games convincingly.
I mean, what a great elevation from DGT as well, because he was on 9Z, he went to Pain, it's like that was the team that was supposed to be the next big thing. He was playing horribly, he barely averaged a 1.0 rating. Back to 9Z, and now he's a star player again.
I think this is my biggest worry about 9Z, and I wonder if you feel the same though, is it changes on a big stage. It changes in an arena, right? Yes, they were able to take down the likes of Falcons in the group stages, but it's a very different environment when you come onto the stage. And like Blair said, those big teams level up. Does 9Z have the ability to level up when we look at their play style and the pieces that they have on the board?
I mean, for me, it's more not even about leveling up. I feel like if they play like 70-80% of what they play in the group stage, that should be enough for this game. But they've also been like very reliant on the aim, on the individuals, but just like some of the basics. And on the stage, when the jitters get in your hands, I know you've been on the stage last year here. It's not the same, and then everything can fall apart if you're relying on just the trading and these fundamentals.
And I think for 9Z is here for me, like you've done the hard work. Right, you've beaten these big names like the PARIVISIONs, like the Mouzes and Falcons and all these guys. And for you, looking at the brackets, looking at all the playoff teams, this is the easiest possible matchup you can have. So even if you might have the jitters, even if you might feel a little nervous, listen, guys, you should have this one in the back. So pressure is there at the back of their minds. But the thing is, they got one guy behind them who's a legend, Bit. The original Bit, the B-I-T Bit, right?
Bit.
So if you do need experience and a calming voice behind you, they do have him as well.
I have just a quick number. Bit's career spans 23 years. That's more years than most of the players that are going to be on the server.
It's older than
on Earth.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the amount of experience that this guy has is quite insane.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? 9Z, they've beaten all these big names, and then Blair, you just said it there, where you were like, this should be the easiest matchup. But we've seen in CS, and we've often seen in tournaments like this, that this is where, especially these sort of lesser-known teams tend to fall by the wayside, right? What is Magic bringing? Because when you compare these two teams, and you say Magic is the lesser team, why do you say that? Well,
It's a lack of experience overall, right? Like you can't prepare for something like this, being on the arena. You have to go through it. We saw some, a lot of these young up-and-coming online teams. We saw Gambit youngsters back in the day, for example, when they played the Major first time, they crumbled under the pressure. And I think that's going to be the case here. But one thing Magic, if I had to describe Magic's Counter-Strike from what we've seen from them thus far in one word, it is chaos.
Yeah.
Complete, unadulterated chaos. And what they're going to try and do is going to try and drag 9Z down into the mud and just play this wrestling game. And that is a trap that 9Z should not fall for. Because if they do, then suddenly we might have a game in our hands.
The way I think about Magic is entertained but not impressed. Like, you watch the game, you're going to have fun. But is it really good? Maybe it doesn't matter. As a viewer, it doesn't matter. But in the game, against some of this better opposition, I think where they get outclassed individually, that's when they can't pull the other team into the mud to play these, like, I don't want to say even off meta. They're not really scared of playing something that no one else would think of. You have a molly, you have a flash. You should be playing to use that molly and flash with a low. No, they're just going to hold the angle with the rifle. And sometimes that...
Any single time they played outside international big events, we saw it in Blast Rotterdam, where they lost to Vitality. That's okay. Everyone's losing to Vitality. They knock
You're
out...
allowed to lose to Vitality. That's the new Counter-Strike rule.
And then you knock out Mouz, by the way, which I feel was one of the final nails in the coffin of that particular Mouz lineup. And then you lose a Spirit with a competitive map. And you're looking... This team can look pretty good. Coming into this, they've somehow leveled up as well. So right now, I'm looking at this 9Z team as kind of the potential breakout team from the region, discarding Furia, of course.
Yeah, I mean, just as you were mentioning the results. BetBoom Rush, winners. BetBoom Circuit X, winners. BetBoom Rush, another one, winners. Second place at Fergie in-house. So, like, back-to-back, they were just, like, either winning or finishing second. Literally, the only team they lose to is Legacy recently locally, right? And then they obviously won the qualifier for this and some other qualifiers to go to Rotterdam, right? They've just been on top of this. And, when you just watch European Counter-Strike, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you're like, okay, let's see how these guys perform when they come over here. Because, like, I've seen in the past a team like MIBR dominate locally, and then they come to a Bucharest and they are like, okay, the style of Counter-Strike they're playing is like so off where the top teams are. And I think for 9Z, that's not the case. We saw some tweets that they're not playing proper Counter-Strike. I think they understand the basics. Their trading is good. Their utility is good. Are they making some risks sometimes, playing a bit ahead of a pace, a bit explosive? I would say yes. But
9Z, that's Mayern, right? And I feel it's going to be, in a way, the tale of how Mayern and Moon are going to be performing. Because right now, both these two players, as the primary opera of these two teams, are the lowest rated players. They're also the lowest rated players overall, so to speak. And it's been a struggle city here. But even then, we can see Moon has had more impact overall. What's shocking for me, Prof? I'm looking at Mayern. He has 8%, rounded up to 9% opening attempts on CT and T combined. For an opera that is ridiculously low.
Yeah, Brokey at his worst had these kind of numbers, right?
Can I just ask? I'm going to throw a little curveball at both of you, though. Is this a fair comparison, considering the opposition these two teams have gone against? On the one side, you're facing off against the Manasees of the world, and on the other, it's been a little bit easier for Moon.
That's fair, but let's hype up the Kazakhstani guy. I think he's goated, but in his opening has also been really good. The thing about Mayern is, even in locally when they're playing, he is their worst player, and he only transitioned to the opping like in September last year. He was a rifler, famously one for the future. He was one of the players that HLTV picked to be in the same category as Zaiwu, Donk. He was a guy that had so much promise, went into MIBR, played with Fallen and Fur, didn't really hold his own there, and had this journeyman career jumping from team to team to team. And now he's on the op, and it's not looking the greatest, despite the fact that the team is still winning and reaching new heights.
I feel, again, it's still early days, still, not the end of the season quite yet for the side of 9Z, right? But I could see if his form continues in this fashion, and if 9Z want to kind of elevate themselves to the next step, I feel like he is the one player I'd be like, yeah, you'd kind of need to find an upgrade for him. So this event, this particular matchup, this playoffs right now, it's a great opportunity for him to be like, no, guys, I am a pick which really made sense when you guys got it. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on him.
We're going to be keeping our eyes now on James Banks because he is going to be introducing two teams who, for many of these players, have never walked onto a big stage. What a moment. Let's head to him.
This is certainly going to be one of the moments for these guys, and also for everyone who's still with us in the arena. Astana, how we doing? Now, for these two teams that are going to take to the stage, it is certainly not easy for them. This is further than they have been for their careers. This is a bigger stage than what they have sat on before. For 9Z, they're one of the most exciting South American teams right now. They have shown that they can build together, play some wild CS, and dominate some of the biggest names in the game. Their run here in the group stage, 3-0, taking down PARIVISION, Falcons, and Mouz. And they do not want to stop at this point. So everyone, please give it up for 9Z!
Right? Like you can't prepare for something like this being on the arena. You have to go through it. We saw some, a lot of these young up-and-coming online teams. We saw Gambit youngsters back in the day, for example, when they played the major first time, they crumbled under the pressure. And I think that's going to be the case here. But one thing Magic, if I had to describe Magic's Counter-Strike from what we've seen from them thus far in one word, it is chaos. Yeah. Complete, unadulterated chaos. And what they're going to try and do is going to try and drag 9Z down into the mud and just play this wrestling game. And that is a trap that 9Z should not fall for. Because if they do, then suddenly we might have a game in our hands.
The way I think about Magic is entertained but not impressed. Like, you watch the game, you're going to have fun. But is it really good? Maybe it doesn't matter. As a viewer, it doesn't matter. But in the game, against some of this better opposition, I think where they get outclassed individually, that's when they can't pull the other team into the mud to play these, like, I don't want to say even off meta. They're not really scared of playing something that no one else would think of. You have a molly, you have a flash. You should be playing to use that molly and flash with a low. Nah, they're just going to hold the angle with the rifle. And sometimes that bites them in the ass because the opponent just headshots you, right? I think what is necessary for them to win is essentially 9Z kind of dropping their level off and then them rising to the occasion and bringing in this unpredictable style to the stage.
Very gimmicky. Like, we saw a lot of cool stuff coming out from them. And listen, if that's what it takes...
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works. An Overpass map comes to mind where they went for the 4-man stack over there. The Inferno game they had against Gentlemates, that was just like watching it. If I was Gentlemates, I'm just tilted off the face of the planet, right? I feel that is the energy that Magic's going to be bringing into the server.
Yeah, and it's not just the preparation, as you saw. The 5-man boost, they lost that round. They were obviously discovered, and the other team just went to the other side. And this was an elimination game. It just shows how much these guys kind of don't care. They're just going to do whatever they want on the server in the moment. And in the mid-rounds as well. It's just going to make individual moves that the other team doesn't expect.
Let's talk about the Kazakhstan player. We spoke about him at the start. I'd love to focus in on him. What do we think about Moon when he steps on the stage today?
Yeah, I mean, he's not been having a great tournament, but the good thing is...
That's a positive start,
yeah, he's not been having a great tournament, but online he's been one of their best performers, right? And I think he was sick towards the last games. We saw him with a face mask on. What I did like is on Mirage, he's been pretty good. That's been his home ground, and even despite some like tough series on Mirage, he just feels like in the trading game, in finding openings, he feels super comfortable. So that's a positive for me.
For me, just since we're talking about Moon here, I also think about his counterpart on the side of 9Z. That's Mayern, right? And I feel it's going to be in a way the tale of how Mayern and Moon are going to be performing, because right now both these two players, as the primary opera of these two teams, are the lowest rated players. They're also the lowest rated players overall, so to speak. And it's been a struggle city here. But even then, we can see Moon has had more impact overall. What's shocking for me, Prof? I'm looking at Mayern. He has 8%, like, wait, fine, rounded up to 9% opening attempts on CT and T combined. For an opera that is ridiculously low.
Yeah, Brokey at his worst had these kind of numbers, right?
Can I just ask. I'm going to throw a little curveball at both of you, though. Is this a fair comparison considering the opposition these two teams have gone against? On the one side, you're facing off against the Manasees of the world, and on the other, it's been a little bit easier for Moon.
That's fair, but you know, let's hype up the Kazakhstani guy. I think he's goated, but not, in his opening has also been really good. The thing about Mayern is even in locally when they're playing, he is their worst player, and he only transitioned to the opping like in September last year. He was a rifler, famously one for the future. He was one of the players that HLTV picked to be in the same category as Zaiwu, Donk. He was a guy that had so much promise, went into MIBR, played with Fallen and Fur, didn't really hold his own there, and had this journeyman career jumping from team to team to team. And now he's on the op, and it's not looking the greatest, despite the fact that the team is still winning and reaching new heights.
I feel, again, it's still early days, still, you know, not the end of the season quite yet for the side of 9Z, right? But I could see if his form continues in this fashion, and if 9Z want to kind of elevate themselves to the next step, I feel like he is the one player I'd be like, yeah, you'd kind of need to find an upgrade for him. So this event, this particular matchup, this playoffs right now, it's a great opportunity for him to be like, no, guys, I am a pick, which really made sense when you guys got it. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on him.
We're going to be keeping our eyes now on James Banks because he is going to be introducing two teams who, for many of these players, have never walked onto a big stage. What a moment. Let's head to him.
This is certainly going to be one of the moments for these guys, and also for everyone who's still with us in the arena. Astana, how we doing? Now, for these two teams that are going to take to the stage, it is certainly not easy for them. This is further than they have been for their careers. This is a bigger stage than what they have sat on before. For 9Z, they're one of the most exciting South American teams right now. They have shown that they can build together, play some wild CS, and dominate some of the biggest names in the game. Their run here in the group stage, 3-0, taking down PARIVISION, Falcons, and Mouz. And they do not want to stop at this point. So everyone, please give it up for 9Z! And their opponents, they truly had a magical run. They went from 0-2 all the way through to the playoffs. We saw them having sleepless nights, trying to prepare and improve themselves in every game across the tournament. This team looked down and out, but they have bounced back, and they do not want their run to end here. So give it up for Magic! We're moving into our third quarter final. Moon, come on up here. Max, you come join us as well. Max, it's you. It's you. Come on around this side. Come on! Moon, your first big arena. You're getting the chant with your name like that. Give me the feeling. How nice is that?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing, guys. Thank you everyone for your support, and I'll just try to show my best.
Всем спасибо за поддержку. Я сделаю все возможное, чтобы выступить на максимальном уровне.
Now, you told me when you qualified for the playoffs, S-Fade had not been sleeping. Did he manage to rest? Is he at full strength for this game?
Yesterday he slept like 10 hours, but today he sleep only 30 minutes again.
Все-таки смог выспаться, поспал 10 часов, но сегодня снова спал всего лишь полчаса.
Looking at your preparation for the team, how much has changed since where you started your games here in Astana, and how have you developed throughout all of this?
I think changed a lot because we just now we are playing the LAN event, and we just playing our game and getting high from the game. That's it. That's it.
Бен спросил, как изменилась форма команды на протяжении этого турнира, и Мун говорит о том, что все намного лучше, чем было в начале, мы с каждым матчем становимся все сильнее.
And Moon, this is your country, this is your crowd. What do you want to say to everyone here?
Salam Kazakhstan, Salam Astana.
Luchov, 3-0 all the way for your first playoffs. The teams you beat, the way you guys did it, was it beating the expectations you had set on yourselves, or did you always see yourselves making it to playoffs?
It was a very difficult group stage, and I think today will be more difficult. So we are very excited to play and just play.
В групповой стадии было очень тяжело, и наверняка здесь на сцене будет еще тяжелее, поэтому мы ко всему готовы.
Now, looking at the grind you guys have been putting in, you had a few more days off than other teams here. Was it constant practice, constant preparation? How did you spend it?
Yeah, we take one day off to chill a bit, and then the other 2 days we practice a lot and prepare the maps. We also seen them, and they are really good, so it will be a great match.
У DynZ было очень много времени для того, чтобы отдохнуть, так как они закрыли групповую со счетом 3-0. И один день все-таки они взяли отдохнуть, а все остальное время очень много практиковались и отдельно готовились к своему сопернику. И говорит, что будет отличный матчап.
Now, you put up some great numbers alongside DGT in the group stage. How confident are you that you can do that on the stage with this crowd in a different environment for yourself?
I expect to do the same or higher, and I wait to join the server and shoot.
Джеймс спросил, насколько изменится их плейстайл на арене, насколько будет сложнее, и отвечает, что на самом деле команда готова, и ничего не изменится от того, что они играют на лане или нет.
All right, guys, shake hands. Go and take your seats. Good luck to both sides. Thank you very much. Now, I think I know which way we're going to go with this one, but we will do a temperature check. Is there some 9Z fans in the house? Okay, I expected that. What you got?
Ну давайте посмотрим, кто сюда пришел поддержать Муну и компанию.
And we even got the drum out here as well. All right, guys, we need to make this moment so special for these guys. Being on a stage like this, going through the first moment of your career, I need every single one of you to make some noise for us. So let's hear it. Make some noise!
The fans are definitely here for their homeboy, but I don't know if the fan cheering will be enough when that veto comes up. I think 9Z will probably have the upper hand. What do you two think?
Yeah, the thing is, for 9Z, their best map, they're always their first pick usually is Nuke, right? And that is the map that's going to be the permaban coming out from Magic. So you're thinking now, all right, Magic might have the edge. But unfortunately, Prof, I'm looking at a second, third, fourth best map for the side of 9Z, and I still feel they're going to be comfortable no matter which map they go for.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it, and I wasn't really sure which way 9Z was going to go, because Overpass on paper looks like a great win rate for them, but when they played in Europe, they didn't really perform that well against the Spirits, the Vitalities. They would finish the T side with zero rounds. And here, the pick of Dust 2. I actually didn't have this on my top 3 of what I
had
expected.
Ancient, actually. I thought Ancient would be a pick coming in because recent form looked good. And Dust 2, the thing is, they've only played it once so far at the event, but that was a 13-1 drubbing of the Falcons. So a bit of a curveball coming in. Mirage, no surprise there, Prof. Like, Mirage is their best map for Magic. That's a map where they've always found success. That's a map, actually, which enabled them to make it here to the playoffs. And we will be indeed having a bit of a kind of shaking hands and allowing Ancient as the decider. Dust 2, slight curveball, but I can see why they're going for it, because Dust 2 was also miserable for Magic. It does feel like a punish pick coming in from 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled, I think, against MongolZ earlier in the tournament.
Against Heroic as well, who've been struggling, 13-4 lost against them too. So, yeah, a bit of a punish pick coming in from 9Z here, Sam. But, you know, Mirage, that's the map. If Magic are going to make it to map number 3, that map has to be in their pocket.
We keep talking about the underdogs, but I do feel like in this particular scenario, Magic, and especially when we now see the veto, is the true underdog of this battle.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give some shout out to Sfade, the IGL, right, of Magic, who's now he found out that he hasn't been really sleeping that much. 30
you do need some sleep, though.
30 minutes of sleep going into a stage match. That's crazy. I don't know how he can perform, but his group stage was actually insane. Both Max and the IGL of 9Z and Sfade, the IGL of Magic, have been overperforming based on like what they usually do, which is, you know, fantastic when your IGL can do that. But with no sleep, like if I had 30 minutes of sleep, I would be falling apart right now.
You're a lot older than him, though. I mean, I think he's quite young. He can still do that. Donk did this. I remember Donk always used to talk about just not sleeping. He used to just go and play Face It. That was his vibe.
And that's why I would like destroy everyone on the server so you can go back to the hotel as soon as possible. But no, it's gonna be crazy. But I want to say also Tenzi. I want to give him a little shout out. I think he's been great this tournament, and as a kind of a star player for this team, dropped a 50 bomb on Overpass. I think that's the most kills someone got on a single map in this tournament so far.
Yeah, for sure. And just looking at how this map's going to play out, the 9Z are going to be starting the T side over here, and this is where they win 11-1 against the Falcons, right? They were just absolutely dominating them. So I'm curious to see what Magic's going to be putting up here. Magic, unfortunately, I feel like there are certain struggles, right? But as a prelude to this matchup, Prof, we were speaking about the AWPers. Like Dust 2, AWPing, I think it kind of goes hand in hand. So definitely for the side of Magic to kind of make this competitive on Dust 2, I feel like Magic has to deliver above and beyond from what he's done so far. He said coming in here in Arena, I'm ready to play, I'm ready to really rock and roll. Can he do it? That's the question.
And someone else that has something to prove is AW, right? On PARIVISION last season, cut by the ruthless Dastan. Now he's here and he's in the arena, and PARIVISION isn't. I think he's been performing super well in his positions, just like a more aggressive version of his way. Maybe not as tempered and not as measured always, but he will go for the double kill, and more often than not, he was getting them against the opposition that they managed to beat in the group stage.
Also, one more player who just cannot be mentioned or spoken about so much so far is like Masval, right? He's kind of that small B-side anchor most of the times, but whenever we saw any attack coming into the bomb side, you could really see this guy had that multi-fragging ability, and I think that's going to be pivotal here, starting on the CT side as well in Dust 2.
Are you expecting quite an aggressive, fast-paced game?
Yeah, definitely. I think for the side of 9Z, that's how they like to play. They like to go on early timings and find contacts in groups as soon as possible, not to delay the map the round too much. On the side of Magic, they can do both, I think. I think they like to go for fights because they like to open up the map and to go into a 4v4, a 3v3 where they can do some crazy stuff. But I think they play a bit slower, and they can sometimes get, you know, the clock can run out on them if the opposition uses their utility properly.
I'm expecting mid to be complete chaos. I think it's going to be a little messy. I think it's going to be a lot of fights being taken early on. But I agree with you. I think 9Z's success on the T side is mainly when they just go for these calls from the spawn, right? Just super fast pace, just looking to dump a lot of utility, just group up and get those early fights, and then slow it down a notch and decide what they're going to do with that. But I feel like, yeah, for 9Z picking this map, Sam, yeah, also considering how good their T side looked against the Falcons, they should be feeling pretty comfortable here.
I do think, and maybe you guys can agree or disagree with me, that for 9Z, when they go up against that top-tier opposition, that sort of chaotic playstyle throws the opposition off because we're used to protocols, we're used to set plays. But this is not that type of team. In the team of Magic, these are tier 2 merchants. They're waiting for this. They're used to having everything and the kitchen sink thrown at them.
Exactly, and I obviously Magic has been playing online a lot, and they've been, I would say, on the outskirts of the major race. K27 was the team that was ahead of them, but actually Magic beating them at the LAN kind of took that possibility away. But imagine being like 100 Thieves playing against these guys online. Like, imagine if your device playing against a Magic, you have no idea what's going on the map. They must be so frustrating to face in an online environment, and if they can bring that here, that's going to be amazing. One thing that I noticed about them that I dislike is their pistol conversion. Like the first 3 rounds of a map are never a given. Doesn't matter if they win the pistol, they're going to lose the second round. If they lose the pistol, they're going to win the force buy. It's always completely unpredictable.
Chaos.
Chaos. You can't, if they lose the pistol, don't think, oh, now it's going to be 3 easy rounds. It's not going to be. It's going to be a bloodbath.
The big question mark is that chaotic style. Sure, it worked on LAN. We saw Gentlemates struggle against it. Quite a few other teams they beat as well. But in an arena, Sam, with the pressure really on, I don't know. It could kind of fall apart, if you ask me. It's not a sustainable style of Counter-Strike, and I feel like for 9Z, despite the fact that, sure, they might struggle here and there in between, I feel like they have enough solid basic fundamentals to handle that sort of kind of wild CS that Magic are going to throw their way.
I actually reached out to one of the players that played them, and I was like, can you describe Magic in 1 sentence or 2? And he replied, you mean the team? And yeah, I needed to quantify that. So I said,
Which player was this?
I can't tell you, it's a secret.
Oh,
but he said, don't underestimate the strong firepower they're hiding. So I think that's something that 9Z should have in their minds going into this match.
This is something that I think it's a gift that the VRS system brought to us, right? Was watching a lot of these top teams have to drop down and go to, the BYOC lands where they were now facing up against these unknown entities. And yes, Blair, you call it sustainable Counter-Strike. They had to learn how to not play that, but it allowed us to see great upsets. Hell, it allowed us to see the crumbling of FaZe. Now we get to see that sort of raw talent and unsustainable CS on the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like for 9Z, like I said, right, it comes down to your mental game. They've had only 2 opportunities so far this year to play in a big event altogether. And look, I'm just going to, I know we're not doing predictions, but I expect 9Z to win this one pretty comfortably overall. But for me, it's about how deep can they go, right? How deep do they believe they can do that? And I feel for a team like this, who really do excite me, I want them, they need to get those reps. They need to get those reps in the arena under the big lights against some more bigger names out there, right? And these are the sort of reps you don't get often, especially when they come from a far-flung region like South America.
Let's just dive into that, though. I mean, let's look at the journey, whether it's 9Z or Magic from here, right? So they win the quarterfinals. One of them will be in the semis. If I'm not mistaken, waiting for you there is, I think it may
It is going to be the winner of Furia or Falcons. So congratulations, guys. You're in the semifinals. Here's Falcons or Furia. It's not going to be easy at all, but that's the thing with 9Z. They have been punching so above their weight that I'm starting to slowly believe that they can make things interesting. So I want to see them play solid CS here today and look convincing, and I don't make it too scrappy. That's when you might start losing faith in yourself as well.
Yeah, I mean, they already have been in Falcons, right? So why not again?
Obviously, imagine that upset.
It's going to be completely different on the big stage.
Carrigan on Arena.
Face, seeing your opponent, that wouldn't be the same game. But also, if it was Furia, why not? Then a South American matchup, those can always get spicy.
Magic could also be there, let's just be clear. So we could have one of those, I mean, it is the Mighty Ducks story that Blair doesn't like. Where
Well, Mighty Ducks is a movie, Sam. It's not real life. I know you guys are romantic. I don't see them making their way through. Come on.
Like Magic being in the playoffs is kind of a movie. Yeah,
it's Magic already, right? Look what I did there.
I'm not going to touch that.
But I know, just talking about 9Z and Mayor, and we touched on him very, very briefly. I was mentioning, we highlighted him on HLTV. That was in 2019, when he was highlighted as one for the future, right? Not long after that, he goes to MIBR. And now it's been 7 years later. This is his first big arena playoff.
That's crazy.
He's only played 4 big events in his whole career, right? And he is not he's not taking a long break or anything. He's been going from one team to another.
I think he's played in almost every
Furia, to I don't even know, MIBR, every team.
Imperial Legacy, you name it, all of them, right?
He's been there, right, trying to find his own footing, and this is like a big moment for not that young of a player anymore, but a young talent from the region.
I still want to see him, be a little bit more active initially with AWP, especially. I mean, like 0.8 opening attempts on CD side, T side combined is just miserable. On a map like Dust, you look at any other, not even tier 1 operas, any other opera, they're looking to take this fight, fighting towards short, going for a long pick, dueling out towards mid. But it does seem like he's super passive, and I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think, especially in the current meta, in the way CS2 plays, that is also sustainable as well. And the number speaks for itself.
I mean, I think a part of it is how much is it because, Luchov and DGT are so aggressive, how much they are aggressive because he isn't. It's what was first, the horse or the egg?
I think it was the egg.
We're in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, great reference there.
But yeah, that's a tricky thing. I think it's more about him not wanting to do this, but also as an operator, you also need to know what kind of plays you want to do to call for them. Be like, okay, boost me over here, nade the smoke so I can go for a pick, ask for what you want to do. And for someone that's been opping for like about a bit more than 6 months, he probably doesn't have that much in his wheelhouse. But it reminds me of Youngster, right? Who's hybrid. He was a hybrid worker, hybrid opper, picking up the op for heroic as it was needed. He goes for a lot more opening duels, and having like 8% opening duels on T side maybe would be fine, but on CT, it's like you just hold an angle, wait for them to come in. How is it not possible to that? Not more is coming your way.
We're obviously just waiting. One of the players is fixing his in-ears, so we'll get that sorted very quickly. Out of the three of us, we've been here at the desk. I've been here last year. Prof is here now, but Blair, you've actually been on that stage because you played in the show match last year.
And you won.
And you won. So
well, I'll tell you, I didn't do much. I'll tell you that.
You have been a winning Counter-Strike player on the stage at PGL Astana. What is that stage like? Because these are a bunch of rookies, right? First time ever on a stage. What does it feel like?
It's also like, even if you're not playing, when you just step on a stage and when it's a full crowd cheering for you or even against you, you literally feel the reverberations of the stage, right? And your comms, it's different. Sometimes you don't hear stuff. That's why we talk about, why certain teams, FaZe comes to mind. Why did it thrive in the chaos over there, right? All the audio coming in, going for faster plays. It's very different from playing online or even in a studio environment, so to speak. And unfortunately, until you play it, you really can't learn from it. It's a thing where you really can prepare for it. You can read all you want about it, watch all the podcasts and videos, but you just are never ready for it. Unfortunately for 9Z, they do have some fans as well, clearly in the house. A couple of these players have played in an arena a long time ago. IM Dallas comes to mind, but I do believe it was DGT. I think Max was there as well. Also Peak. So they do have the bit of experience going the way, albeit it was a couple of years ago.
How is it going to impact them? Because this is something we saw in Cluj, which is when the home crowd isn't behind you, it can be a little bit off-putting. And in the case of 9Z, we've already seen when Banks was on the stage, the fans here in the arena, they're backing their boy Moon, which means they're getting behind Magic. Do you think that'll impact the South Americans much?
I don't think so. I think they'll enjoy being the villains in this one, even though the Moon chants will be loud and will be kind of funny. They sound kind of funny when they just say, Moon, 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 Moon. Or will people say it? No. Okay, moving on.
You're trying so hard to land the jokes, and they're just missing the mark. That's 3 for 3, Prof.
Well, you don't like me. It's fine.
I'm all for that. Yes, I 100% agree. Yeah, let's get cash in, take out Mirage for a while.
Wild take.
I know you're a hater. You want Inferno out. I think Inferno's been great so far.
I mean, actually, Overpass has been barely played, even since it's been reintroduced.
Anubis actually has been played only once thus far, and that was by Aurora
I would
as well.
say take out Anubis if I was to make
It just got back in, Sam. You got to let it breathe a bit.
So let's defend our choices here while we wait to get this game going.
Overpass, it's been it's going to be now 12 months, so I think that's fair. That's the kind of the rotation time for Valve. Usually, they gave Train a year and they took it out. I don't think it's being played that much. I don't think they really changed anything, unless they want to do some more drastic changes on the map to make it a bit faster. I don't really see what it's adding to the map pool, in my opinion.
I think Mirage is the only map right now which has not had a single change in CSGO, right? Apart from maybe adding the bench towards mid, perhaps.
That might be CSGO as well.
Yeah, even CSGO, exactly. And it's not had the visual rehaul that every other map has had so far. So it kind of like sticks out like a sore thumb. Not that I care much about visuals.
I was about to say that I still like watching Mirage.
Yeah, it can come back later on. I just feel like it's a nice opportunity for a new map coming in and just
So you think it should
up.
just be taken out to be made pretty?
And maybe make a few changes here and there. I feel Overpass, for example, if they do make a few changes fitting CS2, they shrink down the map a little bit, it would be way more fun to watch and play as well.
Yeah, that's kind of my opinion. I just think Mirage, yeah, it deserves a little aesthetic uplift for sure, but if you take it out, like 30% of the player base will just go away. It's like, I'm not playing, no Mirage? Okay.
Dust is also the most played map thus far in this event as well. So, you have another brown map, to sandy map to enjoy.
Welcome to PGL Astana podcast. We hope that you're enjoying it. All three of us have now joined forces, come from HLTV confirmed. Blair, you have a podcast where you talk all about the Asian region. Geographically challenged. I've watched a couple of episodes, but to be honest, I don't watch a lot of Australian or Asian Counter-Strike. So
that's completely understandable. Also, the podcast kind of fallen off because, MongolZ exists, so we're not that challenged anymore. but yeah, overall, for the side of Asian Counter-Strike, MongolZ, bit of a disappointment for me, but they did have a very rough, not say rough run, but a very rough competition, so to speak, right? They got a couple of good wins, but I feel like for them, once again, just a lack of preparation, not able to close out some very close games against Spirit, against Falcons. Those two maps come out to mind. So for me personally, a bit disappointed not here in the playoffs.
Do you think that the drop-off for them is coming? That's my biggest fear, is we saw this incredible rise from them, right? And their story was so glorious, and we all followed along, and now it's kind of, they're starting...
Tapering off.
It's tapering off, and I worry that the drop is on its way.
I don't think the drop's ever going to happen. I just fear, and I feel what's happening right now is just plateauing, right? This is the level they're going to be at. They're never really going to be a real contender for championships, but they are always going to be that team who can take down the big dogs, who can make it to the playoffs, who can make a kind of a deep run, but not a team who's ever going to kind of win anything, and that's unfortunately the truth right now for the Mongols.
I mean, I think it's sad. I think last year, when you think about it, reaching final of a major, winning a S-tier tournament, being ranked #1 on VRS, like all of these achievements that they've reached as an Asian team, and not to build on that, actually losing Senzu for whatever reason, we don't really know fully, then Corpazera coming in, and the fact this is just not that guy, right?
I'm just hoping Senzu's adventure in BC game comes to a rough end, and he's like, you know what, I liked it way better back with the Mongols, and he comes back in, and yeah, they get back to winning ways.
Well, we don't know if it was his choice to leave. I know they positioned it as that, but I'm not a believer.
We'll never know, Sam.
Foil hat on my head. I don't know. There a lot of things probably happened there. The full story won't come out, but it doesn't matter if he comes.
It'll come out in like 3 years, where someone does a tell-all on a podcast, and that's when we'll know. Let's talk a little bit about who we have now seen move into the semi-finals, right? Because we did have 2 quarterfinals earlier today, and for me, not too surprising, to be fair. I think Mouz looked great against Aurora. Right in the beginning, maybe not, but very quickly we're able to.
You've been a big fan of him from the start. You don't need
of
to
Mouz, for sure.
Yeah, you're backing the exertion move, but he's
Aurora,
been playing insane.
He's been playing absolutely lights out, right? Just IGLing for the very first time, and and its first event is a big event as well. And the fact that he's able to perform in the way he's doing right now, I think 1.4 rating across the entire tournament, including the last matchup, just super impressive stuff. For Aurora, though, Prof. That capitulation in Dust 2, you thought like they got a sports psychologist, you finally fixed their issues, but the mental crumble once again. You hate to see it.
New psychologist still crumbled.
I don't know what that says about her or the impact she can have on this team.
She hasn't had enough time. You all give every other player, every time we stand here, you go, you just have to give them time. Now the psychologist, well, that was unacceptable. No impact first tournament.
Maybe there is not a psychologist in this world that can fix the problems that this team has.
I mean, they did
it's not going to be an easy job for her, that's for sure.
They did show great resilience against the Mongols, right? So you're thinking, all right, maybe their mentality is now rock solid once again, but looks like it's going to take another event before we find out if it can do anything.
Zantaris had another stinker in the playoffs, and it's killing me. It's killing me to watch that. Not gonna lie. He on Dust 2 CT side, he is the guy in the position to do the most, and there's just round after round things would go wrong, and just contrasted to the other side, exertion, what he was delivering, you can't win a game like that, unfortunately.
One positive thing from today's earlier two games was Spirit winning against G2 and Donk not having to hard carry the team.
For sure.
I think that was a great sign, right? We saw everyone having their moments, Shiro especially playing absolutely lights out. So great stuff from Spirit, because they are the front runners for this tournament, right? They're the one team who've been together for quite a while.
They're defending champions.
Champions as well, and also with Falcons coming in, Furia there as well. These are two teams with Furia been kind of up and down recently, not looking great exactly. And then of course for the side of Falcons, new IGL, new system altogether in the form of Karrigan. So Spirit are the front runners, and the fact that Donk doesn't have to do much, I think is great.
Here's a question for you. Obviously, we've had this delay on stage. These are two inexperienced teams. It's very easy in these moments to start getting nervous and let this get to your head. Lots of pro players have spoken about it. Experienced players have said these weights can kind of start eating away at you a little bit. You're starting to have an opportunity to look around a bit more than you should. You're starting to listen to us talking. You're hearing all of that. How do you think it's impacting Magic? Or do you think these are, CIS strong players? They ain't listening to any of this. They're probably just waiting to get going.
I think they're jumping around the server, like shooting each other in the head in T-spawn. And I think that's all that's going on. I don't think there's a thought in their minds about getting nervous. That's just my opinion.
And if you look at them in pie times or whatnot, just spinning around on the side, just stimming so hard. But yeah, I don't think they really care. I think it's only when the game gets started and when the rounds get interesting, that's what's going to happen. I remember the interview Moon gave after they qualified for the event, and he was asking about S-Fade as an IGL. Apart from the sleep, he's like, I don't know what the hell he's calling sometimes. It's just absolute insanity, right? So I am actually
it's a great strategy.
It's low-key. I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us here, because what we saw in the group stage, like you said, Prof, it wasn't pretty, but it was goddamn entertaining.
MongolZ fans, sad for them. Furia fans, they're going to have a good game coming later. I think that's going to be a banger.
Just a quick update, because I know you're sitting in chat and you're asking us to stop speaking.
Holy app.
And you're getting annoyed.
Analyst stop talk.
Yeah, we all do it when we're not working as well, so we completely understand. But right now we are having a small in-ear problem with one player, and they've changed the in-ears. He's still not 100% happy. There's still some issues, so we will continue to chat. I want to pick up again.
Classic first stage experience, but is it Mayern? I think it is Mayern.
I don't know which player it is. I just know that there is a player with in-ear problems. So let's talk a bit more about Spirits and where they're sitting, because Blair, you mentioned it there. It was nice to see them win without relying on Donk, because I think my biggest concern about Spirit this year has been, can you actually do anything if Donk isn't having a great day? And he is human. I know many of you don't believe that when you watch him in the server, but he is human. So some days he's not going to be able to perform to the level we all demand of him.
Yeah, for sure. And this reminds me of, I think, a very good point Maui made earlier on the desk. And he put out a tweet as well saying, they had one of the worst flash assists last year out of the top 20 teams or the top 10 teams. My memory doesn't, I'm not quite able to remember that. But so far this event, they are, I believe, the top 2 or the best flash assist team so far. So Sotfix is doing a lot of work. We saw Shiro giving him a lot of praise as well. And also Tanir, last time he played, I think it was in Rio, where he kind of had the best event it had so far. He did give a lot of praise to Sotfix, saying he's been helping him out a lot. So yeah, good stuff from him.
Astana, every pro player dreams of making the big stage, and many dream of Scorny and Launders commentating their games. For 9Z and Magic, today dreams do come true.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for your service, Desk. But those same dreams also come to a crushing end for one of these two teams. The Desk has put it aptly. This is what they fight for, these sorts of opportunities. And we haven't seen a big chance like this for 9Z in literal years. Magic, this is already a bit of a one-off instance. So enjoy every second that you can, because for somebody, this is going to be a crushing defeat.
Yeah, it's going to be the underrated match of the day. These two teams, we know is going to be great CS. It's just not the name brand value of some of the other orgs that are here, but it's a game to be enjoyed nevertheless. So let's enjoy this one, Astana, for the most enthusiastic fans in the arena that are here to watch a great game. That's exactly what you're going to get. Last time we saw 9Z play Dust 2, it was world class. The best Dust 2 performance we've seen at the event, and honestly, one of the best Dust 2 maps I've ever seen. Called by Max.
He's sending that flash over long, and from there, looking for the duel, but the crossfire between Blue, and all of a sudden, AW, Tenzi, and Mozville all find themselves with kills. So, lo and behold, it falls on Max, and Max alone. And unfortunately for him, that long pop just doesn't end up winding up with enough kills. In fact, not any kills to the favor of 9Z.
Not at all. Max is gonna try to work for these, but surely he's dead. 5 alive for Magic as they start their first round on stage, and it looks fantastic. Now, as Prop said, doesn't matter if they win the pistol, doesn't mean that they're going to continue on to go 3-0. It's going to be pure chaos. Obviously, if you watched any of the Magic games, you saw that. Chaos for all the right reasons, though. It was pure entertainment. So many fraggers on this team. Tenzi making a prospect list on HLTV back in May. When he was asked about it, he said, yeah, I saw my name on there. I thought it was cool. Didn't think much else of it.
Back to work.
Back to work. And that's sort of exciting because it does remind us of all the other times. It was a team we haven't heard of, making a deep run, taking out a lot of favorites, or just having some impressive results. And obviously, no group stage results more impressive than what 9Z put together, taking out Falcons on this map. So this should be a step up.
Fade off the cat play, wants to make those conversions from pistol actually happen. That's a 99 damage M4 dink.
Damn, I didn't even know it would do 99 no
Finished
head
off
armor.
with the AW long push at the same time. So nice and easy. The conversion point for Magic had to wait to get this game going, but once they do, they've got their hands all over the 2-0 start. Now, an oddity here. We've got, of course, the SMGs they just held moving forward into this next round. 9Z had waited in a second to get these full AKs. So there's a bit of an edge over to 9Z. We'll see what kind of moves Magic make to mitigate the weakness that is 2 SMGs this round.
No kills so far in this game, and that's not just a vanity stat. It is going to be a quick, powerful start for the economy of Magic. Starting on CT matters even more. That T's do damage. Take their chances on a spam in through those doors. There's no one to greet those bullets for now. One thing I loved about 9Z's T side was very simple. If they did a cat exec, there wasn't a lot of telegraphing going on. Now, of course, could have been a bespoke strategy they used for Falcons that worked out very well. But still, I think the two parts of everyone's T side that tends to fall apart or feels like it invites RNG are the full cat execs, lots of room for counter grenades, and also long. And they avoided those two things.
Fade feeling the need to kind of shell up with the other 2 B-site defenders.
It's kind of a fun read, because all we see is sort of setup utility towards Cat. EDT's going to see a push. This will be a little bit scary for Magic.
Starting to feel boxed in with that mid-presence. It's why they added one to this bomb site. Now you know there's somebody over towards tunnels. AW's got this frag grenade. He's going to pop open the smoke, and when he does so, he's not going to see anything. Doesn't quite go thick enough. Tenzi off the window, catching a second kill here for the Magic men. And then Mayern popped from that push forward into the FAMAS, goes the tunnels player, and all that ends up remaining here now is Max. He's spotted by AW, and that's a rock-solid 3-0 start out of Magic, exceeding beyond the stats and finding that clean start.
Yeah, this is exactly what they hoped for. Again, all the practice paying off. And 9Z come onto stage, and they know they had a great week, and they cleanly get here into playoffs, and they beat better teams than Magic. But when we saw Magic play against Gentlemates, it was kind of scary to think that we saw Furia struggle versus a team that Magic put away easily.
No rock, paper, scissors of who beats who.
Yeah, chain logic doesn't always pan out, and everybody's wondering how they're gonna, S-Fade, who hasn't slept yet today, is wondering how he's gonna play on stage.
Do you know what always deserves respect regardless? Is any team at a Swiss groups event that is able to go from 0-2 to the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
That is something where lesser opposition would tend to crumble. Not Magic. They stood up to that test and find themselves here today on stage.
I'm not gonna lie, it makes it kind of an awkward draw, I feel like, for 9Z, who have been playing up to competition and always do that, to have to now go to play
awkward.
Kind of a tier 2. Oh, that's the rush.
Like that, DGT Tech9 point blank. Mossball's dead. It's gonna be on Moon to stop it. And despite his best efforts with a double kill, Luchov's Tech9 also presses in. And this is a moment where it's majority kills thanks to those sidearms. All of a sudden, with bomb down, we've got this 1v3 underway. S-Fade, what more can you do? It's a low health car player that sees you coming. Max guns him down, keeps 2 players up for 9Z, and so the Tech-9s bust through, and we don't quite get to see it because there's movement out middle at the same time. But one of the 2 B-site defenders pressing through a smoke grenade straight into that pack of Tech-9s. I don't know if there was a flash for him, if he tried to just be creepy with it, but that just opens the door wide on that B-site.
And that's going to be magic for you. They will make mistakes. They'll also create chances by taking risks just like that. They open the door to 9Z to get started, and it was actually really important they won on a half buy just because of the quick start for Magic, the low amount of kills that have come out for 9Z. They've already answered back. They get an op-in play for Mayor, and that's where the next point of conversation goes, because honestly, there isn't really that much op impact to be had. There's a lot left on the table on both sides here for Magic and 9Z. And if either Mayor or Moon show that they can be the one to take over, that can absolutely be the key difference to swing this match. I can't believe Max played there on such low HP, but it worked.
Mayor straight to the long pick this round, but front runner gets beyond him by the time he posts up, and so nothing you can do about TenZ being able to cross to the close corner. That starting 3 long B situation gives Moon a chance to try to open up smoke and peel one off middle, but no target found for his efforts. And so Luchov freed up to maybe take a look at this bomb site. Doesn't even need to see the site. He'll find S-Fade up on the ledge.
There's a bit of a mistake by Moon to take his shot inside of mid. That's the only reason Luchov even takes a dry swing up Cat. If there was potentially an op on bricks, that could have been a death for him. So sometimes you've got to be careful, even with just your ammo. Now this will also pull the goalie over on the left side of the map. You have 9Z gearing up to take it, and they have every right to.
Smoke into flash for AW to have to handle. Keeps him there for an extra second. Again, nobody home on this side.
Now, if it was the case that they had the Cat player all CT side already pushed up, ready to flash peek or sitting there on a shoulder swing, then maybe it would be fine to let your op reveal itself. But that is something in terms of cards you should keep close, that you should maintain the mystery of for as long as you can. Unless, of course, it's a bait. But there was no way to fool them that, okay, there's going to be some kind of double op setup this early into the game. At the minimum here, Magic, they lose 1 player, a round with it. They still retain a lot of equipment value.
We can discuss how that opening gets offered over, but also just kind of nod of respect to Luchov. That was an instant headshot on the player on ledge.
Yeah,
perfect crosshair.
He was like, all right, let's just go check this out because I know I have every right. And Luchov has shown how smart he is throughout this tournament. I expect him to be in some regards the strongest player in the server today. Just on the, right in that Goldilocks zone of really smart CS, but also really great aim from the 1v clutch that he put together on Mirage to just some of the moves that he makes in the mid round. He's just so solid. Had an incredible map versus PARIVISION as well on Inferno.
Wasn't ready for that,
It's so many guys trying to watch and escort everybody up suicide, but didn't see or think that there could be any Cat presence. And I think maybe with the flash into lower, there was some pressure on Moon to leave. But he calls their bluff.
Fade doesn't just boost TenZ, but sticks around and starts dropping util. Perfectly placed grenade on Luchov. Follow that up with fire. That keeps 9Z on the other side of the doors for the time being. And a little investment into S-Fade as that second belt of utility just gets dumped on him. Now he's going to go for the wider angle, tries to pepper the doorway, really just trying to keep pressure up on this mid setup, and 9Z seems stubborn. They don't want to go anywhere, but sit right there and wait.
And again, they like to cut noise, just go for something. Like, best way to make sure you don't alarm anyone, and in this position you see the map, like they don't want to.
Still a frag grenade that actually gets thrown towards Cat. That was, I believe, one of the nades that Tenzi just gave him.
Box just has to be held. Timing's missed.
Nice.
Perfect for Tenzi.
Catches 2 kills off that one. Mayern wants to somehow get this op into play. If you could scoop up the bomb, that'd be great. Oh, Tenzi actually popping back up, and they get the B entry.
Whoa, that's massive.
2 versus 5 underway.
And the plant comes in and ops down, and this is where Mayern will be under the spotlight. He's the one on full HP. Op goes over to DGT. And funnily enough, this might be a boon to both of them.
He decides to just put this thing back plat. All of a sudden, second guessing the position. He'll use the tall box cover once the window pressure comes through. Flashes over top. That tunnel player about to activate. DGT is dead, and Mayern can't deliver anything in that. So props to them, a 2v5 that at least busts down the B site, gets that plant in. But ultimately, it's going to be Magic collecting a 4th round.
It went from no chance of a plant to a small chance of winning the round. So money made, money dropped off from the other side, and time to think about what went wrong on that mid B take. Now, of course, you saw the timing. He was being watched for a second, and there honestly wasn't spam from CT spawn to try to draw anyone's attention away or make it feel like there wasn't anyone boosted up. But for Tenzi, he just held patient, used the timing in his head, popped up, and got 2 free frags. That's going to happen sometimes. In a match like this, maybe Tenzi can't afford it. Everything you want to see here for Magic so far. And again, looking at the map, that's 4 players on the A side. They win versus a mid B. That's kind of what's important to remember. And if, 9Z were doing that versus Falcons, except they were just cleanly winning rounds. Max was brilliantly figuring out where's the easier site to take. They take it, and then they'd win. If Magic can win without that information, ooh, nice shot, DGT.
Hopping skill.
It's just a whole new set of problems.
But he eats the flash. Working with the rifle on the other side of middle, Tenzi freed up to take a look, but this is also the solo B player, so if there's any potential threat at B, which is confirmed by the Molotov, we see DGT just throw out. You can see that on the radar, draw Magic back over to the B site, opens up middle, but they're gonna take a look at long. Oh, they win the fight. That was that low health Mazval set up by the DGT wallbang. Now Moon's ops on the cross. He would love for them to come around this corner, but they're going to start throwing utility over top first. Smoke's going to pop on Moon's feet. He doesn't lose his line without taking a kill for his efforts, and Mayern's trying to activate on Catwalk. All of a sudden, 9Z's offer goes down with nothing. Moon has done his job. Posts that op inside of the site. Man advantage Magic, 35 to the clock, and Moon sliding wide is going to catch out Luchov. Max has got the answer back. His teammate nowhere to be found. Bomb dropped over towards the cross. Activation out middle goes down, falls on Max, and Max alone, and he doesn't know that that smoke's about to get pushed. But the team flash in the smoke means Max is still alive. He knows where everybody is. And despite the damage, it's the nade that gets it over the line. Magic will swarm you and keep 9Z on only 2 round wins.
And this is beautiful for Moon. The exact performance he was hoping to have in front of the home crowd here. Oh, when he stands up and yells at them. I love that. And now it's, we're looking at the buy here. It's gonna, oh man, you gotta think about it. 5,600 on Max. It's gonna be a really powered up half buy or just an outright investment. To be honest, it might be hard to turn down considering you're already missing 3 rounds. Pause to talk about it. And everything is getting punished here. And that's exactly what you want to see from Moon. It's like those 3-inch flicks that are all landing, those opportunities that look like small risks, but if they land, then you're a genius, and that's what he wanted to show today.
I'd say especially in an event where he is struggling. We had that graphic that said just literally sniper struggles, and the head-to-head between him and Mayern was very underwhelming. His impact had been felt lately online prior to this event, hasn't been able to translate that to the server here in Astana. And for him to start doing it now on the stage, I mean, it's a perfect time to arrive as far as Magic are concerned.
When he just stood up and got in their faces a little bit, you can see that he's actually living for the LAN.
Some players are made for it, and you never know until you're under the spotlights. Oh, and they still don't know about that position on the bomb. So if there was ever a world for 9Z to get into this with their Tech 9s, feels like they're going to be thinking about that op through the mid doors. They don't know.
What is that shot?
Supposed to get that. But again, luckily,
they think it's
gone unnoticed. So because he is here, tucked in, able to strike down Mayern, now we're going to get that cat activation. It's really just hit from all these different angles. Top Xbox player goes sailing. And with 45 to the clock, 20 HP, no bomb possession, you'd call this impossible. Oswald pushes down into tunnels, dies, and doesn't deal any additional damage, but only 30 seconds left.
Unfortunately, looking like just another round where they're really good at making it expensive, but with the time left on the clock and where DGT has to go to both get the bomb and get it planted, you can basically call this a wrap. He's not going to be able to find the kills either to end this round on elimination, and so finding a place to save is going to be priority number one. Oh, not worried about dying in this spot. Why is he taking so many risks here? He should be grateful to have this AK.
All for an incendiary.
Yeah, okay.
For a CT firebomb. Well, CT's locking fiery, I'll say that. 6-2.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. I mean, they got to be proud of themselves. Like, S-Fade is here, 7-2. He must be hallucinating right now, thinking that he's coming in with absolutely no sleep and just destroying.
Owned by the util.
Another 2 kills.
If 9Z thought they were going to get any kind of early exit, you're not going to even get an inch around that column. Moon's got your number.
That flash, what's the matter?
And Magic have your bomb. Finally, somebody out of the 9Z squad are able to catch any of these aggressions. It is Moon dead, and opt to be saved for Mayern, but that is idealistic as far as 9Z are concerned because Huaso knows he's under pressure for this hunt. Magic trying to come take it away from him, and they're going to swarm him out of this one, making sure that there is no save here for 9Z allowed. That is a 7-2 CT lead for Magic. We said that this veto was maybe a curveball. Yes, 9Z 13-1 over Falcons. Falcons get dismantled that badly by the very same team that Magic right now are keeping away from the scoreboard.
They've made one mistake where, you know, Luchov got that pick off of Cat, but outside of that, it's been a pretty flawless game plan for Magic, and they've actually stood up to 9Z and the way in which 9Z took out Falcons. Dealing with the mid-Bs.
Into the cat play, will die to Luchov, but you've got this double lower setup. And so many times, 9Z just continue to get caught off guard as if Magic wouldn't play these kinds of audacious openings. But this is Magic. This is how they made their money.
Yeah, they're info getters.
And so to be completely blindsided by this seems surprising. 9Z are gonna have to be that much more cautious moving forward. And this round right now, down and lower, they've got a duel queued up. It's a man advantage taken back over by 9Z. And despite some limitations with pistols on 2, there is still a chance they take down this A site. Moon is under pressure.
The touch awkward in this situation. Long play, peek is coming out. Waso doesn't have a great gun though.
Just the Tech 9 for it. You can get away from that pistol, try to hold Cat instead.
No other, okay.
There we go. Second flash finds it. Moon wants to get into Sanctuary, down and spawn, but a fast flank, of course. It is Magic on top of you before you can notice. Ambitious spam through the top of that smoke, but he's not wrong. DGT resides on the other side of it. It's a trade back for AW, and we know what AW can do in clutch moments. 2 kills into this round, swapping guns, as sure enough, bombs down, money's made, 9Z, both players towards site. And Magic's retake joins forces here on the catwalk. They've got the gun advantage, but it's time that's ticking. 20 seconds remain on this bomb, so here comes that commitment. There's kits across the board, you've just got to dodge these pistol shots, and Huaso P gives you something to think about. Damage done to Moon, 3 HP left, and he still keeps pressure on. 9Z draw them in, and so those pistols prevail for 9Z's third round win.
And it's the pistols that they kind of rely on to get into this game. So it's a little awkward when they nade open the lower smoke, but they reveal that 2 players are there. I think they had both guys shooting though earlier, so maybe didn't feel scared about that. But it ended up getting someone killed, and 9Z, well, they used that to make sure they'd have a smooth move up cat. The flank was in quickly, but they were still very efficient about how they moved. And S-Fade, 30 minutes to sleep, 111 ADR so far. He might never sleep again. Wouldn't want to change your routine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whatever works. In 3 in the last 3 months are Magic. 9Z have got them covered in every stat line on this map specifically.
It's just
that 13-1 over Falcons make you overconfident. Time will tell. There's a world where 9Z can still claw their way back into this game. But again, I think it comes from that presence of mind in realizing that Magic are going to run some wild risks. Like that lower tunnel setup we saw 1 round ago that literally kills 2 9Z players looking the wrong direction. Do not let your guard down. If you have hopes of bringing back this half and possibly this map, 9Z on the hunt for the 5-7 T side.
Magic try to bring in some activity into what is otherwise a passive setup, because they've already been very proactive on so many of these starts. But it's still not a vanilla position. And in terms of reading the game, this is not where 9Z would go if they could see the map.
Bomb carrier to set up grenades for this peak. Very deep positioning here for Magic. Ooh, Plat player goes down with nothing. AW has to activate. Now they know about him, and Luchov swings in, waiting for that trade position for Max to at least adjust. Keeps it even, 3v3, 30 seconds. Still, third piece of 9Z, nowhere to be found. You're toying with the corner, and Moon is not missing those kinds of moments.
Man, they had flashes. They didn't use them. Mayern's got a full kit of utility, drops this shot, and 3 players are up here.
Do you even want to commit to this, because you do not have time to get that bomb over to B, so Mayern has to second guess it and forfeit it, and it will be an 8th round Magic off the back of another single kill from Moon.
I mean, what was the plan there for DGT if he was going to stay in upper tunnels? If they had a lot of players to make sure that they could take the site, I get it, but when they started dropping, I think he's needed to start moving. Maybe if there was a cap play involved in this as well, they had a small chance of winning on low numbers, but for now, it's 9Z actually getting caught off by a great read. Double late long. 9Z haven't really tried it that often. I'm sure they were surprised to see how ready they were. Now, obviously, a lot of it comes down to AW putting together 2 kills where his teammate couldn't get 1. But those were unique spots to be held from, so not surprised the first one was free.
No resistance for the 9Z pieces working their way through middle, so we keep our eyes on this long fight just in case Waso gets crazy. Without that presence, sure enough, 9Z come knocking on the door. This Moon op has been rock solid, but right now it's on 44 health, so a little limitation for him to have to stomach as we surpass that minute mark. Majority of Magic are over here. He snaps that into Luchov, sees a second, but there is already a player beyond it. Come on, Mayern to find impact. But Waso doesn't clear the corner. S-Fade's able to just still keep an eye on Cat, and so 9Z are corralled forward. They will take over the bomb site. Long-range duel, and S-Fade at the base of ramp even survives that test. We go 4 versus 2 for Magic, hanging on to another bomb site, but allowing a plant at least this time around. Mayern wants to punish that climb up. How long can he stay here staring at it? The smoke towards Catwalk helps him lock in, but now both dead already. AW comes through with the headshot, and Magic take a 9-round CT side.
And double layering from the pit and the ramp to make sure they were reinforced in case there was a swing was just class out of them. I mean, they could have tried to rush the retake knowing that they were up numbers, but obviously the thing they understood was that 9Z were the ones who needed to thin it down before they got that plant off, because they would eventually lose. So really good play there by Magic. Excellent half from Moon. I mean, this team's got to be proud of themselves on stage. Everything went perfectly, and they're standing up against what is kind of an underrated giant of 9Z, especially from what we've seen from them so far.
You know what's cool is we can talk about the lack of experience for Magic and how much they would want to kind of hit the ground running here. It's nice to see AW, the one piece who has kind of gone through this experience with the PARIVISION run back in Budapest and then coming into the next year before PARIVISION decided to kind of put them on the chopping block. Step up tall, be that supportive piece alongside Moon, right? Their tethering over towards that A site was rock solid. And so while Moon hits all the shots and gives him that stand-up, pop-off moment on stage, if there's any guy here that's meant to kind of smooth out any issues, AW's got it rolling. S-Fade's calls were great, so was his individual level. It's hard to poke a hole in Magic after securing 9 rounds of a CT side on a map that maybe they didn't have to expect to play today, but truly seem ready for the challenge.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kills. Straight up here for 9Z. No heroes on that side of the server.
Yikes.
And open lines for DGT to the top of mid.
Aaron as well should be able to catch a glimpse out middle, right? That smoke didn't quite hit. Magic trying to deal with that. We'll see if any issues come through from their T side. Max in the open, trying to fall back slightly.
Luchov got headshotted.
Not all the way in.
Already considerable damage. It's a question of, are Magic going to overthink this situation? It's very hard to track 9Z's CT side because they're so floaty, and they get in so many unique positions where they're constantly making these micro reads on where they think the T's are going to be approaching from, and so they're always in an off angle. They can be stacked. Sometimes they're going to be on a fast flank. Go down to 45 seconds. The only issue with that is that the next idea has to be the committed 2-1. One of the advantages of Dust 2 is being able to change your mind. But this starts to become quite risky. If it does end up being mid B, well, then you can't complain. Okay, they need to go.
Something's got to happen. 9Z just banking on Max finding kills here, but it's allowed for them to swing out mid. Tunnel player starting to toy with the commitment as well. That keeps the plat player occupied. Both dead to the headshots. Wow. Oh, Magic's are on the fast track to victory now on Dust 2. Moon's going to activate late, just confirming that 9Z were late to the party. AW's got Masval to try to bait them through, and beyond him here holding mid, sure enough, blindsides Mayern. And 9Z really had nothing to stand on in this pistol.
Damn, it's that unbelievable amount of patience. They really run the risk of taking the clock down after they do this full-on default, and I can't help but feel like that's a little bit of AW learning from James to make sure everything is perfect before you go. That's where the resource. Time is a resource. It's where you have the least amount of grenades, which is beneficial for the T side coming in. It runs the biggest risk, but it also adds the most pressure. And that sometimes can be playing with pressure, but you know, considering the teams that 9Z regularly play against, this is the play style they don't run into.
Nope.
In South America, they don't waste time.
They're looking for 9Z. I'll sit here holding our breath, anticipating a solid quarterfinal. Unfortunately for 9Z, we talk about their most successful event being IEM Dallas 2024. They skipped to the semifinals, got blown out of the water. Not winning stage games is a bit of a curse. A queued up quarter today could have been their chance to shine, but things are starting to feel real sketchy.
little bit for both sides inside of this round. It's nice to see for 9Z that HEs are making the difference in a default, even when they have a low buy. They kind of slipped the net. This fade looked like he's calling to get comfortable now that he's got this bit of map control. Mayern doesn't die holding them, but he does show a scout. And Mayern gets a scout kill as well, but he does it leaving B because he's dropped the bomb.
Got to take over that B site still with enough time to react. You can start to see 9Z circling bomb like sharks, but
they're playing from outside, like inside of CT spawn.
Not really on it. MongolZ shows presence from inside of the door, so they know about him, but they'll also catch Moon through that smoke. Don't know what he did wrong to get clipped there, but now you've got 9Z standing on the bomb, and a MongolZ Galil versus 3. He'll find one. Mayern's very low, but you could consider MongolZ also on the brink of death. He tries to scoop it up, and Mayern just finds 2 bogus kills from that smoke.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he was walking kind of backwards through the smoke to not show his gun so he could pick the bomb up and go back through the door, but got spotted. Not sure. Either way, 9Z, it's a drop in the ocean, but it's also, I mean, to kick off a CT side, somewhere to begin. 6-round deficit for them. But again, the fact that this is one off of tactics like the double stack and lower with a nade to get a trade frag. And that's overall just a great round for Mayern after with that shot.
Not. I'll put a wrench in the works. You know, and there's that stat that the desk was anticipating. Prof bringing it up, that the conversion in the first 3 rounds can just be non-existent at times. Sure enough, pick up pistol, lose to the force buy. They avoided that bane back in the first half, but now it shows itself. They'll be stuck here with Moon on a single AK. Pistols for the rest. You go for that long timing, but because he fires now, 9Z already know there's at least 1 rifle out here on the field for the Magic attempt.
The next few rounds, I think we'll have our questions answered about, you know, where 9Z are at emotionally coming into the second half, because it feels like they aren't exactly themselves right now. A little low on kills, not really controlling everything on Dust 2. Sometimes it takes a second to wake up.
Scout tries to post up, but they just miss timing. They've allowed players to get out. They don't like that.
You don't want to get too juggled here because, again, you lose Cat. You want to go back and get it. That's a little scary. Bomb. Look at the bomb. Where on earth is that bomb going?
Going S-Fade. Moon's interview, he said sometimes S-Fade just calls crazy things. He drops it on purpose to fake it at B.
But there are 2 guys rotating back over. It's literally a double fake.
What are you up to, brother? How much? Yeah, this guy hasn't slept.
And look, there's no CTs moving because what are you supposed to do with that comm?
Drops the bomb so Max can hear it.
After taking long control.
His teammates over, and now they're just all stagnant inside tunnels.
Because who would ever do that? A guy who hasn't slept
in a week. S-Fade takes that bomb possession back. AK freed up to go to the Cat challenge. They're going to try to swing out middle. Lo and behold, Luchov able to hang on with 15 health. AK starts to activate.
Wait,
bomb starting to push up Cat. You don't really have time for this. There's an AK still out here on the field hunting heads, and it's just not going to happen. A little lost in the sauce this round, our Magic, and they better not die after time.
Wait, they could! No! Wait, it said 9Z won. They barely got away with it? Yeah, they got the round.
Every frag at the end in the final milliseconds.
Oh, less than a second to actually lock that up. That would have been the most ludicrous way to win. They tried to exec up Cat after 13 seconds when we were about to call them geniuses for making this into a double fake towards B.
It's a 2v2 with 3 seconds left.
Oh my goodness.
Later.
That's a round where everybody thought they won.
Yep. Even Moon put his hands up in celebration.
They still get 5 kills with that, but damn.
So that's what the desk meant when they said that Magic will drag you into the mud.
Maybe they are South American. That's the art quote.
Just don't know it yet. Problem with that is that S-Fade's gonna think to himself, oh, I almost did it.
Well, I hope he tries it again.
Utility opened over the mid door. Nobody actually pressing into this for the moment. In terms of 9Z defense, there is a big gap out middle. It's consistency on an A-lean is in position yet again. They show a bit of presence, 2 players there. They've gotten the B anchors to actually come fight middle instead. And jumping MP9 to find the opening.
Another dink.
Damage on Luchov, tough spot to hold. He will put the bomb in the dirt at the very least.
Careful coming through this.
AW's picked one up with the D. Guaso's dead. Mayern's popped, and it's gonna fall on DGT. Bomb still down, 12 seconds. Somebody's got to sprint and grab this. There's no exceptions. And as it tries to go back to the window, it is moved to trade. Another messy moment, but this one comes up magic.
And they're the ones who had nothing to lose. They were saving. They just had some deagles. That's such a massive play out of AW, and I can't believe they even got that first entry. No semblance of a hold, even though 9Z were aware that this frag was coming. They had 2 outside the site. 1 guy blowing open a smoke in on the mid-B setup. On paper, they may have been excited for this. Look how fast all the rotations are, and they still end up losing.
9 health Moon to find an 11th round on Magic's scoreboard. Now a Mayern scout with upgraded pistols, all 9Z are gonna have to play with.
9Z unfortunately shrinking here under the lights.
They just can't put their finger on the pulse of Magic, let alone try to pin them down. S-Fade's cap peak confirms 3 players there, but he'll give a gun over. If they can grab that M4, that'd be great for 9Z's chances of pulling off this force buy. Oh, it's just the MP7.
Like quickly readying up long protocols, just clearing out the door, but this is not going to necessarily work for them. Luchov is listening. He sees them running around. They've thrown a smoke right over his head, but they haven't pushed at all. And now he's readying that flank.
Thinking about a boost, but you can see it being predicted. AW holding for that pop-up at Huaso. If he stands up, he should be dead, but Huaso gets the frag. 5-7 flank starts to activate. The bomb just wants to get the hell out of here.
Moon gets tagged.
Mayern hits that. All of a sudden, Mozval and Tenzi, 2v4, no bomb possession. 30 seconds, and the SMGs continue to just press on in. 9Z's force buy also works.
Oh my god, no bomb possession is like the funniest comm this. It's like every round, no bomb possession. How are they gonna get the bomb back? You could never make it happen. Aren't you supposed to be at work?
One of us. Pistols now for Magic. Trying to figure out the funds, right? It's an awkward position. Nobody's got more than $2,000 really here for Magic, so gonna have to forfeit one. So it's 9Z get a little closer, and it also gives them chances to just kind of, I think, establish their game.
Yeah.
As, you know, chances.
They'll try, yeah, definitely, yeah.
To establish their game. Obviously, Magic have 9Z questioning reality. Oh, look at this. Look how heavy this B-lean is. They decide to force in. There's a bit of hesitation there for a moment, but Magic will come through with it.
Jump. He's too close. Okay.
Oh, that's awkward.
We'll miss a little bit of info, but again, they don't really care too much. Another anti-eco dropped in this map so far.
Player press off the catwalk with rifles. They've got a huge advantage in firepower here, but they're worried about the numbers. And honestly, cause for concern. Magic see that forward press, decide, I'm gonna look for this as well. AW's Mac 10 set up with a scout behind it. just flush 9Z back onto their site.
Could be that their propensity to take their time is what could cost them also. Fade nearly getting spotted on its way up to Cat.
Smoke lands in 45 seconds.
Let's see if it scares them. They'll take any excuse to wait.
Got a smoke of their own for this execute as well.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit light over here for sure. I mean, don't have the op on Mayor.
You have Huaso head tucked in towards ramp
Nice
and
clean
gets the
pick-off.
kill on AW. That helps, but there's still this flood of Magic players coming. And Moon Scout, capable, we'll call it.
That was
That's
a
gonna be the
heavy-
bomb plan. Oh, a dink off the pistol. Mayor is able to recover the Galil from there. S-Fade's dead, but the bomb is planted. Tenzi goes for the peak, and only one to his name. It's gonna be a 7th round secured by 9Z. Again, trying to get their game on. They are closing that gap to what is now a 4-round lead still for Magic, who are now still kind of cash limited.
It's an excellent round for 9Z. It's scary, especially when Moon gets that scout shot in so easily. They also get towards the A site where there's no op, there's no third player who's playing Palm. It's a good round for that attack, and they don't even, they actually get the bomb planted. They don't lose it, they don't take too much time, but it's not enough to supplant a buy.
Nope.
And in fact, they're virtually looking to skip this round. One flash in.
Hurting that round 2 rounds ago was drastic. Magic could have been sitting on 12, 9Z on the brink of another force. This game gets closed because of it. This round should never happen.
That's
And
the
if
one
P250
upgrade.
finds a kill at least.
Single pistol. That was exchanged.
It's AW now 20-8 with that P250 kill.
Me and you, we're big AW guys. This is more of a pseudo attack than anything else. I mean, whatever they get, they'll be happy with.
One kill already, a bit more than 9Z would have wanted to offer over. We got a dink here on Huaso. It's there for the taking. Moon can't manage to finish it off though. And now we're gonna get an S-Fade charge towards the B site, stuffed by the M4, and 9Z able to convert this. 4 players standing tall. Magic have had to wait to come back with their gun rounds, and this next buy still sitting on a comfortable 3-round lead. I don't think Magic are panicking just yet.
I guess the interesting part for them is that they can win any round, they can lose any round, as they've already shown in this map, as they've already shown in this tournament. So on the one hand, they get another buy, they're not going to feel super confident, but when they have to half buy, they might feel just as confident.
Moon's been leading in the op department. Won't be able to find a head-to-head this time. It's Rifles pressing beyond that cat play. But are Magic going to be ready for this kind of a top mid aggression? I see grenades in S-Fade's hands. Now that Incendiary kind of announces it. All the more cautious suddenly.
I'm really watching for this peak. Now the bomb's trailing back, so without the support, I wonder if DGT can find a timing. He's going to hear a jump here as they're readying their long take.
It's the right call with men out middle to go for the long control, and so Magic find that with no resistance.
This gets really scary for DGT though. As we can see, there's 2 players in lower tunnels. It looks like he has the power with the ability to flank, but look how intent they are on watching this. Gotta hate though that it's S-Fade who has to go back and throw utility when he's the straggler. Oh no, they're actually, they were watching it the entire time, and they're still making it feel like long. They're still making it feel entirely like long. Whoa, nice attempt at tracking there for Moon. This one's pressure on Mayor, yeah.
Starting to leave, this isn't it. He gives
That's
up
actually,
that tunnel.
what a fantastic read
What
of
is
the
this
map.
smoke?
Yeah, that's messed up.
Like if that's Mayern's
That's a
smoke
free
and then he
entrance.
leaves the bomb site, I mean, this is falling on him and he is not even really gonna get a chance to fire through. He'll pop it open, tries to catch them, but they also throw that flash just as an insurance policy.
This is such a great call. I mean, S-Fade, the entire time they know there's a push top mid, and so they have long control. They go, let's fake this. Bomb's gonna walk back. They still keep 2 players there, but they know the entire time, even though no one has peeked or made noise behind that Molotov, off of their preparation, that this is the setup. There was really no good way for 9Z to read this. Everyone knows that it's so difficult to come down this way at long, re-clear it, get the confirmed information, and make the right move to rotate out of there. So actually such a quality play here for Magic. They trick 9Z. They suffer no deaths, and even though they only take 2 players out, it's for map point.
And we'll give that rotation and that call all the credit it deserves, but if there was ever kind of a miraculous positioning that could have brought the round back into hand, it would have been Mayern being in that B site, maybe gets one of those op sequences. A smoke grenade that goes so deep, I mean, that's just the round done. You see all of Magic creep in front of it, find him as he just goes and repositions out middle.
I wish I could be more confident that he would have held it, but he throws this smoke, and even though they're right in front of it, I think he's still leaving, and I also think that even if he's there, he has an op, they're going to commit. They're going to commit, and he's going to get traded. At least maybe we could have seen a retake. Instead, we see a 4-round match.
Yeah, even if he is going to die, I think at this point, 9Z would have just hoped he could have done anything. Open up the realm of possibility even. Instead, they just transition into a save call. They know they've got no footing in this. And so Magic will secure themselves 4 map points on 9Z's map pick. It's an unorthodox game plan out of Magic and some ridiculous moments sprinkled in that just catches 9Z off guard. They weren't ready for this. Confident in their Dust 2 after dismantling the Falcons with a 13-1 victory. I would absolutely understand where that confidence on this map comes from. But it's the head-to-head versus Magic that makes things weird. And we've seen 9Z try to stop this free fall, dig their heels in. So far, unable to stop Magic from getting to this 12th. Now all of a sudden, B-site's going to be wrapped around. We've got multiple bodies out middle. We've got utility trickling out through the tunnels. Mayern will find one, but the Doors player dies. And with it, S-Fade is going to leave it all on Max, who is not able to stop them. Tenzi comes through with the headshot. We've got a passive moment here for Mazval, and that bomb's going to go down.
Oh man, retaking from the top of mid. This could turn Mazval around if he's making a lot of noise.
They want to come fight this first. Perfect flash.
That's awesome.
That's a great read to get man advantage. 9Z are forced to go and retake this bomb site.
No mollies left.
Moon has given us reasons to celebrate here in Astana, and he will be looking to lock it in from back plat, but more utility to fluster.
Oh, he has a spot to sit in.
He's got a small pocket to hang on to. Tenzi straight down beneath this window. Bomb is at 12 seconds. It's all on Tenzi, and a Mayern no-scope comes out. So the retake will come through.
Wow, they lock it up. A no-scope. And 9Z pull off the retake. The flash from the top of mid to lower.
Great use.
What a massive call out. And it had to be a pop flash. If he turned from that, he was just going to get someone killed. That's so sound out of 9Z. Unfortunately, Max has been struggling too. He's only got 4 kills. 1 more in that hold, and they really have an easier round. And another nice shot out of Mayern with his op.
Magic's money doesn't betray them. They will come right back with an op on Moon as well. It's full force here in round 22. Oof, Luchov takes damage though. He'll be lucky to still be alive and try to find impact as he sits on 10 kills at the moment.
I think they want any excuse to try that again, I won't lie. It was a little scary for 9Z how they slipped out middle and no one was there watching it.
Mayern's got a free angle towards mid. S-Fade trying to get between the utility. And we saw that flashbang connect to DGT, so he gives up the angle here on Cat, and that gives S-Fade a little space, a little more info, and still plenty of time to try to call this one to perfection. Met by a smoke at 55 seconds on the catwalk. However, we get this utility usage out of Magic as they smoke off CT spawn. An additional smoke to the left side of mid. That's going to keep your window player occupied.
Yeah, they are going to try it again.
They could group up inside of that, and suddenly Mayern's going to have multiple bodies coming his way. It's going to be a responsibility picked up by Max instead. Dead with 4 kills. It is all Mayern now. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Oh, he wants support from middle. And the spam comes through. It slows it down, and he's able to react. 2 kills out of Mayern here is massive. We've got low health bars on the majority of the players still alive. And now Moon picks one off. Catching you on that rotate. 12 seconds left. Bomb is on site, but it's going to get dived by DGT.
Oh,
and the battle of the offers comes up Moon. 9Z eclipsed by Magic in this one. They lose their map pick, and the hometown hero closes.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Side just protecting the bomb plant, even though they had like 5 seconds remaining. So credit where it's due. He had a quiet group stage, but he delivered on his promise in the on the stage.
Yeah, fantastic to see him come up to the occasion, right? It would be sad for him to be here in his home country and be like the anchor on the scoreboard to drag his team down. Quite opposite, he grew up to the occasion.
It's a Kazakhstan thing. I'm realizing when it comes to Kazakhstan Counter-Strike players, the moment they're on this stage here in Astana, they know what their job is and they make sure they get it done.
At least in the quarterfinals.
Prof, why do you have to be so mean?
I'm supposed to be the bad guy here.
Yeah, let him have his flowers, man. You got to give props which due. 90's got to be frustrated. This was their map pick,
yes.
Okay? And one of the things that I'm always curious about with these younger teams is mentally how they're dealing with it. There was the big delay coming in. We know that that was caused by a 9Z player, their in-ears not working, right? So you have this delay, then you come in on your map pick where you feel very confident and it starts not very well. You're just unable to quite recover. Those are a lot of knocks that you're taking mentally as a team, as players, and there's an inexperience factor that now comes into play as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel this is where someone like Bit has to be brought up, right? Like the coach standing behind the side of 9Z. He's had a career of spanning, I think, 23, 24 years. You know, one of the original Brazilian stars back in the day with MIBR lineup alongside the likes of Kogu and all of that. So I feel like Bit definitely is going to have to, kind of calm them down a bit, be like, it's okay, it's not quite over yet. Mirage is always still a chance, despite it being Magic's map pick and a map that they're very comfortable on. But I want to just harken back to how we start off this, this matchup. We were talking about the map vetoes. We were like, all right, Dust 2, they destroyed Falcons on it. Magic got trashed every single time they played Dust 2. It was a punish pick coming in from 9Z, and unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. Now, what is your plan B? Now, how are we going to be countering Mirage? Because Mirage, I'll tell you what, Magic, while we might have our criticisms of how they approach the game and how crazy they can be at times, their Mirage is rock solid.
But it's also, we haven't exactly seen a lot of their Mirage, though. They haven't played a lot on land. So there's the things we've seen are solid, but also, Prof, there's not a lot of data. So you're not sitting prepping against them the night before.
I mean, I think they played it 4 times already now here in Astana, and they won 3. So that these are the key games. So K27, Heroic, Gentlemates, all the series that they won Mirage. They also had that MongolZ
25-23 against one of the best Mirage teams in the world.
Yeah, and they were kind of front running there, and then just a lot of wins online and then in smaller lands. So this has been their go-to map, and a map where I think it suits a team like this kind of puggy, kind of wild team. On the other side, you have 9Z, played it 5 times in the last 3 months only, and mostly it is against good opposition. Lost to Falcons, lost to Legacy, beat Legacy, Imperial, also a loss. It doesn't seem like a map that they've gone or played quite a bit.
And just looking at how Magic usually plays this map, I go back to the last time when they played against Gentlemates on the T side, right? One thing they really enjoy doing is their defaulting is actually very, very solid. And one thing they do is always punish at A bomb side. They're going to go for the default mid control over there. Then we're going to have SFA just lurking towards mid late on. And
loves a window boost.
Yeah, he loves a window boost. He loves lurking around there. And then they're just going to be grouping up. Meanwhile, we're going to have Massval, who's going to be lurking towards Palace, towards A. They do a very good job at defaulting. And against Gentlemates, the interesting thing was how they just kept abusing the A bomb side time and time again. Yeah. Not too many fast rounds coming out. However, if I'm looking at 9Z here, I'm looking at Max, who had a stinker of a first map. And as you said, Prof, he's maybe, kind of finally going back to his mean level performance. And if that's going to be his performance on Mirage as a defender as well, they're going to be abusing him. If I'm them, I'm just going to be abusing him time and time again.
I'm curious how much 9Z will see into some of the tendencies. What I saw from Magic is like they like to open the CT side with like 5 guys towards A and mid, and just leave B completely open, or go for these like 3-4 guys grouping up and trying to find picks on A aggressively. So if 9Z can kind of find little tells as to when this is happening and exploit that by hitting the side that's not as guarded, that would be a key to success from the T side for 9Z for me.
Is there a world where 9Z is able to take this map and equalize the series, or do you think Magic may just have a semi-final in the bag?
I mean, I think there is a chance, but I also think this is Magic's best way to close it out too. Like, they're not going to get a better opportunity than playing their map pick.
100%. Like, this is a map where, like I said, even if you disregard all the other maps where it can be very up and down for them, their Mirage is pretty impressive. Like, very solid. Even against Mongols, sure, they kind of crapped away a very massive lead, but it is the Mongols, right? And also the really cool thing is you have all your players kind of hitting equally. It's not like one person overperforming. Now with Moon stepping up, Massval on the B bomb side with his spray control and all of that, they're looking really good. For me, it's about 9Z. Yes, there is a chance, but you need to wake up right now, man. Like, Max needs to wake up. You need to have Mayon as well with the AWP. Mirage, as the story goes, he needs to step it up as well. I don't think it's necessarily going to be about the tactics, so to speak. It's about, guys, you need to get on the page right here. Or else I agree with you. This is the best opportunity for Moon and Co to pull off what you could even say an upset of the tournament, if you ask me, because it is in front of the arena, 0 experience, crazy stuff.
Magic in a semi-final. I do think that this is a conversation around the mental strength of these two teams. I think you had one team that had all the pressure coming in. They've had such a dominant run. They looked so good. That's 9Z. And they were feeling that. Everyone said, you've got such an easy run to the semis. And then you had Magic, who they themselves said, well, we didn't actually even expect to be in playoffs. It wasn't really a goal. The lack of pressure for them allows them to step up and rise to the occasion in a way that maybe 9Z feels they can't.
Yeah, 9Z just have to play a lot better than they did in the first like 7-8 rounds of that half. And I think they did warm up literally physically on the stage. It can be kind of cold. You can come out here in your like short sleeve.
It's a hockey arena.
Being like, oh, I'm just going to play. And then you start playing. It's like, it's kind of freezing. Now I need to get a jumper. I don't have it. So maybe for the next map, they are going to be a bit more prepared and like on point with the aim. it was looking very sloppy early on Dust 2.
I think we've heard enough from both of you. A shout out to our HLTV user, Kissing Before Mirage. You don't have to deal with the tech pauses now, because Scrawny and Launders are ready to take us into game.
You know, they say you can't lose when you're playing with house money, and it kind of feels like that is what Magic are doing on this stage. 9Z been here in a similar place before, trying to surpass it and get back to semis after a couple of years of struggles, and Magic just riding the wave, baby.
They're drinking Coke with no pressure, as they say. So that's it's what we saw on Dust 2, and you know, it got marginally close towards the end, but I mean, Magic still looks super solid when on the final round they won. T-side was very good overall. They lost, and it only bolsters the result that they ended up losing 2 ecos and still closed it. So now that we switch over to Mirage, we know that it has to be a bit about the stage, that 9Z couldn't perform as well on Dust 2. We know that they could do better than that. They already showed us how much better they could do. And now they'll have a second chance. But the series, it already tips heavily in favor of the team, who are now on their map pick. And Moon, he's here to play and impress you at home.
Yeah.
He did a fantastic job back on Dust 2, had the final word with his op shot, and definitely jumped off the page, and I think loves this LAN environment.
Certainly rode the hype off of some of those op shots. Let 9Z know that he's across the server from them and ready to try and take this on to the semis. We get a full-blown execute out of Magic's T-side onto the A-bomb site. It's a deep connector jungle smoke, but there's a lot of bodies here for 9Z. They're gonna collect headshots. Nothing but headshots. All 5 members of Magic slain on the attempt to take A.
That's way better here for 9Z. They kick off with a pistol, very clean from Mayern. And to be honest, I thought that there was going to be a huge issue with both oppers coming into the last map, but Mayern was actually quite good. Moon just stood out even more than he did in his recent performances. And I think it's nice to see that the ops had the impact that they did. It won't be the first time that Magic lose a pistol and have to run with scraps to try to make something happen. 9Z know that they're not through it just yet. I think Magic were criticized, you know, I think jokingly about how much chaos is, how they can lose like almost any given situation. But also, they were very good about some of their protocols and setups. They were very creative and very smart at the same time about how they dealt with it. And I think, you know, losing rounds that you're not supposed to is going to happen when you're at their ranking and when everything's fresh. But the confidence that they had to keep going and still commit to all of their game plans and bring in that unique style that was also very aggressive, I think is the reason that they ultimately won. I said it the other day, but I felt that this draw for 9Z is actually one of the worst ones in playoffs. Even though there's so many strong teams here, it's the strong teams that 9Z looked very comfortable versus. And everybody knows that down in the tier 2 and 3 and when the rankings get lower, that it's not the CS that necessarily drops off. I mean, the confidence might even come up, but there's more to prepare for. There's less familiarity. And for 9Z, they built a brand off of impressing when they need to punch up.
Sort of being the giant killers themselves, and we talked about a lot of favoritism actually on the desk, you know? I had to think this one very much painted in 9Z's favor. Said he couldn't see a way in really for Magic, and that's just it. It's when 9Z kind of had that pressure on them, cracking a few awkward rounds, and Magic just within that chaos of it all. So can they do it again here on Mirage? Their map pick? Time will tell, but for now it's just Glocks across the board for Magic. Massive setup top middle. 9Z a chance to kind of just regain familiarity with the game.
I did not get past the front gate trying to get into the A play because it was such a clean pistol for 9Z, so they'll look to this round to, if they're lucky, score 2 kills. If they hit the lottery, get a bomb plant.
Desfade's actually crawled up underneath this window unnoticed. Mayern stomping around, so yeah, there's for sure a chance to blindside somebody. It's awkward to get the kill here. Catch him on the fallback with the Glock headshot for 50. 9Z, just retreat ever so slightly, give that space over, you know, just really put distance between you and Pistols, makes it all the more likely you can just clean up, but here's 2 kills.
Well, okay, that is, in fact, 2 frags. Now, bomb again, unlikely it gets retrieved, and Mouz just wants to make sure if they need an upgrade, they can find it.
And to keep both these Bombasses into the next one, but there we have it. They'll go running, scrambling to try to catch the M4. Don't think they're going to find it up there.
No, it fell, actually, so.
They didn't get it.
Oh, they still didn't go get it. 2 Bombasses and their M4. 3 rifles saved into the next round. It's a little scary to lose anybody to Glocks, but it's not the end of the world. Magic wait patiently, come into their buy. And we'll see if it helps out that Wasso and Max still only have those. S-Fade, ooh. Took a straight bullet through the smoke. Good spam. DGT was going to catch him off anyways.
Tenzi's the first to die in the gun round.
That's
AW is not your answer.
I can't even believe he attempted to fight there instead of making sure he could recover his vision first. AW was a threat back on Dust 2.
Finished the first map with a 1.51 rating, top performing player of Magic on that opening map, and a driving force to stealing away 9Z's map pick. So for him to keep this first gun round alive is nice. We get this push forward towards ramp, and we'll see what Mouz can do about it.
What a big gap. Max is still watching it. He's holding the window timer, has no idea that cat could be taken. Yeah, he could actually just get peeked.
Double back over.
Yeah, AW picks his timing perfectly, and because he's off of ladder room, there's no telling if it's going to be the A or B play right now, but DGT is pushed. We just know that Magic can come in slowly, way later.
This Wasso Mayern situation over towards triple. I mean, that's a perfectly placed volley.
That's so good.
Wasso gets the bomb dropped, 30 seconds on it. He'll go for the AK play. We get this push out of Magic, and the fact that he's got a smoke to cut them off, they're going to have to scramble through. If they want to just take this Hail Mary moment and try to go through together.
They have a nade, they have a nade.
They'll pop it wide, try to take the duel, the lineup. Yeah, easy for Wasso Peak, who takes control of the ramp, gets 3 kills in the round, and puts 9Z up to that 3-0 start.
Bomb possession, once again, a problem for Magic, and it's always because it's a combination of dropping the bomb and not having a lot of time. If you have a lot of time, you can wait out any smoke. You can coordinate a flank. When you don't have a lot of time, you have to take a risk. And so we get the best of the round that wholly exemplifies what Magic are all about. A team that, move smart tactically, play with the clock a lot, and often lose the bomb. Scary here for DGT.
Oh, hello.
Whoa, he got them both!
What a shot.
He got them both?
How does S-Fade snap that Tech 9 down for the second? How?
That upgrade instantly comes to AW. Now it's an entirety of mid-control 1. Gun upgrades here. I have no idea how he adjusted for that flick after working a little bit to get the first one. Now 9Z are on notice.
Not comfortable at the moment, would love to try to pick somebody off this round, but no sir, Dink comes through.
Yeah, time to get out of there now.
Stuck on 10 health, his teammates send flashes over. Moon's just looking to try to punish any saves, but that A-bomb site now belongs to Magic. And so it's not the first gun round that works out, but rather a couple Tech 9s sprinkled into the next one.
9Z are gonna wait around to see if there's some kind of mistake. Wasso Peak looking for a duel, but won't find it. Magic look nervous for some reason, but they have full map control. It's truly them just trying to get this op away, and don't get cut off at the cross. AW, it was a great chance to actually make this very scary for 9Z, but saving with 3 is not too bad. I guess because it's just a Tech 9, why not see if you can send a couple bullets out towards the exiting players. Magic on the board due to One man, that's the IGL of Magic with the Tech9 2K. Crazy second shot.
Especially because that first kill was a bit labored, and he never kind of panicked and just kind of left it to be to try to get the underpass kill, which
I think it
he knew
was
was coming
DGT
his
who was
way.
scared.
Yeah, right. It's reason to be. So hell of a couple shots out of S-Fade. His first 2 kills of the map. We saw his impact over on Dust 2. Now caught with a grenade out. It's Tenzi. Wide swing into the rifles. S-Fade's traded. DGT tries to find cover. He's got a challenge. As it comes out through that ramp, it's Mayern with a missed shot towards that ramp, and I'm sick of saying it. Luchov inside a sandwich has got the blind side. He slips down into them. It's a 1v3 for AW. Big clutch factor from this player, but blindsided by that MP9. And it is chaotic by 9C within all of that to get right back to winning ways.
Yeah, a lot of forward-facing positioning towards the A ramp. The trade's coming down, and we got a very emphatic S-Fade. I don't know, talking about the last round or the next. Yeah, 2 of the greatest oppers to start with Mo here in playoffs.
Love that your filters get more and more specific.
Actually, 3 of them. Molodoy, Monte, Mouz.
To scratch their heads and piece together the math for this one. Magic coming in with 2 AKs, upgraded pistols, lots of grenades still. But if you're new to watching Magic, these are the kinds of rounds they find lifelines within. So keep your eyes peeled. Luchov with a great job slipping down into sandwich last round. Shot sailed through the top mid-smoke. AW announces that he is indeed out here, eats a flash. And doesn't find anybody actually trying to challenge off of the catwalk, so plenty of work still to do for Magic, but both teams kind of forego middle for now.
It already feels like we just want to go right into their same hit. I'll look for that moment where 9Z say, okay, well, let's just figure out what's going on at mid, and then let's go into something else. I feel like it's kind of perfect for 9Z. They know the full exec is coming, one side or the other.
Oswald's got a molly to kind of burn out Huaso. Mayern's throwing utility as this starts to emerge. Blinded, he will still clip Tenzi off the play. Huaso peak pulled back, but there's no real space made by Magic off of that one. They will find a damage on Mayern. DGT and Huaso peak then activate with rifles, and it seems to only be Mayern going down. Sure, Moon, best efforts will catch Huaso peak, but it's still majority up for 9Z as this 5-1 CT lead keeps growing.
This is everything we wanted to see back on Dust 2 finally happening. So yeah, maybe 9Z have shaken it off. Really impressive play so far between the spacing and positioning and trading. They're getting the spam kills, they're playing off each other. The HE and utility usage looks on point.
To go for the underpass peak, but you do step into that Galil, right? Now you know the rifle's out here. That looming threat that Magic could still pull off the unthinkable. And Max has had this affinity to get up inside the apartments. Loves getting off of the bomb site just for that extra space. A little more confident in their ability to kind of leave him here. And he's going to play in front of a smoke right now. So 9Z freed up to move that third piece over to the A site where Magic clearly tend to rotate. What we don't want to see is that bomb get cut off again. So it waits to join forces. S-Fade alongside it now.
Want to send it over with some utility. At 35 seconds, why wouldn't you use your smoke? You don't need a lot of information to make that choice, and there's no lamp flash, so the push comes out, but he doesn't get a kill. He sees the guy back in CT spawn first.
Scares the hell out of Huaso Peak, but doesn't deal with him. It's gonna be Moon instead to catch that kill. And then the wide swing out through Palace, clipped off by Mayer, and AW trying to keep the positioning fresh as he just slides down off boxes. And a hell of an effort with 1 Galil in the round. Still 3 kills to try to keep 9Z honest, but this defense is clearly pulling ahead.
Yeah, it's looking awesome now. I mean, this is the gap that we expected to see coming into this game. Maybe Magic fighting back to go up against 9Z. But not even this half is over, even though it's a good start here for 9Z. Magic picked this map. They have pressed us on their opponent's map choice. We know they've got tricks up for in store. 10Z hit low.
Good job floating around this fight. AW has looked for this duel multiple times. Don't be shocked if he comes wide swinging. Monsval inside Palace isn't concerned about this left side walk up, so Huaso Peak. Oh, nice adjustment out of Monsval.
Damn. That's Huaso, who just thought there was no one there, basically going that wide around the pillar. He blows this smoke open. You might get a surprise, honestly.
Climb up and over that, stomp away as well. S-Fade knows he's on the chase, but he's also losing teammates in the process. Ooh, still able to punch up close. Almost draws in a second, but Luchop's gonna survive that, find a second kill. Here comes the Monsval challenge out Palace. And you've got 10Z activating bottom middle. Beautiful couple of kills. AW's got the smoke covered, and Magic just sit back and let 9Z step into their own demise.
I really couldn't even make heads or tails of that position, to be honest. I'm not surprised 9Z get caught off. That's the first 2 kills out of 10Z so far. Mirage leading to direct impact on the round outcome. Perfect to catch the lurks. Yeah, it's not looking fantastic here for 9Z. But Mayern is having a good series on stage.
Moon scours the
There's
field.
a good kill. Takes out Moon head to head.
This time we've actually got footwork from 9Z top middle. This is a portion of the map they have not been able to find often. Usually leaning back to Cat Connector, but missed chance for Mayern to collect the second kill this round. That's going to be confirmation on S-Fade. It brings DGT back, and you see how that top mid push that Magic aren't used to comes back to bite them. Now, Huaso's pistol limitation may never be called on. Mayern's got a sequence going. So much so that he finishes off with just the pistol. A quad kill out of Mayern, his 11th frag collected to close that out, and now the top performing 9Z player as they're right back to winning ways.
That'll be the capstone round for him, who has been kind of lackluster, but these are the maps that matter the most, and it's, again, great to see that it's both him and Moon who are delivering, but right now it's back-to-back maps for Mayern. Far fewer shots getting missed by him. They're really just controlling A ramp so well. But no matter what portion of the round that it's going to be that Magic want to come out of it, 9Z have fully tried to organize themselves to deal with every portion of the round towards A ramp. This is early on. We've seen them come out late through a smoke where it's covered. They've got the perfect read on what Magic want to do.
And a slight adjustment with the top middle push to just evolve the mid play. And devolve the momentum out of Magic. Now, DGT loses vision early, AW right back to the similar antics, and worried about more of this mid aggression. He just keeps on spamming those smokes and trying to dodge damage back his way. Very loose play top middle as another nade comes out. DGT takes up position behind that smoke late, just to quickly check the underpass, which he finds vacant.
participate in this fight towards top mid, but they don't overcommit. W has won it once versus Cat when he ate the flash. Virtually every other round there hasn't been a target there. Looks finally like this side of the map will get some love.
Been a long time coming. It's B-side about to get hit by Util. Max is ready. We've seen him try to push into this, but a little labor to get out the window spine. Max has got his double. Fresh gun for him, and Tenzi, it's just the one frag. So a single set of feet out of Magic hits that B-site, and it only ends up wrapping up Max, who holds his nerve, holds his own, holds the line, and pushes Mozval to the 1v4 at 25 seconds. Bomb's right there, but so are so many MongolZ players. His stop shot gives him a chance to hit the ground, but they're ready to swing, and Mayern's not going to miss that second. His 12th kill now collected. We've had a lot of criticisms for Mayern's opping throughout this week in general. In fact, the desk again highlighting the shortcomings of both these teams' oppers. Well, lo and behold, Moon back on map 1 finally has probably his best map here in Astana, and it's looking like Mayern's going to try to replicate that in the second map of this series. And you look at the round history, only 2 on the board for Magic. I'm not looking at a single bomb plant in any of the 7 rounds MongolZ have won.
And that bomb is slippery when it comes to Magic. They just do not have control of it all the time. They have trouble, especially with the clock, and so they can win off elimination more easily, more consistently, and we're not surprised to see it. So finally, this duel, it comes after so many rounds of there not being that much presence out of Luchov. He just knows when to fight and when to pull back. He's 11-5 on this map too. AW is a weapon in the mid to late round, so it's going to be a little bit more annoying here when S-Fade thinks, how do we maximize our potential? Down a player. And it feels like very tunnel visioned on the thought of trying to make A work.
On the hunt again. Ooh, takes a shot to the face. Both Mayern and Luchov dangerously low, and Huaso's dead already. Doesn't look like you're going to stop Magic from getting inside of this A site.
Bomb gets
Mayern
dropped.
Still tries to press his luck.
Oh.
And from the bottom of the health bar, 3 kills
It's
on
the
Mayern.
jackpot for Mayern.
Slick sequence. Back turn to Luchov to close out, and he is now taking over this game.
That's one hell of a half out of him, and that should have been a guaranteed bomb plant and a likely round win after they got that bomb crossing connector, but Mayern stopped it all. Oh, that was the bomb crossing. Damn.
One bullet hits Mayern, he's done for. Clips all 3 on that bomb site. And it'll send Magic spiraling into Galil City on this final round of the half. 2 rounds to their T side, not a single bomb plant in the other 9. The gap between these teams as we switch to the second map of the series is massive, and we know what MongolZ are obviously capable of on Ancient, so they have tapped into the potential I think a lot of people saw coming and were hoping for if you were cheering for MongolZ in this quarterfinal today. We just didn't know if we were going to get it realized after how scrappy and messy some of those Dust 2 moments were. Why not now? Took MongolZ 2 years to get themselves back to a stage opportunity like this one, and we were scared for a second that they were just going to flop it yet again. Aiden to connector will give Mayern a line, but he slides off of the ticket. You've got Magic on the brink of committing to this bomb site. Few pieces of utility left for the commitment. Here it comes. Blinding Mayern to start it off does give you a chance to progress to the bricks. They've got Huaso dead, but Mayern is just omnipresent, always here within this A site. Losing teammates left, right, and center, but he is still hanging on, and he'll come through with another multi-kill. Mayern's the man with the double digits secured off that yet again, rock solid A defense.
Well, and all doubts put to bed as we get on stage. He dominated, and a huge reason that he had the chances was Magic were trying to make this an A-centric attack. Every single round they were coming here, whether it was through connector, A ramp, early, mid, late round, it didn't matter. They were putting the full test on him. He passed almost every single time and was the main reason he denied Magic from winning more rounds.
It's 3 opening successful duels the way of Magic. 2 rounds off of it. As said, no plants elsewhere. I mean, you couldn't have looked for a much flatter half. And it kind of had all the makings of it. Oh. Huh?
Is that S-Fade?
And they had 5 headshots in that pistol on the A site, and it got shut down as quick as it did. That was a little foreshadowing for just how difficult of a T-side Magic we're about to have. See if 9Z can just wrap this one up when you again think back to the desk that Prof highlighted, or the stat that he highlighted, with Magic's inability to truly get these 3-0 starts going. I mean, in a moment like this, that could spell disaster even if they win with this push down ramp.
We're in store for an interesting round. Bombs drop back, but they're readying almost what looks like a fake, and S-Fade will call out this fake entirely, but it's weird because, again, they did not pick the bomb up, so there's no entrance right now into B. The CTs are starting to freak out.
Couple players to climb up through the window. Bond
but there's
is
more,
going B.
And there is more to this right now. Mid control, window control is taken.
Oswald just looking for something to hold on to at that B site. He will find DGT first. That's not the bomb. Is he going to think that's a solo lurk? Luchop's been found out inside connector. Things get very stringy. With Mayern surrounded, oh my god, 2-tap into Mozval. Bomb's being planted B.
Yeah, he's on it.
They are coming for him, and he will cut down half of the pack. But that opened a door for Huaso Peak to not only put that bomb down, also get off to an unbeknownst position, and they missed that window jump. So it's just that little bit more time for 9Z to bank on Huaso to try and close this.
He kind of just needs 1 kill, and then
Like
he can
that.
leave, yeah.
Gets back into the cover, AW hoping he'll go for the repeat. He can just play positioning. Bombs at 13 seconds. He draws him into the marketplace and ends this. Mayern set it up with the triple kill. Gets that bomb down uncontested, and now all 9Z have to do is seal the deal with a conversion off this pistol.
They did everything right to actually win this pistol round. The call out on the push, every kill to follow until Mayern answered back with 2. Is that S-Fade?
Oh, we're still trying to find him. That's a slick shot from Mayern, and he just draws everybody on him. Guarantees the bomb plant, and forces Magic's hand to come through with a force buy now.
It's the perfect time to have an absolute life game to wake your team up.
Mayern just steps outside in between these maps, decides the slump is over. Suppresses 21 kills in 13 rounds of play. Now it's just about not tripping over your own 2 feet. 4 SMGs out here for Magic. Obviously getting what they can to try to stave this off. There hasn't really been any open movement towards this B site. Smoke's gonna fade and Mozval's gonna have his hands full. That's for damn sure. We start to see a bit of a move from Magic over this direction. S-Fade kind of climbing out. He's looking to put down another smoke, but will it come down a little too late? Will they just kind of slam their way through this? Is that the plan? 9Z also banking on a fake over towards that A site. And sure enough, smoke lands here in the middle of the pack. Max still good for his 1. AW's gun's about to go dry. He's got 12 shots left, 3 players around him, and he's not able to do anything else about it. S-Fade to emerge out through this market door, goes unnoticed. And can he strike while the bomb's being planted? No. By the time he makes his move, he's the last man standing at a 1v4, 9Z on the highway to Ancient, because this is now 12-2.
Yeah, just about perfect, and it's just the fact that they're not dropping these mechanical moments where there's not much thinking involved. They just have to outduel someone. They might be dropping off a ledge or swinging or having to escort a bump, but the fact that they're getting away with all these, that was all missing on Dust 2. It's all different now here for 9Z. About to really show everyone who's just tuning in for playoffs what they showed us in the last week.
9Z took down big names on the way to the playoffs. They slide through 3-0. They maul the Falcons in the final map that we get to see them within the group stage. That 13-1 Dust 2 victory was supposed to set the tone for today's opener. And now it's just about a recovery mission for 9Z. And Mirage is a massive recovery so far in this fashion. Just got to churn through this last force buy out of Magic. And Mozval is going to try to fight this tooth and nail. But DGT gets his number, and the bomb will soon be scooped up. And right now, Luchov's got this S-Fade occupied down towards middle. Tenzi's clipped, and S-Fade 21 health for a 1 versus 3. We will be left wondering what the hell happened to Magic between these two maps. 9Z are not going to let these nightmares come to fruition again. A masterclass on Mirage. And that is a chill down Magic's spine as suddenly this quarterfinal is in question.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
You're watching PGL Astana, and we've just watched 9Z equalize their series against Magic and stay in this fight for a place in our semi-finals, and they did it in convincing fashion. What a scoreline on the opponent's map pick, Prof.
Yeah, what a drubbing, right? I was just passing by Launders and Scrawny said, analyze that. It's going to be a
We're going to try.
We're going to try. We're going to do our best. Honestly, from start to finish, just a complete control from 9Z, understanding of what's going on in the macro perspective, and in the micro, the individuals showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Magic, we did touch upon, we actually spoke about how they like approaching this T side. Prof, we said how they love going towards the A bomb side, just going for the default mid control and then heading towards A. And they didn't really change or like really deviate at all from that formula, right? We thought maybe they might be trying to punish Max towards B. There was one round they gave it a shot, didn't pan out. It was just heading towards A bomb side again and again and again. And then this guy playing tower defense from the ticket position, and we said it in the green room as well. If you look at his heat map, it's just going to be from the ticket position. Not one CD smoke being thrown his way, and he was just going to chomp them up. I think that was perhaps the best big event performance from Mayern ever. I'm just looking at some of the numbers, and this was just a pop-off game for him.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And at no point did the 9Z guys have to guess what was going on. I think they, at every point, it was like, okay, they're going to come for an A split. We have 3 guys in A. They had different looks of defending A, so even when adaptations come from Magic, it's like, okay, we know how they play. They still walked through the smoke. There was a guy waiting behind the smoke. They wanted to molly under. There was a counterplay for that. So there's so many variations of what 9Z was showing on the defense, and realistically, it was just all around the A bomb site. There was one round where S-Fade with a Tech 9 manages to create some chaos in mid, and they win that round. But realistically, there was no openings that they could play off of, unlike on Dust 2, where they're like, even when they're losing grounds, they're getting into situations, and they could use that to, you know, manipulate rotations or throw a fake. Here, when they decided to go B, finally, it was so obvious that they were going to come B, so Max had like two teammates there to support them and lock down the bomb site.
I mean, we had a magnifying glass on Mayern, Sam, and he took out his own scope, and 2.28 rating is ludicrous from him. 22 kills, 131 ADR, and bear in mind, there's only 15 rounds of play. That is one hell of a performance, and sure, that is a
look at the
that is such a stupid that's such a stupid heat map where he's getting all his kills. All the kills from ticket, and then he had the one round where he got, I think, a 4K from that from the Cons position, basically. Great performance from him.
There was one on B, don't lie.
One kill.
One on B.
All right, fine, fair enough. But no,
from Windows, so
for Mayern, considering how much of a struggle it's been so far under the 9Z colors, a map like this, when you're facing elimination, it's really going to help your confidence.
It's probably the right time to suddenly rise to the occasion, no doubt, equalizing the series for your team. But to be fair, this was kind of what we expected coming into this matchup. When you looked at it, when we were speaking about it in the pregame, we said, like, 9Z should completely outperform Magic from an experience point of view, from the level of player that's sitting in the server, all of that. So this is the result that I think most people thought they were going to get, Dust 2 being a little bit of a surprise from the CIS boys.
Yeah, and I mean, in some ways also the pick of Dust 2, maybe that was a mistake to begin with. We weren't really sure where it was going to go, but it was like Overpass, Ancient, maybe Inferno, but then Dust 2 was not even in my top 3 of maps that I expected 9Z to go for. So maybe it was also kind of a misplay from the veto side for the South Americans.
Yeah, and also just individuals, right? We saw how in the first half they were so flat. We saw everyone kind of whiffing the shots, Max having a rough game, even I think DGT as well, not really finding the impact he was looking for. Again, I want to take nothing away from the side of Magic. I think it was some really cool rounds being called by S-Fade as well. But once he started waking up in the second half and that little bit of a comeback attempt, you could start to see, yeah, okay, they're starting to frag out a little bit. And then here, just a complete stomp. Sure, they read them like an open book, but you still need to hit your shots, right? And I felt like everyone chipped in there. And even though, you know, we saw Mayern kind of steal the show, everyone had their moment to shine.
We've seen them now do the job they needed, equalizing this series. But I also want to talk a little bit about 9Z and what we've seen throughout this tournament, and possibly a focus in on the South American region, because there was a time where if you knew a South American team was in the lineup, there was always room for an upset. Obviously, Furia had their rise last year, but for the most part, it hasn't been as dominant as that region has been in the past on the international scene.
I just feel like many of these lineups like had their little spurt, like Pain had earlier in the year, last year, Atlanta making playoffs, then Legacy towards the end of the year had a few runs, CAC, I think Bucharest, the Masters, where they're making playoffs or reaching grand finals, even winning a tournament. So, and it just feels like there's always some one or two upsets, and then a roster change happens, and you can't really get the most out of all of the pieces. Even when some of the transfers that come in look great on paper, I think in Pain, that was a great example when they were like, okay, we're going to upgrade, we're going to get DGT, we're going to get some of these other players from the region. It just doesn't click. So it's a constant constant cycle of that, and 9Z are now the latest on the list, even though 2 years ago, IEM Dallas, I think that's where they broke out, beat Vitality, went to the semifinals over there. So it's a constant cycle, and no one can really capture that for like a full year.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the curse, so to speak, of the South American teams. And also, the cool thing with 9Z is when you speak about South American Counter-Strike, it's always the Brazilians, right? Obviously, for obvious reasons, MIB are back in the day 20 years ago. Then, of course, we had...
Fallen. Just say Fallen.
Fallen, yeah, there we go. Fallen, you know.
Fallen's team, whatever that
Fallen's team. And then we had Furia without Fallen, you know, who were looking super cool, right, pre-COVID as well. So you never really have had a chance to really kind of have this South American mixture of various players coming in. And sure, 9Z's been there for a while. We've seen other lineups as well who have had these other South American players kind of punching above their weight, so to speak, but we never had a consistent force where they could be a threat, right? And so for me to see 9Z coming in, also with Luchov pickup, which I feel is one of the best pickups they've had, it's really cool to see that they're able to consistently do this. Now, I know this matchup's not done yet, Sam, but for me, they are a team to watch for the remainder of not just the season, but next year as well.
I just wanted to mention, now that you mentioned Lucha, I just remember he was a part of that Bestia team that qualified for the Austin Major, but didn't get visas. He was one of the players together with Tomashin, who are, I would say, two best players on that team, and maybe two of the best up-and-coming Argentinian talents that couldn't make it. That's why the team couldn't make it to the Major. He missed out on that huge opportunity. That team went through some roster changes. He ends up on 9Z, and now he's playing his biggest game yet in his career.
How do we think, because I do know a lot of teams are using this as their litmus test, right, for the Major, which is coming up. And obviously, the Singapore Major is the one that a lot of teams have their eyes on, but up now, who's ever qualified, Cologne is where the focus is. Is that also something that you think plays into the mind in a lot of these teams as they compete on this stage?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a trial, it's a test. It's like pushing the boundaries, how far they can go. I think for 9Z, as much as this is great, it's also going to put them on the radar of all of the teams at the Major. It might make some things a bit more difficult because people will be like, okay, this is a serious team. When going into this tournament, I don't think anyone would really put them in the playoffs or expect too much of them.
Well,
at
I
the
did,
Major.
but yeah, sure,
okay,
go on.
Okay. Yeah, after the first day when you saw them.
Okay,
crush
so if
someone.
you've just joined us, I do have to remind you now, I'm going to do this for Blair because it's very important for him, as you saw there. Obviously, we asked all our analysts to do some predictions as to who would make the playoffs. And only one analyst put 9Z, and it was Blair. So you're going to hear this quite a bit. I just wanted to give some context. Blair saw this coming. He predicted a 9Z in the playoffs.
I wanted to pick a wild card coming in, and for me, 9Z, and there's a logic behind why I went for that as well. Like if you look at the performance in Rotterdam, for example, right? There we go. See, I got 9Z, and I also had MongolZ, so you know I got butter on my face for that.
And heroic as well.
Yeah, well, they disappointed me massively. But the thing is, for 9Z, when I saw them in Rotterdam, the fact that they were kind of competitive, I guess, against even Vitality. I think they're the closest map, even Spirit as well, and then they knock out Mouz from the tournament. I'm like, this is a team who is dangerous. This is a team who could make some of the top teams sweat. So if you're going to have to pick a wild card from the group stage to make it through, I think it was a bit of a no-brainer, honestly.
Yeah, I think we all picked them to win this match, but all of you guys picking Aurora, I thought that was going to be my hipster pick. I was like, when I saw you guys pick it, I was so disappointed. I wanted to change it because the whole thing is about feeling unique and feeling special, and you took it away from me.
They took it from you. Don't worry, you've got Furia later. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But not right now. Now we're going to focus in on that 9Z Magic matchup. Obviously, let's talk a little bit about Ancients as the decider. We focused in on the veto in the pre-match. I'd love to focus back in on how this is going to play out because for both of you, you kind of felt like this should have been 9Z's pick to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And because for 9Z, even though it's a smaller sample size, they played Mouz and played PARIVISION, they didn't pick Ancient, but they made quick work of them. And it's a map that they looked super comfortable on again. And for the side of 9Z, I think we saw them play once against Monte. Monte is a struggling team as well, where they lost it. And this is a map where I personally feel 9Z should potentially run away with it. They're going to be starting on the T side over here. One thing they love doing, Prof, is they're going to be fighting mid. Oh boy, they're going to be fighting mid. Lucha's going to be going on out there. And one thing I enjoyed against Mouz are throwing everything they have towards mid as well. But somehow they always come out on top. And just kind of ties into how 9Z like playing the super fast rounds early on. When they default on the T side, I feel that's when they kind of struggle a little bit. They get picked off, and they're not able to quite find that cohesion, so to speak. But when they go for these fast plays, these mid takes and whatnot, I think they're pretty world class. Great utility usage as well. And then you have Luchov, who is also still delivering even in the playoffs, and he's going to be the tip of your spear.
I mean, when you see Luchov and DGT there at the top of that team mid, one from one side, one from another, you know how that's going to pan out. They're not going to be shying away from the fight. And on the other side, it's S-Fade when I don't feel like that's his forte, just going straight out. It is more being sneaky and being
a little lurky boy.
Kind of a lurky boy, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's one area where the mismatch is strong. And kind of as you mentioned, like looking at the results, the latest win from Magic on this map is against a team called Drama at HLC Belgrade.
Magic versus Drama.
Yeah.
Magic wins out.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is. And as you said, on the other side, for 9Z, it's just been a staple that they've got a bunch of wins at this tournament to get to
against impressive teams as well, right? There is one X factor that has someone just cropped up right now all of a sudden, right? It's just the fact that Mayer in that game he had on Mirage, and sure, I can throw in the caveat, he really wasn't being pushed off his position. There weren't too many flashes. There was no smokes to block him up towards a connector, but he was doing some pretty sick op shots. Like, he was hitting a lot of these shots. I think I saw one miss from him the entire map, so to speak. So if he's able to continue that particular form on into Ancient, then suddenly things look very interesting, especially on the CT side for 9Z.
Yeah,
Can he continue that form though? Because if you think about what he looked like on Dust 2, it's quite up and down for this guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually down more than up, and realistically, they gave him a great opportunity, and he took it. I think for what I'm hoping for is that it's just a better game, and just for that to be achieved, it just need some openings from Magics. That's all they need, just to get a few kills and some trades for the game to go a bit back and forth. Otherwise, 9Z, I mean, they ran all over teams like Falcons, right? If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and you can't be allowing that to a team like 9Z, otherwise it's going to be another stomp.
Also, like one thing we touched upon in between the two maps was how the mentality would be for 9Z, right? And obviously I did bring up Bit as well, saying how he's going to be the calming voice, the experienced voice, saying like listen guys, it's okay, you lost a map, it doesn't matter, we are the better team. And it's good to see that they were able to have the mental resilience and not just bounce back, but bounce back in that convincing a fashion. So if you're 9Z right now, you're like, listen, 1-1 doesn't matter, look at the way we played on their map. It was even more dominant than what Magic had on Dust 2. We should have this one in the back, because as Prof and I, we both agreed it was probably going to be Ancient being picked in this series. So you're in a comfort map, you have the momentum going your way, and even your lowest rated player is popping off.
I mean, and we saw on the other side, like after maybe 5 or 6 round, S-Fade was like kind of tilted with some situations that happened. He was looking at his teammates. It looked like a bit of heightened tones going on. So that was not the greatest looking. It just spilled over the rest of that Mirage game. They never really recovered in that game, and we'll see if they can do it in the series at all.
The pendulum swings, right? So we spoke moving into the second map about how the mental pressure is now on 9Z. They recovered. The same story can now be said for Magic, right? You won on their map pick, and then they slap you on yours. Now you've got to try and come back on Ancient, which is a map that you will know just as much as we've spoken about it. The teams do their research that this team is very strong on. So now you're in a completely different position, but a very similar one to where 9Z found
Just
themselves.
need some moon magic. We need some moon magic for Kazakhstan.
Moon magic for Kazakhstan. Let's find out if it exists.
It'll be a tough performance to repeat here for 9Z if, again, we get this sudden fall off out of Mayern, because that was his highest rated map on LAN in nearly a decade of playing this game on HLTV. And so for him to drop that now, sure, you give him flowers for it, right? You're facing elimination on a stage game that many people built you up as the favorites for. Hell of a time to just sprinkle that 2.28 rating in. And now I think the desk has said a lot of true things, right? You build up Ancient. This is a good place for 9Z. They've taken down bigger scalps. Everything's starting to point the direction that 9Z have stabilized in this quarterfinal.
This is pretty much the best place they could go for a third map. Mayern has gotten them here after everybody really struggled on Dust 2. It wasn't the best form that they could have shown, but now they're here to play. They want to steal this one away from Moon in front of this crowd. And they might make it look easy if they just live up to their numbers, because their comfort on Ancient is remarkable.
Ooh,
Tenzi saw nothing.
They were crouching. Tenzi was hoping for information, but they are still going to drop it over.
Did he see?
I didn't think so, but clearly with this rotate, never mind. There was definitely some instance of confirmation. There's bodies outside that site, so Tenzi tucks back into big box. Moon's got the double Berettas over towards the donut exit. There's the wide swing in from Huaso.
There's that comfort.
He'll collect the 2 kills. So 9Z off to the races within this pistol, quickly sweeping Magic's A site under the rug.
This fits their playstyle so nicely to just swoop in like this onto sites. They can do it on both halves of the map. And a 3-on-5 retake to take this pistol back feels so unlikely.
Mayer finds S-Fade in sight. Just worried about that temple push now, and nothing to really be worried about when only one player drops on the 9Z side. They are taking that stomp, and stomp is the emphasis of Mirage and rolling immediately here into Ancient.
It must have felt incredibly disheartening to have dropped us too. I mean, even if we think about 9Z moving on from this series, they gotta be scared about how they kicked off a series in quarters, but also first one of the whole playoffs. If it doesn't happen again, it doesn't matter. But it's not as if Magic can't play Ancient, just they don't have the same pedigree.
Needs go over top of lane. Can be lethal force buys. 9Z have to be cautious about that. Huaso peeks about to find a challenge deep inside T-spawn. He's got the advantage of the Galil versus what they brought to the table.
It's gonna be hard. I mean, they could just try to go through this if they want to, but they've got to kind of justify it.
Surely they're feeling corralled. You can still smoke off the back lane, try to push the issue. Bosval finds a pocket to play in, looks to peek off Pillar. Max has got him dead. Desert Eagle dead with nothing. 4 pistols where the first 2 came from. They'll swing out that cave. Mac 10's empty, but the recovery's all good. There is still a lot of damage dealt within the carnage of that. And so can S-Fade's 30 health be enough? No. Huaso Peak feels and senses that smoke's occupied. And sure enough, 9Z just kind of forcing their hand into that B bomb site to convert the pistol for a second.
That's it's a small playground, that B site. And you know, even if, again, they think it's being stacked, or they know the elbow players got spotted, at least they're not also already jumping up heaven and starting the flank right away. So they said if we go now, it's fine. We don't have to overcomplicate the situation. We saw 2 pushing around. But if the other players haven't made it over to B for the stack and they just got the info, then there's still a window of opportunity. I like when teams think like that. And this is what's supposed to be the farm round for 9Z. Although Mosval has that M4. It was up front.
Spots the challenge. Only
that's
Mosval.
that gun down.
And with it, so should the hopes of Magic's force buy in round 3.
So swift and confident so far.
It's got shades of Mirage kind of written all across it. And I think it is really going to kind of take an uptick out of Magic to stop 9Z's confidence from boiling over from that Mirage stomp into this third map. I think 9Z should be just as confident on Ancient than they would have been on Mirage, if not more so. And you give them that runway, you give them the chance to power up, you give Mayer an opportunity to highlight his ability. Again, career highest LAN rating 1 map ago.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of maps, and you know that was definitely a life game moment. But it's just such a good sign for him that it's like in the rare playoff stage game in front of a crowd that we see that 9Z get the opportunity to play with. So. That's lovely. Now, we talked a lot about Moon back on the first map, and he was actually fantastic. Now we're CT side Ancient. He's going to be picking up an op. Time for him to play.
Guns in hand for the first time. Tenzi's going to swing. Got the first kill on Huaso. Stuck behind the box was Luchov.
But Luchov, yeah, that's a second kill.
It's AW in the meantime also died. That was that attempted cave push that came through from Magic. So they throw a body off the B site to try to add itself to the mid-hold. Obviously, that's going to give 9Z information that you've lost a number over on B.
See, it feels okay that you come out 2-2 on trades, but also the CT's a little pressure to make a move.
Oswald, top of the ramp, has got 2 guns trained on this peak. Yeah, he's dead with nothing. Maybe Tenzi catches you off, but no, Mayer, an insta-headshot. Smoke in front of the short lane, but he doesn't wait for it to pop, and so Max gets clipped, and a Moon 1v3 is 1 kill in already.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really thinking about going for this. We'll see. He can walk it around, but I think with the op to say, let's see. I think he's coming in no kit here.
Which is closer.
Doesn't see the cave setup.
said
That'll
no
be too
kid.
much, yeah.
So bomb at the 15-second point, no entry.
Maybe he catches a kill in Cave. He could throw the Hail Mary at it. But in this one, it's going to be the 4-0-9Z start. Again, good clash in middle. You can see Magic signing up for those fights, but it's the fact that the Cave push dies that really just leads 9Z to one of the two sites. Because if you're in a 3 versus 3 and you know you've peeled one off B already,
and
why not play the numbers?
That micro on that peak towards Banana, like the idea to go for the push could have been great. It could have been great, and they even started to leave A entirely to make sure they could lock it down on B. But what happened instead was sort of a shoulder that gave away his body but didn't give him vision at first, and all that happened was that got him killed. And then we look at the 9Z reps they've got, their win over Mouz, like they're going to be way more confident at punishing those moves because they've already done it versus such strong teams.
Gonna charge back out into middle, gonna catch you unprepared.
Okay, Max.
Is the jump up from S.
Okay, Max.
He'll catch the headshot as well onto Moon, and just like that, you'll have 9Z storming towards this A site and a 4-0 T site start. And P9 of AW, it's a recovery mission that gets denied. This round is done before you realize, and Magic had brought something to the table to try to compete, but they'll be left with sub $4,000 on most. And I'm sure they feel like this game is in a free fall.
That's why I call him Max Never Stopping, because I think he literally did it for that one. Sometimes models can tell you different, but nope, he was running the whole way. In terms of fast round, that's as beautiful as it gets.
Gonna go right back at it until Magic show 9Z they've got a reason to stop. I don't think they will stop. S-Fade tucks into the donut. A main belongs to Luchov. Only a 10Z MP9 up here on green. Luchov's got to react to it, but the SMG finds the headshot. Good start for Magic at least.
No chance to answer back whatsoever, even though the bomb trail's slightly behind to the same position. They know there's no push inside of A main itself. Fade's in a fine position. He has a smoke to work with as well. Every player on the map for Magic seems to know how to cover this perfectly, because S-Fade's in a spot to cover any kind of window timing. All of Donut is clean, and then the rest were over towards A. But 9Z very wisely avoid this gambit. Now Magic want to know that this is all totally clean. Rotation's gonna come out, but we've seen this situation before. If they don't get comfortable in the site, they can still lose multiple entries at once.
CT's opt to smoke off Cave just in case, but it was a foot spotted, right? Wasso, he's been found out by Magic. He'll be killed pretty quickly. It's gonna be a Hail Mary bomb plant here for Max. Can the cover really happen? No, and P9's gonna blindside too. Nicely done by Magic. There's a lot of rounds there that they would have loved to have contended with, but at least when they finally put one on the scoreboard, it comes through convincingly.
That's a lovely answer from the team that didn't have the expectation of making it into playoffs. Starting a little slow in back-to-back maps, but in terms of how they read the map, where they got the first kill, what they did with information, they kept moving it forward. Clearly, communication was still good. Scary part about this game is they want to participate in the mid engagements, but 9Z are so overwhelmingly confident that it feels like they're getting out there faster, that they're crossing mid way too quickly for Magic to deal with. And even though they like a little bit of chaos themselves, I can't help but feel like they're worried about trying that again.
There's no doubt that it's going to take more than just one round to put a real dent in that 9Z confidence. So stay alert. Iron, top box, scoped in now, has Mozval pinned to the right side, spots him as well, but at least that information goes both ways.
He got spotted. No one else is going to give him peek, surely.
Throw a flash at it to disassemble. That's a tough one for AW. That was a wall bang out of Wasso peek that nearly kills AW, and the second volley of gunfire almost ends him.
Can't believe he did that much damage from so far away.
Look at this A positioning, though, out of Magic. Whatever they've sensed.
It's not real though, is it?
Not yet.
Oh, they're flashing donut in, okay.
Bomb starting to trail this direction. S-Fade into the donut. Tenzi's grenade doesn't go deep enough to actually pop open Red Room, and now they're gonna find S-Fade exposed, standing there, primed for the taking by Wasso Peak's hand. But you're right, the bomb doesn't go A, and AW is gonna confirm that. Unfortunately, low health, and so Wasso's body shot gets it opened up. You've got Red Room control from Luchon, confirming that Magic are on this scramble rotation, and now they'll be lucky, desperate to just get out of here with a save.
It's kind of a checkmate position. I mean, if they could kill Luchon, but they don't even know if another guy is coming out of mid. Bomb gets planted safely. It's a perfect call. A lot of good individual moments coming out of this, starting with Wasso breaking open that donut smoke after Magic decided, okay, it's time to start flanking B. This is what 9Z will ultimately want. It was true until those flankers died. Confidence in the read of the maps and the punish game is so strong here for 9Z. Magic are going to need some tricks, but the deck is stacked against them right now.
Terrorists win.
Money's flowing for Magic to maybe get a late resurgence into this half, but with the comfort that 9Z have, and even this round where it does require a bit of back and forth, right? It's not an opening game plan that just sticks the landing. It's not that charge out middle for the 2K, end on A in 20 seconds. No, you had 9Z thinking. The problem there for Magic is that 9Z very sharp on this map, and that round, it's a testament to it. The double nade on S-Fade, just trying to position here in middle, has now already got him down to 50 health.
Love that counter utility. And they're actually banking on Magic not being scared of going for mid, so they're right about it.
Ooh, spotted.
It's a real feel-out position here for 9Z. They've kind of imposed their will on a few of these rounds. Been very aggressive about their map control. And now I want to see what Magic do when they're giving some space.
9Z would have seen that somebody was in that Red Room. Will they consider it to be the op if anybody ends up crawling out middle? And I mean, Magic, you saw that body, but now you've still got to kind of keep the round active. So we see this movement out through Donut. They're finding a ton of open space, but this is all while 9Z prime the commitment to the bomb site.
Yeah, there's been so many mid flanks. I feel like even though that this is coming out, you got to be worried that eventually it's going to be watched.
But a smoke down, top ramp, that's going to be a little awkward for 9Z to try to bust down. We're getting this utility burned out of Magic, but we also have this climb up. And 9Z seem none the wiser to this kind of a mid push. A certain vacancy that catches Wasso Peak off guard. Luchov's taking over the A site. This could scramble CT's back. It's majority towards A for the moment. 9Z go, try to clear flank, and just feed a couple kills back the way of Magic. Mozval on a smoke fade. It's meant to be covered, but this round just gets away from 9Z. It's another moment, just like the first one Magic win, where all 5 players live.
They play it to just not be conditioned, and they get mid control like they're looking for. So the plan backfires a little bit, offering up some space almost to try to scare them into not actually going for it, but they are just as quick about the flank. I thought they were going to be very reserved, and maybe the B site would get taken and it would turn into a retake, but no. Love to see that kind of play from Magic on the stage. 2 CT rounds, half's not over. We're looking for a close game to end this series because both these teams have impressed us to get here. And it would be a total shame if it was a shutout one way or the other.
Looking to simplify things again, setting themselves up outside this B site. It's too far.
Man, they relied on that. That was just all off the audio. Mozval has no idea what he's done.
Look at the rotation in from Moon. It's dead already. He's just going to drop a smoke in front of him. It's going to cause AW to scramble. He will find at least his one. And then Tenzi's catching Luchon. Mozval's outside of the smoke. Got himself the double. It's very low HP. And Mayern's been incredible form, but all he's got is this Glock. He's gonna try to press into MongolZ and obviously loses. What an awkward sequence at the end of this round for Magic to find consecutive ones.
Yeah, just the middle of the site smoke, and MongolZ, man, the audio that they used to get into the site, that was such a crazy good move out of Max, riding up the right side wall after hearing that the jump spots had been canceled. That was a real beautiful move out of him, but just completing and execing is obviously the difficult part.
Now we can put a pin in it. Now 9Z don't look as flawless as they did when they kicked off this map.
Yeah, and Magic are really into this half.
And they built up a huge bank account in the process because of all that round loss bonus and the saves they pulled off. They are giving themselves, building themselves.
Dangerous. That was a bait, man. The extra flash that came out, SV thought he weaved right in the middle of it. That's that expert level utility that 9Z have on this map. Oh,
Moon.
It's a wall bang.
Tenzi's gonna press into A main. He's got a bit of chip damage here on Max. MongolZ activates, double kills his. Third, right there for the taking.
Oh, he can't be stopped right now.
It's all him. He drops the bomb in the process, but we've got a minute still for this clock to fizzle out. Can MongolZ piece together anything else? Because he's taking over the game for Magic. Clearly the front runner here on map 3. But the server's gone silent.
12 bullets, and he's taking a risk. Sitting here in this position, obviously could come and get cleared. He has his flank being watched. Just separated from his teammate for now. And if you're to trust one guy to be a renegade in a position, it would be him.
Sits here the whole time. Slow creel up, they're stepping. They can sense it. MongolZ damaged.
Still got
kill. 73 health back for Max in the 1v2, and he'll have no idea where A&W's coming in from. Max opts not to go for the bomb immediately, tries to hunt down a duel first.
He can't even believe that they're not playing off each other to go for the trade.
Fakes one.
This will actually buy some time for AW, and Max, he's gonna look.
Oh!
Oh, and he's gonna pay.
6 health makes the difference. Excuse me, MongolZ makes the difference.
Oh yeah. A crazy amount of individual level in these last 2 rounds, and it's underscored by the fact that the site hit was good. The timing was good, the mid hit was good, everything made sense up until they just got stopped by the raw firepower of MongolZ.
And his timing within that, rapid, right? The way he throws himself up the CT lane. This is that opening kill, a 5v3 established.
Yeah.
Luchov pushes it to the 3v5, but look at MongolZ just swinging wide. Separating these 3 from their heads and one another. Max aggro peak, 6 health for AW. The guy can clutch. We saw it back on PARIVISION in that Budapest run. It's one of the things that turned our heads. It's kind of a gap that we thought maybe couldn't get filled once he was caught from that roster. It's the first successful 1vx of this game, and it keeps Magic on the heels of 9Z, who tiptoe into this round with an AK on DGT and nothing else really to work with. It's better, he's gotta be careful, man. He's just trying to get a lot out of this jump spot. We've already seen 9Z kind of creep in underneath his nose, but down goes that single rifle. It's gonna draw the pistols out towards mid, and Moon will clean up. On the retreat, just looking to hang on to this 5v3.
Oh, it's got to be so frustrating for 9Z that they continue to go for these plays, but it only gets easier because they don't have that much money. Again, Magic not playing scared. Ooh.
Spots it. Drops smoke. Calls rotation over, and Huaso peeks looking to come through. They stop watching! Okay.
Wow, the guy on both sides. Honestly, I'm impressed they're even watching that at all. It was such a fresh smoke. They got spotted at the end of it. Last kill comes out. Magic, this is kind of crazy now what they're doing. 5 rounds on the CT side. It's not going to be the prettiest round score in the world, but the fashion in which and the amount of rounds stolen away and the fact that they look comfortable after the way that 9Z won those early rounds, that's going to be weighing on their minds.
Let's see what's going to happen in this one. 9Z out of the gate, looking to rip this towards the A site. Flashbang's already exiting through long. 10Z, he's got 2 targets. He's long! And to lose track of that! Snaps Max out of the round. The boost over top of A main, though, does still crack open this site. But that donut smoke soon to fade. These T's will replace it. Bomb on site, worried about being challenged, but Magic don't really bite down on that first fake.
If there was any deep peek, that was such a risk. They couldn't watch that. Now the full retake.
Mayern stuck up in the back of this site. Got smoke grenades for Magic to play. Mayern's position now known to the CTs. Mozval wants to get the trade going. AW's peeling players off of main. He's 2 kills into this. And Wasso puts a nail in the coffin. At least 9Z will find that final round win of the half. Check out this snap.
He's meant to die here. I mean, he doesn't even notice that Max snuck by. Looking down to dodge flashes. Successfully completed that task. Got his first kill, but that's where it was supposed to end.
$7-5 on the half. It takes a bit of teamwork across the board for 9Z as that one goes on.
This is about as good as a third map could be for these 2 squads. We expect them, and as humans, coming in, playing a quarterfinal, being nervous, being new, that's what we expect. But after 2 maps of getting it all out, getting warmed up, now we're seeing their higher level gameplay. 2 teams that greatly impressed us to get this quarterfinals matchup, and it's again almost a shame that they're matched up against each other because 9Z did so well, and of course Magic.
Nice! Bien, ronda importante, dale.
And I think it really was to get the last word right before a break, to say, okay, it's a 2-round gap, it's not a tied half, it's a CT side that could have been way better, sure, but we're not going to think about that now. We're the last victors.
It's like if you told 9Z before this third map started they'd be walking away with a 7-5 lead, they'd be happy with that. It's just that it feels like they could have gotten more before Magic bounced back into it. So I agree. Important round, conclude the first half with an uptick, and now Wasso peaks, meant to have found a blind side. At least he kills S-Fade before Mozval slides through him. Mozval, who will continue to be the best player on Magic's squad here on Ancient. But behind that mid play, behind that trade back and forth, all there is now for 9Z is a smoke in red room and a question mark as to what the hell and who the hell could be on the other side of that. And the answer is no one. Here comes the execute. Magic utility over top, and Mayern ahead of this smoke grenade. He's got a chance off that flash. Both blind, a little labored, but he gets there. It's 3 deaths on the commitment here from Magic. AW to another clutch attempt.
This is possible. He knows that. Mayern's super low.
Fresh magazine with a low health Mayern. He's gonna just dive bomb this, but a nice reposition.
Crazy.
Mayern into the corner, gets away with it. Majority alive for 9Z as their winning ways are starting to stem back through.
Honestly, can't even believe Mayern decided to cross back. Yeah, it died. That definitely could have been isolated 1v1s, a backdoor exit out of the cave, and a new host of problems with AW, who you know is gonna be confident in that clutch. But instead, it's Mayern. Huh? Yeah. With 3 frags. To show the last map was not a complete aberration. They wanted that 7-5 lead to take the edge off for the pistol. Well, they win it anyways. Damage, we've got a disconnect, so I think we're just gonna restart this round. A little bit of time to think, and you don't necessarily want to dwell on this moment. Trying to stay present could be good, but maybe Magic could give him an extra gust of motivation to revisit the idea that maybe they didn't expect to be in playoffs, but now that they're just 8 rounds away from actually closing out the third map, that they could do something that seems impossible. And for AW, someone who knows that it is. He did the Budapest run back with PARIVISION out of nowhere. And you know some of the times he's going to be talking to his teammates and telling them there's no reason not to believe.
Feels like if he can just kind of worm his way into Mozval's mind right now, keep this 12-9 performance going. Somebody's got to be the driving force for Magic to reclaim the lead. Because what we haven't had here in the third map is another takeover out of Mayern. It's better than some of the individual levels we've had throughout this week. You find Huaso Peak and Luchov towards the top of that. And so it just feels like there's a chance here for anybody to seize this moment. Because while we can sit here and talk about the parallels between these teams and their discomfort here on the big stage, they have had very different weeks leading up to this moment. A 3-0 clear by 9Z with victories over top of Falcons, over PARIVISION. And yet you get Magic kind of crawling out of the dungeon from a 0-2 start to just get this chance on playoffs with no knowledge as to whether this will ever happen again for them.
What I love for 9Z is that it wasn't born of a total collapse of their opponents. It was born because they crushed their opponents with incredible and sustainable looking gameplay. Like a fully fledged 9Z where their tactics and strategy finally looked totally tier 1 and that they didn't actually look like the underdog in either matches. So they don't care again. Post-match tweet after 9Z beat them and then just they played insane. That was the fact when you went and watched that game. Here, even though they give away Dust 2, they make up for it. Even closer to this win now.
So you just hope that they don't lose sight of it. Go back to that Dallas run for 9Z and you think, you know, feels great to beat Vitality in the group stage to start your playoffs in semis, but then you just get trounced by G2 and it's over before you even realize it. And you can't help but wonder, what would they rather be? Struggling in this quarterfinal today in the first map, trying to fight for it, to power up and try to get into that momentum? Surely, even if this isn't the 2-0 they would have hoped for,
it had to be Stewie in Dallas, and now it's Moon in Astana. What other unforgiving storyline must they have to go up against next? But yeah, with that even being that long ago, but that also being, you know, their first big chance, it's sort of, you know, it is a moment where you don't necessarily expect them to win. You're already impressed that they got there, and now it's just where the expectations start to seep in a bit. And I think that's how, you know, you see a Dust 2 go like that.
I think it's just such a classic story. You know, again, you top that group and then playoffs kind of falls out beneath you. You come here, you go 3-0, and to be defeated by the team that would go 0-2 and grind back, it'd be such a disheartening kind of curse that 9Z would probably feel like they've got on them.
So now S-Fade's got to come up with an incredible game plan. Bringing this back on T side versus a team that's already taken out 2 very strong opponents recently on Ancient, have an outstanding overall record, and are in the lead.
And to do so with Tech9's on majority. This is all they can afford here in the 14th. 9Z on the brink of double digits. If they could just bust down these Tech9s, and we sing the praise of Magic sometimes with these awkward buys. To pull off the unthinkable is to play with Magic. And Luchov inside of Cave will be the first victim, and S-Fade's hands himself. Double down though from Huaso Peak. He sees the Shadow confirming a W, who is now just working with Mozval. These are 2 hard hitters for Magic, and one of them disappears back into the unknown of A main. There is plenty of time still for Magic to try to figure this one out.
Max is looking to punish a timing, and if, you know, elbow isn't taken up, then it's a very long road around. Obviously, he can try to meet them here. It's actually very possible he walks by Mozval, but
all he's done here is wait.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Max, has his priorities correct. He doesn't really need to worry about Cave. He just needs to cut off the rotation.
But the same is still true, and that Mayern could ultimately also walk into this same corner unbeknownst, but no, he'll keep his head on a swivel, figure that out, and now you know what AW was up to.
Yeah, he had his head on straight this entire time, and probably even told his teammate that they might be locking into cave already, and it doesn't matter, give them that. See how happy they all are as they seal up this anti-force buy. It's 9 rounds for 9Z.
But there's still an X factor in this next one. Magic have opted to spend S-Fade's money. He puts his AK in the hands of Denzi. And AW will be playing with a second set of Kevlar as well, just in case. We'll see if things start to exchange hands. Magic continue to try to keep things unorthodox. Just as 9Z, like you said, look like they're on the brink of a celebration. You don't want to be caught off by something awkward, but killing Tenzi out of the gate with that rifle, I mean, that just spells disaster here for Magic. You needed to get value out of each of the pieces you propped up, and you're going to find nothing. You think you're going to walk down through that smoke and not be watched? I don't think so, because 9Z are powering up into this victory. Starting to play with a little more confidence, get off of that bomb site, and really kind of stuff Magic's tricks back into their hat.
And the bottom line is that even on those 5 rounds that Magic brought back, almost each of those situations, 9Z made a good round of it, and then someone shined through individually. Mazval, back-to-back situations, was so strong. But as a team, there's no doubting 9Z for now. Moon looking for anything. It's a 1 deke for him. One more, and we could talk about a 1v4, but that's not going to happen. Luchov disposes of Moon. They go on to 10. And the buy will come back for Magic.
Still room for both. Right now, Moon would love to be trying to find more impact, but bottom of the scoreboard here. Had heroic moments back on Dust 2, hit the ground running, and has fallen back into the shadows as the series continues. But waiting for this buy was Magic. Up the lane, into the mid-pitch. DGT is going to lock in one side. AW kills Luchov. Mozval's a great distraction. Max is looking to come out on top, but instead it's both Mozval and AW low, and walking away with 3 kills between them. An open A site for the taking. They win out on that duel, and the game goes on.
I love that they're willing to meet in middle once again. It's both these teams, they love sticking heavily, going for it, and I know 9Z were very confident they were going to win on trades and flashes, as they were a bit better on T side. I'm also not surprised Magic could keep up with them, even though they're low. No chance here for Mayern to get anywhere near this. Acted so confidently done, they're going to start expanding across the map to try to hunt him down.
Worst thing you could do right now for Magic is just kind of shell up in this game. And so to see AW and Mozval just kind of find that tethering out middle, from the elbow to the climb up, fighting tooth and nail for those trades and walking away effectively with a 6th round win. That lead gets cut down to 4. And it's not like 9Z are standing on the finish line. 10-6 is a reclaimable lead if you are Magic.
Totally. I mean, keeping the op in play means that the buy is actually pretty healthy. Without it, it would be a bit more debatable, a bit more dubious here for 9Z. But that's a pretty big advantage going up against Magic once again. Now, of course, this one came down to rifles in mid.
Heavy util for DGT. He'll get caught.
Great ball.
Trying to transition out. Tenzi's the one this time. And S-Fade up that lane. Now Magic have momentum. Now they've got something. They feel like they have a way back in with the way they just tapped right back into that mid-success from the one round prior.
That was terrifying because, ooh, wait a second. Talk about terrifying. Okay. He won't escape. Oh, and Max doesn't get this kill. No chance at that retake. And a confident, swift victory inside of mid. It's the Molotov and the flashbangs that are perfect. So outdoing 9Z on utility, meeting them on the trades. 2 rounds back-to-back where they steal mid-control away, and now they flush out all the bank accounts as well.
It was a hard fight battle back into that first half, down by 5-0. Their first 3 round wins by defuse, just a real testament that 9Z kept those tests coming round after round. Magic lose the second pistol. But now stringing 2 together, and like you said, bottoming out bank accounts really opens a door for Magic. Just don't make any critical mistakes. And sometimes easier said than done.
Throw this flash. They're still just waiting really far back.
Don't you dare give a rifle over. You hear the stomping as the CTs go for that swing. And we're gonna get counter util here from Magic. They want to try to reclaim middle. But 9Z, just as quickly as they went for that peak, are gone. Like ghosts. Moving into that A site instead. It's still a stack that they hope to get away with, but we'll see where Magic end up. Kind of tiptoeing their way through the middle of the map. Moon's gonna be under pressure. Not a time to start missing shots and giving over map control. But they are still taking a look at this site. There are pistols here in spades. And while you would believe in the gun advantage every day of the week, that looming threat at 35 seconds. Now the bomb starts to realize this is too uncomfortable. And as it peels away, and you keep all of 9Z preoccupied, you have found the solution. That open B bomb site. Magic play the clock all the way down to the final 20 seconds, but it's a great way to at least keep, hopefully for them, 4 players alive and put that pressure right back on 9Z.
Kept them occupied, actually in better, 9Z's better interest, either fully tuck and make sure they don't show anyone to invite them in to a trap or go forward with the push. Once they left mid, obviously, it's very hard to get into extremity positions, really have a convincing-looking pistol setup, and Magic do a great job of scouting. Really liking S-Fade's read of the map. When it's, in this series overall, it's really shown that the preparation for the team goes beyond their level. And after 2 very smooth-looking victories on mid-control takes, they have a solid anti-eco to follow. And just like in the first half, it looked like it was going to be easy for 9Z. Suddenly, the story changes again after a good start.
You reap your rewards. You convert those rounds, but now 9Z back in with buys. Should be a challenge to come. What got you through the guns of 9Z were those back-to-back mid-clashes with AW tethering off of S-Fade and Mozval. Is it gonna be that easy? Can you just continue to rinse and repeat one opening move? Or did 9Z try to change up the game here in round 19? Right now there's one off on the field and it's Mouz. Problem is, it's been coming up quite empty.
Yeah, and with the style of play they're bringing, the last few rounds, he's not gonna get a lot of action. But eventually that will change.
There will be more mid-play. The difference being 9Z don't sign up to this engagement, so they're just kind of looking to forfeit a little control, play out a longer round, give Magic something else to try to solve, right? This is a new puzzle. You don't get 2 opening kills in the bottom of middle and then roll that towards a bomb site. There's not a certain simplicity to this one. Magic will have to try to find a different answer.
Sort of a new test for Magic, and then funnily enough, even though you get this space for free, it doesn't mean that the round gets easier.
Huge
My
flash.
goodness, I don't know who for who.
That was from
blinded
elbow
everyone.
into the cave side. It blinds both ends of that. S-Fade's preoccupying those players, and if they can't move, there's nothing they can do.
Oh, now it's an issue. You don't have a kit for this. You might not even have players left to try to defuse, but yeah, it is a 3v3, and the bomb will get planted.
You needed that. You get that kill on the cave player, all of a sudden there's no free up rotate. CTs could still consider it, but Moon on the line, he lands that. It's Max gonna be tagged down to 13 health.
I'm not sure if 9Z, if it makes sense to even try it. Wow, it's scary, but they're getting past the op.
It's dangerous games, but with those 2 op shots ringing out, they've still pushed into the bomb site. AW pressured, but still comes out with the double.
Oh, this gets so expensive for 9Z.
3 kills to AW, another big moment, and while he may die to the flank here, so be it. 20th frag found, and only 1 round the gap.
Everything in your body's telling you, go for this to 3v3 situation. We're early enough that maybe it won't come down to a 10-second stick, but so low utility, absolutely no money left over. It's hard to say that it's a justified attempt, especially with how easily that the A site was taken. Not really enough information on where everyone was. Oh, and Luchov stays alive, gets a kill at the very end to make that a little expensive for Magic, but that was more important that 9Z saved anything. They buy now. Somewhat. EGT gets a gun, and he's also not having a great game while he has had a great event.
It all starts with confidence, the way they took over middle in the back-to-backs, the way that they've pushed these pistols out of existence. And now in the most recent round, find a solution with that A main exit. S-Fade's picked up a lot of responsibility in these last two, just kind of being the guy on lane. We saw him eat that flashbang, damn near die to cave. And if he doesn't hold that off as long as he does, who knows if the retake comes out? Well, right now, we get these utilities trickling into B alone. Once again, a lot of responsibility on that side, but with Mayern losing his angle out middle, the pistols try to push to no avail. It is Tenzi with the double shutdown. Max is gonna activate. And as he pushes out through cave, you find that one kill on B, but again, it's gonna be Magic to just move this into that A site to what seems like no resistance. Mayern's scout dead, and the hopes of 9Z keeping Magic out of this tied match are now near non-existent.
Yeah, with that second pistol, the 7-5, it felt like they'd done everything they need to make this easy, but it's anything but. Another comeback in the second half here for Magic, and I'm not looking at this like a collapse out of 9Z. This is Magic totally taking it from them. The way they're calling, the way that they're taking mid-control is so convincing. It doesn't even feel like there's much else 9Z could do differently. They have to come up better on multi-kills. And right now, they're under the maximum amount of pressure to do so. All square at 10 apiece. Anyone's game. A full buy to see if they can stop Magic from taking a lead on Ancient. 3 timeouts still remaining for them. As if they have been winning this entire time.
It's the shake-up, 9Z. Because in the face of losing those 2 mid-clashes, you shelled up a little. You tried to think that maybe Magic would kind of trip up if things got a little more complex. Do you, at this point, try to tap back into your own ferociousness and throw something at them? I mean, you know for the moment, S-Fade continues to play outside of Cave on his own. That feels to me like a liability, like a chance for maybe a lower ramp push to catch that kill. But it's gonna take something brave out of 9Z to go for that kind of gamble, especially as Magic rack up what is now this 5-round streak.
I mean, they want mid every single time, they just lose it.
Tenzi takes a nade damage out through the smoke. That's bravery. Wasso Peak steps out, blind as a bat, finds the headshot, and now we're gonna get this doubling up inside of A main. Bomb is in the background. Oh, Mayern, you cannot miss these shots, and yet here we are again. Like a broken record on repeat, this guy just can't land them. S-Fade lines up too. The teammates around Mayern try to make the difference as his op does at least get one, but it's Luchov to close it. Woo. Majority alive, and 9Z reclaim the lead.
It's the same exact look, taking on mid-control, this time winning their opening engagement, making it feel like they were giving up the space like they did 1 round previously. Instead, they coordinate a push through the smoke, clean pick off, get back out of there. And even though Mayern misses, they have a 5v4 over towards A. They have the rotations. They still had their donut player, and it was Magic who were wondering, should we just continue with the game plan? But without that kill we were looking for at first.
Oh, fast moves out mid. Straight to the lane take. Tenzi's gonna find Wasso on the fallback, but it's that aggression. DGT tries to take control of the situation. Him and Luchov firing back.
Oh, he got a both.
Tenzi and Max. As all of a sudden we go 2v2, and that bomb sensing an opening. Come on, Mayern. You've got a Molotov in
he's
front of
too
you.
low.
Because he's low health, he's gotta give up this angle. At least a bit of it. Flashbang blinds him. Bomb plant commitment, Moon's hands. Oh, it's a second attempt, and Mosval doesn't cover.
What?
But a missed op shot from Mayern. And so all of a sudden, 9Z's 12th round back under question. Moon's got the post plant. He's gonna fall back into A main, and he turns just in time. Only his 6th kill of the map. But he picks it at a perfect moment, and Mayern in between the two.
If only they had one of these kills, the molly could have stopped the other. The defuse could come down, but instead now it's a massive risk.
It's one fake, it's a burning Mosval, it's a slow move by Moon, and as the fire goes out, now Mayern's pistol headshot's huge, but as he tries to get back on, bombs at 6 seconds, and played with by Moon, that's magic, tying at 11, and the dream's still alive.
We're going into round 23, all tied up. It comes down to the wire, trades every single step of the way. An unlikely hero in Moon to contribute with his op, finally needed because it's rifles to deal with mid. TenZ getting a 2nd kill on this push was insane. Oh, and Mayern could have stopped the bomb right there in its tracks. A free shot dropped. And another moment for TenZ. Push comes through. They get the opening kill. And even without it last round, they still took down 9Z. Are they readying the same A push? 9Z, this is a question they have to ask themselves. Late smoke to window to threaten map control.
Max has brought reinforcements
9Z
here.
playing it confidently. They get the kill.
Again, trying to just bank on their rifle
That
work.
was huge. A little bait from behind. That window player with a rifle spamming.
Got a smoke for DGT, but he still gets a duel before it pops. Big swing, and it's AW again!
Hit him!
This guy thrives in pressure while the other one crumbles. And to support AW in his recovery within this round is Moon on the other side. He nails it, and Magic secure OT!
And Moon's on his feet yelling at him. Mayern had a chance to stop the bomb. The spray transfer for AW, and he had full vision. From career high to career low on this map.
DGT puts all the work in and then some. Talk about vengeance for AW. From the chopping block of PARIVISION to the brink of semifinals in Dastan's country.
One more good call for S-Fade, and that is all it'll take. You know he has the soldiers right now. Everyone's delivering the entries.
There's been no reason to try to divert away from this A site. Finally, 9Z decide to make a move, but look how far removed they are.
And because Magic, they tend to go in late, even though you have this bit of map control, you can't know for sure. Magic do a great job with the pause in the action, making the correct call. They're blocking vision. It still has the shape of an A play, but you can see that idea is expanding live. You have a rotation now for TenZ. They might actually be covering their tracks perfectly.
Slow approach and only one piece of utility at a time. Magic put the pressure on, and 9Z react with a smoke at 30 seconds.
It's got something a little different looking. 30 seconds. 9Z are sweating.
And 9Z are also damn near without utility. A couple of flashes on Mayern. This third piece meant to support this A site. Magic played down to the wire. MP9 plays forward. DGT is dead empty-handed, and here comes that CT activation. Wasso's dead. It all falls on a rotation. S-Fade back turn to him. And with Max now
faced by utility in a bomb plant. He is operating without a kit. This is a Magic that started 0-2 in the groups, finds themselves in front of 9Z on the big stage. And as Max's retake starts to move forward, he can find nothing. We are witnessing something spectacular in Astana. Don't you dare call it a miracle. This is magic.
It could have been either team celebrating in pure jubilation here. And we would have been celebrating right back. But Magic, the more unlikely squad, halfway through Ancient, surviving losing that second pistol. A T-side comeback, going up toe-to-toe against the game plan of taking middle. And the final call, the most complicated and ambitious, using the clock like they did back on map 1. That took everything out of them to make this happen. I don't think that this is just because it's 9Z in quarters that they lost. No, this was high-level, high-strength gameplay. And they lived to impress in front of this crowd.
Well, the crowd is on their feet, and that was one hell of a game. Guys, make some noise for Magic! Now, I got to look at this, though. First time on stage, it looks like, yeah, you could have some nerves or some different feelings in there. But in the first map, you guys seemed really comfortable. Talk to me about that game, what you guys went through.
I don't know, we just train for dust, we know that they pick dust and we just train and we win them. And on Mirage, they anti-strat us and that's all. A lot of stacks and they're playing very good.
Что ж, на Дасте было довольно легко, потому что мы готовились к этим ребятам, и поэтому мы их переиграли на второй карте. Соответственно, уже другая была ситуация, потому что ребята законтрстратили нас, ну, в смысле, переиграли, да, и было уже сложнее.
S-Fade, for you. We heard about your sleepless nights, the preparation. That anti-stratting you must have done on Dust 2 obviously had big improvements for your team. But then why did it go so wrong that you couldn't climb your way back to fight in the same way on Mirage? It didn't look like the normal Magic we saw fight back in the groups.
На самом деле они просто, как сказать, на самом деле они хорошо подготовились к нам, но мы выбрали неправильный темп на игру, и я просто немного недооценил их после Даста, мне так кажется. И поэтому мы немного сыграли не в то, что нам привычно на Мираже, немного сыграли абсолютно другую динамику, высокоинтенсивный темп, и поэтому так произошло, что мы очень быстро закинули игру, потому что он очень правильно прочувствовал динамику. Даже после паузы я понимал, что мы уже идем в 3Б, но нечего было уже сделать. Типа, мы просто на голову хуже играли, чем играли до этого. Поэтому, в принципе, пацаны красавчики, что так сыграли, но на эншите мы были уверены в том, что мы хорошо сыграем. Мы готовились к этому и были готовы к их решениям. Спасибо вам большое за поддержку, ребят. Всем, что я хочу сказать. Я первый раз со своей командой играю на такой большой сцене, и это происходит в Казахстане. Мне все очень сильно нравится, мне очень сильно нравятся люди, которые здесь. Мне очень сильно нравится, в принципе, культура Казахстана. И я даже не знаю, что еще добавить, потому что эмоции меня переполняют. Блядь, это просто невероятно, я не знаю.
Oh, this hell of a lot of translation. So thank you, Astana. It's people so great. Thank you for cheering for us. And what about Mirage? We just choose another dynamics which was wrong. We've been outplayed only about dynamics and rounds. We just understand it, outsmarted, and our opponent just brings the best on the Mirage. And then Shannon was pretty easy. So
pretty easy?
No? No?
Pretty easy?
No? It wasn't easy.
No, это было на самом деле нелегко на эншите, просто потому что мы опять же закинули стартовую динамику игры, поэтому пришлось камбэкать очень тяжелыми раундами, но на самом деле просто мы к этому были готовы, и все.
So we threw the start of the game, and we had to put the fight on.
They had to put the fight on, and they did it in style. And Moon, I saw you standing up, getting hyped. You were not having maybe the best individual game, but you didn't give up. You were even shouting over at 9Z. Were you just feeling it? Were you starting to see the belief that you could get that win?
I'm feeling very good. We're just playing rounds where I'm support and I'm always just holding everything and I'm helping for my teammates and they're fucking everyone. I like it, bro. I don't care about stats.
Не имеет никакого значения, какая у тебя статистика, если твоя команда жарит. Yes. One second.
Последнее, что хочу сказать, это спасибо огромное моей команде за то, что они сражаются до конца, так как мы об этом и говорим. Никто из них даже не дрогнул в самые тяжелые моменты игры. Каждый из них просто невероятный. Спасибо им большое за это время.
Thank for my teammates. They've been stainless steel during whole the match and been performing so great. I'm very thankful for them.
I would agree with that, and I'll let Moon say it one final time. Out to your crowd, out to your people.
Барлықтарыңызға көп рахмет, келіп бізді қолдауларыңызға. Сіздер болмасаңыздар, біз мұнда тұрмайтын едік. Бәріне көп рахмет.
And there you have it, through to the semi-finals. It's Moon, it's S-Fade, it's magic!
At the start of this game, I stood here and I said, would it not be much like a movie? The magic of this team at their third ever LAN, coming here, having Moon in their team, his first time on a big stage in front of his home crowd. Imagine the magic if they made it through to the semi-finals. And Blair, with his dark, sad heart, said to me, it's just a movie, that's not real. Well, Blair, you're living the movie now. How does that feel?
Well, I got to eat humble pie, and I'll gladly do so. And, you know, sometimes life does imitate art, and this was indeed the case. I really didn't believe they'd be able to bounce back on map number 3, especially after the beatdown on their mapping with Prof. They had heart, man. They never said die. And for 9Z, a hell of a nightmare. But for Magic, what a day for these 5 kids.
A fantastic team performance to lose both pistols on this map and to be so down, to have to go 8-1 towards the end of that half on the T side to make the comeback. I just want to say, like, S-Fade, has so much sauce. This guy has so much sauce, the calling that he can pull off as soon as the openings are there. And we saw in this game, the mid control for 9Z was not working out on the CT side. They had to pull out, they had to let mid be Magic's, and S-Fade used that so well. The rotations, the poking and the prodding, and then AW, I want to give him credit as well. He's kind of flew under the radar this whole tournament. The ability from this guy to get a crucial double kill spray down out of weird scenarios, insane. Remembering that he was cut from PARIVISION not so long ago, that PARIVISION's not in the playoffs, that he is, and now he's in the semis. What a fantastic story.
Yeah, how do you like him apples, right? But look, honest to God, like, this is an ancient from 9Z where when they went up against Mouz, for example, they were just destroying them towards mid. Mouz really weren't able to kind of handle the 9Z force, but here they were forced to respect Magic. They were forced to give up mid and be like, all right, we can't contest this all the time. And then, like you pointed out, Prof, the moment they're getting these opening picks, which way they weren't able to find in Mirage, but they were able to find a Dust too. They found it here in Ancient. The way they're manipulating the rotations and just calling the right side time and time again. Credit where it's due. And so, yeah, for Magic, the biggest surprise in the tournament. I thought it was going to be 9Z, the biggest surprise, but Magic right now, they've kind of won me over.
I do think it's also important to highlight the fact that in that second half, this wasn't about 9Z dropping off. Magic just found another gear and brought it to the table. That's an important one as well, because it shows that there is a bit more depth to this roster than maybe people have given them credit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just came out much more clutch in these rounds, in the 2v2s, the 3v2s towards the end. We saw Mayern being in quite a few situations, never managed to make that step up, make the difference in the rounds, while the guys on 9Z, no, I mean on Magic did. Even in the first half, I want to give credit for that, because this comeback wouldn't be possible without the recovery in the second half on the CT side. First round, S-Fade, classic in his style, makes a mid-push, gets a backstab, and then after that, Masval with back-to-back multi-kill rounds on the defense in situations where, like, it seems like 9Z has this and he just shows up with like a double or a triple kill.
Yeah, I do feel like after they had that massive lead in the first half, they felt like they were a little bit, they lifted their foot off the pedal a little bit for the side of 9Z, and credit where it's due for S-Fade to kind of punish them for it.
We now say goodbye to the South American team. James is with their coach to hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you very much, Bit, for joining us to talk through this one. I want to first start just looking at, for some of your players, it was the first time stepping onto a stage and being able to go through these emotions after an incredible group stage. I would say, like, the beginning 70% of Dust 2, we didn't see the same team shooting, firing back. It didn't seem like the same energy. What were you seeing from behind them?
Yeah, I think Dust 2, we just we played off, to be honest. When the match finished, I went to the backstage and talked to the guys about it, because we cannot play like, I think we were too calm, you know, and that's not how we play. We are always fighting, we're always trying to be proactive on the map and trying to do stuff based on the information, based on what we want to do and take initiative. And I think the first map was probably the worst we played with this team, but I think we came back stronger for the second and third map. It just didn't work.
Дэн спросил о том, что у него целых 2 игрока еще ни разу не выступали на сцене, каково им было и вообще что происходило на Dust 2. На что Бит отвечает, что они просто не принесли своей игры. Они обычно играют намного агрессивнее, намного проактивнее и стараются душить соперника первыми. Но в этот раз совершенно не получилось. Их настрой был слишком спокоен, по его мнению, в сравнении с тем, что было обычно.
Now, Mirage, obviously, done and dusted. Very quick, easy, what we expected from 9Z, especially facing Magic. But talk to me how hard it was to play against Magic when they started to come back into the game, and just the ideas that the team was having and maybe not having the right reads on the situation?
On Ansage? I think we had good reads, to be honest. Like the first 2 game rounds, we fought mid with 5 guys almost, and yeah, they just kill us. And then we tried to adapt, we tried to play a bit more passive. And yeah, in the end, we won a round playing more passive, but then we tried to aggressive again and didn't work. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I think we had good reads, but maybe we're not too sharp individually as we were in the last 3 matches. And yeah, I feel like I was very disappointed after those 2, but I think the second and third map, it was more like 9Z, and yeah, I think they also played good.
Джеймс спрашивает Бита о том, насколько легко было читать своего соперника, настолько хорошо они подготовились и понимали, что делает их оппонент. И Бит говорит о том, что у них было хорошее чтение соперника, они все прекрасно понимали. Не хватало немного индивидуального скилла. Каждый раз, когда они адаптировались к сопернику, начинали играть немного пассивнее. В общем, не получалось найти свою игру совершенно.
And lastly, I just want to see the run you guys had here, right? PARIVISION, Falcons, Mouz, huge names to take down. What will this do for you guys and the confidence going forward, rolling up into next events and the I guess, boot camp and preparation you have before you get into the major?
I mean, I can't lie. I think we missed a huge opportunity these playoffs. But I mean, I think that's just the way. We just have to think that maybe this is gonna work to get better for the major. That's when we have to pick the most. So I think it's gonna be a very good lesson as well, because maybe we can go down here, but maybe we can pick up the major, learn from here, and do better. So let's think this way, positive, and yeah, I think we are in a good path. All the wins we had here, it was not like just one way, you know. I think we have a good chance to go well in the major after this. Let's work for it.
Бит говорит, что не будет скрывать, что ему очень обидно, что они потеряли такую возможность, огромную возможность для его команды продвинуться дальше по плей-оффу и сыграть, и получить больше возможностей для того, чтобы дальше подниматься к мажору, соответственно, да, потому что совсем-совсем скоро мажор, и он надеется на то, что их нынешняя подготовка, их нынешняя форма даст им возможность дальше двигаться и, конечно же, побеждать на мажоре.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to all the 9Z fans, everyone back home?
Gracias a todos por bancar siempre. La verdad que nos quedamos bastante contentos con la campaña acá. Pasa que no se dio hoy, pero seguimos ahí trabajando bastante y que ahí adelante, la próxima vez ya se viene lo major y vamos con todo. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Bit. Sam, let's get back to you.
Obviously, you heard from Bit. 9Z now full focus on the Cologne Major. That's where they move. But on the side of Magic, full focus on the semi-finals of PGL Astana. The worst they can do is a 4th place finish here. And you have to paint the VRS picture now, because for a team like Magic, this is about to set them up to be in such a good position when the season starts next year. They're going to be high on that list. It's going to get them the invites to bigger tournaments. It's a step in the right direction if you want to move yourself up the ranking.
Yeah, I mean, there are some invites coming the start of next month, right? And they are just going to skyrocket upwards after this kind of a result. And they are obviously a team that didn't make the major, unlike 9Z, that have something to look forward to in this season for them. This is their Super Bowl. This is the biggest event that they have, maybe even this year. Who knows if they're ever going to play a game like this. Whoever they play tomorrow on the stage is just going to be a great experience.
Yeah, for sure. And especially for a lot of us, myself included, coming to this event, you look at Magic, you're prepping for this team. You're like, yeah, I've seen this guy in some of the online results when he does a lot of research and whatnot, but not a team you really expected to do much, in all honesty, Prof. No one expected him to even... I personally had them going 1-3 in
they
the
were
Swiss system.
2-0 at one point.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. 9Z was undefeated through the group stage.
Yes.
Magic was down 2 games at one point. We had written them off.
And also, and that goes to show their just the mentality, the resilience they have to go from 0-2 to 3-0 in a Swiss system. Sure, some of the opposition wasn't that great, but doesn't matter. You did your job. And then here, when it looks like it's done and dusted, you're like trailing, 10-5 or something, and you mount a comeback like that. It wasn't just fluky, gimmicky Counter-Strike. It was some solid CS being played by them. Kudos where it's due. So no matter what happens tomorrow, they should be very, very happy with what they've pulled off so far.
I think that they're going to be happy just making the playoffs. They've said that themselves. But obviously now, when you taste victory on a stage, Prof, there's some dreaming that's going to happen tonight.
Wouldn't know anything about that. Tasting victory on a stage, not something I've done.
I mean, SFade's not going to be dreaming, though. He doesn't sleep, clearly.
That's true. That's true. He takes naps, 30-minute naps. That's all he gets.
Micro sleeps.
I did love, obviously, you heard it during that exit interview, the crowd starts getting loud because MongolZ walks to the stage. You hear them cheering MongolZ. And then I was reminded of the Budapest Major, and you'll remember this with Mouz. Obviously, they had the hometown hero, but when they went up against FaZe, the crowd completely turned on Mouz. They're shouting for MongolZ, and then Karrigan gets on the stage and the chant changes, and that's something that it was very clear that the crowd was on Magic's side for this last game, but I am curious to see where they lean in a few minutes and how that's going to play out.
I mean, Nico, Monte, you have to give them at least a bit of love, when they come on the stage. I think it's going to be...
It was only Karrigan, Prof. That was what they were cheering.
It's a Karrigan effect, baby.
I mean, this is his first arena playoffs in a new green jersey. We just saw him going out earlier.
First all year as well.
Oh, that's probably true. Probably we didn't see him with FaZe in the playoffs since the Budapest Major. So everyone is excited for that prospect.
That's going to be the big one, and of course, Magic is going to be watching this very closely.
For sure.
Do you think? And I'm curious what you think when you look at Magic's play style, and then you look at these two teams. Who would they be hoping to match up against in the semifinals?
Ooh, that's a tricky question. I would say, I would actually go the way of, I know this might sound weird, I might actually go the way of Falcons.
I also think so.
Yeah, they would rather play Falcons. It's kind of like a newish team, even though it's just an IGL change, but it's a big change, right? They're switching up everything.
I mean, we don't know how Falcons will look on the stage, but previously on the stage, they could be a bit shaky. They can lose some weird rounds, and that's the kind of rounds that Magic loves to play.
Fair enough. Okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break. That is an opportunity for you to go and phone your girlfriend, phone your boyfriend, and let them know that you're not available for the rest of the day because something very important is going down and you need to be in front of your screens or here in the arena to watch it. Falcons versus Furia up next.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Cash has been back added to Counter-Strike, but will it get added to the competitive map pool? I'm be talking to some of our players here, and I've got Torzi with me. What stands out for you maybe as a moment you remember on the map from other tournaments, from other players?
I mean, I think obviously simple, and I think the other one is the rain clutch, the 105. Yeah. I think these two definitely. Also boost from Shroud, you know. Yeah. I mean, there is many good highlights from this map, and yeah, but if I have to highlight one, probably simple on the major.
I mean, for example, it was two that's coming to my mind. The first one is the typical one, that is the simple, the clutch, when he just went down heaven and he killed the last one without without scope. And for example, the finally in EM Auckland from Red, that he was playing in the forklift every single round. He was getting 3 or 4 kills each round.
Probably this map is the map that I have the most highlights on, I believe. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously the highlights with Eagle were, you know, one of my favorites of all time. And but I would probably choose. I think the one versus Titan was, you know, maybe more legendary because it was the first and it was a very, very long time ago. But I think against FaZe was actually in an important tournament on B side. So yeah, it's it brings back good memories. So hopefully I'll be able to, you know, do some deal shows again there.
I have one favorite one. It's I was playing for Razors that day, and not sure about the opponent, but it must be Fnatic.
Okay.
And if we would have won that map, we were going to the last top 8 for the quarterfinal of the major, and we beat 16-2 or 3 or something. And because you know I was like not experienced person in that time. I was like kind of like a newbie, but our like assistant coach Amiran, now he's like doing managing things for the Navi. He just said to me, bro, we can do it. You know, I was stepped down from the game because it was 1-1, and I was like, man, we had a chance. We could have been won the second map as well, and now how are we gonna win it? You know, they got the confidence and stuff. And he was like saying, bro, I know these things, like we can win still. And you know, he just approached me, talked to me like for 10 minutes. I didn't part of the team talk, and we just stepped in the server, and it was 6-3 that we won the map. And I was like, bro, you were right. And like you taught me a lot of things right now, and that's why that day and that cash game I never forget. It was in London 2018. Brilliant. It must be.
There's 2 things I remember. I remember at some point, because we're losing some cash games, people were making fun. They would call me falling in veto cash, like something like that. No. Yeah, it was actually an alliance at some point. But then also I remember when Fox from Portugal was playing with us, there was a fun clip when he was saying, give me boost in Portuguese, Portugal, instead of more of Brazilian Portuguese, and it was very funny.
First of all, I want to say they should keep graffiti. Graffiti, for simple, it's I think it's not history. It's history. It's not right. This moment and this guy hyped this game a lot, so he deserved it for sure.
I agree.
And You ask also about more highlights?
Yeah, if you've got something that stands in your mind that you remember.
Yeah, Hiko.
Oh,
Hiko with Tech 9. Nico, when he clutched on top of A side. It's like, I think Kenya's also like these wall bangs from A main for top of heaven, I guess. Also NBK spray. That's why.
So many
NBK spray.
position.
Yes. So it's it's really a lot of memories and highlights. So.
Awesome.
I love the fact that you know so many of these. That's great. Belchnok, thank you very much. And I agree with you. We should get Simple's graffiti back on the map. It's only right. So Valve, you know what to do.
Molly is good. Smoke coming down. He jumps up. Mid-air headshot. Still punished, but it had enough. Absolute destruction. 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Oh, so blind.
Very masterful.
Shout out.
Oh, so blind. Everyone's been blind. Oh, he's blind again. Zelex with the swing. And he's on for the ace. Zelex just gets mopped up straight away as he rounds the corner. This is an Aurora round. Defuse attempted.
Oh, wait.
JL with the cover.
But they line right up.
JL scrapping and Torshi looking down the barrel of this all. Oh, that's a lovely flick. Torshi, why stop there? Some Pius is living on borrowed time, and that time's expired. Another 4K from Torshi.
And it might get worse. Oh. Yes, it will. Now Modesty looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name.
Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. There's 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
Ugly spray for Tesses. One more where that came from, but is it too late? Apparently not.
Kiyasuke's kept the dream alive, and now a chance of that plant. Kiyasuke just staying gun on. Delayed plant for Monacy.
Easily done. The double or post plant. 2v5. 4K from Kiyasuke.
Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh! Come on!
Oh!
There's still time, Fallen! Oh, you can just cancel it. Molodoy deep. Oh, he hit. Boy! It'll have to be Yuri to try to clutch out 1v2. X-Floud's hands busy. Yuri opts not to jump out through the window immediately. But this is 52 health for Nilo, and he is sitting back by bench now. Yuri's got to figure out where he's at. Oh! Oh, he's messed it up! Yuri!
No!
The time is a big problem. 10 seconds left. 1 kill in the right place.
That's it!
And you could win this!
Donk is just out in the open, looking for duels as he does, and that is why. The bomb has been picked back up, but we can see the damage that's been done on all the Furia players.
Dude.
Clean up on the bomb site.
The way he's just out here swinging. K27 could still deal with this if not for Donk.
Ah, nice distraction. Offers up the Molodoy blindside.
Nice shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up. Oh, no.
Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov.
And Notta is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round. He looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position.
third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's playing up by the church position, very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Molotov will force Fade out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW's doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 as AWP.
So it'll be sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that?
He can be the insurance policy. Tenzi's Fade kills a piece. It's now all on Tenzi. Time is ticking here though. 5 seconds, they've got to get this kill, and Tenzi's going to get 2. Oh my god, heroic. How have you let that slip?
Footsteps heard by G2, and you're not mistaking the sound of Nerds picked up without a kill, and a chase for JL finds Hunter back in the spawn. Matt is playing through the smoke, needs his hero moment, wrestles with the oh, Mattis knocks him down.
Oh, hidden away in key angle here.
Not going to get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close. He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back. No way! Wakadia! Oh, they just got it! Oh, no! Wakadia! Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the AWP here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long. Gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse, Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
Some of the other maps.
Hello.
Oh, that's a knife for Wakadia.
Like that.
I've got Korn here with me from Fisher College, Nilo from Heroic. I've got Falcons, Monte with me here. We're going to be looking at Inferno. So 3 things are not correct on this image. What could it be?
Usually a triple box, and there is no bench where a triple box is.
There's a bench and there's missing the new box.
Triple. Move it back.
Oh, this is a tough one.
In pool, the sandbags is not there.
Oh, the sandbag in by water on the right side in the corner.
Yep, so where would it normally be, right? It would be...
like back towards banana?
No, so this sandbag here, right? Where would it normally be? What position is that? Because it is there on the map, but it's been moved.
It's not default, is it? No, it's... Is that on this site?
Inferno, pool, remove instant. And, salam alaikum. Oh, this thing on top of first box, this, you know, small, not barrel, how you call it, kushinmen, no? This, you see, on first box, no? This small thing.
Oh, you mean the wall?
Yeah, no. How you call this? On top of first box, it shouldn't be there, no?
No, that should be there.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm not a pro player, but I'm pretty sure I got the answers in front of me.
Okay.
You're gonna kick yourself at this one.
To have a hint?
Think of like walking into the bomb site.
Walking into the bomb site.
No, triple is there, fountain is all right, second box is good.
Something is different. Don't just think about removing stuff.
Ruins, right?
Nope.
No, I like it.
Dude, you're gonna kick yourself when you get
Pillar.
there. No.
Where you should enter the site, there's no like the wall ends of it.
Yeah, there's no like steps up into it, right?
Ah, there's no stairs. I see, yeah.
Pillar on darkest there. First box is too wide, no?
It's not. You're thinking too wide. You're close. You're close.
I'm idiot. Okay, the wall on.
Yeah. How easy is that? And you just completely ignored it the whole time.
Yeah, but I thought it's gonna be harder. I'm not looking for easy ways.
Yeah, you just want the hard shot all the time, the difficult one.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Two of the greatest to ever grace the game. They have created memories for us for the last few years, memories that for many of us will never be forgotten. And now they go head to head. The Professor versus the GOAT. And behind them, two of the best AWPers we currently have, rifling talent in bucket loads. And a whole new way of facing off. It's hard to believe it is the twilight years for both of these players. Hell, one of them has told us at the end of this year he is done. And yet here they are, still rising to the occasion. Here they are, still being the top of the conversation. It is time to find out if the Falcons will soar or the Panthers will pounce. Furia, Falcons in this quarterfinal. It should be a grand final because damn, the names in the server demand it. Prof, Blair, Karrigan and Fallen. There is so much to say about both of them, and this is not the first time they've faced off. They have done this a multitude of times on numerous stages around the world. For them, it's another day in the office. For every single person here in Astana, it is one of those magic moments that I spoke about earlier.
I mean, two extremely storied individuals, right? And I feel like, as you alluded to right there, Sam, like, it is a twilight years of both these two guys. Fallen has said, well, he said it so far. We don't know if it's going to happen. It's going to be his final year in a competitive setting, so to speak. And for Karrigan as well, while he hasn't announced any retirement, it does feel like this Falcons run is going to be his final, so to speak. So just looking at this, like both of these guys, the first recorded match 2005. They've been playing before half this audience here were even born. Majors, won multitude of lands, MVPs, stars in their own rights once upon a time. I mean, what more can you say about these two guys?
I mean, no, nothing really. Like, they are just fantastic, and having the opportunity to see them on a stage is always a delight, regardless of where the teams are. And realistically, these teams are right now in a pretty good spot. They're not Vitality, they're not winning every tournament, but they're definitely at any point a contender for a title, especially if the big dogs are not here. So for me, this is a game about like how good are Falcons already, and how much has Karrigan given them of his DNA.
It's so difficult for me because I'm obviously a huge fan of both of these players, and I've always been fans of the way that they IGL. PGL Astana last year was the moment where it became clear that Fallen was back and Furia was rising up, right? They came on the stage with this young unknown AWPer. We all laughed about the MongolZ signing, and then the breakout happened and they went on to become favorites throughout last year. Now, it's so funny that this mirror has occurred because here is Karrigan away from his beloved phase. None of us thought that would ever happen. Back with a lineup where we're all going, is this going to work? Is this what Falcons needs? And it's a very similar position that Furia found themselves in last year. So I'm curious to see, because in the last while, Furia has had that little bit of a drop-off. So it may be time for them to hand over.
I mean, you did a great comparison. Both gambles in their own rights. Bringing in MongolZ, bringing in Yakinda, Furia going international. We saw how well that worked. On the other hand, now with Kerrigan coming in, we saw this Falcons kind of run its course. And Nico even spoke about it in the latest interview. And one thing that I really liked is he noted that we knew this is not getting any better, and we know that this roster gives us better chances at the major. That is, though, in about 3 weeks' time. I think for people to expect them here to win this tournament, and also that they're considered favorites in this match, I think that's crazy. 24 days together versus 388 from Furia. The amount, the depth that Furia has, and how shallow Falcons' map pool and its gameplay is, it's a crazy comparison.
I feel for me, just about Kerrigan coming back in, right? Everyone remembers Boston, everyone remembers the heartbreak for Kerrigan and Nico together. And guess what? After that, Kerrigan went into the wilderness, went into Mouz, found a couple of places, you might have heard of them, found a Robs, found a Frozen here and there, comes back into phase, wins a major. Nico yet to find a major. He's looking for that special bullshit that Kerrigan brings to a team to get that could get him that major, and this event is the first step. That's why the belief is there, because of that man, that is Kerrigan.
So before we focus on Kerrigan, because obviously from this point of view, we've only seen a very small sample size of what he does with Falcons. How has Furia matched up to this Falcons lineup in the last few months?
Oh, the last few months, not so great. Not so great. They had their number last year, and last year Falcons went 4-0 in series against Falcons, including a big grand final in Hong Kong. But this year, not so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Furia, this year has been kind of a disappointment. We saw MongolZ really tapering off, and the questions are being asked. Maybe that was a bit of a fluke here from him. We've had some struggles from some of the individuals as well. Yakinda comes to mind, Yuri comes to mind. And for Falcons, again, you got to remember, this team, they have really looked good, I mean, overall this year, if not for a certain team called Vitality, who, by the way, they also beat them multiple times, right? So it has been kind of like tables being turned, but I feel like at this particular event, it's exciting for me because firstly, Kerrigan coming in, which I touched upon, but also we're seeing the turnaround happen from MongolZ finally finding himself as well on home soil, finding Yakinda popping off as well, and yeah, just all the individuals kind of coming together when with Kerrigan at the helm right now.
So obviously here we see the superstars that is Team Falcons. We call this a super team because it is big name after big name after big name, and we'll get into the man in the middle there. I think Manasi, I think here at PGL Astana, he looks revived. He looks to be far more confident than what we've seen in the server from him recently. Yeah, I mean, I think he kind of flew under the radar this year because his IM Rio, which ended up just being a third place finish for Falcons, that's one of the best tournaments anyone had in this whole year. That's comparing to ZywOo, comparing to Donk, right? That was a 1.48 rating. Only ZywOo has one better, Donk has one better. Other than that, no one else touched that. And I think Monacy has really ramping up. Maybe the first two events of the year weren't super hot, but we see now 1.35 rating. That is the super elite mega star type of performance from Monacy that we come to expect.
Oh, absolutely. Like, even despite some of the slight struggles that Falcons have had this year, the thing is, he has been kind of the backbone, the guy stepping up. But the guy you see the screen over here, you can hear the crowd as well behind you, Sam. MongolZ coming back into form, and it has been superlative, right? Like eclipsing Monacy, eclipsing everyone not called Donk, 1.47 rating, and he has been, it's just so beautiful to see him coming back and playing the way he is right now. And what better than here in Astana?
I mean, that's the thing for me. If MongolZ hasn't been playing like this in Astana, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Falcons are the favorite. But he's back to his highest level, maybe the best level he's ever had at a tournament so far. And with that being said, I'm like, okay, Furia has the depth behind them to give them the win. Does Falcons have the same? I'm not sure. And the motivation is huge. We saw him on stage in the quarterfinals last year, how he dominated against Aurora. Later on, it fell off, and Furia weren't able to make the deepest run. But for their first tournament, that was amazing. And now he's coming back a year later, a year more experienced, Rookie of the Year of 2025. I think he has it here. So I'm going to take a comment that was made by one of our other analysts, and he's not here to defend it, but you can jump in and share your thoughts. Maui mentioned that he thinks MongolZ struggles under pressure. So we obviously saw in PGL Astana last year, there was very little expectation on him because for the most part, everyone believed it was a little bit of a silly signing, and he popped off. He then rose, Furia looked incredible. But now as the pressure's mounted through the start of this year,
the Budapest major comes to mind as well. It feels like he's fallen off somewhat, and I think that was what Maui's talking about. In this particular setting, I would argue the pressure is definitely more on Furia than Falcons because they are that established lineup. Do you agree with Maui? Do you think that the pressure is getting to this young player?
This is my. I think pressure affects everyone. No one is immune to pressure. However many new players we got, and they would come and say like, "Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just another game. We're playing on the stage." That's not real. It's just like how much is it going to affect you, and how can you mitigate that pressure and still perform? I think. Yeah, he had some bad games on the playoffs. He had some bad important games, but also he had some really good ones.
Yes.
I think what is more necessary for him is the game style, the gameplay, and trying to find what he adds to this team. Because when he came in, he was a loose cannon. He could do whatever he wanted. It didn't really matter. Everything was kind of set up around him. But then the more he tried to be like the polished operator that can also support, that can play off of his teammate, that can help his teammates, then the drop-off started to being more apparent. And I think it's hard. It's not something you just get overnight. And he's kind of back to doing the crazy stuff while being a team player to a decent degree. Because you don't need to do everything.
I think that's the evolution of a player. Again, you got to remember how young this player is, right? And also, he's been in a tier 1 scene. He was a complete unknown a year back. Now it's been a full year. And I agree with you, Prof. I feel like he is starting to shape up into what he could really be, find his potential. I think in the interview as well, I think Yakinder and MongolZ, one of them did mention how when the pressure was on, but because of how he was struggling a little bit, he was trying to do a little bit too much, right? I think Fallen was like, listen, you don't have to do too much. You just have to play with the team, but also when you want to go for these shots, just go for it. And I feel like he's finally finding his stride right now. And you can even say the same for the other players on his team as well. Look at Yakinder, for example, right? Like he was struggling quite a bit this season thus far. He's also kind of finding his form at the moment. And I think obviously it's going to be overshadowed by Monte and by MongolZ. But for me, Yakinder, this is his best events thus far all season, right? And most impressive to me is those ridiculous T-side stats. 38% opening attempts at a 44% success. That's art-esque numbers, except with a much better success rate.
Yeah, I mean, and then you put it to the side of Falcons, who's taking the most opening duels. It's Kerrigan. His opening success rate is 25% on the T side.
Yes.
It's a completely different, I would say, structure of a team.
Yes.
Because the IGL Fallen, he's more supportive, throwing flashes, late rounding and lurking, while Kerrigan is the guy who's like, I'm going to be going in first and setting up Yosuke, who is then another X factor in this team. Like, can he activate him to a level that was promised? He was supposed to be the rookie of last year. MongolZ came in and out of nowhere, swept that away. How will he be on the stage?
So let's focus in on that, though. I mean, if we take a look at Kioske and what he's been able to do, there has been a level of disappointment, I presume, from Falcons fans with how he has performed?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to talk about playoffs, struggles from MongolZ, I mean, Kiosuke is the obvious one. Prof, brought up this particular stat as well. I think the numbers paint the picture. He's been under the Falcons jersey for quite a while right now, a multitude of playoff appearances, and the fall-off right there is massive.
I mean, no one else in this team fall-offs this much, and it's interesting because it's even when he plays against the best teams, but in the group stage, he's pretty solid. 115 rating, even against the top 5, top 10 opposition. It's just when the stage lights are on him, it's not the same player. He's not going for the same amount of opening kills. He kind of shies away from them. His success is lower, and that's a part of the game that Falcons really lacked in some of these playoffs games, when it would be him and Kiksan trying to go for this map control, but I felt like no one really had the belief in themselves to go for it and commit and win the opening duel.
But this is something we've actually seen switch up a little bit in the group stages, right? One thing Prof pointed out as well, Kerrigan going for those opening deals. You look at Mirage towards mid, it's going to be Kerrigan and him working together in tandem. So maybe this is the pairing that's going to work.
I know we're going back to the pressure conversation, but I do think it fits here as well. Before Falcons signed this player, when the rumors were starting to filter around that there was going to be this massive signing and all this money was going to change hands, next donk,
yeah.
next donk. That was what everyone was saying. He then comes into Falcons, next donk. And I remember, I watched the desks. I was on some of them. We were demanding this level from this young player immediately. In Falcons, with these superstars around him. And then when it didn't happen, he actually wasn't playing badly.
No.
For any other player, we would have gone, damn, that's impressive in your rookie year. But we all went, not next donk, not next donk. And I did worry about him for a while. I feel like in these group stages, what we've seen is when you have a personality and a name and a star like Kerrigan, who is now leading you, there seems to be a little spark in Kioske, and I wonder if that's what he needed, is someone bigger, someone stronger who can shut the noise down.
I think you hit a nail on the head right there, because I want to harken back to an interview given by Zonic on HLTV where he pointed out, I want to hand the reign over to Carrigan, and one very important point he made there was the reason why they needed someone like Carrigan. I think Nico's mentioned as well, there was no other option apart from Carrigan, because he commands respect. He doesn't demand it, he doesn't ask for it, he commands respect. So someone, you know, someone like Nico, legendary rifler, someone like Monte, even someone like Kyosu is young and fiery and all of that. When Carrigan says, listen, this is what we're going to do because I believe in this, I think everyone's on 100%. I think that's a difference maker here.
I also was watching back the vlogs from Rio and seeing, you know, obviously not everything is there, but one thing you see in some of these, after these losses in the team talks, no one is taking responsibility. Not even Zonic. It's like, hey guys, we should have done it this way. We need to be doing this, but who needs to be doing this? Who's going to say, like, I messed up, you need to do this? Direct with the communication and direct with the feedback. It's like, okay, you are not doing this good enough. You need to improve. And this is not going to fly with Kerrigan. Kerrigan is going to come in. First of all, he's going to take a lot of responsibility from the outside. He's kind of the lightning rod for all of the comments. It's not going to be about Monacy, about Nico, about Kyosuke. It's going to be about, is Kerrigan good enough? Does he suck? Can he not frag? Are his T-sides bad? Did he betray FaZe? Everything is about him, and then everyone else is shielded to just play the game. And that's why I believe in this roster change. I'm not saying they're going to win the next major, not even any major maybe, but I do think it was a good move for this specific lineup that has so much pressure on it.
I think it's also important to preface this by saying I don't think Kicksam was a bad player. I don't think Kicksam was a bad IGL. I actually think there's a lot of top teams who could probably benefit from him. I think this was a situation outside of the server. It's a situation about noise. It's a situation about celebrity, whether we like it or not. And now you've got someone who is so much bigger than the stage, and he's leading you. That's what a super team needs at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ixon was very, very serviceable, but with the wrong pieces, I guess. Or maybe you can flip it around as well. But for the style that Falcons like to play, looking at the individuals and their ability to multi-frag and their ability to, and their maybe sometimes a little bit of overconfidence as well, that's where I felt like Ixon really struggled reining them in. Carrigan's going to rein them in, but not just rein them in, he's going to hone them, give that control, aggression coming, because that's where he excels at. Look at FaZe, look at the run he had back in 2022, 2023. That is where he specializes in, and now he's got the right tools to work with.
On the other side, though, very different styles of leadership, right? The way we talk about Kerrigan, he's almost like the boss, right? And the big famous boss. Whereas on the other side, I kind of feel like Fallen's like the dad. And he himself has made this comparison. He said Molodoy is the son he hasn't had yet. So there you go. He's done that. But it is a bit more of a fatherly figure that's kind of allowing these young players to rise up. Has said, I'm going to retire at the end of the year. He's going, hey, I'm giving you all this time to figure it out. I will be here. I will help you through to the next steps. You know that he's getting involved in who's taking over and how this is going to look. It's a very different style. And at the moment, I'm a bit worried that maybe it's not working for Furia because of this fall-off that we've seen from them.
I mean, it's the situation that they are in is a tricky one. It is nice that they have this lead-up time to figuring out, okay, how we want to do this. But it also puts them in this awkward position. It's like, okay, maybe when are we going to look for an IGL? Is it going to be inside the team? It's already thinking a bit too much forward instead of focusing on the now. We know that Yakindar has the IGL in the past. We know that when he came into this team, he took over a lot of the calling, a lot of the mid-rounding, and Fallen was super happy to do that. And that was necessary. That definitely improved this team. K27 is not that guy that's going to be super active and manipulate rotations and help people be like, okay, let's do this. They put Yakindar in that role in the rotation spots, and it worked really well. But it did put some pressure, but I think they're, after a few tournaments now, just realizing, okay, we need to play out the rest of the year, and then we'll see what happens.
And I think speaking of the pieces as well, Sam, like you've touched upon all the star players and all of that, I think one weakness of one of the fangs of Furia, as Machine and Sponge so eloquently put it so many years ago, K27 and Yuri. Yuri's drop-off this year has been quite drastic, right? If you look at his results last year, out of 18 events, he had 16 events with a 1+ rating. This year, out of 8 events, he has 1 event with 1+ rating, which was his hometown in Rio. Apart from that, his numbers have just been, well, not abysmal, but way lacking by standards.
Yeah.
Very underwhelming.
Why do you think that's happened?
I don't know. I
really don't know, honestly.
The eye test, it just looks bad. Like in some of the situations, he feels like caught off guard. The aim is not on point. He's not doing the worst plays ever, but it's just not the same thing that he brought last year, where he was the difference maker from these anchoring spots. And that being said, he's not playing the hardest spots on the map. Oftentimes that is Fallen, who has also proved extremely serviceable for what I expected of Fallen on a rifle.
It's honestly sometimes when you're watching that game, if you remove the name tag Yuri, you're like, oh, this is probably like a tier 2 anchor playing here, because of so many silly mistakes. Even his aim, like at one point, so reliable. Like there were times when he would just take over the game alongside Kyosuke, right? So yeah, it's a big question mark, and if they don't address it today, it's going to be rough for them.
This is my favorite part of any event. It's this moment where we get to see our two teams take it to the stage. You can hear the crowd behind me. They are ready. So is Banks.
How we doing, Astana? Now, I know this is a special one for you all, and I know it's the game you are waiting for. But let me just check that you guys are ready to be loud and get crazy. Make some noise! For our first team taking to the stage, they're a team that came together in Astana. They added MongolZ, your hero, the local boy living his dream. Since then, he's lifted trophies, he's claimed MVPs, and right now, he wants to deliver the very best performance he can to inspire more of you, young and old, and show up in his country, inside his arena, backed up by some of the most experienced and gifted players we have in the game. So please, make some noise for Furia! Right now is electric. But despite being the fan favorite in this arena, the Falcons are looking to take flight with their new in-game leader. This is a player they brought in to bring the difference for them, to make amends for the mistakes they have made time and time again on the stage. This is a team that are not looking for one more superstar. They were looking for a leader to bring them these trophies. Make some noise for Falcons! Fallen, come join us up here. Well, they might be chanting Furia, but I've got Carrigan with me to start this one off. And for you, Carrigan, first arena since Budapest. I know this is where you love to be. How much have you missed this?
A lot. Just looking forward to play today. Furia is a great team, and it's just like being in Brazil, so just looking forward to play this game.
Керриган говорит, что он очень сильно скучал о том, чтобы выступать на ланах, на аренах. И, конечно же, замечательный соперник в виде Фоуна украсит этот вечер.
Now, you did get through the groups. You made it to the playoff stage. And that is where you are supposed to do your best work for this team. How are you going to enable your players with some focus around Kioski and what he can do here? What's going to change from the old Falcons to what we've got with you at the helm?
I think that's the question we will see today, right? Just looking forward to play. New system, we're going to be challenged against a great team. So just looking forward to see how my players performing, and it's a hostile environment. So I'm just looking forward to make them a little bit quiet today.
Джеймс спрашивает, что изменится в команде с приходом Керригана. И Керриган говорит, просто давайте увидим, давайте посмотрим все сейчас, сегодня, в этом матче, особенно учитывая, что соперник шикарный.
Fallen! This seems like an arena that is built for you guys to have success. But normally, when we were in Astana last year, MongolZ kept coming for the interviews. This time he said no. How focused, how locked in is he?
Hello, Astana, K27. MongolZ is very focused. Yeah, we're happy to have him on the team. It's been 1 year now. First time we played with MongolZ was here in Astana. So it's great to be back. And yeah, he's locked in. We have good expectations that he can play good. And I know you guys have his back and we have his back as well. So let's hope for the best today.
Джеймс спросил о том, какое состояние у молодого сейчас. И Фолн говорит, что мы первый раз играли с молодым на арене именно здесь, в Астане, год назад. И получилось шикарно, но в этом году будет намного-намного лучше и намного-намного жестче. Так что молодой в зоне.
Now, Fallen, you have a lot of experience at tournaments with this 5 players, this team. You know what to do. You have the backup plans as well. How much of an advantage does that give you when it gets deeper into the games against the Falcons? Is that what can give you the edge?
Honestly, when we're playing against teams like Falcons and every other top team, Kerrigan here, how many times we have been together playing on stage, everything's going to come up to the details. Who's going to be able to perform better on the day? So it doesn't really matter if we're playing for longer or not. They have a good team, they have a good leader, and we respect that. But when it comes to the game, we just got to come up and play the best we can. And if we do everything we have to do, we can be the winners.
Джеймс спрашивает, за счет чего вы сегодня будете побеждать, и Фоллен говорит, что все, конечно же, в маленьких деталях, и все будет решаться в миллисекундах буквально, потому что уровень игры на Тир-1 КС всегда очень-очень высок, особенно учитывая, что они играют против одной из сильнейших команд с отличнейшим ИГЛом.
Guys, thank you very much. Shake hands, take your seats. Get ready for our last quarter-final. Now, I think it's pretty obvious where we're going to go with this one. But who here is cheering for Furia?
Дайте шуму, кто болеет за Falcons! Nice.
Okay, I think we know which way that's going, but you can do this in your arena.
Ребят, вы понимаете, что сейчас весь мир смотрит на вас, на Казахстан, на Астану, на вас как зрителей. Мы должны показать им всем, что мы любим Counter-Strike. Дайте шуму!
Okay, Astana, this is your last game of the day. We need all your energy for these teams as they put on one great show. So I have one question for all of you. Are you ready?
To of the best IGLs of our generation, some of the best players on that stage. Just so many stories. Nico, Manesi hoping that this is their chance. This is their first step towards lifting a major trophy. Fallen, I'm sure, hoping this is his chance to take the team one more time to those trophies. That's all in the back of their mind. They've got to lift this one now.
Oh, they absolutely have to lift this one. And listen, man, as someone who's been a fan of Counter-Strike for so long, like, even if you're a new viewer, cherish this game. You're not going to see have an opportunity to watch Fallen go up against Karrigan that many more times, and this game is going to be special for me.
I mean, just seeing the two of them on the stage, the respect between them, it feels sometimes like empty platitudes between players, but like when the two of them are talking, just saying, you know, it doesn't matter if they're together 10 days or 10 years. We know how good these two teams are, and it's just about showing it on the server. Let's see how the veto goes. Mirage pick from Falcons,
Furia. I'm actually surprised. I thought Falcons would go with the Mirage pick. That's a bit of a curveball being thrown in. I thought Furia would probably go with Inferno, in all honesty. So for Falcons, today, they did get smacked.
Maybe it was a mistake. We just saw that the veto disappeared. So let's
How do you think it will go? We'll see this in a little bit. Let's just discuss now how we think the veto is going to go
Ancient
down.
banned by Furia, Overpass banned by Falcons, and that means for Furia they're like going for Overpass, right?
Yeah.
With that taken out of the equation, it should be Inferno coming in. Bit of a tech issue early on. This should be sorted out hopefully soon. All good.
I mean, I think it's interesting just to note on that. Those are the two maps that, you know, permaban of Furia's Ancient is probably best Falcons map, and then permaban of Falcons Overpass probably best Furia map, at least.
That makes sense. That makes way more sense. Falcons with a Mirage pick. I'm zooming. Okay, Furia with Inferno. Not too much of a curveball.
Furia's on
Sorry, that's actually New getting picked. Not too much of a curveball actually for the side of Furia. They did play it a couple of times so far this event. They destroyed Monte on it early in the tournament as well. And Duster is a decider. Yeah, that's a 50-50 map right there.
Yeah, this makes sense. This is honestly the only thing was what Furia will pick. Would it go towards Inferno or towards Nuke? And whatever wasn't going to be picked then it was going to be probably banned by Falcons. And obviously Anubis neither team likes too much, so it was going to be kind of a game of chicken. Who's going to be removing that? Dust 2, I think, is kind of like a handshake towards the end.
Yes.
Yeah, trying to make Falcons a bit uncomfortable. I think their nuke didn't look super crazy so far, but they only played it once or twice at this tournament.
Yeah, it was against 9Z where they had a pretty solid lead and completely, you know, kind of crumbled over
evaporated.
there. Yeah, evaporated. Look, Mirage is going to be very interesting, right? Because Falcons, this Mirage, we saw them go up against the MongolZ, right? We talked a couple of cool things, Prof. We saw Kyosuke and Karrigan working hand in hand in tandem. You know, the father figure leading in the way. He's like, I go in, you kill everyone else. And that made Kyosuke look really, really good. And also, you can't forget, you know, Monte, he can really pop off here.
We've seen Falcons, but I mean, what are we expecting from Furia on this map?
Honestly, I expect this guy to pop off. Yeah. This is going to be one of those games where people say like, oh, let's remove Mirage, are going to be, you know, eating their words, because Mirage in an arena playoff with players like this, all fraggers along, I mean, maybe Karrigan not, but, you know, rest of them can pop off, and they will pop off. Kyosuke on short on CT side, that's one of his better maps, better positions. Yeah, he can overpeak. Yeah, he can overextend, but sometimes in arenas you should do that.
Yes.
Sometimes you need to go with the flow and just commit to the bit. One thing that's interesting, we didn't speak about this player, Tessus. Now with Karrigan coming in, he's getting some, on paper, better CT positions, but it hasn't really shown in his performances this tournament. He's now moved from B to A side on Mirage, right? And it's going to take some time. He's been a guy that literally did everything and anything on this map, and every time on this team, every time there's a roster change, he's just going to get moved around. And it's not easy to deal with that.
And it's also something Karrigan mentioned in an interview as well, where he said Tessus is a captain's player, right? He's super underrated. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play out as well. For me, the big question mark, Prof, it's going to be obviously Yuri, right? He's going to be the A anchor over there, and he's been having a nightmare of a season, nightmare of a tournament as well. So he's definitely going to be a bit of a question mark, I guess, for this Furia defense.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what happened on his New Year celebration, but whatever he did, never repeated. Before that, it was really good. Into this year, not so much. And yeah, I mean, we saw an interesting Mirage earlier today. I think this game is going to be nothing like that. Definitely the T side from Falcons is going to be Karrigan going for a lot of moves with Kyosuke following him up, and so far it has been better. I still want to see more from Kyosuke, not just from on the playoffs, but in general. His decision making sometimes lets him down.
I do want to give a little bit of context, because if you're at home and you're listening to the crowd, you have to understand that we joke about MongolZ being Fallen's adopted son, but actually He is the son of Kazakhstan, right? Everyone here loves him. He's on billboards. When you drive down the road, they've got him on billboards. He is beloved. So of course, whoever he is playing against will not be a fan favorite.
It is kind of funny though, because obviously you have someone like Monte and Karrigan. In any arena you go around the world, people are going to be obviously cheering for them. But considering how one-sided this is kind of crazy. I agree with the Karrigan. It does feel like Furia are playing on home soil here, and there's a very clear villain for the crowd.
Their second home. Let's give it to them. Second home.
I mean, MongolZ is there, and it is crazy because obviously there's a lot of fans of Kyosuke, of Monte, of Nico, but in this specific matchup, that doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. Outside, when they lose, everyone's going to want Monte signatures, but right now, they want nothing good for him.
It's very true. All right. You know what? We've got 2 of the best IGLs. We've got 2 of the best showmen on that stage, and we have 10 of the best players in the world in the server. We don't know who's going to win, but we do know we're about to have a damn good time.
Tonight we find a tournament favorite. Falcons with a new captain looking to make a run to the grand final. Karrigan here to attempt to break the mold. On the other side, MongolZ, a year on from his first tournament in this very team, a year older, a year wiser, looking to put on a show in front of his home country. It's time to find out who's going to that grand final.
Yeah, they got the late night slot, the prime time, right? This is the match that everyone's come to see. MongolZ back on this stage. The arena is packed out right now. This is kind of the birthplace of MongolZ, right? In more ways than one, twice over. Was here on the stage last year. He made his debut, and what a splash it was. Heard the desk talking about it, but this guy is famed all across the country. You can't go anywhere without seeing photos of MongolZ. Everyone knows who he is, and this is him a year on, meant to show how far he's come, how much he's growing. They've got one hell of a test to start things off.
Yeah, Falcons are used to being maybe the home team in this part of the world, but not today. MongolZ on this very stage, looking to make up for last year, looking to make a run all the way. Magic waits in the semis, but first we've got a quarterfinal. Astana, who will fall short of their goals? Let's find out.
Exciting map pull throughout the entire series. Starting things off here on Mirage. A big question about who hits the ground running in this pistol round. The momentum feels like it's worth a lot, especially when you're competing against the crowd like the Falcons. The clear favorite here, Yakindar. Spotting players on the cross. It's the eyes set on this A play for the Falcons.
Overwhelming. Fallen hiding out in plain sight. He takes 2 with him, and Yakindar gets pushed back. Kyosuke doesn't let him escape. 2v2 for the Falcons, but the bomb not down. This is the firepower of Falcons up against the fangs of Furia, MongolZ and K27.
He's dead at the first turn. Kyosuke, explosive start to the pistol, leaves it just on K27, but no stranger to clutches. 1v2 required as he makes his way up through the connector. Post plant's already taken for the Falcons. Serato's creeping in.
Not much of a crossfire, he can isolate.
Element of surprise gone, but he gets his and knows the whereabouts of Kyosuke out towards the spawn.
Surely not.
Who's being held. Kyosuke gives him the fight and rips heads off. That's the start from the young gun you want.
No, he knows he has a crowd on his side. He knows they're not giving that one away, but Kyosuke will not fall for it on the fake. Tap on the bomb, it's a stick, and Kyosuke comes in with 4 kills in this pistol. Firepower. Questions of players who have crumbled on stages, teams who have crumbled in playoffs. And there are questions to be answered tonight, Kyosuke being one of them. That's a big round to kick off this quarterfinal. And MongolZ on this CT side is something we're all going to be waiting to see. It may be Falcons' map pick, but even as Prof said on that desk, don't want to eat your words. This guy with the AWP on CT Mirage is one of the best in the world.
Karrigan getting the better K27. That's an opener you'll take all damn day if you're the Falcons. The play in the downtime as that's where Falcons look to lay their claim in this anti-force. Another kill out of Karrigan, and big problems here for Furia. They've got their captain, but he's up against overwhelming odds, getting surrounded. Falcons on all sides of him and nowhere left to run for Fallen. This one looking to get cleaned up. It's just Yuri.
Love how Kiyasuki plays that fight, never oversteps, never gets closer, round the corner into a 5-7. He forces his opponent to come to him. All the while, Falcons whittle away at that B hold. Nice double entry for Karrigan in middle. All in all, Falcons happy with how this game started off. Clutch and a pistol, a clean conversion. Only one gun saved for Furia.
Okay, you know, I think we're all homing in on the MongolZ homecoming story, right? The idea returning to the place where the journey all started. This version of Furia began. First international event, first outing on the stage for MongolZ. But as the Brazilians in his team will tell him, winning on home soil, sometimes not all it's cracked up to be. A feat that has eluded the Brazilian core for Furia, that Fallen will never have the chance to do again.
Yeah, I mean, lost for Fallen in 21 years of active play, and semi-finals, grand finals, no trophies on home soil. MongolZ couldn't help Fallen get there. Maybe Fallen will try and give his young prodigy a shot here in Astana.
Investment here. Furia putting money in around that safe gun. You got a rifle on your Kindar.
It's the Fallen effect. He's always willing to throw weapons over. Are they getting out of there? Falcons hedging their bets on this B site. And unfortunately for Furia, only this USP here, but Furia are moving quick. Yuri's already in position, Yakinda's about to be. This is Falcons running into a stack. This could go very wrong indeed.
There's certainly a chance to complicate the early game. Rifles here, pistols to back them up. MongolZ goes to take first contact on that jump check and gets deleted. Fallen doesn't last long either. That's going to beckon them into the stack. Okay. The rest of Furia here, so the job far from done.
It's on.
Good turnaround for Yuri, but not able to complete it. It's the Karrigan lurk that's doing big damage. Yakindar's got to run away.
That's a reasonable save here. You're going to give Fallen a weapon, at least in that next round. Give yourself the best chance in the fall buy. Can't say that wasn't winnable there. Lots of damage done, pressure put on. Falcons still get that bomb plant. That should confirm it. Karrigan already coming in with very high impact. Let's be real here. He's not exactly a star player in this Falcons team, brought in for other reasons. And we've, to be honest, seen some really poor maps for him individually, even when Falcons have come out with the win. Right now, 2 massive double kills early in this game has put Falcons in the right direction.
I mean, if you think Karrigan's here to get kills, you have a serious misunderstanding of his role in this squad. It's emblazoned with star power. And so Karrigan finding impact is just a nice little X factor for the Falcons squad. And you look at that firepower trio, been a phenomenal tournament for the 3 big names in the Falcons jersey, right? Monte with some electric games on the AWP. That 9Z loss seeming to really light a fire under the Falcons back in the group stages. And it has been a tremendous tournament. Nico hitting like his old self. Kiyasuki finding his footing in a big way. Also a hot start here in the playoffs. That's been a real talking point around the Falcons. Here's the gun round though for Furia. MongolZ AWP will make an appearance. I think you want it to hit the ground running now more than ever. Start out towards the apartments. It's been a real obsession of the Falcons. Has this B-bomb site there for that AWP to find?
Yes, the last place you'd expect the AWP to start in the first gun round, but Falcons want nothing to do with it. So for now, MongolZ is just getting his time wasted. We'll see if that comes into play later in the round. Nico's still patrolling upper B. Karrigan willing to, like Apex, just run out top mid behind the boxes every round of this T side. Establish that mid control in a high-risk position. Gonna move in as well. Gotta watch out on this fight. Nice check for Tesses. Fallen felled. Karrigan followed up onto, and it's Falcons pulling the bomb back top mid. Wait.
No way.
How?
Yuri does a great job to get out with that kill there. Tesses has just put it together but unable to complete.
I'm not sure, but right now Falcons are far from committed. This is still Karrigan pulling some strings from the back. Puppet Master putting Falcons in their place. Only MongolZ sits on this B site.
And he's up against the entire firepower trio of the Falcons. Millions of dollars worth of investment up against MongolZ. First shot lands in this alone, but not for long, because Yuri's making his way over. Reinforcements on their way. Time running low. Monte hits his, but MongolZ puts up the wall. Finally going to get dealt with. Nico drags them into a clutch. Don't count Nico out of this. He's had a hot hand across all of Astana. Yuri slow on the approach. Can he finish what MongolZ started? People getting suspicious. Where could he be? There's the info. Spot gained. But Nico's back in his aim. Out in the open. He goes for the fight straight up. Not looking to win this to time. He wants the conflict. He wants the smoke. Yuri closing in. Puts him down!
No way! That felt like Nico had it in the bag. In the open, on the angle, health advantage, backing his aim as you say, and Yuri just outweights him. So patient, almost too patient, but in fact just enough to close on that clutch. MongolZ's double not in vain. And that is a painful clutch to lose for Nico. And Nico, who's looked renewed here by Karrigan's side. Furia on the board now early in this map. Trying to stay focused, trying to let his performance do the talking, not wanting the emotions to conflict him ahead of this match. It's a big match, and MongolZ is here for it.
Convincing couple of shots already.
He's quick.
That orb shining as a real focal point of this Furia defense. Goes back into the spawn. By design, he's got teammates once again moving over to join him. Falcons might make it out. They're waiting right now on a backstab. Or Kiyasuki up through the connector. Oh, what a turn for Yuri! That's the flank shut down, and now Falcons have no choice but to battle forward. It's Monte, it's Nico, this duo, the one that was meant to put him on the map. But Monte's been fed to the wolves, and Nico doesn't fare much better. Yuri with some high-impact rounds to get things going.
He's curving bullets right now. He's shooting homing missiles. Falcons just catching it to the face. Excellent shots out of Yuri. We saw a fantastic group stage from him in Rio. Didn't quite translate into the playoffs. My goodness. Hitting shots like that on top of the clutch in the previous round will go a long way. Furia now in control of the game. This is where Karrigan's job is called upon, calling them out of this into another gun round. Because every round will cost you 2 at this point. Full eco, just pistols, and Falcons hope for a mistake, but Furia have been anything but aggressive in this game, trusting in MongolZ's orb and their anchors to hold down.
Usually a very active CT side. You'll have the flash plays over towards ramp. Yuri looking to get set up there and take the space away, but it hasn't really been that thus far for Furia. You're dead on, just putting a lot of faith in MongolZ to kind of thin the herd and set them up for the round.
Oh dear. Only a Glock. Eagle done for. K27 turns around, and it's all okay, you'd like to think. No problem here for Furia. One casualty. They'll write it off.
To get a solid read on Falcons across these group stages.
How so?
The flub T sides you've seen where they struggle to get the ball rolling, some dominant matches that end up closing up, still able to break through into the playoffs. Don't want these kind of rough T-side benches where things just start getting away from them to crop up here in the quarterfinal. The Falcons fan, you've been telling yourself you're waiting for Carrigan and the rest of the gang to get to the stages. That's where he's meant to get extra mileage out of his players. That's where he's meant to be the kind of master of how these games play. But a miss for Monte. Zerato opening up this one. He clashes with the star AWP of the Falcons and finds that 5v4.
A lot of pressure put on middle in this round. They even have MongolZ's AWP backing up that push from K27. The 1-2 punch from Furia's firepower. Falcons lose Monte. He is having a hell of a tournament. Nico needs this pick. Bombs coming in. And even just presence might draw Furia into this bomb site. They're not certain just yet. Seeing just one man. Fallen keeps his sight blocked. MongolZ is not far away either. And Falcons cordoned by a smoke.
Still a decent amount of block util on Furia, right? The molly over towards short on MongolZ could really complicate matters if it splits this push in half. Falcons could try and dodge this by just throwing the timing awry. They go through this smoke.
That smoke on com might keep MongolZ looking the wrong way, waiting for a lurker up short, but it's entirely through the apartments that Falcons want to pounce.
Suspicious. Falcons play their card. Footsteps heard. Fallen. His teammates here to help him out. Goes down with nothing done. Again, the MongolZ all might have to provide. Needs another multi-kill. He's had them in every round since this AWP comes out. But a missed shot there. That was meant to be the punish. Nico's supposed to be the safe pair of hands, but that gives it all away. As now they're left a man down. And this AWP still hits! Kiyasuke left alone, and they're closing in. MongolZ to get the retakes going. It's Yuri is the closer. And then Kazakhstan shining to open up the corners. Furia take the lead.
I can think of a few thousand people who are happy with that result. Falcons looking awkward right now, looking shaky. Some missed shots, some scared moves, some swings and misses from Nico here, but still a fantastic sequence of shots from MongolZ's AWP. Slow and steady of Furia. Since guns have come out, yet to drop around. Falcons come back in with a shambled by Kiyasuke Hero Galil. And back to an AXX while Kiyasuke lurks on the other side of the map. Is this a full commit here for Falcons?
All in. Out they go. Util to try and open it, but
I'm going back.
Split up. And yeah, they're looking to rejoin. Kiyasuke out through the apartments. Dropping in. He's shut down. Fallen never left. Fallen never fell for it. And now the round's in jeopardy. And was throwing that A fake, link up with your point man out towards B, but you've lost all the space. I mean, you've got nothing to show for it.
That whole round is designed around Kiyasuke killing Fallen. Bianca, weakest player on Furia on an individual level. That should be a good fight for Kiyasuke, but Fallen stays aware. Good communication from Furia to not make him over-rotate. He moved out of position, he stayed in B. And so with Fallen winning that fight, it extinguishes the entire round for Falcons. They are just left in the middle, wandering around in the daze. Furia give them a kill. MongolZ hears that drop down under. 30 seconds. Falcons look for a way in.
In on the dig out from ramp, but as they try to go up through connector, that's where your Kindar comes in. And Yuri's been straight up invaluable, just never caught sleeping, never caught unawares. Our bells certainly ringing for the Falcons. And Furia are kind of defying expectations on this CT side. You're expecting some of these ramp pushes. Zortes says able to deal with it once, but that was the only time that Furia have looked for any type of A-ward-bound aggression. Sure, it means that they feel like they're flying a little blind, but that's where you look at the MongolZ AWP and how it's been able to cut through every one of these attacks. So Falcons are man down in so many of their post plants, right? Struggling to get set up in those positions, have the crossfires established. Not only are you not getting what you might have expected out of Furia, but you're struggling to get into good positions yourselves.
You'd like to think the one thing Falcons have had is a bit of mid control here. More often than not, getting given this space, so they go back to what they know. Isarato on the edge, getting pushed back by the Molotov. So mid is conceded by Furia. Pace up connector. Karrigan selling this, but it is the B hit you've got to worry about. Kyosuke, clean entry onto Fallen.
Oh, there's the double up. Swing out from Yakindar won't be able to punish, but MongolZ will. The AWP firing off, and they know they've got Karrigan trapped here. That's it. Display of some mechanics from the captain. I have the synergy there yet for the high five, but it's a great round all the same.
It's building, just a handful of games here in the Falcons jersey for Karrigan, but man, a handful of double kills in this T side already. That's a third double entry Karrigan has found in this game, but it's Kyosuke who takes the impact, finding every kill he needs on that B bomb site, stopping the re-swing out kitchen as well. Falcons get back on the board. And these rounds have been cautious, these rounds have been close, so Furia don't have unlimited money. Falcons can put them in a spot of bother by winning this round.
There were questions around Kyosuke heading into the playoffs, just what version of him would you get here? Right now it's actually Monte and Nico. More experienced, more tenured guys in the Falcons jersey. Waiting for them to get online, and that feels like what will be the difference maker down the end of this half.
Yeah, we've had a couple of AWPs on Monte, but I think the standout has been some of the misses we've seen from Eco individually. You know he can recover. There is still time.
Monte was finishing games in these group stages though where he was undefeated in opening kills, and he was taking them in almost every single round. So certainly feeling the lack of that AWP, given that MongolZ has hit so hard. It's making it stand out. Two AWPers that are often talked about in similar phrasing, the idea that they're fast, they're explosive, they like to be involved, they're flashy. This time Falcons able to get site control without paying a price for it. Will that change on the smoke break? K27 seems to think so.
Falcons walked all the way in. I don't think Furia were even ready for that many. They deal with them well. Karrigan gets a response kill. Monte over the top, and they're going to hunt Karrigan down while they've got him in the open. That gives way to a chance to plant, but that bomb is in the open, and MongolZ will not let you cross for free. Nico 1v3, and 10 seconds to plug the numbers in. Checks the spawn, that gives time for Fallen to get closer, and Nico now can't win this round. Team flash or not, Fallen's found it. Nico's opportunity passes him by, and Furia keep their money above water. Falcons are throwing a lot of set pieces at Furia right now, and they are dealing with it really well. Not hurried, not rushed, not overplayed in any of these rounds, not falling for the fakes. Even when Kyosuke found the triple entry to B, there were 3 players in the site. Furia have had a solid read over this game, and they can take a serious edge right now, winning this round, breaking Falcons' money into round 12.
Posted, ready for a swing out top middle. It's K27 taking the initiative. MongolZ having a strike a little bit later, but strike it shall.
I love this reset as well for MongolZ, right? They've got the man advantage. No need to overplay this. He can rotate. He could just stay in B. Falcons can't get a true read on where he is. And how is Monte meant to get a pick back in this round? Fallen's offered it up. Monte see that cross to the right. It seems like Furia want to re-clear middle and do it together.
Players in Con would have heard that scope. Oh, they've got an idea that Monte